The Dragon Taming Decree, ensconced deep within the celestial pavilion of the Li family's library, is an arcane practice passed down for nearly a millennium. Its true rank remains obscured, as none have managed to fathom its depths for centuries. Those few prodigies who, in their hubris, attempted to decipher it, suffered the erasure of their divine sense, reduced to mere automatons. Following the demise of several such talents, the tome was relegated to forbidden status, inaccessible to all without explicit authorization. The Enlightenment Divine Soul is an existence of unparalleled power. With it, the cultivation of any martial technique or battle skill becomes eminently achievable. Currently, the Dragon Taming Decree, long sequestered, holds the utmost allure for Li Yuandao. Moreover, upon acquiring the Enlightenment Divine Soul, he received an injunction to peruse the Dragon Taming Decree, suggesting an inherent connection between the two. Brother Yuandao, where are you headed? Who goes there? Such a vital location as the library is, of course, guarded and by individuals of considerable cultivation. Two members of the Li family, having attained the level of warrior, stood watch. Li Yuandao recognized them well, having frequented the library every few months in years past. The two guards held him in high regard. Do my esteemed uncles not recognize me? Li Yuandao pushed aside his disheveled hair, revealing a smile as he gazed upon the two men. The situation is rather intricate. We should inform the chief steward. The two quickly deliberated for a moment, after which one hastened to the residence of Li Hai, the chief steward of the Li family, while the other ventured into the library. Uncle Feng, wait for me. Li Yuanzong arrived and noticed that Li Yuandao had already entered the library. He called out urgently, but Uncle Feng had already closed the grand door of the library. Frustrated, Li Yuanzong gazed at the door. Then, with a flicker of determination, he sprinted towards the residence of the chief steward. The Tianzi Pavilion was located at the far end, and as Li Yuandao walked within, his foul odor startled several individuals selecting martial arts techniques. Nevertheless, he moved swiftly, and given the library's significance, they refrained from confrontation. Those present could only frown as they watched Li Yuandao proceed, though a few put down their books and swiftly blocked his path. Who are you to dare intrude upon the sacred grounds of the Li family's library? A young man with a fierce expression inquired. Li Yuandao recognized him as Li Zongxian, the grandson of the clan's elder, who was gifted and held in high regard, yet had always been overshadowed by Li Yuandao. Without uttering a word, Li Yuandao extended his hand toward Li Zongxian. The latter, taken aback, soon erupted in fury, his aura soaring, revealing the prowess of a ninth-level martial artist. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Yuandao's eyes, yet his demeanor remained composed. As he mobilized his inner energy, his palm transformed into a finger, raining down upon Li Zongxian like droplets of rain. Instantly, the latter's imposing presence deflated like a punctured balloon. Hiss! A mid-tier, lower-grade combat technique, the sealing finger. Who are you to have clandestinely learned our Li family's ultimate skill? A nearby youth gazed in horror at Li Yuandao. Hood. Li Zongxian's face was a mask of astonishment as he instinctively recoiled, colliding with a bookshelf before finally coming to a halt. He extended his trembling right hand, pointing at Li Yuandao, stammering, Li Yuandao. Warriors possess a keen sensitivity to elemental force, and the moment Li Yuandao unleashed his sealing finger technique, its potency invaded Li Zongxian's body, prompting immediate recognition. This was not unfamiliar territory for him in years past. He had succumbed to this very elemental force no fewer than 10 times. The sensation of its intrusion had morphed into a haunting nightmare for him. What? Li Yuandao? Wasn't he a fool? Even a fool can see he is no fool. He has broken through to the warrior level. He is capable of cultivating intermediate combat skills. What kind of fortuitous encounter has he experienced? His cultivation has advanced at such an astonishing pace. It took Zhongxian 3 years, under the great elder's guidance, to elevate from the 7th to the 9th layer of warrior. "Uncle, it has been 3 years since we last met. How have you fared?" Li Yuandao's demeanor was at ease, and a gentle smile graced his face as he regarded the newcomer. Li Hai, at the 8th layer of warrior, had overseen the Li family for many years, exuding an air of authority befitting one long accustomed to power. Yet, as he looked upon Li Yuandao, his once resolute features were suffused with a sense of resignation. "Why did you not change your attire before coming? This is, after all, the sacred ground of the Li family. Not to be profaned." Hai's expression subtly changed as he glanced at Li Yuandao and then at Li Hanzhan, lowering his head into a contemplative silence. The Tsangshu Pavilion was a sacred place of the Li family, and the Tianzi Pavilion was an even more esteemed part of it. Even as the Grand Steward, Li Hai lacked the qualifications to enter the Tianzi Pavilion without the consent of the clan elders. The atmosphere within the Tsangshu Pavilion was one of profound stillness, with Li Hanzhan also remaining silent. He occasionally cast furtive glances at Li Yuandao, attempting to discern his strength, only to find himself enveloped by an impenetrable mist that obscured any insight into his true capabilities. A sense of shock coursed through him, accompanied by speculation had Li Yuandao ascended to the realm of martial master, eluding even his scrutiny. The Tianzi Pavilion is not a place accessible to just anyone. "If you wish to enter, you must first pass my test." Li Hanzhan pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. He sought to ascertain Li Yuandao's strength or potential to determine his eligibility for entry into the Tianzi Pavilion. "How shall I pass this test?" "Great Elder, please do not make things difficult for me. I am merely at the 9th level of a martial artist, a far cry from your prowess," Li Yuandao replied with a smile, revealing his true level as a 9th-tier martial artist. Yet, due to the presence of his enlightened soul, he was capable of employing mid-tier combat techniques, such as the sealing Yuan finger. Both Li Hanzhan and Li Hai furrowed their brows simultaneously, a myriad of questions swirling in their minds. Just 3 years prior, Li Yuandao had only recently broken through to the 8th level of martial artists, only to lapse into a state of idiocy, ceasing his cultivation for 3 years. Why, upon the restoration of his faculties, had he immediately advanced to the 9th level, capable of utilizing techniques reserved for martial masters? And why were they both unable to discern the depth of his cultivation? These enigmas loomed like ominous clouds over the Tsangshu Pavilion, plunging the Grand Elder Li Hanzhan into deep contemplation. "Within 3 moves, if you can force me back a step, I shall grant you entry into the Celestial Pavilion." After a prolonged silence, Li Hanzhan finally spoke, as this was the most prudent course of action he could conceive. For even Li Hai could not compel him to yield a single step. If Li Yuandao could achieve this by any means, it would undoubtedly signify his extraordinary potential, meriting the Li family's recognition of a prodigious talent worthy of the library. This is the realm of Shenyuan Continent, where martial prowess reigns supreme and the strong are revered. When strength takes the stage, all reasoning retreats into slumber. Such is the harsh reality. Upon hearing these words, a subtle smile graced Li Yuandao's lips, imbued with profound significance. Li Hanzhan, catching sight of this, felt an inexplicable unease wash over him, a strange sense of vulnerability creeping into his heart. Suddenly, Li Yuandao's expression transformed. His eyes filled with terror as he gazed behind Li Hanzhan, as though witnessing something utterly horrifying. His body instinctively began to retreat. Li Hanzhan's countenance shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned, only to find nothing but empty rows of bookshelves behind him. At that moment, Li Yuandao gathered all his elemental energy and delivered a fierce kick to Li Hanzhan's rear. Hood, hood, hood. Though Li Hanzhan did not fall to the ground, he was caught off guard and nearly toppled over, staggering several paces before regaining his balance. "Li Yuandao." Li Hanzhan spun around, his face flushed with anger, clutching his aching backside as he shouted indignantly. Li Yuandao shrugged nonchalantly, a grin on his face, and remarked, "You have not merely retreated a step." Li Hai stood agape, observing the absurdity of the scene, struggling to suppress laughter. Could it truly be so simple to force the esteemed elder back? I may remain for an extended period. It is best not to disturb me, Li Yuandao stated to the two before striding directly toward the Tianzi pavilion. You did not witness this matter. Li Han could only watch helplessly as Li Yuandao entered the pavilion. Frustrated, he turned to Li Hai, whose barely restrained amusement only served to infuriate him further. He let out a low growl and, with a flick of his sleeve, stormed off in a huff. Li Hai watched Li Han depart, but suddenly caught sight of a dark footprint left behind and could no longer contain his laughter. The Tianzi pavilion was vast, surrounded by hollow walls that bore the marks of time's erosion, their surfaces mottled and worn. Above, a layer of transparent crystal allowed sunlight to stream in, illuminating the pavilion, which boasted but a single entrance, with a bright and ethereal glow. Within the spacious pavilion, a solitary stone platform stood at its center, perfectly positioned to receive the sunlight that cascaded down upon an ancient tome resting upon it. This tome was none other than the Dragon Emperor's secret. Despite its unassuming appearance beneath the sunlight, Li Yuandao's heart raced with anticipation, for the legacy of the Li family, spanning nearly a millennium, was poised to unfold in his hands. Eagerly, Li Yuandao approached the stone platform, his trembling hands reaching out to caress the ancient text. The three archaic characters Dragon Emperor's secret came into view, a title that had awaited nearly 1,000 years. As he turned to the first page, a line of ancient script appeared. In the shadowy depths, the candle flickers. The four characters, flowing like a dragon through water, struck his mind with sudden pain. In an instant, the realization of enlightenment surged forth, and the pain vanished. Overjoyed, Li Yuandao immediately continued to read on. Chapter 3. The Dragon Capture Technique and Battle Charms in the Ancient Silence. The candle flickered, and the pulse of the primordial world resonated. Its divine might was as formidable as a prison, and its grace akin to the vast ocean. Li Yuandao recited these words inwardly, a shiver coursing through his spirit as they seemed imbued with a mysterious power that commanded reverence. Suddenly, as he completed the first line, Li Yuandao's eyes widened in horror. Within his consciousness, the characters of the dragon control technique sprang to life, each stroke separating and coalescing into a vivid azure dragon, its scales formidable and fearsome, roaring as it lunged at him with claws outstretched, as if to consume him whole. At that moment, the Tao Enlightenment soul, intimately fused with Li Yuandao's essence, stirred. A pair of mighty hands swept across, deftly capturing the azure dragon and forcefully drawing it towards Li Yuandao, merging with him in an instant. In the next moment, Li Yuandao closed his eyes, settling into a meditative posture, his mind plunging into the depths of his consciousness, where he swiftly began to comprehend the profound truths. The Tao Enlightenment soul also assumed a seated position, intricate and arcane lines manifesting upon its form, delineating the flow paths of primordial energy. Li Yuandao, grasping the significance, urged his spiritual power to traverse these routes. Is someone breaking through? The air was thick with the essence of heaven and earth. Such a concentration of spiritual energy, in a single breath, equated to 100 martial elixirs, sufficient for a warrior's cultivation over 10 days. Could it be that a supreme being was engaged in cultivation? A supreme being, a figure of overwhelming strength, existing only in legend, their feats often exaggerated to convey the awe they inspire. Li Han, accompanied by other elders of the clan, arrived to witness an astonishing scene that left him gasping in disbelief. The tumultuous phenomena before him were beyond the realm of possibility, even for those who had ascended to the martial master realm. What on earth was Li Yuandao cultivating? Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization, emitting two beams of palpable light. A thought struck him, causing his heart to race violently. Bring forth all the martial elixirs and crush them, Li Han commanded. Swiftly producing a small jade vial from his possession, he poured out a handful of white elixirs, crushing them in a fierce grip. releasing an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy that transformed into a gale, sweeping into the library hall. The other clan members were bewildered, yet seeing the Grand Elder's actions, they too began to retrieve their martial elixirs, shattering them one by one. A tremendous wave of spiritual energy surged into the library, which swayed precariously as if at the eye of a storm. Grand Elder, the library is a vital stronghold for our clan. What are you doing? What if it is destroyed? Li Hai arrived with a group of followers, his voice low yet tinged with urgency. If this can aid Yuandao's breakthrough, the destruction of the library would be a small price to pay. Li Hanzhan conveyed through a whisper of martial energy, audible only to him and Li Hai. Li Hai's expression shifted dramatically, taking 2 steps back in disbelief. How could the most esteemed elder of the clan utter such words? Countless martial elixirs transformed back into spiritual energy, converging into the library with a violent tempest that swept past rows of bookshelves, entering the Tianzi Pavilion and infiltrating Li Yuandao's being. After half an hour, the winds finally calmed, and the Li clan members surrounding the library ceased their destruction of the martial elixirs, gazing at Li Hanzhan in confusion. Elder brother, a staggering 100,000 pieces of Wudan have been shattered, representing 6 months' worth of cultivation resources for our clan. You must provide an explanation. At this moment, the second elder, Li Hanyun, hurriedly arrived. He was a fiery-tempered old man, and his face now bore the unmistakable mark of anguish as he furiously pointed at the Grand Elder. I shall deliver an explanation once those inside emerge. Within his mind, Li Yuandao was engaged in another endeavor, striving to obtain the complete cultivation method of the dragon control technique. His Tao enlightenment soul was practicing and comprehending, yet, after a long while, Li Yuandao could only grasp a mere fragment of the complete technique. However, rather than feeling disheartened, he found himself filled with anticipation. This fleeting glimpse had already allowed him to ascend to the first tier of a martial artist. Should he be able to cultivate the entire technique, he could hardly fathom the heights he might reach. The dragon control technique was a substantial tome, comprising 20 to 30 pages, ample for extensive cultivation. The dragon capture hand. A thought flickered in Li Yuandao's mind, and a combat technique he had acquired after practicing the dragon control technique surged forth. To his astonishment, it was of high-tier mid-grade quality, and he cherished it as a precious treasure, immediately beginning to delve into its intricacies. In less than a quarter of an hour, Li Yuandao opened his eyes. As the dragon control technique stirred within him, a pure surge of elemental energy flowed into his arm. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, and a colossal phantom of a hand materialized, radiating a powerful and tumultuous aura of elemental energy. Indeed, the Tao Enlightenment Soul proved extraordinary, enabling him to cultivate a mid-tier high-grade combat technique. Observing its might, he mused that even his uncle might not achieve such prowess. Li Yuandao was both astonished and elated, realizing that the effectiveness of the dragon capture hand, even without the dragon control technique, underscored the complementary nature of the two. In an instant, his mind plunged once more into the depths of his consciousness. While comprehending the dragon mastery technique, 2 distinct combat skills materialized within his thoughts, along with another skill that could be cultivated. What manner of technique could possibly consume the essence of one's soul? The enlightenment of his spiritual self had fully merged with his soul. It would only separate during the grasp of the technique or combat skill. Now, this particular technique appeared to draw upon a fragment of his spiritual essence, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Although the consumption was minimal as his cultivation progressed, how could he ensure that his enlightened spirit would not be utterly depleted? The ink jade used for crafting battle talismans was also a remarkably precious entity. Ink jade harmonized with elemental energy, allowing for direct storage of this energy, which warriors could absorb directly. Unlike martial pills that necessitated first absorbing spiritual energy before refining it into elemental energy. No wonder direct cultivation was impossible. This was likely the art of talisman crafting. A surge of ecstasy washed over Li Yuandao's face as he immediately rose, only to suddenly furrow his brow, sensing a sticky sensation enveloping him. Upon lowering his gaze, he discovered a viscous black substance clinging to his body, the impurities expelled during his breakthrough. Li Yuandao transformed his palm into a blade. At the warrior level, he could project his elemental energy outward with formidable force. With a swift motion, he glided his hand across his entire form, and instantly, the sticky substance was sliced away, revealing a robust physique, skin fair with a rosy hue, muscles well-defined, and even the bruises from his previous encounters had vanished. However, he found himself nearly unclad, with only tattered scraps of fabric modestly covering his front and rear. Stepping out of the Tianzi pavilion, Li Yuandao ventured into the chaotic library, where bookshelves lay toppled and an eclectic array of tomes were strewn across the floor. He felt a flush of embarrassment after cultivating the dragon mastery technique. His entire essence had coalesced anew, necessitating an abundance of natural spiritual energy, which had inadvertently conjured a tempest strong enough to topple the shelves. Upon exiting the library, dozens of gazes suddenly fixated upon him, each filled with astonishment or shock. Li Yuandao, clad in minimal attire, felt an uncomfortable vulnerability, akin to a beautiful maiden subjected to the scrutiny of a horde of lecherous onlookers. Everyone disperse. Yuandao, change your clothes and meet me in the ancestral hall, commanded Li Han, who, despite his relief at Yuandao's emergence, remained unable to discern the other's cultivation level, leaving him in a state of unease. Had the expenditure of nearly 100,000 martial elixirs to assist Li Yuandao's breakthrough truly been worthwhile? Chapter 4. Memories like smoke. I have lost consciousness for 3 years, and I remember quite vividly the deeds many of you have perpetrated against me. Li Yuandao spoke, his tone remarkably calm, as if dismissive. Yet, it was this very demeanor that instilled fear in the hearts of those present. Observing the expressions of those who had acted against him, Li Yuandao shook his head, and with a sudden flourish of his hand, unleashed a formidable surge of essence that severed a nearby cypress tree with a resounding crack, sending it crashing down, along with all the hopes and prayers of those who had wronged him. Warrior! Li Hanshan's eyes flickered with a glimmer of astonishment, his heart shaken to its core. The pure essence of energy he sensed was comparable to that of a warrior at the 3rd level. Such a force could not be wielded by a mere novice. It required at least a warrior of the 2nd level or higher. You are utterly unqualified to compel me into action. Gaze upon me, and for a lifetime, aspire to reach my stature. Should you wish to surpass me, then retreat into seclusion. Do not emerge until you attain the warrior level, for if you behold my presence, despair shall ensue, and you shall suffer, forever stunted in your progress. Li Yuandao's eyes sparkled with determination. He harbored no animosity. On the contrary, these individuals were members of the Li family, the very foundation of their future. He yearned to ignite a fervent fire within them, to stoke their fighting spirit, ensuring that they did not languish in defeat due to his presence, for such complacency would spell ruin for the Li clan. Brother Yuandao, I shall undoubtedly surpass you. Among the crowd, it was perhaps only the youth Li Yuanzong who held Li Yuandao in the highest regard. His face flushed with excitement, he stood beside Li Hai, energetically waving his arms. Had Li Hai not restrained him, he might have rushed forward to pay homage. Li Yuandao, within a year, I shall surely break through to warrior status. Are you willing to engage me in battle then? Li Zongxian stepped forth, his face flushed and breath labored. Gazing at Li Yuandao, striving to transform this pressure into motivation for arduous training. I shall contend with you. Li Yuandao nodded expressionlessly. Li Yuandao, I will certainly break through to warrior status within 3 years. Will you dare to face me then? I shall attain warrior status within 5 years and hope for the opportunity to spar with you. Within 10 years, I will undoubtedly surpass you. One by one, the youth of the Li family stepped forward, their eyes alight with a fervent spirit of combat. Though they were diminutive in stature, their indomitable will remained unbroken. And within a few years, they were destined to achieve greatness. Li Hanshan observed this scene with a smile, his gaze filled with admiration for his grandson, while his eyes cast upon the other clan members bore a look of contentment. However, his look directed at Li Yuandao was tinged with confusion. With the awakening of his enlightened spirit, Li Yuandao understood that his cultivation would progress at an extraordinary pace. A year hence, He could scarcely fathom the heights he would reach or the realm he would inhabit, for the confines of Fenglin City would no longer suffice to contain him. For the moment, he could only acquiesce to their expectations, but once they attained the rank of warrior, he would have ascended to an entirely different echelon. With your presence, the Li family shall endure through the ages, and our fighting spirit shall never wane. Now disperse. Those wishing to enter seclusion may proceed to claim 1,000 martial pills, Li Hai proclaimed, his voice resonating throughout the Li clan. My dear grandson, come forth and let your grandfather behold you. In the ancestral hall of the Li family, the second elder, Li Hanyun, trembled as he approached Li Yuandao, discovering that he was indeed unscathed. Only then did he exhale in relief, casting a furious glare at Li Hanshan. I have long asserted that my grandson would not easily meet his demise. You refused to heed my warnings and cast him from the family. Li Hanyun's face was a portrait of rage. Grandfather, please do not be angry. The elder was left with no choice, Li Yuandao said, feeling a surge of emotion. Years ago, his grandfather Li Hanyun had resorted to a deathly seclusion to compel him, yet he could not thwart Li Hanshan's decision to expel him from the family. The act of banishing the foremost youth of Fenglin City from the clan was a decision that had caused his heart to bleed. Li Hanshan gazed at Li Yuandao and continued, the world is fiercely competitive. After you lost consciousness, we spent half a month attempting to heal you, yet to no avail. Your recovery rests solely upon your own efforts. Remaining within the clan offers no hope. It is only through your expulsion from the family, enduring humiliation and suffering, that I hope the pride within you will one day awaken. That day will mark your return. Li Yuandao's heart trembled as he looked at Li Hanshan with profound respect. Sighing, I see now. Indeed, this was the right course of action. Had I not been cast out, I would have remained a fool for life. He was acutely aware of this truth. The power of the Tao he sought was far too formidable, almost obliterating his feeble spirit upon their fusion. During the brutal beating he endured from Qin Heng, hearing the words Tian Gang had sparked a flicker of recognition, awakening his consciousness. Upon hearing Qin Heng, he instantly regained clarity. For Qin Heng was the brother of Qin Heng, with whom he had once fought to a standstill, a battle that represented his eternal anguish. He could not accept the outcome of a draw. His unwavering belief was that he must triumph. A smile graced Li Yuandao's face as he nodded, stating, the Dragon Mastery Technique. Hiss. The three of them simultaneously inhaled sharply, exchanging astonished glances. It was indeed the Dragon Mastery Technique, the forbidden text of the Li family, the only martial art housed in the Tianzi Pavilion. Please, tell us how to comprehend it. We must propagate its legacy. The day of the Li family's resurgence has arrived. Li Hai exclaimed with fervor. However, Li Yuandao sighed and shook his head, replying, the situation is rather complex. For now, I am the only one capable of practicing it. The statement struck Li Hai's mind like a thunderbolt, leaving the other two elders equally astonished. After expending half a year's worth of martial dan from the clan, this was the outcome. What grade of martial arts was this? Li Hanshan inquired. I do not know, came the response. What marvel does it hold? Merely assisting you in breaking through to become a warrior? It is rather difficult to articulate. Then what purpose does it serve? Li Hai could no longer contain his frustration and muttered, having devoted the entire clan's efforts to assist Li Yuandao in his cultivation, yet he remained utterly ignorant. Its utility is significant, though difficult to elucidate. Li Yuandao recalled the dragon capture technique and battle symbol art. These two would become his essential skills in the future. Moreover, as further breakthroughs were achieved and he comprehended the dragon commanding decision, more combat techniques and other secret arts would be unveiled. Humph. The clan has exhausted 100,000 martial dan, yet it has only benefited you, and it serves no purpose at all. This is utterly preposterous. Li Hai's face darkened. As the Grand Elder, he always considered matters from the clan's perspective. The current situation, where Li Yuandao had squandered the clan's resources, marked one of the most irresponsible moments of his life. Does the clan possess any ink jade? Li Yuandao's eyes suddenly brightened as he queried Li Hai. Yes, but it cannot be given to you. This material is even more precious than martial dan. Li Hai replied with a stern expression. I have 2 pieces, dear grandson. Take them. Li Hanyan promptly retrieved 2 jet-black jade stones and tossed them to Li Yuandao. As Li Yuandao caught them, he felt their weight in his hands. They had a smooth texture that seemed to melt seamlessly with his arm, evoking a sense of wonder. What do you intend to do with ink jade? An ordinary warrior, even at the pinnacle of their strength, would find it impossible to fill a piece of ink jade with their essence. What purpose do you have for it? Li Hanzan, in a state of perplexity, inquired, is there a secret method within our clan for crafting battle talismans? Li Yuandao pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, battle talismans. You possess the ability to forge battle talismans? Li Hai exclaimed. Disbelief etched across his face as he gazed at Li Yuandao. Are the 2 elders aware of this matter? The expressions of the elders immediately turned grave as they exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Their gaze towards Li Yuandao brimmed with astonishment. Could it be that the dragon mastery technique indeed harbors the legacy of talisman crafting? What of the talismans you have created? Show them to me at once. Li Yuandao implored eagerly. All used up, Li Hai replied, raising his hands in resignation. However, the manuscript remains. It should be in the library's Earth Pavilion. I require that manuscript, and I also need 10 pieces of ink jade, Li Yuandao stated with a serious demeanor. 10 pieces. The clan possesses only 20, each worth over 1,000 martial stones, Li Hai exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. What is the market price for a low-grade battle talisman in Qizhou? Li Yuandao queried. Approximately 5,000 martial stones, but you are not a true talisman master. Whether you can actually forge one remains uncertain, Li Hai replied, shaking his head. At this juncture, Li Hanyan let out a scoff, asserting, should my esteemed grandson manage to craft even a single talisman, it would equate to the value of 5 pieces of ink jade. Furthermore, he would officially become a talisman master, enabling an endless supply of talismans to be produced in the future. Li Hai, as the chief steward, are you incapable of grasping this simple arithmetic? Indeed, the risk appears worthy of consideration. Li Hanyan confidently stated that if Li Yuandao could truly forge battle talismans, it would irrevocably alter the fate of the Li family. It is noteworthy that within the entirety of Qinzhou Prefecture, there exist only a handful of battle talisman masters, all of whom are concealed within the 2 major sections. Just wait. With the elders affirming this, Li Hai felt compelled to comply. After casting a sharp glare at Li Yuandao, he hurriedly exited the ancestral hall and made his way to the library. Li Yuandao swiftly ran to the rear of the Li family estate, where a small hill adorned with pine trees stood. He sought out a patch of open ground and eagerly began to peruse his notes. At that moment, a stirring within his spirit awakened a formidable perceptive force. As he gazed at the scant 2 pages of his notes, comprehension dawned upon him. In a brief span, he absorbed the essence of the text, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the process of crafting battle talismans and grasping the reasons behind the rarity of battle talisman masters. Chapter 5. Explosive Yuan Talisman. Furthermore, the selection of combat techniques is of paramount importance. If a technique is too potent, it cannot be simulated, while if it is too feeble, it risks producing substandard talismans, thus wasting a piece of ink jade. However, through the relentless passage of history, each grade of battle talisman has acquired corresponding combat technique options. These techniques, simulated by spiritual consciousness, form the very foundation of the talismans. Part 2. Melding Yuan. As the name implies, this process involves integrating the combat techniques, simulated by spiritual consciousness, into elemental force. This is akin to directly executing a combat technique, yet melding Yuan cannot be manifested externally. It requires the stabilization of the technique through elemental force, cautiously infusing it into the ink jade. This endeavor demands an immense expenditure of energy and places great emphasis on the mastery of spiritual control, specifically the sensitivity of the soul. Once the fusion of elemental essence becomes too potent, it will directly obliterate the combat technique simulated by the consciousness. Conversely, if it is too weak, it may lead to instability in the battle talisman, rendering it unusable or potentially causing an explosion the moment it integrates into the ink jade. This process resembles the crafting of a clay figurine, where the soul's simulated combat technique serves as the skeleton, the most crucial component. Simultaneously, the elemental force acts as the clay, swiftly enveloping the skeleton to ensure its cohesion. The third step, sealing the jade. After the fusion of elemental essence, the combat technique is preserved within the inked jade. To unleash its power, a substantial amount of elemental force must be infused to ensure the stability and integrity of the talisman. This stage profoundly tests the skill of the talisman master, as it requires a fundamental mastery over elemental force. Without sufficient prowess, it would be exceedingly difficult to refine a perfect talisman. Having grasped the overarching concepts, Li Yuandao couldn't help but marvel at how, upon acquiring the Dao Enlightenment Soul, he had inherently become a natural talisman master. Firstly, his possession of the Dao Enlightenment Soul endowed him with formidable consciousness. He could flawlessly command the combat embryonic forms and the fusion of elemental essence. Secondly, having just ascended to the first layer of warrior status, his strength was assured, as the newly cultivated elemental force from the dragon control technique was exceptionally pure, capable of fulfilling the sealing of the jade step. The manuscript detailed a fundamental talisman. Based on the low-tier superior combat technique, the explosive elemental force, which could be refined into a low-tier inferior talisman, the explosive elemental talisman. Li Yuandao took out a piece of inked jade, the elemental force poised and ready. As his consciousness stirred, the explosive elemental force was instantly simulated with exquisite precision, and the first step of the combat embryonic form was effortlessly completed. Fusion of elemental essence. Li Yuandao uttered a low exclamation as he summoned his innate energy, shaping the explosive force within his grasp, which bore an ominous aura of impending detonation. In that instant, a fragment of his consciousness was severed, encapsulating the quintessence of the explosive energy, melding seamlessly with the force coursing through his right arm. In the blink of an eye, with a mere thought, he could unleash its power. He retrieved a piece of inked jade, securing it firmly within his right hand. Under the meticulous guidance of his formidable consciousness and pure innate energy, he began to gradually infuse the explosive force into the jade. Instantly, a sensation of impending explosion emanated from within the stone. Fortunately, his control over the energy and consciousness prevented an immediate detonation. With only one final step remaining, Li Yuandao focused his mind, activating the dragon's ascend technique. A torrent of majestic innate energy surged into the inked jade, much like the relentless waves of a mighty river. His consciousness enveloped the jade, attuned to the slightest stirrings within. At the first hint of an explosive sensation, he promptly halted the influx of energy, reshaping it with his consciousness to stabilize the explosive force before reinfusing it. However, completely saturating the jade demanded an immense expenditure of innate energy, rendering the process lengthy and requiring meticulous precision rather than a hasty deluge. After 2 full hours, Li Yuandao sensed a profound fullness within the inked jade, realizing he could no longer infuse even a trace of energy, prompting him to cease his efforts. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, reflecting on his actions with a sense of regret. He recognized that it was unnecessary to inject such an overwhelming amount of energy. It was a sheer waste, as the innate energy contained within the jade was sufficient to unleash the explosive force no fewer than 10 times. He delved into his dantian and discovered that half of his primordial energy remained, prompting a surge of astonishment. Hadn't his uncle mentioned that an ordinary warrior's primordial energy could not completely fill the inked jade? How was it that after filling it, he still had half of his energy left? Li Yuandao was perplexed, ultimately attributing these enigmas to the dragon control technique. Understanding that merely breaking through had already consumed 100,000 internal martial pills, and it was only natural that his primordial energy, akin to an ocean, surpassed that of an ordinary warrior. What would be the extent of power expended from my own primordial energy? A sense of anticipation washed over Li Yuandao. He swiftly gathered the remaining inked jade, tucked the ledger into his bosom, and then hurled the explosive primordial talisman, directing his consciousness to ignite it in an instant. On the small hill, the dark inked jade suddenly erupted in brilliant light, and a mighty wave of primordial energy surged forth, visible ripples rapidly spreading outwards, followed by a thunderous boom. Boom. Where the explosive talisman detonated, everything was reduced to ashes. Collapsed trees and cracked earth alike were turned to dust. As the commotion subsided, Li Yuandao gazed at the scene before him, drawing in a sharp breath. Half the hill had been leveled, and the turbulent spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged across the flattened ground, stirring up whirlwinds, all a result of the wasted primordial energy. Hearing the noise, Li Hai dashed up the mountain from below, and upon witnessing the spectacle, his expression changed drastically. He looked incredulously at the exhilarated Li Yuandao. Could a first-layer warrior possess such formidable power? Uncle, can you achieve such a level with your full strength? Li Yuandao inquired of Li Hai, his face alight with excitement. Upon hearing these words, Li Hai furrowed his brows, his expression grave. He glanced at the remaining half of the hill and nodded gently, stating, "If I were to unleash my full power, this remaining half of the hill would surely vanish. Is this truly the result of your utmost effort? Such prowess is rare. Even a second-tier warrior would find it challenging, requiring profound combat skills." "Haha, we have struck gold," Li Yuan exclaimed, a joyful gleam in his eyes as he laughed heartily. He then addressed Li Hai, "Uncle, I require 5,000 martial dan. I intend to enter seclusion to refine battle talismans. Can you genuinely forge battle talismans? Do you plan to produce them in bulk?" Li Hai's eyes widened in astonishment. Li Yuan nodded with a smile, gesturing toward the collapsed half-hill. "This is the power of the battle talisman I just crafted." Li Hai stared at Li Yuan, suddenly falling into silence. Within less than a day, too many extraordinary events had unfolded around Li Yuan, leaving everyone astonished. He realized that from the perspective of an ordinary person, it was impossible to comprehend Li Yuan's capabilities. Li Yuan's zone, brimming with excitement akin to a euphoric frenzy, dropped a pile of jade vials and looked at Li Yuan. "No, brother, I must earn martial dan." Li Yuan chuckled, glancing at the wooden boxes beside him, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "Earning martial dan?" Li Yuan's zone questioned in confusion, but his cultivation was too low for him to delve deeper. He concluded that as long as he followed his brother Yuandao in his endeavors, everything would be fine. With this thought, he dashed out of the room to gather martial dan. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan exhaled slowly, first consuming nearly 100 martial dan like candies, then refining them to restore a significant portion of his internal energy before commencing the crafting of battle talismans. Previously, he lacked experience and forcefully infused a substantial amount of primordial energy, only to discover it was entirely in vain. Now, equipped with experience, his confidence surged. Given the concentration of primordial energy within him, he was poised to successfully forge 15 explosive talismans, barring any unforeseen circumstances. With a flicker of intention in his mind, he summoned the explosive energy, extracted a piece of ink jade from the wooden box, and gently infused it with the explosive force, subsequently channeling his internal energy to commence the infusion into the jade. In less than half an hour, having infused 1/10 of his primordial energy, he felt it was sufficient and paused. He lifted the explosive talisman, scanning it with his consciousness. It brimmed with energy, yet still welcomed additional infusion. Drawing upon his previous experiences and the aid of his enlightened spirit, Li Yuandao's subsequent actions became swifter. After crafting 2 more talismans, his movements became remarkably deft. Each step, from war preparations to melding energy and sealing the jade, flowed seamlessly like water in a stream. After creating 7 or 8 talismans, a sense of emptiness washed over him. He quickly consumed a restorative potion to regain his energy and continued his work as time gently slipped away. The following day, wisps of smoke rose gracefully from the courtyard. A beautiful woman emerged from a kitchen-like room, glancing tenderly at a guest room in the corner of the yard. She then turned and called into another room, Yuan's zone. "Hurry and ask your brother Yuandao to come for breakfast." "Mother, let me sleep a little longer." "Okay." A drowsy voice responded from within. But upon hearing Yuandao, it suddenly brightened, promptly replying with an enthusiastic okay. Li Hai was overwhelmed with joy, as if he had discovered a priceless treasure. He took out 2 pieces of ink jade, lovingly caressing them, yet refraining from utilizing his elemental force. Despite his 30 years of cultivation, he had rarely encountered battle talismans, let alone touched them, and he was utterly ignorant of their usage. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hai carefully packed the wooden box and swiftly exited his room. Making his way to the ancestral hall, where the elders of the clan were in seclusion. The Grand Elder had the fortune of having previously interacted with a battle talisman and even used one, so he could examine whether these ink jades were indeed successful battle talismans. Chapter 6. The Book of Life and Death within the Li family's ancestral hall. 7 or 8 elderly gentlemen gathered, each holding a piece of ink jade, cautiously examining it from every angle, yet hesitant to employ their elemental force or probe with their spiritual sense. Indeed, it is a battle talisman. I have used one before, and the aura is unmistakably the same, Li Han remarked, his expression tinged with excitement. But how does one use it? Li Hai inquired, holding up a battle talisman. Although he had seen one before, its application eluded him. Simply throw it and ignite it with your spiritual sense, Li Han replied with a smile. I shall give it a try. Li Hai nodded and immediately dashed out of the ancestral hall, making his way to the courtyard, standing by the edge of the pond, where the other elders, who had never witnessed the power of a battle talisman, followed suit. Separating a strand of his spiritual sense, he prepared to throw it to detonate. Li Hai silently recited a phrase in his heart, and with a shared understanding, he hurled the battle talisman like a streak of light towards the pond. Explode, he exclaimed, and with a movement of his spiritual sense, it was done. Boom. A deafening explosion occurred, akin to a cannonball crashing into a pond, sending water splattering into the air, transforming into a deluge that fell like rain. All present were left astonished by the sheer force, forgetting to summon their protective energies, becoming drenched like drowned rats. Only the Grand Elder remained vigilant, his energy forming an impenetrable shield, unaffected by the downpour. However, his expression reflected sheer astonishment. How could the power of this explosive talisman be so immense? Even the simultaneous detonation of 2 ordinary explosive talismans would scarcely yield such an effect. The pond had vanished entirely, replaced by a colossal crater, its waters cascading down like rain. Li Hai's eyes widened in disbelief. He mused that if he had unleashed such force, it would have demanded considerable energy and mastery of profound combat techniques. Yet, this was achieved solely through a single battle talisman. The ancestral courtyard fell into a profound silence, shattered only by a faint voice that emerged, breaking the stillness. Deputy Chief, a young man, soaked to the skin, stood at the entrance, staring blankly at the scene before him. What is it? Li Hai regained his composure, straightening his expression to reveal an air of authority. The Qin family, Qin Heng, has delivered a death challenge, demanding a duel with Li Yuan. The youth seemed to expend his last ounce of strength to utter these words, trembling as he raised a golden notice. At this revelation, the atmosphere in the courtyard grew heavy, yet Li Hai maintained his stoic demeanor as he approached to take the golden notice, gesturing for the young man to leave. Only then did his expression shift, a hint of worry crossing his face as he glanced at the assembly of elders within the courtyard. This death challenge arrived at a most opportune moment. The second elder, Li Hanyun, bore a countenance full of concern. Qin Heng has undergone a remarkable transformation. Even with his breakthrough to the warrior level, he is likely no match for him, Li Hanyun stated earnestly, and the other elders nodded in agreement. The passage of 3 years has wrought significant changes. The Qin family's Qin Heng has ascended to great heights, surpassing all his peers and standing shoulder to shoulder with the previous generation. This morning, after Yuandao completed the crafting of battle talismans, I conducted an examination of his physique. Li Hai surveyed the elders, a flicker of brilliance illuminating his eyes, and he spoke gravely. His meridians have been opened to an exceptionally high level, and his elemental energy is extraordinarily pure. Despite my extensive training, my own elemental force pales in comparison to his purity. Had I not attained a slightly higher realm, I might very well have faced defeat in combat with him. Is this truly the case? Could Yuandao's foundation be so exceptional? Li Han inquired with astonishment. In the early stages of a warrior's cultivation, a strong foundation is of utmost importance. The process involves refining elemental energy, opening meridians to accommodate greater amounts of elemental force, and subsequently cultivating purer elemental energy, all of which are essential tasks in the initial two realms of cultivation. I have examined the bodies of over 100 members of our clan. I am certain of my findings, Li Hai affirmed, his heart heavy with a sigh. His perspective had been rather myopic. Previously, he had criticized Li Yuandao for expending 100,000 martial elixirs on practicing the dragon mastery technique, yet the benefits have now become evident, allowing him to open more meridians and condense purer elemental energy. If this is indeed the case, he may stand a chance against him. However, Qin Heng has already reached the third tier of the warrior level after stepping into this realm 3 years ago, making the outcome uncertain. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. Let Yuandao make his own decision. Li Hanshan waved his sleeve and spoke, while the other elders nodded in agreement. In the residence of Li Yuanzong at Li Hai's villa, Li Yuandao had succumbed to a deep slumber. After an entire night spent exhausting his mental faculties to refine battle talismans, he had drained a considerable amount of spirit and energy, leaving his consciousness weary and feeble. Little did he know that this sleep would last for 5 days. Upon awakening 5 days later, Li Yuandao felt rejuvenated, his body brimming with vitality. He turned his gaze inward, noting that his internal energy was abundant, and his consciousness had fully recovered. Opening the door, he was greeted by the fresh, crisp air that followed a recent downpour, invigorating his senses. "Ah, Yuandao, you are awake." A woman's exclamation rang out. A beautiful matron clad in a raincoat, wielding a hoe, was tending to the vegetable garden in the courtyard. Upon seeing Li Yuandao, her face lit up with delight. "Good day, Auntie," Li Yuandao replied with a broad smile. The matron was Lin Shi, the wife of Li Hai. "Quickly now, you have been asleep for 5 days. You must be famished. Allow me to prepare something for you," Lin Shi said with a smile as she set aside her hoe and stepped out of the vegetable patch. 5 days. A jolt of surprise coursed through Li Yuandao's mind. How could I have slept for so long? Indeed, after that exhausting day, it was only natural. During these 5 days, several elders came to visit you, but chose not to rouse you. They simply asked that you visit the ancestral hall once you awaken, Lin Shi explained. A sigh escaped Li Yuandao's heart. After all, Fenglin City was a small place, lacking exposure to the greater world. He was acutely aware of his own abilities within Fenglin City. His talents and cultivation were unmatched among his peers. Yet, when placed within the broader context of Qinzhou Prefecture and the Dezhou dynasty, he felt rather diminutive. In those places, martial arts masters congregate, their profound heritage evident, complete with established training systems and esteemed mentors guiding the way. The disciples they cultivate are indeed the dragons among men. As Li Yuandao arrived at the ancestral hall, he felt several divine senses sweep over him, and shortly thereafter, a few elders emerged from the depths of the hall, their faces adorned with welcoming smiles. "My dear grandson, let me see your well-being," Li Hanyan exclaimed, stepping forward with palpable excitement. Without hesitation, he placed a hand on Li Yuandao, channeling a surge of vital energy that coursed through the latter's entire being. Li Hanyan's expression shifted to one of astonishment, followed by a nod of approval and a beaming smile as he stroked his beard and remarked, "Your foundation is indeed robust. I dare say even disciples from ancient sects may pale in comparison to you." Li Yuandao chuckled softly and inquired, "What brings the esteemed elder to seek me?" Upon hearing this, Li Hanyan's expression turned serious, and with a sigh, he retrieved a golden slip from his robe, revealing the matter of a duel with Qin Heng to Li Yuandao. Li Hanyan's demeanor became grave as he spoke. 2 years ago, he caught the eye of an elder from the Diamond Gate, who took him as a disciple. His progress has been meteoric. He is now at the 3rd level of martial prowess and has been designated as a student of the Hidden Dragon Academy, set to pursue further studies there come spring. Hearing this, Li Yuandao furrowed his brow. The Changzhou region is vast, dotted with hundreds of cities. Yet it boasts only 2 major sects, the Qinke sect and the Diamond Gate. both steeped in a legacy spanning millennia. Within these sects, masters abound. And while martial artists of significant caliber are rarely seen in the cities, they flourish abundantly within these esteemed institutions, with warriors being as plentiful as fish crossing a river. Undoubtedly, the esteemed Wulong Academy boasts an even more venerable history. Ensconced in the heart of the continent's most flourishing cultivation zone, it has produced a countless number of formidable experts. Even a common individual who gains admittance to Wulong Academy is assured to emerge as a martial master upon graduation. His fortune is indeed remarkable, but to dare to sign a life-and-death contract suggests his luck has run its course. Li Yuandao remained unmoved, his gaze concealing a chilling glint. So what if he is a third-level warrior? It simply means he possesses a greater quantity of Yuan power. Although the Yuan power within his body is not as abundant as that of a third-level warrior, it far surpasses that of a first-level warrior. Moreover, his Yuan power is exceptionally pure, and he has a plethora of combat skills at his disposal, ready to be deployed at any moment. Furthermore, through cultivating the dragon control art, he has comprehended the dragon capturing hand, a mid-tier, high-grade combat skill. Ordinarily, its power can only be fully unleashed by a 6th-level warrior. It should be more than sufficient to deal with Qin Heng. Seeing Li Yuandao's unwavering resolve, Li Han could only shake his head. He retrieved a piece of translucent jade from his person and tossed it to Li Yuandao. This is one of the clan's only 3 storage jades. Here, take one. It contains the battle talismans you crafted, as well as 5,000 martial pills. Li Yuandao accepted the jade, his face lighting up with joy. This storage jade is, in essence, a type of battle talisman. Its jade is of the nature of cyan jade, which is superior to black jade. After being refined by a high-level battle talisman master, it can store items. Li Yuandao probed with his divine sense and discovered that the space within the storage jade was about 1 zhang in radius. In one corner, he found more than 10 battle talismans, as well as several small jade bottles, all filled with martial pills. Li Hanyun gazed enviously at the jade receptacle in Li Yuandao's hand, a treasure that even he, as the second elder, did not possess. Of the 3 such items within the clan, one resided with Li Han, another was bestowed upon the Grand Steward, Li Hai, and the last fell to Li Yuandao. I am grateful for the first elder's gift. I must take my leave. Li Yuandao chuckled heartily and promptly departed from the ancestral hall. He initially intended to head directly to Qingzhou Prefecture, but after a moment's reflection, he redirected his steps towards Li Hai's residence. Yuanzong, Yuanzong. Li Yuandao called out before even reaching the courtyard. Coming. An excited voice responded, and Li Yuanzong emerged with alacrity, grinning at Li Yuandao. Would you like to visit Qingzhou Prefecture? I'll take you, Li Yuandao said with a smile. What are you going to Qingzhou Prefecture for? Li Hai inquired. Emerging from within, his brow furrowed. To enjoy a couple of days, Li Yuandao replied, smiling. Chapter 7, Wu Daozi Enjoy? Li Hai's eyes widened, an invisible aura of authority emanating from him. He sternly stated, Did the elders not inform you about the Book of Life and Death when you visited the ancestral hall? The duel is in 5 days. Do you have time to frolic? Indeed, Yuandao, Qin Heng is not the same as before. He is now a disciple of the Vajra sect, with a high level of cultivation, Li Yuanzong added with concern. Li Yuandao, observing the father and son, felt a warmth in his heart. He then shook his head and said, What can 5 days of cultivation change? I have important matters to attend to in Qingzhou Prefecture, matters that concern the clan's development for decades to come. Li Hai pondered this, eventually nodding in resignation. 5 days of cultivation would at best solidify one's cultivation, but would not fundamentally alter anything. He could only hope that Li Yuandao possessed some miraculous strategy to secure victory. Understood. Let's go, Yuanzong. Li Yuandao nodded with a smile, and promptly led Li Yuanzong as they dashed out of the Li family's gate. Qingzhou Prefecture, this ancient city, was far more prosperous than Maplewood City. The streets, spanning over 20 meters in width, bustled with a vibrant mix of carriages and pedestrians. Along the thoroughfares, exquisitely adorned taverns and tea houses thrived, teeming with patrons. Upscale emporiums and towering edifices catered to a constant flow of martial artists, each one remarkable in their own right. Within a 5-story building, martial practitioners filled the halls, their comings and goings creating a palpable sense of energy that inspired reverence. In a more secluded area, a sign reading Battle Talisman Acquisition marked a place of refined decor, surpassing the other counters in elegance, yet devoid of customers. A lone youth leisurely perused a book. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the flowing crowd, unremarkable at first glance. One was Li Yuandao, his face alight with curiosity as he took in his surroundings. Beside him was a mysterious figure clad in a long black robe, the hood concealing his features entirely. Such attempts at appearing powerful were commonplace, with at least half a dozen individuals in the hall alone adopting similar guises. After a brief survey of the surroundings, the pair headed directly toward the Battle Talisman Acquisition counter, immediately drawing attention. This particular area was where the Merchant Guild procured battle talismans, and anyone who dared venture there was either a battle talisman master or possessed such talismans, either of which was enough to pique curiosity. Upon reaching the counter, the youth set aside his book and cast a glance over the two, his gaze lingering on the robed figure. He then stated with a hint of indifference, "We do not sell items here, we only acquire battle talismans. What is the price for an exploding essence talisman in martial pills?" With an air of haughty pride, Li Yuandao retrieved a piece of jade-black stone from within his garments, lifting his countenance as he did so. A burst rune? The youth's expression shifted, his former indifference melting away as his gaze fixed upon the dark jade in Li Yuandao's hand. 45 mid-grade martial pills for one, he declared. Mid-grade martial pills possessed a richer, purer spiritual essence than their lower counterparts, with a single mid-grade pill equaling the value of 100 low-grade pills. Above mid-grade were the superior high-grade and the exceedingly rare earth-grade martial pills. So many, Li Yuandao exclaimed, quickly catching himself. After a brief cough, he amended, "I wish to sell a dozen or so." Fetch someone with the authority to negotiate. A dozen or so? The youth's face betrayed his astonishment as he regarded Li Yuandao with incredulity. Battle runes were treasures beyond compare. Could this unassuming young man truly possess such a trove? "Esteemed guests, please, allow me to escort you to our VIP lounge, where you may repose while I summon Grandmaster Wu to appraise your valuables," the youth said with newfound deference. He opened a small door behind the counter and ushered the pair into a tastefully adorned chamber. "Brother Yuandao, do you truly possess more than 10 battle runes? Where did you acquire them? Were we not here merely for leisure? Why this sudden decision to sell them? And considering their rarity, should they not be reserved for the clan?" As soon as the youth had departed, Li Yuandao bombarded the black-robed figure beside him with a flurry of questions. The figure lowered his hood, revealing the smiling, delicate features of Li Yuandao. "These are relics from my past," he explained. "I have already set aside a considerable number for the clan. It is imperative that this matter remain confidential, lest calamity befall the Li family." Li Yuandao was exceedingly cautious, confiding even to his closest brother the fact that he had become a battle talisman master. Given that Li Yuandao was still quite young, it was prudent for him to remain unaware of certain matters, lest it bring him harm. Li Yuandao nodded earnestly, his face betraying a look of admiration. Adorned with a hood, Li Yuandao's voice emerged, laden with age, as he instructed, "When someone arrives, speak as I have advised, and refrain from revealing any hints." Li Yuandao nodded once more, and the two remained in quiet anticipation until the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man clad in a white robe. His demeanor was refined, exuding an air of sophistication that suggested profound knowledge. Li Yuandao cast a glance at him before his gaze settled on the man's chest, where 2 pieces of ink jade were emblazoned, indicating that he was a mid-level battle talisman master. "Apologies for the delay," the middle-aged man said with a courteous bow, a smile gracing his lips as he briefly assessed Li Yuandao, seemingly unimpressed. However, when his attention shifted back to Li Yuandao, a note of seriousness crept into his expression. "I am Wu Daozi, Vice President of the Tianli Chamber of Commerce." After introducing himself, Wu Daozi turned his gaze toward Li Yuandao, smiling as he inquired. I hear that the young brother intends to sell over 10 battle talismans. Li Yuandao, already captivated by Wu Daozi's demeanor, felt a surge of nervousness as the man addressed him directly. However, the sound of 2 old coughs brought him back to composure. He reached into his pocket and retrieved a detonating talisman, placing it on the table. This is a battle talisman crafted by one of my senior brothers. There are a total of 16, and I intend to sell them all. I kindly request Master Wu to evaluate them. Upon hearing these words, Wu Daozi's countenance grew solemn. He reverently picked up the inked jade from the table and examined it with meticulous care. After a moment, he nodded, a hint of astonishment in his voice, and affirmed, "Indeed, it is unmistakably a bursting Yuan talisman. Moreover, the Yuan power is remarkably pure. The war embryo is of the highest caliber, imbued with the quintessence of bursting Yuan force. The fusion of Yuan is also executed flawlessly. It could be deemed a low-tier, mid-grade war talisman. However, there is a slight deficiency in the jade sealing. The excessive Yuan power suppresses a fraction of the bursting Yuan talisman's potency, relegating it to a low-tier, low-grade status." Li Yuan nodded inwardly upon hearing Li Yuan's assessment. The notes left by his ancestor did not elaborate extensively on the jade sealing process, and he relied on intuition during the refinement. It was only natural that the quality was somewhat lacking. "Oh, what is its value in martial pills?" Li Yuan asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. 50 mid-grade martial pills, Wu Daozi replied with a smile. 50 pills. Excellent, I'll sell them all. Overjoyed to hear that his talisman was worth 5 more pills than the previous youth's, Li Yuan promptly retrieved over a dozen war talismans from his bosom, placing them on the table in a heap. The movement was fluid and seamless, yet Wu Daozi's eyes suddenly widened, and he involuntarily shuddered. He looked at Li Yuan with lingering fear. Good heavens, if you're not careful, this pile of things could explode. And this entire chamber of commerce building could be blown away. To think you have so many, it must have taken considerable time. May I inquire as to your origins? Young brother? Wu Daozi gazed at the pile of war talismans, inwardly marveling. To be capable of refining so many war talismans, Li Yuan must possess a significant background. At the very least, he must have a low-tier war talisman master behind him, and perhaps even a sect. In the entire Jiangsu prefecture, the number of battle talisman masters is exceedingly limited, and he is well aware of this fact. He has never heard of anyone taking on apprentices. Do you still check identities when conducting business? Li Yuandao remarked coldly, his voice aged and imbued with a hint of authority, a consequence of employing his enlightened spirit. Oh, I have overstepped my bounds. I beg your pardon, esteemed gentleman, Wu Daozi said with grace, offering an apologetic smile to Li Yuandao. Master Wu, in addition to purchasing these battle talismans, I would like to acquire 50 pieces of inked jade. Please calculate the cost and exchange it for martial elixirs for me. Li Yuandao added. Wu Daozi nodded, bowing slightly to the 2 men with a smile, and with a sweep of his hand across the tea table. All the battle talismans vanished without a trace as he turned to leave. Wow, Brother Yuandao, this Master Wu is truly remarkable. I was nearly breathless conversing with him. Li Yuandao remarked, slumping in his chair, awe etched across his face as he gazed at Li Yuandao. He must possess at least the cultivation level of a 5th-tier warrior and is an intermediate battle talisman master with formidable spiritual awareness, naturally exuding an air of authority. Li Yuandao slowly elucidated, noting Wu Daozi's immense spiritual strength. He had cautiously probed Wu Daozi's cultivation upon his entry and was taken aback by the inability to gauge its depth. However, unbeknownst to him, once Wu Daozi exited the room, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. The image of Li Yuandao clad in a black robe loomed in his mind, as inscrutable as a black hole. Upon entering, he had scanned the 2 individuals with his spiritual awareness. Li Yuandao merely a 6th-tier warrior, hardly worthy of concern. Yet, the figure in the black robe was unfathomable. As he swept his powerful awareness over him, he sensed a veil of mist enveloping the robed figure, rendering any further insight utterly elusive. 16 superior grade exploding Yuan charms, valued at 800 mid-grade martial pills. Deducting the cost of 50 pieces of ink jade, here are 300 mid-grade martial pills in total. Please verify, young friend, Wu Daozi said with a genial smile. Thank you. A venerable voice emanated from within Li Yuan's Taoist robe. With a wave of his sleeve, the wooden box and jade bottle on the table vanished. He then escorted Li Yuanzong out of the VIP room. After their departure, Wu Daozi was lost in contemplation. These two must have journeyed from another province to arrive at this crucial juncture, and accompanied by at least a low-level battle rune master. If the two major sects could secure his allegiance, the balance of power between them would shift immediately. After a moment, Wu Daozi sighed, realizing that these matters were beyond his concern. He then exited the room, only to be met by Yuan Zhan and his companion. Master Wu, what took you so long? Are the 20 low-level battle runes prepared? Yuan Zhan asked, his expression showing some displeasure. Young Master Yuan has arrived at the perfect moment. Just now, a battle rune master from elsewhere sold a dozen low-level battle runes at my guild. The quality was quite remarkable, so I've gathered them all for you. Wu Daozi replied with a subtle smile, gesturing meaningfully towards the outside. However, Li Yuan and his companion had already disappeared from sight. What? A battle rune master has come to Qin province. Did they leave any contact information? Yuan Zhan's face changed drastically. He immediately rushed outside, a gust of wind in his wake, exiting the guild building and scanning both directions. However, the crowd was teeming with people, and the battle rune master had already vanished into the throng. The other young man followed, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he stared in disbelief at a distant figure. Qin Heng, have you located that battle talisman crafter? Yuan Zhan inquired with haste, observing the youth's countenance. No, I merely glimpsed a familiar silhouette. It is likely a case of mistaken identity. That individual is unlikely to be present here. Qin Heng's gaze lingered in the direction of a black figure disappearing at the street's end. Alas, a regrettable oversight. Had I cultivated a rapport with this battle talisman crafter, our impending conflict with the Azure Finch sect would assuredly result in victory for the Vajra Gate, thereby extinguishing the Azure Finch sect's presence in Qingzhou Prefecture. Upon their return to the Li residence, Li Yuanzong was promptly confined to the ancestral hall by Li Hai, with instructions for the clan elders to provide him with diligent tutelage. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao, after bestowing 200 mid-grade martial elixirs upon Li Hai, immediately secluded himself to commence the crafting of a new batch of battle talismans. Having journeyed to Qingzhou Prefecture, Li Yuandao had gained a profound appreciation for the value of battle talismans. Within the entirety of Qingzhou Prefecture, only 3 battle talisman crafters existed, 2 of whom were concealed within the major sections. The remaining one was Wu Daozi, a figure of considerable eminence. However, the fact that he personally appeared upon hearing of battle talismans for sale underscored their immense worth. 50 pieces of jadeite should, in all likelihood, be sufficient to craft them all, yielding 2,500 mid-grade martial elixirs. Li Yuandao murmured to himself, envisioning an inexhaustible cascade of martial elixirs flowing before him. Battle embryo, essence fusion, jade sealing, each step executed with seamless grace. Following the insights imparted by Wu Daozi, the seasoned battle talisman crafter, Li Yuandao dedicated meticulous attention to the jade sealing process. He infused 10 consecutive battle talismans with varying degrees of primal energy, meticulously assessing their potency. Ultimately, he determined that the optimal outcome was achieved when the primal energy precisely saturated the entirety of the jadeite. Had you truly fathomed the dragon control art, only to dedicate your days to crafting battle talismans? Li Yuandao's eyes, previously half closed, abruptly snapped open, a glint of realization flickering within. Indeed, by obsessively forging these talismans, the Li family could equip each member, yet to what avail? He had invested all his time in their creation, his cultivation stagnating, rendering his enlightenment soul and comprehension of the dragon control art futile. Li Yuandao experienced a sudden awakening. He had believed his feelings for the Li family had waned during his 3 years away, but upon becoming a battle talisman master. His initial impulse was to amass talismans to fortify the clan, nearly eclipsing all other concerns. Uncle, I understand now. I know what must be done. Allow me to rest. Awaken me on the day of the life-or-death duel. I shall claim Qin Heng's life, Li Yuandao affirmed, straightening his posture as he entered his chamber, collapsing onto the bed. His slumber persisted for 3 days. Outside Li Hai's residence, a multitude of Li clan members had gathered, even those who had vowed to seclude themselves for breakthroughs. As this was the day of the fateful battle against Qin Heng, they were compelled to witness whether the former prodigy could once again defy expectations and vanquish the ascendant Qin Heng. Elder brother, shall we rouse him? A group of elders stood at the courtyard's entrance, yet none dared to enter. Li Hanyan inquired of the grand elder, Li Han. Let us tarry a while. The hour is still early. Allow him further repose. Li Hanshan's brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding arising within him. With the imminent clash, Li Yuandao remained in slumber. Grand elder. Suddenly, a piercing shout erupted from outside the gates of the Li family, and a young gatekeeper rushed in, his face a mask of terror, as if he had witnessed some unspeakable horror. What could it be? Has Qin Heng come in person? Li Hai stepped forward, his expression calm. The young man swallowed hard, privately thinking that compared to the figure at the entrance, Qin Heng was of little consequence. He took a moment to steady himself, scanning the faces of his kin before solemnly announcing, "The elder Tianju from the Qin sect has come to visit our clan, specifically requesting to meet the grand elder." The Qin sect, one of the 2 prominent sects in Qingzhou Prefecture. What could have prompted such a sudden visit to the Li family? The elder Tianju, is he not the legendary figure who made his name a century ago? It is said that he has since broken through to the master realm, becoming the 3rd master in all of Qingzhou Prefecture. The elder Tianju, with his unremarkable appearance, resembled an ordinary elderly man, yet his eyes were profound and star-like, seemingly able to penetrate through all facades. He cast a glance over the 3 individuals and noted that the highest cultivation level among them was merely at the 9th level of a warrior, which struck him as somewhat peculiar. The Li family is said to be descended from a great figure of ancient times. I should have visited long ago. Li Han, as the grand elder, summoned his courage to speak. Is there a youth among your clan who fits this description? With a flick of his sleeve, Elder Tianju summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which swiftly coalesced before the 4 into a silhouette, bearing a delicate face tinged with youthful innocence. Yuanzong. Upon seeing this figure, Li Hai's countenance shifted dramatically, an exclamation escaping his lips as a chill ran down his spine, his heart plummeting into despair. The other 3 elders also turned pale with astonishment. How could this towering figure possibly know Li Yuandao? One was celestial, while the other was terrestrial. Their paths should never converge. Truly, they were the descendants of the Li family. All 4 felt an inexplicable anxiety, yet failed to notice the expression of delight that flickered across the face of the elder Tianju. Not long ago, had he not accompanied a mysterious individual to Qingzhou City? Elder Tianju inquired. At this revelation, Li Hai trembled, realizing that even Li Yuandao was implicated. In his heart, he lamented, "Good heavens! Did you 2 rascals stir up trouble in Qingzhou City that could bring ruin to the Li family? Who was that enigmatic figure? Could it be the mentor of this young man?" Elder Tianju pressed on, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. Li Hai lowered his head almost to his feet, shaking uncontrollably. He was unaware of what had transpired, yet he dared not utter a word. Li Yuandao represented the hope of the Li family and must not be exposed. However, before an unparalleled powerhouse, all pretense seemed futile. Elder Tianju's gaze swept over Li Hai, his brow furrowing slightly. Without any visible movement, the natural energies of the universe shifted, as if an invisible hand lifted Li Hai's head, forcing him to gaze fearfully at Elder Tianju. Upon observing the pallor of his face, Elder Tianju quickly realized something was amiss. His sudden visit had likely startled the others. He could not help but reveal a gentle smile and softly spoke. "I have been in seclusion for so long that I have nearly forgotten the warmth and chill of the mortal realm. I beg your pardon for my intrusion. My intention is not to trouble the Li family, but simply to make the acquaintance of this mysterious individual. I assure you, my sect, Qin Heng sect, will offer bounteous rewards. Esteemed elder, that enigmatic individual is my rather inept grandson. Should there be any offense taken, I kindly ask for your understanding. At this juncture, it is only Li Yuandao who possesses the standing to speak, for he is, after all, the grandfather. What? Is he truly your grandson? Are you aware that he is a battle talisman master? Now it is the turn of the venerable Tianjue to change countenance. He had come to the Li family through a message relayed by Wu Daozi, having learned that a battle talisman master had arrived in Qingzhou. He promptly dispatched inquiries, acquiring a description of Li Yuandang's appearance. After clandestinely investing 2 days to ascertain that Li Yuandang was indeed a member of the Li clan, he made his way there. Li Yuandang was merely the key to locating the battle talisman master. The focus of Tianjue's attention was directed towards that mysterious figure in the black robe, someone even Wu Daozi could not gauge. It was highly plausible that this individual was the battle talisman master, and according to Wu Daozi, the mysterious man possessed an aged voice, likely indicating he was Li Yuandang's mentor. Regardless, he should be of the same generation, yet it was unexpected that his standing was so low, with an estimated age not exceeding 30. This, we have only recently discovered. Presently, Li Yuandao could only muster the courage to respond. Where is he? Pray, introduce him to me. The venerable Tianjue, somewhat impatient, expressed a desire to meet the battle talisman master. He is currently asleep. Li Yuandao fell silent for a moment, his lips twitching as he spoke, inwardly lamenting. Ah, my dear grandson, you are truly defying the heavens. A man on the verge of becoming a master-level figure visits you, and you are soundly asleep. Chapter 9. The alluring Li Yuandao asleep? The elder Tianjue wore a peculiar expression, yet soon appeared at ease, listening to Wu Daozi's words. It was apparent that the enigmatic individual had procured a considerable amount of, likely engaged in the crafting of battle talismans in recent days, and now sought tranquility for meditation. If it is not too much trouble, might you awaken him? The old man expressed politely, for his courtesy stemmed from a particular reason. This mysterious figure had attained the status of a battle talisman master at a young age, evidently under the tutelage of a more formidable mentor. His politeness was a gesture reserved for that individual. Uncle, what are you doing? I'm so tired. Li Yuandao exclaimed, startled awake. Upon realizing he was being held aloft, he summoned his inner strength, executing a swift maneuver to regain his footing, only to find it was Li Hai, prompting an involuntary frown. If you wish to avoid peril, follow me swiftly. A significant figure seeks you, one capable of annihilating the Li family with a mere gesture. Li Hai had no time to elaborate, directly conveying the gravity of the situation to Li Yuandao. A chill ran down Li Yuandao's spine, yet he quickly regained his composure, being a man of self-awareness. He reflected that, throughout this time, he had not offended anyone and could not fathom why such a formidable presence would emerge. Perhaps there were other matters at play. The thought occurred to him, and he immediately grasped the implication. Is it because of the battle talisman master? Li Yuandao inquired. Li Hai was taken aback, nodding in appreciation. Let us hope it is not from the Golden Buddha sect, Li Yuandao mused as he hastened after Li Hai towards the reception hall. Upon arriving at the reception hall, a figure as swift as the wind occupied the seat of honor. Li Yuandao trembled, an overwhelming sense of powerlessness washing over him. This was a true master. Without the need for any action, whether standing or sitting, he exuded an aura that commanded everything around him, as if the world itself lay within his dominion. Elder Tianjue, this is the enigmatic individual you spoke of, the unparalleled genius of our clan, Li Yuandao. Li Hai began the introduction, then turned to Li Yuandao and said, Yuandao, greet the esteemed elder of the Qin Heng sect. Elder Tianjue of the Qin Heng sect. Li Yuandao's gaze sharpened. He had long heard of this name. A figure who had already stepped into the realm of masters, ranking among the top 3 in the entire Qingzhou prefecture. A truly formidable personage. I am Li Yuandao, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder. Even in the presence of such a figure, Li Yuandao remained unflustered, his demeanor calm as he performed a slow bow to Elder Tianjue. He believed that, given sufficient time, he too could reach such heights. From the moment Li Yuandao entered his line of sight, Elder Tianjue's attention had not wavered. He was astonished to find him so remarkably young, a sense of wonder gradually blossoming into shock. With his current cultivation, he was unable to discern the depths of Li Yuandao's abilities. It was evident that he possessed some extraordinary treasure. This realization only intensified Elder Tianjue's expectations regarding Li Yuandao's mysterious master. My young friend is indeed a paragon among men, a veritable dragon among mortals. Might I inquire from which sect or school your master hails? Elder Tianjue dared not presume. Aware that if he could not gauge Li Yuandao's profundity, it was certainly indicative of a master-level individual. Li Yuandao was likely a disciple of a master-level battle talisman practitioner, a status that would be regarded as extraordinary throughout the entire Dezhou dynasty. My master is without sect or affiliation. Li Yuandao paused in contemplation before skillfully seizing the opportunity. Indeed, his current circumstances necessitated a master to cloak his identity. Without sect or affiliation, the elder Tianjue could not help but feel elated, yet a sudden calmness enveloped him. Upon hearing the terms no sect, no faction, his first instinct was to seek the allegiance of that formidable individual. However, he quickly realized that such a personage was of master-level caliber, a battle talisman master at that. Not only his own prefecture of Qingzhou, but perhaps the entire Great Zhou dynasty lacked any sect capable of enticing such a figure. Only those ancient sects with legacies spanning thousands of years might be worthy. It turned out to be a recluse of extraordinary talent. How fortunate it would be for me if I could behold his esteemed visage in my lifetime, the elder Tianjue remarked with profound significance. Li Yuandao, perceptive and quick-witted, instantly grasped the underlying message in the elder's words and could not help but sigh in resignation. You wish to meet my master? I would have to part my skull to show you. The enlightened spirit is indeed my master. My teacher's whereabouts are elusive. I have only encountered him once. 3 years ago, I ventured into the desolate mountains for cultivation and fortuitously met him, becoming a named disciple. However, the trials he set were profound, leaving me in a state of stupor for 3 years, from which I have only recently emerged. Li Yuandao began to elaborate, emboldened by the fact that no one was privy to these revelations. Upon his utterance, not only did Elder Tianjue's expression shift, but the other elders also displayed signs of astonishment. Li Yuandao's words flowed with such clarity and precision, devoid of any incongruities. Could it be that the legacy Li Yuandao bore truly stemmed from that venerable enlightened one, rather than from the dragon sovereign technique? Elder Tianjue, his countenance slightly awkward, realized that he could not discern Li Yuandao's true strength. As for me, I am merely a first-tier warrior, a low-level battle talisman master. I have only recently received the inheritance of the battle talisman arts. Returning to the matter at hand, Li Yuandao's demeanor grew solemn as he understood the exalted status of a battle talisman master. A warrior of the first tier, a low-level battle talisman master, is indeed a rare find. Given Li Yuandao's current age, achieving the first tier of warrior status places him among the upper echelons within the Qin Heng sect. However, as a battle talisman master, his potential is remarkable enough to elevate the strength of an entire sect. At this moment, Elder Tianjue's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. He initially intended to recruit the battle talisman master accompanying Li Yuandao, but after some contemplation, he realized that such an individual must be of extraordinary stature, far beyond the Qin Heng sect's reach. Furthermore, even the prospect of accepting Li Yuandao as a disciple now seemed elusive. Elder Tianjue sank into profound thought. The recent conflicts between the Qin Heng sect and the Jinggang sect had intensified, and the battle talisman master within his sect had been tirelessly forging talismans day and night. Yet, this effort was still insufficient. Although Li Yuandao was merely a low-level battle talisman master, the creation of a single talisman represented the full might of a warrior's strike. The production of several talismans equated to the addition of multiple warriors to the sect, an advantage that should not be underestimated. Junior, as the sect leader of Qin Heng, extend an invitation for you to become our esteemed guest. Would you be willing to accept? After a moment of reflection, Elder Tianjue spoke slowly, his expression grave. It was imperative to court Li Yuandao. He was still young, with boundless potential for the future. There was even a profound and unfathomable powerhouse behind him. Securing Li Yuandao would undoubtedly yield significant returns. Upon the utterance of these words, the elders within the hall changed countenance. The Qin Heng sect is a formidable entity, one of the two major sects in the entirety of Qinzhou Prefecture. For centuries, only a scant few from the Li family have managed to enter the Qin Heng sect, and those few were merely ordinary disciples. Yet, Li Yuandao has managed to secure a position of veneration through the name of the esteemed Elder Tianjue. This is undeniably a harbinger of the Li family's resurgence. In an instant, several elders bore expressions of hope, casting eager glances at Li Yuandao, as if wishing they could vocalize their agreement directly to him. However, Li Yuandao found himself lost in contemplation. The title of veneration from the Qin Heng sect was indeed grand. He had not anticipated that Elder Tianjue would extend such a generous offer. It appeared that the elder was resolutely intent on enlisting him, largely due to the existence of an imaginary master. At this moment, a tumult of conflicting emotions surged within Li Yuandao. He was tempted to accept the offer, yet hesitated, fearing that should the truth of his lack of a master be exposed, or if his enlightened consciousness were to be revealed, not only would he face certain death, but the Li family would also suffer catastrophic repercussions. He needed to deliberate carefully. To become a venerated member of the sect would afford him the privileges of an elder without the burden of additional responsibilities, requiring only the provision of 30 low-tier battle talismans each month. Furthermore, the sect would select promising young talents from the Li family to recruit as disciples. The younger brother could also cultivate within the Qin Heng sect, with the freedom to choose from various techniques and combat skills, aside from a few designated ones. Moreover, the sect would forge an alliance with the Li family, ensuring its enduring prosperity. Seeing Li Yuandao's reluctance to respond, perhaps unaware of the alluring nature of the veneration position, Elder Tianjue continued to elaborate without pause. This discourse profoundly impacted the elders within the hall, their countenances shifting dramatically. Each pledge held the potential to elevate the Li family, establishing them as the preeminent force in Maplewood City and securing them a place of significance throughout Qinzhou Prefecture. In a fleeting instant, Li Yuandao contemplated myriad possibilities. His thoughts soared beyond Maplewood City, Qinzhou Prefecture, and the Great Zhou dynasty, reaching distant and uncharted realms. Like an indefatigable bird, he ceaselessly soared, seeking the horizon's end. A deathly hush descended upon the hall as Li Yuandao remained silent. All eyes were fixed upon him, burning with anticipation, awaiting his pronouncement. A mere gesture or word would irrevocably alter the destiny of the Li family and reshape the fate of the Azure Finch sect. After what seemed like an eternity, Li Yuandao sighed softly. He turned to the celestial extinction elder and gently shook his head. Alas! A chorus of sighs echoed within the hall as the elders lamented the missed opportunity for the Li family's ascendance. I am amenable to collaborating with the Azure Finch sect in crafting war talismans for your use. However, I must decline the other stipulations, as my family is unwilling to become embroiled in the conflict between your two sects, Li Yuandao stated, his mind resolute. The celestial extinction elder paused, scrutinizing Li Yuandao before nodding in agreement. Very well, he conceded. I shall leave behind an Azure Finch token. Should the Li family ever face peril, they may present the token to our sect, and we shall endeavor to safeguard them. A renewed sense of delight washed over the elders' faces. While the Azure Finch token did not possess the allure of the other conditions, it nonetheless provided the Li family with a measure of security. Uncertain whether my young brother has time recently, my sect is in urgent need of battle talismans. The elder Tianjue smiled faintly, his gaze filled with anticipation. Not at the moment. I must go eliminate someone, Li Yuandao replied, shaking his head once more. Eliminate someone? Who? The elder Tianjue declared with confidence, "I shall handle everything for you. You need only to forge the battle talismans." The life and death battle. Qin Heng, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes. Chapter 10. The life and death battle. Oh, a life and death battle? Quite intriguing. The elder Tianjue paused momentarily upon hearing Li Yuandao's words, then released a light-hearted smile, gently stroking his long beard as his eyes narrowed. "Although I am unfamiliar with this Qin Heng you speak of, I can still assist you in incapacitating him." How audacious of the elder Tianjue to claim he could incapacitate Qin Heng, entirely disregarding the formidable Qin family behind him. Truly a remarkable statement. Indeed, it seems that only a powerhouse like the elder Tianjue could utter such bold words. It is splendid that the elder Tianjue is willing to assist in neutralizing Qin Heng. We need not worry about Yuandao encountering trouble during the competition. The elders present gasped in astonishment, their discussions buzzing with excitement. Their gazes towards the elder Tianjue transformed, filled with admiration and reverence. This is not merely a matter of being sycophantic. In this continent where strength reigns supreme, battles unfold daily, and countless cultivators perish untimely deaths. If one wishes to avoid such a fate, one must grow stronger, constantly striving for enhancement, for power is paramount. Everything else is built upon the foundation of strength. Yuandao, accept his offer. Indeed, this alleviates our concerns. One must recognize that a battle for survival is fraught with peril, where a moment's inattention could lead to one's demise. At this juncture, how fortunate it is that the venerable Tianju is willing to offer his assistance. Li Yuandao, feeling a bead of sweat form, could only muse that while refusing to become a disciple of the Qin sect was one thing, declining the aid of the venerable elder would be an egregious error. Such an opportunity is indeed a tremendous blessing. Just as Li Yuandao and the elders anticipated Li Yuandao's affirmative response, fate appeared to play a small jest upon them. In the next moment, Li Yuandao squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head, candidly expressing his refusal to the elder Tianju. "There is no need to trouble you, esteemed elder. I possess ample confidence to vanquish him." "Oh, but Qin Heng is of comparable cultivation. Are you truly so assured?" In light of being refused twice, the elder Tianju found Li Yuandao even more enigmatic. He had first rebuffed the temptation to become a disciple of the Qin sect, and now outright declined the elder's offer to intervene on his behalf. Who, then, is Li Yuandao? If I lacked confidence, I would not have agreed to this duel. Having accepted the challenge, I must confront him like a true man. To ask for your intervention would render me the laughingstock of the world. Moreover, I have considerable assurance in my abilities. As cultivators, what do we have to fear in battle? With narrowed eyes, Li Yuandao's white robe billowed without wind, and within his dark orbs glimmered a faint radiance, unmistakably embodying the pride of one who reigns supreme. At this moment, Li Yuandao stood there, his body akin to a sword poised to be drawn, capable of piercing the heavens. Remarkable, remarkable indeed. What fear could cultivators like us harbor towards battle? Upon witnessing the formidable aura emanating from Li Yuandao, elder Tianjue was momentarily taken aback, promptly exclaiming 3 times in approval. This was the kind of presence a true powerhouse should possess. A towering figure would not cower before anyone. It seems I have acted rather presumptuously. I must once again extend my apologies to you. Elder Tianjue nodded, slightly bowing towards Li Yuandao, recognizing that such a formidable individual was destined for greatness beyond his own reach. It was indeed somewhat impudent of him to offer assistance at this juncture. Meanwhile, the elders gathered, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, gazing at this scene. Goodness! A master-level powerhouse is actually apologizing to Li Yuandao? Glancing at the sun high in the sky, Li Yuandao squinted and addressed Elder Tianjue. "The hour grows late, and I must attend my appointment. Upon its conclusion, I shall certainly fulfill the tasks entrusted by you, esteemed elder." In his eagerness to converse with Elder Tianjue, he had completely forgotten to check the time. It was likely that Qin Heng was already awaiting him at the competition venue. Elder Tianjue nodded with a slight smile, understanding Li Yuandao's intentions. Very well, very well. I am curious where my young friend intends to compete. My speed is commendable as well, and I could serve as your steed. Indeed, that sounds splendid. I shall graciously accept your offer. Li Yuandao responded with a nod, readily agreeing. It is said that masters of the highest caliber can traverse the skies upon their magical artifacts, possessing a velocity that far surpasses the capabilities of mere mortal legs. Given the urgency of the situation, I readily acquiesced. Imagine, a master-level powerhouse is to escort Yuandao to a rendezvous. It would surely leave the onlookers in a state of shock. I dare say, never before has such a formidable figure been summoned as a coachman in our Fenglan city, or even the entire Qingzhou prefecture. Yuandao has truly become remarkable. Who would dare label him a madman henceforth? Young friend Yuandao, please hasten and join me atop, Elder Tianjue urged with a gentle smile, observing Yuandao engrossed in the study of his flying sword. Oh, certainly, Yuandao replied, nodding in acknowledgement of Elder Tianjue's call. He then addressed the venerable elders, grandfathers. I shall take my leave first. As he stood upon the flying sword, brushing against the ephemeral clouds, Yuandao found himself increasingly captivated. Indeed, it is no wonder that only a master could wield such a flying sword. The experience was remarkably comfortable, akin to standing on solid ground. And the speed was astonishing, traveling 300 to 400 miles within the span of an hour. Meanwhile, 100 miles away from the Li family estate, the contest grounds were abuzz with activity. The modest arena was devoid of empty seats, with throngs of spectators eagerly awaiting the proceedings. I say at this hour, where is that madman Li Yuandao? Could it be that he is frightened? Although the madman Li Yuandao was formidable in the past, he has squandered several years since then. Surely, he refrains from appearing this time out of fear of Qin Heng. It must be so. Qin Heng has already attained the 3rd tier of warrior status and, as rumors suggest, has mastered the Qin family's ultimate technique, the 13 swords of Tianyang. Even those at the 4th tier of warrior status dare not engage him lightly. 3 years ago, the madman Li Yuandao was merely at the 8th level of martial arts. At this moment, he may not have even reached the warrior rank. If he were to appear, it would be tantamount to courting death. I believe he is hiding away in the Li family, too afraid to show himself. A waste is a waste. How can he ever become a great figure? Otherwise, how could he not dare to come at such a time? The onlookers around were also expressing their opinions to one another, clearly not having faith in Li Yuandao. For Qin Heng's strength is undoubtedly overwhelming. Though Li Yuandao is not without merit, that was 3 years ago, and the world has long since forgotten him. In the very center of the arena stood a young man clad in a white robe, exuding an air of extraordinary elegance, his hands clasped in salute, eyes serene, radiating an incredibly sharp aura. As the pride of the Qin family, Qin Heng became a warrior at 7, reached the rank of warrior at 15, and now, at the tender age of 20, has achieved the 3rd tier of warrior status. Recently, he has also mastered the Qin family's secret art, the Tiger Roar Fist, combining remarkable abilities with formidable artifacts, even daring to challenge those of the 4th tier of warrior status. Just then, it seemed that fate had played a little trick on him. Qin Heng, don't run away. Are you afraid of this madman? Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed down from the heavens, drifting into Qin Heng's ears. Who could it be? Qin Heng's eyes narrowed as he scanned his surroundings. Testing the waters, Li Yuandao? Has he arrived? Why haven't I seen him? Could he be hiding out of fear? Surely, he must be hiding. Otherwise, how could we not have spotted him? The crowd around him also heard the voice, their expressions filled with confusion. I am here. Suddenly, the gaze of the crowd shifted, and they beheld a colossal sword descending from the sky, measuring 2 zhang in length. While martial artists possess the formidable power to soar through the skies, they cannot wield magical artifacts for flight. Only masters of the highest caliber have the ability to command such artifacts. Clearly, what lay before them was a demonstration of this mastery. Good heavens, could this be a master-level warrior? Indeed, it was a master. In the entirety of Qingzhou Prefecture, only 3 individuals could attain such heights. What, then, was the purpose of this powerful being's visit? Who could this esteemed figure be? Surely, It must be to lend support to Qin Heng. Just as the crowd was engulfed in bewilderment, two figures upon the giant sword became distinctly visible. One exuded an unparalleled aura of authority, unmistakably the legendary master warrior. The other figure was none other than the eccentric Li Yuandao. Chapter 11. The Battle of Life and Death to Li. Li Yuandao. Qin Heng's features contorted slightly as he gazed at Li Yuandao, who stood atop the flying sword with an air of flamboyance, rendering him momentarily speechless. Li Yuandao had been perplexed for 3 years, and upon his latest appearance, he was unexpectedly accompanied by a master-level warrior who arrived on a flying sword. Such a striking entrance only deepened the mystery surrounding him. Qin Heng, you certainly arrived early. Are you in such a haste to meet your demise? Ignoring the incredulous gazes of those around him, Li Yuandao leaped off the sword and narrowed his eyes, mockingly addressing Qin Heng. Huh, Li Yuandao, even at this juncture, you dare to boast. Don't think that having a master-level warrior at your side gives you the right to be so arrogant. Qin Heng furrowed his brows, feeling uncertain about how to proceed. How was he to contend with not just one, but 2 master-level warriors? Fear not. I have assured Elder Tianjue that he shall not lay a hand on you, Li Yuandao said, sniffing slightly and offering a subtle smile, as though he had discerned Qin Heng's trepidation. Your life rests in my hands. That is sufficient. Li Yuandao stepped forward, his words casual yet significant. Haha. My young friend Yuandao once stated that he would not let me intervene at this moment. Rest assured, I shall not interfere, Elder Tianjue chimed in, having grasped the implications of Li Yuandao's message. With a hearty laugh, he sheathed his sword and stepped aside, creating space for the two. So it was Elder Tianjue. How did he become entwined with the Li family? At the forefront of the spectator stands, Yuan Zhan narrowed his eyes at the unfolding scene. Young Master Yuan need not worry. A mere Li family is as insignificant as an ant. What a surprise. This Li madman has somehow formed a connection with a master-level warrior. What on earth is happening? This defies logic. I surmise that this madman, Li Yuandao, fortuitously encountered that esteemed predecessor, leading to the spectacle we have witnessed. Indeed, it must have been mere coincidence. The surrounding spectators, upon observing this scene, were equally incredulous, each seeking to rationalize the unfolding events within their own minds. Humph, Li Yuandao, Qin Heng confronted. I ask you, were you responsible for injuring my brother, Qin Shan, a few days ago? Ignoring the elder Tianjue, Qin Heng directed his inquiry at Li Yuandao. It was I who did it, Li Yuandao replied, his eyes narrowing as he met Qin Heng's murderous gaze with unwavering courage. This did not stem from Li Yuandao's inherent malevolence. Rather, he felt no compulsion to cower or evade. Firstly, Qin Shan had assaulted him without provocation during his moment of folly, and Li Yuandao merely retaliated. Incapacitating one of his legs, he held the moral high ground. Secondly, Li Yuandao harbored no fear of Qin Heng. Although Qin Heng possessed formidable cultivation, Li Yuandao was no mere pushover. Thus, when he uttered these words, they resonated with a profound sense of righteousness, pressing down upon Qin Heng both internally and externally. You are courting death. Qin Heng seethed with indignation. While he acknowledged that it was his brother who instigated the conflict and subsequently suffered the loss of a leg at Li Yuandao's hands, he could not swallow his pride. The audacity with which Li Yuandao spoke only fueled his fury further. Bring it on. I am eager to see how much you have progressed in these 3 years. Li Yuandao remarked with a slight smile, addressing the speechless Qin Heng with an air of nonchalance. Though 3 years prior, I had engaged in a battle with Qin Heng, both parties refrained from exerting their full strength, resulting in a stalemate. However, today, 3 years later, Qin Heng has diligently trained, while Li Yuandao has remained stagnant, each having their own opportunities. As such, Li Yuandao harbors great anticipation for this confrontation. Embrace your demise. Qin Heng bellowed, charging forward with swift determination. His fingers clenched into fists, one poised before the other, aimed directly at Li Yuandao's head. The immense force, coupled with a surging wave of elemental energy, seemed to rend the very air as it surged forth, accompanied by the howling sound of wind. It was evident that Qin Heng sought to deliver a crushing blow to Li Yuandao, unleashing his full might without reservation, with a clear target in sight. What astonishing speed! Li Yuandao squinted at the oncoming Qin Heng, realizing there was no time to evade, and resolutely braced himself for the impact. Channeling energy into his limbs, he grounded himself like an ancient tree, his legs firmly planted. His hands came together, forming a protective barrier around his head. With a thunderous crash, Qin Heng's right fist struck decisively above Li Yuandao, yet it was met by Li Yuandao's hands, preventing any further advance. Not without skill, it seems. Qin Heng felt as though his fist had collided with solid rock, impenetrably hard, unable to yield even a fraction, let alone reach its true target, the head. Now it is my turn, as the clouds part to reveal the sun. Upon realizing that Qin Heng could not breach his defenses, Li Yuandao quickly countered. Channeling his inner strength from his dantian, he concentrated it in his arms and forcefully repelled Qin Heng's onslaught. Subsequently, Li Yuandao sprang into action. He crouched low, bending his arms with elbows jutting out, striking towards Qin Heng's body from various angles like a hawk swooping down on its prey. Qin Heng, caught off guard, could only defend himself awkwardly, leaping into the air to narrowly evade Li Yuandao's fluid and relentless assault. Humph, my true expertise lies in swordsmanship. Qin Heng scoffed, aware that mere physical strength could not match Li Yuandao's prowess. Drawing a gleaming long sword from his storage jade, he felt a chilling aura emanate from it. Indeed, it was a remarkable sword, at the very least a low-tier treasure. Li Yuandao momentarily froze, taken aback by the sight of the sword in Qin Heng's hand. Over the past 3 years, he had honed his physique, enabling him to hold his ground against Qin Heng in close combat, and even momentarily gain the upper hand. However, with the emergence of Qin Heng's sword, that advantage was swiftly negated. Now, let us see how you can contend with me. Qin Heng laughed heartily, channeling his inner energy into the sword, swinging it gracefully through the air before launching a downward strike at Li Yuandao. Heavenly Sun 13 Sword Technique. The fierce blade sliced through the air, transforming into 13 beams of sword light that descended upon Li Yuandao, encircling him from 3 directions. Such formidable martial skills. Li Yuandao squinted, observing the onslaught of sword light converging from all sides, yet he remained unfazed within. Although the Heavenly Sun 13 sword technique employed by Qin Heng is indeed formidable, capable of unleashing 13 distinct sword energies through the use of primordial force to assail opponents from various directions, it is undeniably treacherous and extraordinarily sharp. It is likely that even cultivators of the same rank would hesitate to confront such an attack, let alone Li Yuandao, whose cultivation surpasses Qin Heng's. However, Li Yuandao possesses a method to counter this. Perhaps due to the influence of his enlightened soul, Li Yuandao's spiritual awareness is significantly heightened compared to that of ordinary individuals, granting him exceptional observational and analytical skills. In this moment, as he faces the onslaught of sword lights from all directions, these abilities prove invaluable. Among the numerous sword lights, many must be illusions. The genuine sword energies are likely concealed within, biding their time to ensnare me. With a sudden leap into the air, he defies the impending danger. What? Is Li Yuandao courting death? Does he not see the overwhelming barrage of sword lights above him? Witnessing this scene, the onlookers collectively feel a pang of anxiety. Although they do not hold high hopes for Li Yuandao, they cannot help but worry for him. Surely, such a multitude of sword lights would reduce his head to mere fragments. Just as the crowd shielded their faces, fearing a spray of blood, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Li Yuandao emerged unscathed from the storm of sword lights above, while the spot he had just vacated lay in utter disarray, ravaged by the colossal sword energies. Just as he prepared to catch his breath, Qin Heng struck again, with sword in hand. He aimed a fierce blow at the freshly landed Li Yuandao, the immense force causing the primordial energy in the air to scatter violently. Li Yuandao crouched down, narrowly evading the strike, then executed a swift 180-degree turn. With a powerful kick, he sent Qin Heng's sword flying, while his right hand extended forward, fingers curling into deadly claws aimed at Qin Heng's neck. Observing this, Qin Heng inwardly lamented his misfortune and swiftly retreated, unleashing dozens of sword qi in a flurry. Despite Li Yuandao's sudden alertness, he was caught off guard, and the barrage of sword qi struck him squarely, sending him tumbling several meters away. Haha, is this truly your strength? A waste is merely a waste, unworthy to be my adversary. Qin Heng guffawed at the sight, shaking his head in mockery. Anyone struck by my sword qi cannot possibly survive. At the very least, he is incapacitated. Could this little fellow meet such a fate? How audacious! I cannot allow this to happen. Meanwhile, the elder Tianjue, watching from the sidelines, shook his head and prepared to intervene. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. You are indeed formidable, but do you truly believe I possess only this level of skill? Li Yuandao, struggling to rise from several paces away, appeared utterly disheveled. His black attire was torn to shreds, barely concealing his lower body, revealing a physique of exquisite muscular definition. His upper body bore numerous evident sword wounds, blood trickling down and staining both skin and fabric. His long hair, having been whipped loose by the sword qi, cascaded over his head, partially obscuring his handsome yet resolute face. You actually survived? No. It's impossible. How could you survive after receiving so many of my strikes? Qin Heng, witnessing Li Yuandao rise once more, appeared incredulous, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Indeed, Qin Heng's swordsmanship was formidable, Li Yuandao conceded. Even cultivators at the 4th level of martial prowess would not easily withstand it. Yet, exceptions do exist. Just as Li Yuandao was about to be struck by Qin Heng's sword energy, he decisively hurled 2 battle talismans, countering Qin Heng's fierce assault. The injuries he now bore were a result of the close-range explosion of the talismans, rather than any harm inflicted by Qin Heng. Chapter 12 and 13. The Battle of Life and Death. It's impossible to withstand this strike. At this moment, Qin Heng still found it hard to believe that his full-force attack had been so effortlessly countered, failing to inflict significant damage on Li Yuandao. Have you finished talking? You really are quite verbose, Li Yuandao remarked, narrowing his eyes at Qin Heng with apparent disdain. Yin-yang finger. With swift strides, Li Yuandao channeled his inner energy, fervently concentrating it into the index finger of his right hand, and pointed it at Qin Heng's chest. With this finger of yin and yang, I shall rend the heavens and split the earth. This technique was one Li Yuandao had discovered within the dragon control art. He was uncertain of its grade, yet based on its considerable power demonstrated in prior experiments, it likely belonged to the upper tier of mid-level martial techniques, perhaps even rivaling the dragon capture hand. How infuriating! Do you truly believe that this will be the end of me? Qin Heng gritted his teeth tightly, gazing at Li Yuandao, who was merely a short distance away, as the sound of his fierce attacks echoed ominously. Although Qin Heng believed he could endure such relentless onslaughts, the cost would be exorbitant, potentially leading to severe injuries or even incapacitating him in his confrontation with Li Yuandao. Such an eventuality was utterly unacceptable to him. At times, sheer prowess and supernatural abilities does not suffice. Auxiliary items are indispensable. With my significant family background and the support of the Wulong Academy, why should I fear a worthless opponent like you? Qin Heng's eyes widened fiercely as he resolutely shook his head, clenched his jaw, and hurled a battle talisman from his hand, exclaiming, "Die!" What a surprise! It was indeed a battle talisman. Qin Heng's prowess was undeniable, especially with the backing of the Wulong Academy. He had now unleashed a battle talisman, a remarkable display of might. While the madman Li Yuandao had truly dazzled us today, I dare say he cannot withstand the force of this talisman. The spectators around felt their hearts leap into their throats. Initially astonished by Li Yuandao's ferocious attack, they now beheld Qin Heng casting a battle talisman, a talisman worth 5,000 martial pills, something an ordinary person would rarely encounter in a lifetime. As Li Yuandao beheld this scene, he furrowed his brow. He had anticipated utilizing his sun finger to breach Qin Heng's defenses or inflict severe injury upon him, thereby gaining an advantage in the ensuing contest. However, to his astonishment, Qin Heng had hurled a battle talisman to counter his assault. This turn of events not only secured Qin Heng's victory, but could potentially lead to Li Yuandao's demise. After all, battle talismans are exceedingly precious, and the Li family could scarcely afford to squander them. Yet, the situation was not as it seemed. As a talisman master, how could Li Yuandao possibly lack battle talismans? He could craft a dozen or so in a single day, rendering him far from deficient in this regard, and indeed, his talismans possessed significantly greater potency than Qin Heng's. Ah, battle talismans. Surely, you do not believe you are the only one in possession of such? Li Yuandao remarked with a subtle smile, a peculiar grin playing upon his lips. Indeed, battle talismans, do you have one? To perish beneath a battle talisman would be a mark of honor for you. Qin Heng erupted into laughter, seemingly envisioning the glory of slaying Li Yuandao and claiming the title of the unparalleled genius of Maple Forest City. Perhaps he even envisioned the fall of the Li family and the subsequent unification of the Qin family over the remnants of their rival. This thought only swelled his pride further. How unfortunate for you, for I too possess one, Li Yuandao replied with a slight smile, taunting Qin Heng as he procured a shimmering talisman from the jade pouch at his waist. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed a battle talisman. He launched it toward the battle talisman Qin Heng had previously cast. The collision of the two talismans resulted in a tremendous explosion, producing a deafening sound. The energies equivalent to a full-force strike from warriors of the first tier detonated, sending shockwaves that reverberated through the competition arena. What? How could this worthless being possess a battle talisman? This defies reason. Qin Heng, in a fit of desperation, shouted, "How is this possible? How could this useless fool have a battle talisman?" Given the Li family's resources, it was utterly inconceivable that they could provide a battle talisman for Li Yuandao's extravagance. At this moment, Li Yuandao's offensive approach was alarmingly close, the rushing wind whispering ominously past Qin Heng's ears, akin to the hellish winds of Azura, chilling and dreadful, as if summoning him forth. No, no, I shall fight you to the end. I refuse to believe that you can produce another one, Li Yuandao. Your demise will be worth it. With a furious roar, Qin Heng retrieved another battle talisman from his storage jade and hurled it towards Li Yuandao. This was the sole battle talisman the entire Qin family possessed, and two of them were squandered on a worthless individual. It was evident that Qin Heng was displeased, having intended to reserve it for a future life-or-death crisis. Yet now that opportunity was irrevocably lost. Li Yuandao, you madman! How dare you compel me to use my second battle talisman? Watch as I render you powerless, then sever your tendons, and finally strip your flesh from your bones piece by piece, allowing you to comprehend the consequences of provoking me. Qin Heng. After the first talisman failed, Qin Heng steeled himself for the second, fully committed. Though battle talismans were indeed precious, life, yet fate seems to have played a small jest upon him. Qin Heng, your words may indeed be a tad too arrogant. After all, what are battle talismans? I possess an abundance. Li Yuandao smiled faintly. As if performing a sleight of hand, he produced yet another battle talisman from his storage jade, casting it aside without so much as a glance. What? The fourth battle talisman? Goodness, today I have witnessed 4 battle talismans. This is simply unbelievable. Li Yuandao possesses 2 battle talismans as well. How extraordinary. One battle talisman is worth 5,000 martial dan, and 4 amounts to 20,000 martial dan. Quite a fortune indeed, a truly extravagant display. As Li Yuandao unleashed his second battle talisman, the crowd erupted in exhilaration, as if they were engaged in the battle themselves. Today has proven to be immensely rewarding. Not only have we witnessed the thrilling clash between the madman Li Yuandao and Qin Heng, but we have also beheld the lavish explosion of 4 battle talismans. Such a rare spectacle of combat is indeed a feast for the eyes. You actually possess more? At this moment, Qin Heng felt as if he might vomit blood. A wave of helplessness and shock surged within him. He had never anticipated that Li Yuandao would be so formidable, let alone armed with 2 battle talismans. Had he known this, he would never have dared to compete with him. Those 2 battle talismans were now rendered utterly useless. A waste without purpose. What a predicament. Moreover, it appeared that the quality of the talismans Li Yuandao had cast forth surpassed his own. The 2 battle talismans collided once more, producing a thunderous roar. Beneath the explosive force of the 4 talismans, the arena could no longer bear the strain. As the immense energy erupted, cracks as thick as a wrist appeared on the surface of the arena, gradually extending outward until they reached a distance of several dozen yards. What other abilities do you possess now? Do you still wish to rely on battle talismans? Li Yuandao extended his right hand, channeling additional energy as he swiftly advanced towards Qin Heng. 3 yards, 2 yards, 1 yard. Qin Heng, observing the rapidly approaching Li Yuandao, felt his features contort in fury. He hastily summoned his spiritual energy, positioning his sword defensively across his chest, while simultaneously retreating. A sharp clang rang out as Li Yuandao's precise finger strike met the blade of Qin Heng's sword. The overwhelming force transformed into a needle-like sharpness, relentlessly penetrating the defense. As cracks began to surface on the blade, Qin Heng's expression twisted further. He realized he was on the verge of collapse. Another crisp sound echoed as Qin Heng's sword, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered under the relentless assault. The sight of his lower-grade artifact being rendered useless filled him with anguish. This battle had been incredibly frustrating. Not only had he squandered 2 battle talismans, but now his treasured sword lay in ruins. This was utterly absurd. With no time to wallow in sorrow, Qin Heng quickly erected another defensive shield. Though his sword had absorbed a significant portion of Li Yuandao's offensive energy, a lingering sense of crisis remained. However, that defensive shield could not withstand for long, as it was shattered by Li Yuandao's singular finger strike. The residual force struck Qin Heng in the chest, sending him several yards away. At that moment, Qin Heng could only feel his internal energy surging wildly, and a mouthful of fresh blood involuntarily spewed forth. His vitality was waning, evidently. Although this move did not severely injure him, it had significantly diminished his offensive capabilities. Dragon Capture Claw. Li Yuandao, undeterred and unaffected by pride, summoned all his internal energy to activate the dragon control technique. He then opened his palm to unleash his ultimate move, the Dragon Capture Claw. Before the eyes of the onlookers, a massive hand, several yards in size, materialized under the impetus of his energy, its rolling force producing a chilling sound of collision that echoed ominously. As a gentle breeze tousled Li Yuandao's long hair, revealing his handsome visage, his eyes underwent a transformation fueled by the fervor of battle. His gaze was now filled with an unfathomable crimson hue, exuding an inexhaustible fighting spirit, accompanied by a terrifying aura of malice. As he gradually widened his blood-red eyes, Li Yuandao resembled a fearsome Asura emerging from the depths of hell. His hair billowing and his form drenched in blood, exuding an aura of sheer terror. In the blink of an eye, he could sweep away countless lives. Standing there with legs apart, his not overly tall figure seemed capable of piercing the heavens itself at that moment. Such a formidable presence. Yuan Zhan, who was observing the battle, was equally taken aback by Li Yuandao's transformation, contemplating that this might indeed be the legendary essence of Dao. Qin Heng was certainly no match for him. It was time for us to make our move. Beside him, Gu Feng squinted his eyes, contemplatively stroking his lips. His palm clenched tightly, and his legs firmly poised, ever ready to rescue Qin Heng. Chapter 14. Relentless resolve. It is not too late for you to concede now. Li Yuandao murmured, his eyes narrowing as he addressed Qin Heng. Concede? Am I to surrender to a madman like you? Qin Heng retorted, his face flushed with indignation. If it weren't for my oversight, would you still be standing here? His eyes widened in disbelief as he fixed his gaze intently on Li Yuandao, momentarily losing his composure. He could hardly fathom that Li Yuandao, having been foolish for 3 years, still possessed such formidable prowess. He was equally astounded to see Li Yuandao produce 3 battle talismans. their rank surpassing his own. What truly astonished him was the realization that he now found himself at a disadvantage. "You insolent brat, I shall end your life," he bellowed, his voice reverberating with fury. "Today, I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of the heavenly Yang 13 sword technique." With a fierce shout, Qin Heng summoned his inner energy, channeling it into his core. His arm extended, fingers poised in the shape of a long sword, a substitute for his shattered weapon. As he chanted fervently, "In this vast world, the sword reigns supreme." With a sudden leap, Qin Heng soared over 10 feet high, and then, channeling his energy into his outstretched fingers, he defiantly pointed into the void. Swish, swish, swish. Under the surge of his energy, Qin Heng's fingers emitted a brilliant radiance, piercing the air with precisely 13 strikes. Each strike was fierce and sharp, instilling fear in the hearts of onlookers. Then, the 13 strikes transformed into colossal waves of sword chi in the void. 1 begets 2, 2 beget 4, 4 begets 8. In mere moments, the 13 strikes evolved into over 100 razor-sharp sword beams, whirling and howling through the air. After swiftly pointing out the 13 fingers, Qin Heng appeared to lose much of his vigor, and soon felt a surge of energy that caused him to cough up blood. In an instant, he seemed to age significantly, his complexion turning ashen. The elderly observer, Tianju, shook his head at this sight. Although Qin Heng's unstable state of mind prevented him from unleashing the full potential of his martial arts, he was still far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner at the 3rd level. This promised to be a spectacle. The old man was eager to see whether Qin Heng's 13 swords of the heavenly sun would prove more formidable than Li Yuandao's dragon grasp. Was Li Yuandao finally prepared to unleash his full strength? He gazed upon the scene with a slight smile, unperturbed, and even burst into laughter. As a formidable warrior, one naturally hopes for their adversary to unleash their utmost power. Only in the throes of a peak battle can one truly grow stronger and more fearless. Drawing upon the scant remnants of his inner energy, Li Yuandao channeled everything into his dragon grasp, delivering a blow that was both his ultimate strike and a culmination of his prowess. With a massive hand infused with overwhelming energy, he charged at Qin Heng, as if his immense force could rend the very fabric of the void. Meanwhile, the sharp sword energies, born of the 13 sword strikes, fearlessly surged forth under Qin Heng's guidance to meet the giant palm head-on. A thunderous collision ensued as the colossal hand clashed with the myriad sword lights, producing a deafening roar that reverberated painfully through the ears of the onlookers. In that moment, the air surged tumultuously and the arena trembled, revealing a series of alarming fissures across its surface. The smoke that billowed from the 2 figures concealed their silhouettes entirely, rising over 10 zhang high and obscuring the spectator's view. Only the terrifying echoes could attest to the events that had just transpired. I feared for Li Yuandao's fate, despite his earlier remarkable performances. This was a lethal strike from Qin Heng, and I harbored little faith that Li Yuandao could withstand it. After all, Qin Heng had already attained the 3rd level of martial prowess, significantly surpassing Li Yuandao. In the realm of absolute cultivation, there is nothing that can compensate for such disparity. Alas, Qin Heng was already 20 years old, while Li Yuandao was merely 17. If Li Yuandao were to cultivate for another 3 years, I firmly believed he could eventually surpass Qin Heng. The surrounding spectators, witnessing this scene, were equally anxious. It was truly disheartening to see such thick fog arise unexpectedly. Elder Gu, do you believe your disciple Qin Heng has the upper hand, or is that madman Li Yuandao at an advantage? On the upper tier of the stands, Yuan Zhan furrowed his brow and inquired of Gu Feng, knowing that Gu Feng's cultivation surpassed his own and that he was well acquainted with Qin Heng's capabilities, making his opinion particularly valuable. Gu Feng stroked his chin, gazing thoughtfully at the vast cloud of smoke. After a moment's contemplation, he shook his head. I have probed with my spiritual sense and found nothing discernible. We can only await the dissipating smoke to glean the truth. Nevertheless, I am confident that Qin Heng will maintain the upper hand, given his formidable cultivation. As time passed, the mist gradually dissipated, revealing a rather frail figure atop the abandoned arena. Could this be Qin Heng? I surmised it was indeed Qin Heng, for his prowess was formidable, and his martial skills had been truly spectacular. It appeared that the madman Li Yuandao had met his demise here. Yet to perish at the hands of Qin Heng could be deemed a privilege. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, the somewhat slender figure slowly turned around. The youth's disheveled hair and tattered robe betrayed his weakened state, his body trembling slightly. A gentle breeze swept by, tousling his unruly locks and unveiling a delicate visage. It was not Qin Heng, it was Li Yuandao. What? It truly was Li Yuandao. Then where was Qin Heng? Had he been defeated? My goodness, this was utterly inconceivable. Upon seeing the youth's face, the spectators could no longer maintain their composure. Who would dare to label Li Yuandao as a madman or a waste of talent from this day forth? Who would dare to challenge him? Huh. This young lad certainly did not disappoint me. The elder Tianjue smiled faintly, stroking his long beard that floated in the air, appearing quite composed, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Li Yuandao coughed gently, steadying the turbulent energies within him, and murmured softly, "This Qin Heng possesses some skill." Perhaps the onlookers remain oblivious. But it was only after the encounter between his dragon capture claw and Qin Heng's 13 swords of the heavenly sun that Li Yuandao truly comprehended the terrifying extent of Qin Heng's prowess. Following the execution of the dragon sovereign technique, the subsequent application of the dragon capture technique could reach the upper tier of the mid-level, rivaling even the might of Li Yuandao's full-force strike, akin to a low-tier high-level combat skill. Astonishingly, such a flamboyant technique encountered a formidable opponent in Qin Heng's 13 swords of the heavenly sun. Each of the 100 sword rays represented a strike at the pinnacle of martial prowess, and together they unleashed an assault equivalent to that of a warrior at the 4th level. Ultimately, it was the martial art derived from the dragon sovereign technique that proved superior, as it shattered all of Qin Heng's sword rays after a brief stalemate. The remaining force landed squarely upon Qin Heng. Following this onslaught, his already weakened body grew even more feeble, his breath becoming languid, rendering him incapable of even the slightest effort to wield his sword as he lay struggling on the ground. "Qin Heng, you have lost," Li Yuandao softly declared to the terrified figure beside him. "Lost? Huh, what a grand jest. How could I, Qin Heng, possibly be defeated by a mad fool like you?" Qin Heng chuckled foolishly, speaking almost to himself, yet a glimmer of ferocity shone in his eyes. "Li Yuandao, do not revel in your triumph. Today, you have forced me to the ground, but tomorrow I shall rally the Qin clan to annihilate your Li family. Let us see how proud you remain then." Having spoken, Qin Heng burst into laughter once more. In his fury over losing the contest, he no longer cared about the notions of decency or disgrace. The aftermath of the competition had cost him not only 2 precious battle tokens, but also the esteemed title of the foremost genius of Fenglin City, leaving him in a lamentable predicament. How could he possibly let this go? He resolved that the following day, he would rally the formidable members of the Qin family to obliterate the Li family, and exact vengeance upon Li Yuandao to alleviate the resentment that weighed heavily upon his heart. "You seek death." Upon hearing Qin Heng's audacious declaration to annihilate his family, Li Yuandao tensed, his gaze darkening with a crimson hue, his fingers clenched into a fist that cracked ominously. "Haha, what of it? I shall indeed destroy your Li family. What will you do about it? Do you dare to kill me?" Qin Heng reveled in Li Yuandao's fury, his own spirits lifting despite the defeat in the contest, and he continued to hurl insults. As for whether Li Yuandao would truly dare to take his life, Qin Heng was resolute in his disbelief. The Qin family had just forged an alliance with the Diamond sect, and he himself had become a disciple of the esteemed Elder Gu Feng at the Wulong Academy. He felt well supported by powerful allies and believed in the profound heritage of his own family. Thus he dismissed such concerns entirely. Alas, it is truly unfortunate. The might of the Qin family is far too formidable, and I suspect the Li family would not dare to provoke them. It was indeed a pity for Li Yuandao, who, despite enduring such humiliation, found himself powerless to retaliate. Observers of the scene shook their heads in sympathy for him. Do you truly think I would refrain from killing you? Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. He coldly inquired of Qin Heng, You better not act recklessly. Upon witnessing Li Yuandao, who had suddenly appeared beside him, Qin Heng was overtaken by fear. Who could predict the erratic behavior of this lunatic? Are you afraid? The corners of Li Yuandao's mouth curled into an unusual arc as he gathered his primordial energy into a small dragon claw, hurtling it towards Qin Heng's visage. Li Yuandao? Cease this at once. Li Yuandao, how dare you? Observing Li Yuandao's lethal intent, Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng on the viewing platform shouted in unison. Striving to halt Li Yuandao's assault, their bodies lunging forward in hopes of averting this crisis. Yet, the distance separating them from Li Yuandao was insurmountable, rendering them incapable of obstructing his actions. He could have been a member of the Wulong Academy, enjoying a life of luxury and splendor, surrounded by beauty and wealth. But now it was all too late. Regret washed over him for having issued the challenge to Li Yuandao, for having chosen to compete against him, and even more so for the sarcastic remarks he had made following his impending defeat. With a hand propelled by a fierce wind, it struck Qin Heng's face without hesitation. The explosive energy shattered Qin Heng's form into fragments, reducing flesh and blood to mere remnants scattered upon the ground. Stunned, astonished, and unable to comprehend. Such expressions were vividly etched upon the faces of the onlookers at that very moment, especially during the 3 years when Li Yuandao was foolishly tormented. Those who had bullied him now found themselves gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. They feared that Li Yuandao would settle old scores with them. Standing in the center of the arena, however, Li Yuandao presented an entirely different visage. His upper body was bare, his eyes aglow with a fierce intensity. As he stood resolutely upon the corpse of Qin Heng, his gaze unwavering. The last vestiges of innocence had vanished from his pale countenance, replaced solely by an indomitable spirit, unyielding and resolute. His seemingly frail frame now radiated an extraordinary strength, an innate aura of power emanating from him. He stood there like a sword drawn from its sheath, capable of piercing the heavens themselves. Li Yuandao, you are in for a reckoning, exclaimed Yuan Zhan. Although the Qin family lacked formidable strength, the alliance between the Golden King sect and the Qin family was motivated by respect for Qin Heng's master, Gu Feng. As Qin Heng was a disciple of Gu Feng, the alliance represented a connection to Gu Feng and even to the Wulong Academy. This alliance was intended to provide a safeguard against the Qin sect in the future. However, with Qin Heng's untimely demise, Yuan Zhan was incensed. Li Yuandao, meet your fate. With that, both of them sprang into action, propelled forward like a tempest towards Li Yuandao. The immense surge of elemental energy surged forth, creating a shockwave that seemed to rip through the very air, resonating with a deafening hum. Li Yuandao gazed at the advancing figures of the two individuals, a tightening sensation gripping his heart. He had just concluded a fierce battle with Qin Heng, depleting nearly all his vital energy, leaving him utterly defenseless at this moment. The cultivation levels of his adversaries were formidable, particularly that of Gu Feng, whose imposing aura suggested he was likely a master of martial arts. Under ordinary circumstances, Li Yuandao would have found himself utterly incapable of withstanding such might. How much more so now? Could it be that I am destined to perish at the hands of these two? My cultivation has yet to reach its zenith, and my battle talismans remain at a rudimentary level. Moreover, I have yet to step beyond the confines of Fenglin City. I have not savored the grandeur of the world outside, nor have I had the opportunity to showcase my prowess against the best of the realm. And what of my Tao comprehension and spiritual essence should I perish? What fate awaits the Li family then? Li Yuandao squinted, letting out a sigh, a torrent of reluctance flooding his thoughts. He was unwilling to succumb to the inevitability of death. He resented the notion of his life being cut short. He lamented that he had only just emerged from the depths of ignorance, only to face demise so soon. With his right hand resting upon his storage jade, Li Yuandao prepared to summon the 50 battle talismans concealed within. These talismans were initially intended for sale, yet they now found themselves in dire need. Though he may not match the prowess of his foes, he would not be easily trifled with. He possessed dignity, and even in death, he would ensure it bore significance. If these 50 battle talismans were to be cast forth in unison, they would unleash a formidable strike equivalent to the full might of a first-tier warrior, capable of reducing even a master-level combatant to mere ashes. However, the proximity of such an explosion would likely spell doom for Li Yuandao as well, compelling him to refrain from their immediate use and instead bide his time, preparing for the eventuality of a simultaneous demise alongside his adversaries. It was in this moment that Li Yuandao comprehended the insignificance of his existence. Beneath the overwhelming prowess of his foes, he felt akin to an ant, utterly at their mercy. Just as he was poised to unleash his consciousness in a self-destructive act, detonating all the battle talismans in a bid for mutual annihilation, fate appeared to play a whimsical trick upon him. "Humph, do you too disregard my presence?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar akin to a bolt from the blue reverberated from above, imbued with pure and potent primal energy, manifesting as a colossal hand that nullified the onslaught of both adversaries. "Elder Tianjue," Li Yuandao exclaimed in delight upon recognizing the venerable figure before him, retracting his hand that was poised to draw forth the talismans. "Haha, little one, not bad at all. Bold and fierce, reminiscent of my own youthful spirit." Elder Tianjue chuckled heartily as he stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng. "If you wish to lay a hand on Li Yuandao, you must first seek my consent." Gu Feng steadied his footing, gazing at the formidable Tianju Laoren, his brow furrowed in concern. Although he held the esteemed position of an elder at the Wulong Academy, he felt dwarfed in comparison to the legendary Tianju, who was rumored to be on the brink of attaining the rank of a master, a full level above his own novice status as a martial artist. "Elder Gu, do not fret," Yuan Zhan interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Despite Gu Feng's trepidation towards Tianju Laoren, Yuan Zhan himself felt unfazed. The prowess of Tianju mirrored that of his own father, who had informed him of an impending conflict with the Qin sect. Thus, he harbored no anxiety about engaging with Tianju Laoren. Moreover, he believed that the latter would not jeopardize his reputation over a mere youth. With this thought, Yuan Zhan offered a slight smile and clasped his hands in respect towards Tianju Laoren. "Respected Elder Tianju, I am Yuan Zhan, the young master of the Qin Heng sect. This young man has offended our sect, and I kindly ask that you refrain from involving yourself in this matter." Elder Tianju, Gu Feng chimed in, echoing Yuan Zhan's sentiments. "I too implore you to remain uninvolved." By invoking the names of both the Qin Heng sect and the Wulong Academy, Gu Feng was confident that even someone as formidable as Tianju Laoren would refrain from intervening. "Are you two younglings attempting to threaten me?" Tianju Laoren retorted with a cold chuckle, emanating a powerful aura that enveloped both individuals. "And no, we would never," they stammered in unison, overwhelmed by the palpable intensity of his presence. The two individuals felt as though they were being crushed beneath a colossal mountain, their breaths becoming labored. Perhaps it was fear, or perhaps it was the anxiety of offending Elder Tianjue, prompting them to hastily explain themselves to him. Yet, did Elder Tianjue truly intend to steadfastly protect this individual, even at the cost of incurring the ire of the Vajra sect and the Wulong Academy? Yuan Zhan lowered his head and posed another question to Elder Tianjue. He believed that in the eyes of Elder Tianjue, Li Yuandao was not of significant importance. Once the elder comprehended the implications of the situation, he would undoubtedly relinquish Li Yuandao, for it would be unwise to sever ties with the Vajra sect and the Wulong Academy at this juncture. "Huh, do you two young ones dare to presume to command in my presence?" Elder Tianjue exclaimed, disregarding the formidable figures they had invoked. "I grant you 3 breaths to withdraw. Otherwise, I shall not concern myself with your affiliations to the Vajra sect or the Wulong Academy, and I will ensure your utter annihilation." Upon hearing their exchange, Li Yuandao felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He realized that his relationship with Elder Tianjue was merely one of mutual benefit, not even that of true allies. as he had yet to render any service to the elder. Yet, here was Tianjue, willing to offend the two towering powers of the Vajra sect and Wulong Academy on his behalf. Before he could utter another word, Elder Tianjue interrupted him, beginning to count down the seconds. We shall depart. Yuan Zhan, gritting his teeth, had no choice but to hastily leave with Gu Feng, fearing that Elder Tianjue might take offense and enact vengeance upon them. Elder Tianjue, Li Yuandao gazed at the seemingly benevolent old man before him, unable to articulate his thoughts. He clasped his fists together and bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I am profoundly grateful to you, Elder Tianjue. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I shall exert every effort to respond. Though it was merely a simple statement, it represented the utmost commitment Li Yuandao could offer, for he had always been a man of his word, believing that even the smallest kindness should be repaid with great gratitude. Young friend Yuandao, there is no need for such formality. I have merely done my humble part. If it were not for your astute handling of the situation with Qin Heng, I would not have been moved by your actions. Elder Tianjue chuckled heartily, gesturing dismissively at Li Yuandao. If you wish to repay me, you might consider assisting me in crafting some battle talismans. I noticed the quality of the talismans you threw earlier appeared rather impressive, akin to those of low-grade middle quality. Elder Tianjue seemed to recall something, prompting him to pose the question to Li Yuandao. It was no wonder he inquired. During their confrontation with Qin Heng, it was evident that the power of the talismans Li Yuandao had cast far exceeded that of Qin Heng's. The explosive force alone had dispersed the surrounding air, a feat unattainable by mere low-grade inferior talismans. It was truly akin to low-grade middle quality. Such an unexpected triumph. Li Yuandao smiled gently, sensing the astonished gaze of Elder Tianjue, and quickly offered an explanation. However, this does not imply that my qualifications are extraordinary. It is merely that since acquiring the Tao Enlightenment spirit, my comprehension abilities have significantly improved. It is as if I can cultivate martial techniques even in my slumber. And the same holds true for refining battle talismans. Although the cost is merely the consumption of some Tao Enlightenment spirit, the benefits are indeed substantial. After all, as a talisman master, one may spend a lifetime without achieving a breakthrough, yet I have managed to advance merely days after my initial encounter with battle talismans. If this were to be known, wouldn't it cause immense embarrassment to other talisman crafters? The talent of my fellow Taoist Yuandao is indeed remarkable. Truly a person among men, a dragon among dragons. Elder Tianjue nodded in agreement, continually expressing admiration. At this pace, might I surpass some of the old-timers in Qingzhou before my life draws to a close? Elder Tianjue, you flatter me. I truly do not deserve such praise. Li Yuandao replied, shaking his head and smiling gently. I am merely someone who possesses a bit more fortune than others. As for effort, perhaps it is all the same. Unfazed by honor or disgrace, what a splendid state of mind. The deceased Qin Heng was far inferior to you. Observing this, Elder Tianjue held even greater appreciation for Li Yuandao. Meanwhile, the audience in the stands found their minds somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend the events unfolding before them. First, there was an exhilarating duel, followed by Li Yuandao's decisive elimination of the prodigy Qin Heng. Then came the intervention of the Golden King's sect's young master and the elder Gu Feng from the Wulong Academy. At this moment, who would still dare to label him as a waste? Who would still underestimate him? Gazing upon the incredibly striking figure before them, the crowd was utterly captivated. Strength commands respect, and true champions are forever the architects of epic tales. I have always asserted that Li Yuandao is indeed a formidable force. Nonsense. Just moments ago, you were proclaiming that Li Yuandao was surely doomed. How could Li Yuandao provoke the intervention of the venerable Tianjue, a master of unparalleled prowess? What connection could possibly exist between them? The spectators in the stands also experienced a shift in their perception of Li Yuandao. They now regarded him with newfound admiration, recognizing an undeniable transformation in his presence. Senior Brotherly, you are so handsome. I am utterly enamored. The female cultivators in the audience were equally dazzled. their eyes sparkling with admiration as they gazed upon the already dashing Li Yuandao, casting flirtatious glances in his direction. Haha. It seems that young friend Yuandao possesses quite the charm. Look, you have captivated the attention of the female cultivators, chuckled the venerable Tianjue, stroking his long beard that floated gracefully in the air. Li Yuandao could only manage a wry smile and shake his head. After enduring the life-and-death chase from Yuanzhan and Gu Feng, he had indeed become more composed. He recognized his own fragility, feeling powerless and reliant on others for the very sustenance of his existence. Wow, Li Yuandao is so cool. Yet, this reaction from the female cultivators outside painted an entirely different picture. They perceived a chilling intensity in his gaze. Since the battle of life and death has concluded, dear young friend, it is time for you to focus on assisting this old man with the refining of talismans, the venerable Tianjue said with a gentle smile. Addressing Li Yuandao, the elder Tianjue nodded in satisfaction. Although he had previously offended the Jinggang sect and the Wulong Academy for the sake of Li Yuandao, it was not merely an impulsive act. Firstly, while Gu Feng was indeed an elder of the Wulong Academy, his limited qualifications relegated him to merely an outer elder, devoid of substantial authority, thus alleviating any concerns about pressure from the academy. After all, there were only 3 battle symbol masters in the entire Qingzhou prefecture, each of whom was proud and difficult to ally with. However, these considerations were not of paramount importance to Elder Tianjue. What he valued most were the words he had heard from Li Yuandao during his inquiry into the Li family. He recalled that Li Yuandao had a master, a battle symbol master undoubtedly of a higher rank and formidable cultivation. It is important to understand that the prowess of a battle symbol master does not lie solely in their profound cultivation, but rather in their connections. A battle symbol master often surrounds themselves with numerous powerful allies, and should they encounter difficulties, they would receive assistance from all quarters, forming a terrifying force. Therefore, Elder Tianjue believed that saving Li Yuandao at this moment would ensure that Li Yuandao's master owed him a favor, providing him with a trump card and hope in future confrontations with the Jinggang sect. Meanwhile, the scene at the Jinggang sect was entirely different. Father, that Qin Heng has been killed by Li Yuandao. Yuanzhan bowed slightly, his expression respectful as he spoke to a middle-aged man seated in the grand hall. The imposing figure before us is none other than Yuan Baitian, the master of the Vajra sect and the father of Yuanzhan. His cultivation stands at the precipice of the Grandmaster realm, akin to that of the venerable Elder Tianjue, placing him among the top 3 formidable individuals in the entirety of Qingzhou Prefecture. What do you mean he has been slain? Would that not render the delicate relationship we have forged between the Vajra sect and the Wulong Academy utterly futile? Upon hearing this news, Yuan Baitian visibly struggled to accept it, his countenance betraying a hint of ire. Father, there is no need for concern. Gu Feng has been sent away with 50,000 martial pills and has accepted them all. Furthermore, I have assured him that I will aid him in avenging the murder of Qin Heng. This indicates that even in the absence of Qin Heng, we can still maintain our ties with the Wulong Academy. Observing Yuan Baitian's growing annoyance, Yuanzhan hurriedly offered an explanation. After being rebuffed by Elder Tianjue, Yuanzhan took a moment to soothe Gu Feng, vowing to secretly eliminate Li Yuandao as retribution for Qin Heng's demise. Then why do you not eliminate Li Yuandao yourself? Elder Tianjue? Yuan Baitian paused, momentarily taken aback by the mention of that name, which filled him with a sense of vexation. Elder Tianjue's prowess was comparable to his own, and due to the wisdom that comes with age, it was evident that he might even possess an edge over him. Yuan Baitian could only hope to match him in a fair contest. Yet, why would such a formidable being intervene to save a mere individual who had only reached the first level of martial artist? Moreover, he would go so far as to sever ties with both the Vajra sect and the Wulong Academy. What could have compelled that old coup to act? Who exactly is this Li Yuandao, and has Elder Tianjue truly lost his senses? Yuan Baitian appeared both indignant and perplexed, despite his efforts to fathom it. He could not comprehend that Li Yuandao was a battle talisman master. The child knows not. Yuanzhan waved his hand dismissively, indicating his ignorance. Humph. merely an insignificant creature. Saving him matters little. The good days of that old man Tianjue are nearing their end. Even a clay Buddha crossing a river cannot ensure its own safety, let alone save others. Yuan Batian seemed to recall something amusing and laughed heartily. Father, that old man Tianjue cannot possibly remain by Li Yuandao's side for eternity. In due time, I shall bring my forces to eliminate Li Yuandao and see how arrogant he remains then. Yuan Zhan muttered with malevolent intent, his gaze exceptionally sinister and venomous. Chapter 16. The Realm of Dao. Do you think Brother Yuandao will triumph? Indeed, I believe Brother Yuandao will surely win. He is our idol. However, that Qin Heng is formidable as well. I have heard that his cultivation may even surpass that of Brother Yuandao. At this moment, the Li family had yet to learn of Li Yuandao's victory. Li Yuanzong and other younger members were animatedly discussing in the courtyard, clearly concerned for Li Yuandao's fate. Meanwhile, in the rear courtyard, Li Hanshan and Li Hanyun paced back and forth, their expressions revealing both anxiety and bewilderment. Alas, I wonder how the contest between Yuandao and that lad from the Qin family is progressing. It has been 2 hours since Yuandao departed, yet there is still no word. This truly vexes me. After all, Li Yuandao had squandered 3 years in foolishness, while Qin Heng had diligently cultivated during that time. Moreover, Li Yuandao had crippled Qin Heng's brother, Qin Shan, which was certain to provoke Qin Heng's wrath. This competition truly seemed fraught with peril. Elder brother, should we not go to the arena and observe? I fear for my precious grandson's safety while we wait here. Upon hearing Li Hanshan's words, Li Hanyun could not help but feel anxious. Rest assured, although that young Qin Heng is extraordinary, our Yuandao may not necessarily emerge victorious. Yet he is unlikely to encounter any grave misfortune, especially since he is accompanying the esteemed Tianju. Li Hanshan shook his head, reassuring Li Hanyun. The esteemed Tianju. Upon hearing this, Li Hanyun visibly relaxed. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Yuandao is with the esteemed Tianju. Even if Yuandao cannot best Qin Heng, at the very least, his life will be spared. With a hearty laugh, Li Hanyun felt a significant weight lift from his shoulders, with a master-level powerhouse by their side. What was there to fear? But upon reaching such heights, how many of one's dearest could truly remain close? With this thought, Li Yuandao could not help but sigh. As if in that moment, his spirit soared beyond the confines of the Li family courtyard, transcending the skies, escaping the Maple Forest city, breaking free from Qingzhou Prefecture, soaring beyond the great Zhou dynasty, and even transcending this continent. He seemed to perceive the vicissitudes of life, the indifference, the helplessness, the joys and sorrows, and even the entirety of existence itself. In that very moment, Li Yuandao's state of mind solidified considerably. His heart, which had been beating erratically, now pulsated with greater intensity and vigor. He envisioned his own helplessness when confronted by Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng, that sense of vulnerability, of being at the mercy of others' whims and cruelty. He recalled the torment he endured over the past 3 years, the scorn and disdain of the world directed at him. He also saw the aftermath of his actions following the demise of Qin Heng, and how others regarded him in that fleeting instant. Though it was merely a moment, what Li Yuandao witnessed was boundless, seemingly without end. I must grow stronger. After reliving these scenes, an indomitable strength awakened within him. He could no longer bear the feeling of powerlessness, not even a fraction of it. I must become stronger, more formidable, possessing the strength and cultivation to safeguard not only myself, but also my loved ones, and, in the future, my beloved. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, inhaling deeply to steady the tempest of emotions within him. Why does the aura he just unleashed resemble that of the Dao realm? The old man Tianjue widened his eyes, gazing intently at Li Yuandao, then shook his head as if to reassure himself. Impossible, impossible. The Dao realm is a domain reserved for unparalleled masters of the martial king level. How could a mere martial apprentice possess such a thing? Yet, it is not entirely surprising that Elder Tianjue would display such a loss of composure. The so-called Dao realm is an artistic conception that emerges when one's cultivation reaches a certain level or when one attains a profound understanding. This state of mind often allows the practitioner to unleash formidable power, but such a Dao realm can only be realized when one has ascended to the pinnacle of mastery. Specifically at the 9th level of Grandmaster, during the tribulation to break through to the martial king stage. There exist various forms and intensities of the Dao, yet none of them are within the capability of Li Yuandao's current cultivation, and even Elder Tianjue had not grasped even the slightest hint of it. Thus, when Elder Tianjue sensed this Dao realm within Li Yuandao's being a moment prior, he was taken aback, acutely aware of a dizzying sensation. However, in the next instant, this Dao realm dissipated, leading him to believe it was merely an illusion. Unbeknownst to Elder Tianjue, this was not an illusion at all. It was indeed real. Just a moment earlier, Li Yuandao's spirit had reached a level of comprehension that transcended the heavens, arriving at another realm where he perceived the affairs of the mortal world and elevated his state of mind, which inadvertently attracted a trace of the Dao realm. Although this was but a fleeting glimpse, destined to vanish almost immediately and never truly entering Li Yuandao's essence. It marked the very first encounter with the Dao realm in his life, albeit one he remained unaware of. Even Li Yuandao himself did not comprehend the significance of that moment. He merely felt a subtle elevation of his spirit, oblivious to the notion of the Dao realm or to Elder Tianjue's expression. Steadying his mind, Li Yuandao recalled the Qin Heng he had slain. Narrowing his eyes, he deemed it necessary to inform his grandfather. He clasped his hands together and addressed Li Hanyan. "I apologize, grandfather." Li Yuandao began, but was interrupted by Li Han, who waved his hand dismissively. "You need not speak. We are already aware." "Already aware?" Li Yuandao's eyes widened in surprise, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. How could they possibly know of his act against Qin Heng? Had the Elder Tianjue informed them beforehand? "Indeed, Yuandao. Your defeat of Qin Heng did not escape our notice," Li Han reassured him. "Do not despair. It is only natural that one with lesser cultivation may falter against a stronger opponent. With perseverance in your future training, you shall improve, and neither your grandfather nor I shall hold it against you." Li Han placed a comforting hand on Yuandao's shoulder. Yes, my dear grandson. There is no need for despondency. We harbor no blame," Li Hanyan concurred with a nod. "Defeated?" "I was not defeated," Li Yuandao replied, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I wondered how you came to know. It seems you have mistaken my situation for a loss." "Oh, how you underestimate me." Li Han, buoyed by the conversation, appeared as though he might offer incense in celebration. "I knew it. How could my clever grandson ever lose? He is truly formidable." I once thought Qin Heng was formidable, yet he was ultimately bested by Yuandao." Li Han again patted Yuandao's shoulder, expressing his admiration and approval. At this moment, fate seemed to conspire against the two elderly gentlemen, as the venerable Tianjue chuckled heartily and shook his head at the two old men, saying, "Is it merely a matter of winning the competition? Your grandson has also slain that Qin Heng." "What? Qin Heng was killed by Yuandao?" Shock, bewilderment, and disbelief engulfed them. Chapter 17. Harvest. At that time, I had not contemplated much. Upon hearing Qin Heng's insults directed at my family, I could no longer endure it. So be it. Let it be done. Although the Qin family is formidable, the Li family is not to be trifled with. We, as cultivators, fear not a battle. Li Hanshan's eyes narrowed slightly, and a flicker of vitality seemed to rekindle within his aged gaze. Over the years, the Li family had gradually fallen into disrepair. Once a first-rate power, now reduced to this state. The family's fighting spirit and pride had nearly dissipated. Yet, the recent performance of Li Yuandao reignited Li Hanshan's passion and pride. After all, the Li family was founded by a formidable being from ancient times. How could they cower without a trace of pride and ambition? Seeing this, the venerable Tianjue nodded in agreement. The Li family truly embodies the legacy of a powerful entity from ancient times, in terms of spirit. We of the Qin sect cannot compare. Indeed, your granduncle speaks wisely. We of the Li family do not fear the Qin family. If one Qin Heng has been slain, then so be it. Li Hanyun let out a hearty laugh, patting Li Yuandao on the shoulder, offering him no pressure whatsoever. If given the chance again, I would slay him just the same. Li Yuandao felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing the words of the two elders. Their unwavering dedication to the revival of the family, always cautious not to offend any powerful forces, was evident. However, upon learning of his act of slaying Qin Heng, the cherished scion of the Qin family, they expressed their unwavering support for his decision, placing no burden of guilt upon him. This deeply moved him. The younger generation, Li Han, once again pinned a note to Elder Tianjue, aware that after Yuandao had eliminated Qin Heng, there would undoubtedly be repercussions. Now, witnessing Yuandao's safe return, it was clear that the elder had intervened on his behalf. Such profound kindness would forever be etched in Li Hanshan's memory. Bowing slightly before Elder Tianjue, he grasped the implications of Yuandao's actions and understood the inevitability of retaliation from the Qin family. Elder Tianjue's steadfast protection of Yuandao was a significant pledge of allegiance, one that Li Hanyun would also hold dear. He echoed his elder's sentiments, recognizing that without Elder Tianjue's intervention, his beloved grandson might have faced dire consequences. In the aftermath of the conflict, the gratitude expressed by the two elders seemed almost excessive. Elder Tianjue humbly remarked that he had merely played a small role, attributing the true prowess to their grandson, Yuandao, who had decisively vanquished Qin Heng, instilling fear far and wide. With a gentle smile, Elder Tianjue stroked his beard, floating in the air. Indeed, as the Elder Tianjue articulated, had it merely been based on Li Yuandao's proficiency in talisman crafting, he would not have so brazenly severed ties with the Vajra sect and the Wulong Academy. Although a battle talisman master is indeed a rarity, the tangible benefits and value derived from one are not immediately apparent nor overwhelmingly potent. Ultimately, it was Elder Tianjue's recognition of Li Yuandao's potential, the unwavering composure, the decisive and efficient manner in which he eliminated Qin Heng, and his fearless demeanor in the face of life-threatening confrontations with Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng that compelled him to take such a bold stand. More crucially, Elder Tianjue believed that a formidable battle talisman master stood behind Li Yuandao. All these factors coalesced to solidify Elder Tianjue's resolve to unequivocally declare his stance, thereby safeguarding Li Yuandao. Upon witnessing the reverence displayed by Li Hanyun and Li Han, Elder Tianjue felt a tinge of embarrassment. He perceived that he had not suffered any loss, for a confrontation with the Vajra sect was, to some extent, inevitable. Rather, he had reaped considerable benefits, such as the unwavering support from Li Yuandao and even the goodwill of Li Yuandao's enigmatic master. This realization filled Elder Tianjue with a sense of gain. Reflecting on this, he felt a flush of humility wash over him, and with a gentle sweep of his sleeves towards the void, a tremendous surge of primordial energy surged forth, directed towards the bowing figures of Li Han and Li Hanyun. In an instant, they felt as though a force, akin to an arm, gently lifted them, straightening their bowed forms. With a faint smile, the venerable Tianjue addressed the two, saying, "Should the Qin family dare to disturb you, simply shatter the Qin token I previously bestowed upon you. It contains a fragment of my spirit, and upon sensing its destruction, I shall come to your aid. However, I trust that the Qin family will not be so foolish." He was concerned that once he departed, the Qin family would harass Li Yuandao and his clan, which would not only inconvenience his own pursuits in talisman crafting, but could also become a significant hindrance. Thus, under the weight of these two considerations, the venerable Tianjue spoke with clarity and resolve. "Thank you immensely, esteemed Elder Tianjue." Li Hanyun and Li Han nodded, their gazes towards him reflecting a subtle shift in perception. They sensed that this elder before them bore an extraordinary essence. Li Yuandao also nodded in acknowledgement. Regardless of whether the venerable Tianjue's assistance was prompted by his earlier fib or not, he ultimately endeavored to help him to the best of his abilities. Without the elder's intervention, he might have already met his demise. "Now, I must take my leave, for there are pressing matters within the sect that require my attention." Young friend Yuandao, we shall meet again on another day? Indeed, indeed, responded Li Hanshan and Li Hanyun, having noticed Li Yuandao's pallid complexion, which indicated that he had sustained injuries. They nodded in encouragement for him to enter seclusion to recuperate. Wait, take this, Li Hanshan said after a moment of contemplation, retrieving a jade-green pill from his storage and handing it to Li Yuandao. This small healing elixir will aid in your recovery. Not only that, the lesser recovery pill exhibits remarkable efficacy when employed by those of lower cultivation levels, potentially aiding in their advancement, particularly for warriors at levels 1 to 5. Beyond that, its effects diminish entirely. Consequently, each lesser recovery pill is exceedingly precious, with even the most basic ones valued at 2,000 martial pills, rivaling the worth of battle talismans, a sum beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Even the illustrious Li family, prominent in Maple Forest City, possesses scant stock, relying solely on a handful passed down from their ancestors, which they cherish like treasures, seldom parting with them. Yet, in this moment, one has been relinquished for personal use. Grand Elder, Yuandao's injuries are not severe. It would be unwise to squander this lesser recovery pill. I implore you to accept it, Li Yuandao stated, fully aware of the pill's significance for his own cultivation, which could potentially elevate his prowess further. However, the pill's rarity made it a coveted item, nearly impossible to procure. In Maple Forest City, none are available for sale, and only a few sellers in Qinzhou offer them at exorbitant prices. Thus, he declined the offer. My dear grandson, your great uncle insists you take it, so do not question it, Li Hanyun interjected with a frown. Momentarily taken aback by Li Hanshan's presentation of the lesser recovery pill, yet his affection for his grandson prompted him to speak thus. Indeed, Yuandao, if you do not accept it, I shall be quite displeased. Li Hanshan feigned irritation, his brow furrowing. Then, I shall accept it, Yuandao conceded. Upon witnessing the two elderly men in such a manner, Li Yuandao felt compelled to acquiesce. Grandfather, great-grandfather, when my name reverberates across the world, I shall undoubtedly fulfill your aspiration to elevate our esteemed family. I will lead the Li clan to the pinnacle of glory. Li Yuandao nodded earnestly, articulating each word with conviction. Good, 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 exclaimed Li Hanshan, uttering the word thrice, his demeanor shifting noticeably. Li Yuandao then nodded in farewell to the two grandfathers and retreated into his own chamber in the backyard. Closing the doors and windows, he sat cross-legged, taking a moment to stabilize the tumultuous energy coursing within him. First, let me examine what treasures lie within Qin Heng's storage jade. Li Yuandao retrieved a piece of storage jade from his waist, a faint smile gracing his lips. This particular piece belonged to Qin Heng, which he had obtained after vanquishing him with the dragon-seizing hand. When the storage jade slipped from Qin Heng's grasp, Li Yuandao, adhering to the principle of seizing opportunities, claimed it for himself. Before he could probe its contents, he had been preoccupied with the peril posed by Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng, who were both intent on claiming their lives, followed by the intervention of Elder Tianjue. Thus, he had not found the time to investigate its interior until now. There is even a trace of his divine consciousness within? As Li Yuandao endeavored to access Qin Heng's storage jade, he discovered a sliver of divine consciousness obstructing his entry. He let out a cold snort. However, the circumstances had changed. Qin Heng was now deceased, and the residual divine consciousness he left behind was feeble, lacking the potency it once possessed. Your master Qin Heng has been slain by me. Now, a mere wisp of divine consciousness dares to obstruct me? What a farce. An outrageous jest. A flickering firefly presumes to compete with the brilliance of the full moon. Open for me, Li Yuandao bellowed, channeling the divine consciousness within him towards the remnants left by Qin Heng in the storage jade. Perhaps due to the presence of the Tao awakening spirit within him, or perhaps owing to his frequent crafting of explosive talismans, Li Yuandao's divine consciousness was significantly more potent than that of an ordinary cultivator. With just a slight exertion, he created a one-sided scenario. The immense divine consciousness he summoned surged and rolled like a mighty elephant. In stark contrast, The wisp of divine consciousness left by Qin Heng appeared pathetically weak, akin to a mere insect. Indeed, within moments, Qin Heng's lingering essence completely disintegrated. He vanished entirely from the mortal realm, transcending into rebirth. Qin Heng left behind quite a bounty. With the absence of Qin Heng's divine consciousness as an obstacle, Li Yuandao effortlessly entered the storage jade. What he beheld was astonishing. He discovered a plethora of valuable items. Countless martial elixirs greeted his gaze, piled high like a small mountain, estimated to be around 10,000 in number. He also unearthed 2 low-tier martial techniques, one named Tiger Leopard Fist, a technique emphasizing strength, and the other called Wandering Cloud Steps, a technique focused on speed and agility. Although both were low-tier techniques, they held considerable value. Additionally, he found an unknown long spear. A slender, ominous spear was unearthed by Li Yuandao, exuding an aura that surpassed even the low-tier sword previously wielded by Qin Heng. Could it possibly be a mid-tier magical artifact? Chapter 18. Pride of the Heavens. Li Yuandao practiced a few thrusts in the void, finding the spear remarkably suitable for his style. During his confrontation with Qin Heng, he had witnessed the advantages of possessing a magical artifact, which could significantly amplify a cultivator's power. When paired with appropriate martial techniques, its potential could be fully realized. He had intended to seek a magical artifact for himself, and now, serendipitously, one had come to him. Truly, divine providence was at work. Upon reflection, based on its aura, it was undoubtedly a mid-tier artifact. Yet, why had Qin Heng not utilized it? After careful consideration, it dawned on him that Qin Heng likely preferred his sword over the spear. A small returning elixir. Li Yuandao chuckled heartily as he uncovered a jade-green pill. Evidently, the small returning elixir previously gifted to him by his granduncle, Li Han. To his astonishment, he had now acquired another from Qin Heng, granting him a total of 2, significantly enhancing his chances during his upcoming seclusion for advancement. After relishing his good fortune, Li Yuandao continued to rummage through the storage jade, eager to discover any other treasures. Suddenly, he was utterly astounded. Good heavens, it was the 13 swords of Heavenly Sun. Li Yuandao was taken aback. Gazing at the shimmering tome nestled deep within Qin Heng's storage jade, an exhilarating thrill coursing through him. The 13 swords of Tianyang is an esteemed martial art of the Qin family, strictly forbidden from being imparted to those outside the direct lineage. Typically, even direct descendants seldom have the opportunity to practice it. Remarkably, it has come to the attention of Li Yuandao. Although this discovery holds little value for him personally, it could be sold for a substantial number of martial elixirs. The 13 swords of Tianyang is classified as a mid-tier martial technique, and if sold, it could yield over 20,000 elixirs, significantly weakening the influence of the Qin family. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed, as though he envisioned a veritable mountain of martial elixirs cascading towards him. The sight of such spoils left him momentarily bewildered. Strangely, he found himself developing an odd fondness for Qin Heng. Had it not been for Qin Heng's scornful words that besmirched his kin, he would not have been provoked to slay him. Had he not been provoked, he would not have acquired such a bounty. Truly, fortune favors the bold, and one does not prosper without taking risks. With a chuckle, Li Yuandao shook his head, recalling that classic adage. He couldn't help but marvel at how Qin Heng was a veritable treasure trove, carrying so many valuables without a hint of worry about being robbed. Ironically, even during his lifetime, Qin Heng could scarcely have imagined that his possessions would fall into the hands of his adversary, ultimately benefiting Li Yuandao significantly. With a bemused shake of his head, Li Yuandao collected the items and steadied his emotions, preparing to tend to his injuries. The injuries I sustained this time are not severe. Thus, when Qin Heng executed the Tianyang 13 sword technique, I discreetly unleashed 2 explosive talismans, shattering the entirety of his sword's brilliance. Only a fraction of the residual force struck me, resulting in my current pitiful state. Although my upper body appears quite tragic, with my robes in tatters and several long, slender wounds marring my skin, I have not suffered any significant internal injuries, nor have my vital organs or bones been harmed. Merely some superficial abrasions remain. While I may not possess the ability to restore my skin to its pristine condition with a mere wave of my hand, my cultivation has indeed reached a level far superior to that of an ordinary person. With the nourishment of my vital energy, I shall recover within 3 days, and my wounds will heal as if reborn. After applying some ointment for external injuries, I commenced my meditation and seclusion. The energy within me has become increasingly unstable, signaling a forthcoming breakthrough. If I do not enter seclusion promptly, I risk losing this precious opportunity for advancement, and in a more dire scenario, I could experience a decline in my cultivation, which would be quite severe. With this in mind, I closed my eyes, lifted my chin, and steadied my breath, allowing my energy to sink into my dantian, inhaling and exhaling rhythmically as I sought to merge with the cosmos. I sat in quietude, executing each of these motions with exquisite precision, actions I have practiced since childhood, now honed over a decade, forming the third essential endeavor in my life. Aside from eating and sleeping, after a thorough refinement over the course of a week, Li Yuandao's chaotic primordial energy and aura gradually began to stabilize, operating steadily along his designated trajectory. However, there remained no discernible signs of a breakthrough in his physical advancement, indicating that his primordial energy was still insufficient. Were it abundant enough, it would surge beyond the confines of his circulatory system, flowing inversely towards his dantian, where it would accumulate continuously until it met the criteria for progression. At this moment, however, Li Yuandao's primordial energy had merely stabilized with only a slight increase compared to usual, while the operation of his circulatory system was marginally swifter. Yet there were no indications of a breakthrough or reverse flow towards the dantian, let alone the compression required for advancing to the next standard. In such circumstances, the only means to gather primordial energy would be through external forces or prolonged meditation, which typically necessitated an extended period of seclusion, often lasting 6 months, a year, or even longer. After offending the Qin family and Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng, a sense of urgency welled up within Li Yuandao. Although the elder Tianjue had protected him today, he understood that Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng would likely take action against him soon, and he could not afford the luxury of time for seclusion. Yet, he could not allow this precious opportunity for advancement to slip away in vain. Hence, he resolved to rely on external forces to fulfill the conditions for gathering primordial energy. With this thought, Li Yuandao shook his head and retrieved a small elixir from his storage jade, swallowing it without a moment's hesitation. The precious Shaohuandan, indeed invaluable and meant for the most critical moments, loses its intended purpose if left unused. As the essence derived from the Shaohuandan surged into Li Yuandao's limbs and internal organs, he felt an increase in his internal energy, to the point where it appeared somewhat congested, subtly hinting at a reverse flow into his dantian. Yet, there remained a slight deficiency, a lingering shortfall of vital energy. It was as if his limbs and internal organs acted like a black hole, endlessly absorbing the energy that should have flowed back into his dantian, consuming a significant portion of it. Damned! Li Yuandao cursed under his breath. Such occurrences were not uncommon. During their ascension, cultivators often allowed their bodies to absorb energy to enhance their physical forms, marking a sign of progress. However, Li Yuandao was taken aback by the extent to which his body had consumed the energy, nearly depleting the essence from the Shaohuandan he had ingested. Once more, Li Yuandao shouted in frustration, retrieving another Shaohuandan and, with determination, placing it into his mouth. This particular Shaohuandan was the last one he had acquired from Qin Heng's storage, initially believing that one would suffice. He had intended to reserve the other for Li Yuanzong or for a moment of dire need, yet faced with the current predicament, he steeled himself to consume it. This time, Li Yuandao was determined, having swallowed 2 small elixirs without hesitation. Should he fail to break through this time, it would amount to a tremendous loss, and the next opportunity for advancement might be as elusive as the distant future. By then, the vital energy generated from the 2 elixirs might have been entirely depleted. The moment of truth was upon him. The last small elixir transformed into a torrent of immense energy, surging into Li Yuandao's circulation. At that moment, his energy channels were completely filled to capacity. His limbs, bones, and organs refrained from disturbing his progress, ceasing their absorption of energy and gradually reaching saturation. As the influx of energy continued, the flow within the circulation stagnated, slowly beginning to reverse towards his dantian. Although this indication was exceedingly gradual, it was nonetheless present. Yet, life often presents dualities. With every advantage comes a corresponding peril. Cultivators may possess the ability to move mountains and traverse seas, soaring through the heavens. Yet they must also contend with countless adversaries and the ominous uncertainties of fate. This advancement was no different. While success promised a substantial increase in power, the journey was fraught with agony. The reverse flow of energy within his body caused his circulation and meridians to swell painfully, leaving Li Yuandao in torment. At that moment, he felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his energy pathways, an excruciating pain that surpassed even death. Moreover, this process was painfully slow, potentially requiring over half an hour to complete. Some cultivators, whose resolve is not steadfast, may succumb to the excruciating trials of advancement, leading to the perilous expansion of their meridians, ultimately resulting in catastrophic rupture and demise. As one's cultivation deepens, the agonies of progression remain inescapable throughout history. Numerous practitioners have met their end during these tumultuous transitions. I can do this. I shall grow stronger. I will protect the Yuan sect, safeguard my grandfather, defend the Grand Elder, and shield my family. Strength is the only path forward. Li Yuandao gritted his teeth, beads of sweat cascading down his face, his fists clenched tightly. The bones grinding together with a crackling sound, his features contorted in profound agony. With a great roar, Li Yuandao did not cautiously navigate the turbulent flow of his vital energy. Instead, he resolutely propelled it forward with greater intensity, charging ahead with fervor. Although this approach would amplify the backlash of his vital energy, the pain endured by the practitioner would likewise intensify, rendering such a method scarcely adopted throughout the ages. Yet, Li Yuandao's reasoning for his audacity was clear. If one cannot even endure the trials of advancement, how can they confront the challenges that lie ahead, or face the likes of Yuanzhanggu Feng? As cultivators, we are destined to soar above the heavens, fearless and undaunted. What difficulty lies in mere progression? With a thunderous laugh, Li Yuandao's demeanor displayed an extraordinary calmness, yet the relentless convulsions of his limbs betrayed the excruciating torment he was enduring. All while he remained resolute and defiant, gazing down upon all obstacles. Chapter 19. Opening the store after the influx of primordial energy into his dantian. Li Yuandao absorbed the entirety of the 2,000 martial essence pills, converting them for his own use. Subsequently, he compressed the energy, successfully completing this advancement. Feeling the continuous surge of power within his dantian, Li Yuandao smiled faintly, clenched his fist, and slightly pursed his lips. The sensation of possessing strength is truly delightful. However, the consumption of martial essence pills was exceedingly severe. Merely stabilizing this breakthrough had depleted the entirety of the pills he had seized from Qin Heng. Li Yuandao gazed at the empty storage jade and shook his head. Continuing down this path is not sustainable. Due to the nature of his enlightened soul, each breakthrough required a significantly greater number of martial essence pills than an ordinary person, and there were not enough available within the clan to sustain him. Step by step, I shall proceed. My immediate task is to assist the esteemed Tianju in crafting the violent essence talisman. With a gentle smile, Li Yuandao chose to disregard the matter of martial essence pills, for he still owed a favor to the venerable Tianju by aiding him in the creation of the violent essence talisman. Preparing himself to peak condition, Li Yuandao retrieved the ink jade and began the refining process. Each step, battle embryo, merging essence, sealing jade, flowed smoothly through his hands like water, simple yet swift. It is worth noting that ordinary talisman masters must proceed with meticulous care and patience when crafting talismans, especially with the violent essence talisman, which contains ferocious primordial energy. They must tread lightly, fearing any misstep could lead to failure or even an explosion. However, Li Yuandao is entirely different, perhaps due to the nature of his enlightened spirit. His mental acuity surpasses that of ordinary individuals by a considerable margin, akin to possessing a third eye. Furthermore, he is capable of performing a comprehensive 360-degree perspective, enabling him to swiftly craft battle runes. Not only that, but Li Yuandao's proficiency in merging elements is remarkably rapid. While a typical rune master requires no less than an hour to complete this process, Li Yuandao accomplishes it in a mere half-hour, effectively doubling the speed of his peers. As for Fengyu, there is no need to elaborate. Being a task honed by experience, it appears even more exquisite in Li Yuandao's adept hands. Consequently, after the first explosive rune was forged today, merely an hour had elapsed, a feat accomplished even more swiftly than before. Thus, throughout the day, Li Yuandao immersed himself entirely in the creation of explosive runes. Upon exhausting his spiritual energy, 10 superlative-quality explosive runes materialized before him. Ever since my mastery of rune crafting has ascended, the creation of these superlative-quality explosive runes has become significantly expedited. Previously, I could only produce about 7 in a day, yet now I have forged 10, all without compromising quality. Might this be related to my enlightened spirit? Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, contemplating thoughtfully. A battle talisman master of my rank can typically craft around 7 or 8 talismans in a day. Yet, I have managed to produce 10. With sufficient elemental energy, I could potentially increase this number. The venerable Tianjue merely requires 5 talismans daily. Providing him with an excess would undoubtedly raise his suspicions and could even expose my enlightened spirit, a risk that is hardly worth the reward. How should I proceed? How should I proceed? Suddenly, a spark lit up in Li Yuandao's eyes, and he felt a surge of joy. I could establish a small shop in Qingzhou to sell the surplus battle talismans. This would not only allow me to evade the likes of Wu Daozi and Yuan Zhan, but it would also enable me to fetch a higher price for my talismans. Thus, I could effectively manage my daily surplus while securing a substantial amount of martial elixirs for my cultivation, which would also strengthen my family's power. This solution seemed remarkably advantageous. With this thought, Li Yuandao burst into hearty laughter, reinforcing his resolve. He carefully stowed away the 10 surplus talismans and reclined on his bed. Unlike his usual practice of crafting talismans late into the night, he chose instead to meditate and recuperate. Although this meant producing fewer talismans, Li Yuandao believed that such an approach was more sustainable in the long run. While crafting battle talismans could yield considerable wealth, it severely drained his elemental energy and jeopardized his health, depriving him of time for cultivation, which presented numerous drawbacks. The lack of true capability renders any amount of wealth meaningless. Heeding the words of Steward Li Hai, Li Yuandao resolved to abandon his relentless pursuit of crafting battle talismans day and night. Instead, he adopted a balanced regimen, forging talismans during the day and cultivating his skills at night. This harmonious blend not only replenished the energy expended in his daytime endeavors, but also fostered gradual advancements in his cultivation. Though the progress may be subtle over time, it becomes apparent. As the saying goes, one cannot expect to achieve mastery in a single day. Diligence and perseverance are key, for even the grandmasters were once mere warriors. As the sun rose, casting its first rays into Li Yuandao's chamber, he opened his eyes, having remained still and contemplative. Morning had arrived, and both the Grand Elder and his grandfather were just beginning to stir. It was not the opportune moment to discuss the plans for establishing a shop in Qingzhou. Thus, he decided to focus on his training instead. With a slight squint, Li Yuandao completed his morning rituals and ventured outside into the courtyard, eager to practice his martial techniques. "Brother Yuandao, you are awake," exclaimed Li Yuanzong, who was practicing his punches in the distance. "Indeed, Yuanzong, the early morning is when the natural energies are most abundant, making it an ideal time for cultivation. But what brings you up so early today? I recall you have a penchant for sleeping in." Li Yuandao replied with a gentle smile as he approached. Hee, brother Yuandao, I can no longer afford to indulge in slumber. Yesterday, I overheard great-uncle mention that you had vanquished Qin Heng. What an exhilarating feat. I too shall strive to train diligently, aiming to surpass you. Li Yuanzong's small face was flushed, and his expression was quite agitated. Haha, this is splendid, truly splendid. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and nodded. Has brother Yuandao achieved a breakthrough? Li Yuanzong inquired, blinking his eyes. You are quite the observant one, Li Yuandao remarked, a hint of appreciation in his tone. So, brother Yuandao, what is your current realm? I am still at the 9th level of a warrior. I do not know when I will reach the martial artist level, Li Yuanzong replied, shaking his head with a hint of discouragement. Do not be disheartened. As cultivators, we must accumulate our strength day by day, year after year, to surpass our limits. The path of cultivation is not so easily traversed, Li Yuandao encouraged with a gentle smile. Indeed, Li Yuandao nodded, his gaze toward Li Yuanzong filled with anticipation. Brother Yuandao, may I challenge you to a spar? You wish to spar with me? Li Yuandao questioned. Yes, please agree to my request, brother Yuandao. Very well. I shall use 50% of my strength in our match, Li Yuandao replied with a subtle smile and a nod. Excellent, brother Yuandao. I shall make my move now. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's consent, Li Yuanzong's heart surged with joy. Tiger Leopard Fist. With a roar, he transformed his hands into fists, channeling all his energy into them. Weaving through the air like a fierce tiger, his legs quickened, moving with the swiftness of a leopard. Li Yuanzong advanced toward Li Yuandao with the ferocity of a tiger descending from the mountain. With every strike, a fierce aura is unveiled. The thunderous sounds resonate ceaselessly, echoing the might of a roaring tiger in the mountains, truly magnificent. The low-tier martial technique, the Tiger Leopard Fist, harnesses one's own elemental force to manifest explosive power. Indeed, quite impressive. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, nodding in acknowledgement at Li Yuanzong's ferocious assault. Unfazed by Li Yuanzong's ruthless onslaught, Li Yuandao chose to counter rather than retreat. With one hand positioned behind him, he faced the opponent swiftly with only his right hand. With a resounding clap upon their collision, their sleeves crackled, producing a thunderous sound. Li Yuanzong gritted his teeth, propelling his body forward, aiming a fierce strike at Li Yuandao's chest. Yet, Li Yuandao remained unperturbed, effortlessly deflecting the incoming blow with a gentle block of his right hand. Despite the ferocity of Li Yuanzong's attack, he found himself unable to penetrate Li Yuandao's defenses, appearing remarkably at ease in the face of such aggression. Noticing this, Li Yuandao furrowed his brows, merging his fists together, channeling an immense amount of elemental force, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. The combined fists unleashed a torrent of elemental energy, reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, with palpable waves of force radiating outward. With a subtle smile, Li Yuandao extended a finger, directing it outward. Although it was merely a simple gesture, it contained considerable elemental energy, approximately a third of his own power. This single finger transformed into an endless stream of soft force, aimed squarely at Li Yuanzong's fists. Li Yuanzong felt as though his fists had struck an ocean, the resistance and constraint rendering him incapable of advancing even slightly. Observing this situation, Li Yuanzong sighed. His features contorted slightly, shaking his hand. Enough, enough. Brother Yuandao, you are far too formidable. I cannot breach your defenses at all. Yuanzong, your Tiger Leopard Fist is quite commendable. If my cultivation were on par with yours, I might indeed find myself bested by you, Li Yuandao remarked with a slight smile. Has the time flown by so swiftly? He glanced at the sun ascending in the sky, shook his head, and was reminded of his aspiration to open a shop. Turning to Li Yuanzong, he said, Yuanzong, come, let us seek out grandfather. What do we need grandfather for? Li Yuanzong inquired, evidently puzzled. I'm taking you to open a store in Qingzhou Prefecture. Li Yuandao elucidated. What? To Qingzhou Prefecture? Li Yuanzong questioned in confusion. Oh, just follow your brother. Li Yuandao replied, and with that, he tugged at Li Yuanzong, hastening towards the inner courtyard. Chapter 20. Opening a Store, Part 2. Haha Yuandao. What brings you and your grandfather to me? In the Li family hall, Li Hanshan, Li Hanyun, and the steward Li Haijing observed Li Yuandao and Li Yuanzong as they approached. Great uncle, I wish to open a battle talisman shop in Qingzhou Prefecture. Li Yuandao directly expressed his intention to Li Hanshan. Open a battle talisman shop in Qingzhou Prefecture? The three heads of the Li family echoed in unison upon hearing Li Yuandao's declaration. Indeed, I wish to establish a battle talisman shop. Li Yuandao affirmed with a nod. Yuandao, what has suddenly inspired you to open a shop in Qingzhou Prefecture? Although you have crafted a considerable number of talismans, did you not promise to forge talismans for Elder Tianju? Surely you are not going back on your word? Li Hanshan's eyes narrowed slightly, stroking his long beard with a look of concern. Yuandao, Elder Tianju has rendered great kindness to our Li family. You must not be so fickle. Great uncle, you jest. I, Li Yuandao, am not the kind of person to go back on my word. There is a reason behind my actions. Li Yuandao smiled faintly as he explained to Li Hanshan. Each day, I can forge 10 Baoyuan talismans. 5 will be given to the esteemed Tianju. Yet the remaining 5 have no destination. Selling them to others would yield minimal profit. Thus, it would be more prudent to establish a talisman shop in Qingzhou. This would not only resolve the surplus of talismans, but also provide a significant income for our family. What? You can produce 10 in a single day? As far as I know, a typical talisman master can only create 7 or 8 at most. Do you not engage in cultivation at all? Upon hearing this figure, Li Hanshan inquired further, if forging talismans hinders your cultivation, it would be better to refrain from it. No, it is not as such, great uncle, Li Yuandao shook his head. I am able to craft this many talismans during the day without impeding my evening cultivation. Ah, I see. Li Hanshan and Li Hanyun nodded in understanding. This is indeed beneficial. It can bring immense profit to our family and also expand our influence in Qingzhou. The steward, Li Hai, was taken aback but also expressed his agreement. Great uncle, allow Yuanzong and me to accompany you to open the shop in Qingzhou. That way, we will have sufficient manpower. Li Yuandao suggested, pointing to Li Yuanzong. Within half a day's time, Li Yuandao and Li Yuanzong arrived in Qingzhou. Although the two had visited Jiangju many times, they were always exhilarated by its unparalleled prosperity. As they strolled, pausing to observe the bustling vendors around them, they found the lively atmosphere refreshingly vibrant, unlike anything they encountered in Fenglin City. Young sirs, I can tell you are not from Jiangju. A young man suddenly approached Li Yuandao and his companion. Dressed in wide-sleeved attire and adorned with a tall hat, he possessed a somewhat comical appearance with his gaunt face and prominent nose. His keen eyes darted around Li Yuandao and his companion, and the smile at the corner of his mouth seemed perpetually fixed. Zhou Quantong chuckled and patted his thin chest, appearing quite amusing. I wonder what brings you two young sirs to our Jiangju. Do you require my assistance? No matter the endeavor, I, Zhou Quantong, am well versed in it. Is that so? We are actually in need of a location for a shop, Brother Yuandao. Perhaps we should let him guide us. Li Yuanzong remarked, intrigued by Zhou Quantong's confidence. Very well, Li Yuandao nodded in agreement, turning to Zhou Quantong. We wish to open a general store and are looking for a suitable site. A site for a store? Huh. I am most knowledgeable about where the good feng shui lies and where properties are available for sale. I assure you, I will find the finest location in all of Jiangju. Zhou Quantong exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. He then extended his right hand, mimicking a gesture for money. I only charge a modest fee, but it will be well worth your investment. That sounds reasonable, Li Yuandao replied. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and nodded, producing a mid-grade martial elixir which he tossed to Zhou Quantong, inquiring, is this sufficient? Indeed, indeed. Young master, your generosity is truly remarkable. I, Zhou Quantong, shall certainly find you the finest establishment. Zhou Quantong received the mid-grade martial elixir, chuckling as he pressed his greasy lips against it, exclaiming, now I can indulge in some gambling again. Although he had spent a mid-grade martial elixir, it was indeed worthwhile. Moments later, Zhou Quantong led Li Yuandao and Li Yuanzong to a bustling marketplace. The marketplace stretched long and wide, approximately extending 2 miles in length, flanked by various shops and thronged with numerous buyers and sellers, evidently an excellent location for business. Young master, this Yongzhen market is the largest in the entire Qingzhou prefecture, attracting tens of thousands of visitors daily. Establishing a shop here is undoubtedly a wise choice. If it weren't for our serendipitous connection, I wouldn't have brought you here. Zhou Quantong gestured towards the bustling shops and remarked to Li Yuandao. Serendipitous connection? I believe you are more inclined towards wealth, Li Yuandao observed, nodding in satisfaction at the bustling shops, though a hint of concern lingered in his heart. With such a crowd, would we be able to find an unoccupied space for our shop? Heh. As for that, Zhou Quantong smirked cunningly, extending his right hand with an ambiguous purpose. Rest assured, I have plenty of funds. Seeing this, Li Yuandao slightly hesitated before presenting him another mid-grade martial elixir. Such generosity. Although the foot traffic here is substantial and housing is quite scarce, I recently heard that a property is up for sale, and I shall now take the young master to inspect it. Zhou Quantong eagerly accepted the mid-grade martial elixir and swiftly led Li Yuandao and Li Yuanzong forward. Before long, the trio arrived at their destination. Master, it is right here. Just take a look. The feng shui is exceptional. Being centrally located, it attracts considerable foot traffic, making it an absolute prime choice, Zhou Quantong remarked, gesturing towards a shop before them. Li Yuandao stepped closer and observed the shop, which was neither too large nor too small, situated in the heart of the market. Its exterior was quite appealing, making it an excellent location for a business. Satisfied, he nodded. Zhou Quantong, please contact the shop owner. I intend to purchase this establishment, so ascertain the price. Rest assured, there will be a reward for your efforts once the deal is finalized, Li Yuandao stated decisively. Understood. Upon hearing the mention of a reward, Zhou Quantong brightened, hastily making his way towards the shop, calling out, Young lady of the Qin family, young lady of the Qin family. Responding to Zhou Quantong's call, a graceful figure emerged from within, clad in a simple blue garment. Her long, flowing black hair was tied neatly behind her. Her bright, dark eyes rested above a petite, delicate nose, complemented by a charming, cherry-like mouth that evoked a sense of affection. She appeared to be around 17 or 18 years of age. Yet, the delicate brows appeared slightly furrowed, as if burdened by unspoken thoughts. Zhou Shu, what brings you here? Is it possible that someone is interested in purchasing Linger's residence? Inquired Zhou Quantong as the young lady named Qian Linger emerged. She was a remarkably charming girl, her voice sweet and melodious, evoking a sense of comfort. Li Yuandao squinted slightly, clearly taken aback by her beauty. The young woman, known as Qian Linger, was the proprietor of this dwelling, and the two gentlemen could refer to her simply as Linger. She introduced herself to Li Yuandao. Ah, so you are Miss Ling. Your name is as enchanting as your presence, Li Yuandao acknowledged with a nod, approaching her. The house, approximately 50 square meters in size, was neither too large nor too small, perfectly suited for establishing a talisman shop. The premises enjoyed ample natural light and good ventilation. Remaining warm in winter and cool in summer, the storefront faced east, an ideal location for business endeavors. The interior was notably tidy, suggesting that Miss Qian Linger took great care in maintaining it. The residence comprised 2 levels. The upper floor was where Linger resided, while the lower level was designated for the shop. Qian Linger continued her introduction to Li Yuandao. Indeed, Li Yuandao remarked, nodding in satisfaction as he observed the surroundings. May I inquire, Linger, how much would you ask for this establishment? I am interested in purchasing it entirely, including the furniture, shelves, and all other items. What would be the total cost in martial essence? Li Yuandao posed his question to Qian Linger, having made the decision to open a talisman shop in this delightful location. Indeed, this house has been passed down through generations in my family. Originally, my family's circumstances were quite prosperous, but during the time of my great-grandfather, we faced a significant decline, leading to a life of poverty, barely meeting our basic needs. Ultimately, Due to my father's illness and the debts incurred, I found myself compelled to sell this house. Upon hearing this, Li Yuandao and Li Yuanzong nodded in understanding, realizing the burden that weighed upon Miss Linger, evident in her furrowed brow. If the young master truly desires this house, I shall not ask for much. A mere 100 medium-grade Marshall pills will suffice, Linger stated resolutely, glancing around her room one last time. Only 100 medium-grade Marshall pills? Li Yuandao was taken aback by this figure, having anticipated that such a fine property would command several hundred pills. He had prepared himself for a hefty price. However, he was astonished to hear such a modest sum from Miss Qianling. He chuckled, "My dear young master, it is I, Qian Tong, who ensures you receive this advantageous deal. Where else could you find such a bargain?" Qian Tong endeavored to ingratiate himself with Li Yuandao, hinting at future favors. "Very well, I shall purchase it," Li Yuandao affirmed, retrieving a jade vial from his storage and presenting it to Linger. "Miss Linger, within this vial are 200 medium-grade Marshall pills. Please accept them. There is no need for such a sum. 100 will be more than sufficient," she replied. Qian Linger waved her hand. Although she was indeed in dire need of money, it would be unjust to exploit others. "Just accept it. Consider it a meal allowance for when I invite you to cook for my brothers in the future." Li Yuandao smiled faintly and accepted the offering from Qian Linger. "Very well." Upon hearing this, Qian Linger nodded and retrieved a land deed, presenting it to Li Yuandao. "Young master, this is the land deed." As Li Yuandao prepared to take the deed, an unexpected interruption occurred. "Hold on." Suddenly, a voice filled with hostility disrupted Li Yuandao's reach. Chapter 21. The Power of a Finger Who? Li Yuandao furrowed his brows, clearly irritated by the sudden outburst. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a scruffy beard adorning his face. Tall and robust, his arms were as thick as Li Yuandao's calves. His voice boomed like thunder, and the veins on his temple bulged prominently, indicating that he was a formidable fighter. Moreover, a striking scar ran from his brow to his cheek, rendering him quite fearsome. "It is I." Under Li Yuandao's gaze, the man strode forward with an intimidating presence. "Scarface." Zhou Qiantong's lips twitched at the sight of this man, revealing his apprehension. "Who is Scarface?" Li Yuandao inquired, curiosity piqued. "You seem quite afraid of him," he noted. "Scarface is the leader of the ruffians of our generation, having achieved the 3rd level of martial prowess. His attacks are vicious, and he has few rivals in this area. We call him Scarface because of the scar on his face." Zhou Qiantong swallowed hard, continuing to whisper explanations to Li Yuandao, fearful of being overheard by the scarred man. As the man entered, he leered at Qian Linger's alluring figure, a lewd smile creeping across his face as he inquired, "Is this your ancestral home, my dear? There is no need for you to sell it. If you are willing to become my concubine, that would be splendid." Qian Linger lowered her head, trembling slightly, her voice quivering with fear. No need for that. I will sell the house and return the money to you." She furrowed her brow, yet felt powerless to act, a mere woman against such a threat. "Oh, you wish to purchase Miss Linger's house?" The scarred man, irritated by Qian Linger's rejection, turned to Li Yuandao with a scowl. Had it not been for Li Yuandao's acquisition of the property, he would have claimed her for himself, but now complications had arisen. "Indeed," Li Yuandao replied calmly, "what if I refuse to sell it to you?" The scarred man glared at Li Yuandao with his wide, menacing eyes, his intentions unclear. "Sir, perhaps we should reconsider buying this house," Zhou Qiantong suggested, sensing the palpable tension. "The scarred man's intentions are evident. We should not provoke him. Let us take a stroll, my lord." Zhou Qiantong, feeling the weight of fear, urgently urged Li Yuandao to retreat. "Do not worry," Li Yuandao said with a faint smile, waving his hand at Zhou Qiantong. "So it turns out that Miss Linger owes you money, and yet you wish to claim her as your concubine? Have you taken a moment to consider your own appearance?" Li Yuandao's words were astonishing, confronting him head-on with unyielding intensity. If the scarred man merely sought some money, Li Yuandao would have complied. However, the notion of him wanting to seize Qian Linger was intolerable to Li Yuandao. "You, what did you say? If you have the guts, repeat that." The scarred man, accustomed to others flattering him, found himself momentarily stunned by Li Yuandao's audacity. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. "My lord, it would be wise to refrain from purchasing the young lady's residence. Do not provoke the scarred man. He is a formidable warrior of the 3rd tier, and he has many subordinates. Do not let your desire for this young woman lead to your own peril," Qianlinger exclaimed, her heart racing at Li Yuandao's boldness. Convinced that his slight frame could not withstand the scarred man's might. "Fear not, Sister Linger," Li Yuanzong interjected with a gentle shake of his head and a reassuring smile. "I am well aware of Li Yuandao's capabilities. This rogue scarred man stands no chance against him." "Oh." Qianlinger felt a flicker of anticipation at Li Yuanzong's unwavering confidence in Li Yuandao. "Though you may appear formidable in their eyes, to me, you are utterly worthless," Li Yuandao remarked, narrowing his eyes as he addressed the scarred man with a calm demeanor. "What you?" The scarred man felt as though his lungs might burst from rage. "You seek death." With eyes like copper bells, they opened wide, and the scarred man was about to unleash a fierce attack on Li Yuandao. "Wait." Li Yuandao raised his hand. "What is this? Are you afraid?" The scarred man, upon hearing Li Yuandao's words, let out a hearty laugh, growing even more arrogant. "If you call me grandfather 3 times and leave behind 200 mid-grade martial pills, I shall let you go. How conceited you are. I merely suggested we step outside to spar. This space is too confined, and I wouldn't want to damage Miss Linger's belongings," Li Yuandao replied, shaking his head with mockery. Hearing this, Qianlinger couldn't help but chuckle softly. "You foolish creature." The scarred man's face flushed crimson as he drew a long knife from his storage and swung it menacingly at Li Yuandao outside. The blade sliced through the air with a chilling whistle, reminiscent of a cold wind blowing from the depths of hell, instilling fear in the onlookers. "Though your cultivation is at the 3rd level of a warrior, you are still inferior to Qin Heng," Li Yuandao remarked, shaking his head, unperturbed by the imminent danger. He sidestepped effortlessly, scoffing. "Is that all the speed you possess?" Fueled by his inner strength, the long knife's power reached its pinnacle, cleaving through the void with a flurry of strikes, causing shockwaves that rippled through the air. This was disastrous. The scarred man had resorted to his deadly technique. The greedy wolf blade technique, a mid-tier martial art that even most 3rd-level warriors would hesitate to confront. It seemed that young Master Li was in grave peril. Zhou Quantong stamped his foot, sighing, "If the client perishes, it would indeed be a blow to my business." "Why are you still thinking about your business at this hour?" Qianlinger glared fiercely at Zhou Quantu, then turned her gaze back to the duel between Li Yuandao and the scarred man. "Young Master Li, please don't get hurt. Rest assured, such an attack cannot harm my brother Yuandao," Li Yuanzong reassured with a faint smile. "One young finger." Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, unflinching in the face of the scarred man's advance. With a flick of his finger towards the void, he declared, "A scattered cultivator is merely that, despite his high cultivation. His martial skills are indeed inferior, far beneath Qin Heng's level." With a singular gesture, he unleashed a force that shook the heavens and earth. A brilliant white light erupted from Li Yuandao's index finger, manifesting as countless sharp, colossal digits that descended upon the scarred man. The power of that single finger repelled the scarred warrior. "Young master, has actually won?" Qianlinger rubbed her eyes in disbelief. The scarred man was a formidable warrior of the 3rd tier, yet here he was, forced back by a mere finger from young Master Li. This demonstrated that Li Yuandao's prowess surpassed that of the scarred man. Qianlinger gazed at Li Yuandao's handsome face, her expression turning somewhat infatuated. She sensed that this young master was indeed extraordinary. Such an attack was something even an ordinary 4th-tier warrior could not achieve. Could it be that young Master Li was a master of the 5th tier? Zhou Quantu was equally taken aback, his gaze vacant. Who are you?" The scarred man struggled to contain the tumult within him, eyeing Li Yuandao with profound apprehension. "I shall only give you a minor lesson this time. Should I encounter your arrogance again, I will not hold back." Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his expression filled with pride. "Are you still intent on obstructing my transaction?" he inquired once more. "I wouldn't dare. I truly wouldn't." Scarface hastily shook his head, realizing that he had encountered someone formidable, evident by the substantial energy radiating from the young master. "How much does Miss Ling owe you?" Li Yuandao asked, his eyes still slightly narrowed. 50 mid-grade martial pills. Scarface replied, his voice trembling. "I shall give you 100. From now on, do not trouble Miss Ling again," Li Yuandao stated, tossing 100 martial pills to Scarface. His reasoning was sound. Having just arrived in Qingzhou Prefecture and being unfamiliar with the surroundings, it was prudent to establish a connection. Moreover, Scarface's strength was not to be underestimated and could prove useful in the future. "Thank you, young master," Scarface exclaimed, his heart brimming with joy. His impression of Li Yuandao significantly improved. This young master not only bore him no ill will, but also gifted him money. What good fortune! Chapter 22. Types of battle talismans. If you ever require assistance from your younger brother, do not hesitate to call upon me. I would gladly risk my life. Scarface chuckled, his grin stretching almost ear to ear as he offered a courteous remark. "May I inquire what type of establishment you intend to open?" Scarface asked Li Yuandao. "I, Scarface, am well acquainted with this area and could assist you in securing some business." Upon hearing this, Scarface nodded in agreement, feeling quite reassured. Indeed, the three prominent figures in Qingzhou Prefecture were all engaged in the crafting of talismans within major sects. They would certainly not descend to this level. "Brother, you may not be aware, but there are indeed many individuals in Qingzhou who purchase battle talismans. It is nearly impossible to acquire them at the Tianli Chamber of Commerce. Now, with your assistance in promoting them, I am certain they will sell remarkably well." Scarred Hand thumped his chest with confidence, taking the responsibility of advertising upon himself. Li Yuandao smiled faintly. He had been troubled by the lack of customers for his newly opened shop, but now, with someone eager to take charge, his worries dissipated. "Very well, Brother Scar. Once business flourishes, I shall ensure you are well rewarded." With a chuckle, Scarred Hand took his leave. After nodding in farewell, Li Yuandao began to tidy up the room. "Miss Linger, here are the 200 mid-grade martial arts elixirs, which I shall offer as payment for the accommodation." Li Yuandao produced the previously mentioned vial and handed it to Qian Linger. "Young Master Li, you have already assisted me in settling my debts, so there is no need for further payment. Moreover, this amount is excessive. Combined with the 100 you provided to Scarred Hand, it totals 300, which far exceeds the cost of the room." Qian Linger's small head shook vigorously in refusal. "Miss Linger, please accept it as our meal expenses. After all, we two gentlemen are not adept at cooking, and we shall need to rely on others for our daily sustenance," Li Yuanzong added with a grin. "You are right, Yuanzong. In fact, I would like to invite Miss Linger to work as my shop assistant, thus serving as a prepayment of sorts for your wages." Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes slightly and explained to Qian Linger, "I am responsible for the crafting of talismans, while Yuanzong will handle the procurement of ink jade. Coincidentally, we are in need of an additional shop assistant, so I must impose upon you, Miss Linger. I shall offer you 10 mid-grade martial pills as remuneration each month. How does that sound?" "Very well. I shall assist young Master Li." Qian Linger nodded in agreement. "Brother, shouldn't we have a signboard?" Li Yuanzong suggested, glancing at the blank space above their door and gesturing towards the prominent signboards adorning the neighboring shops. "They all possess striking signboards. We ought to have one as well." He continued, "Indeed, but we lack the skills to create one," Li Yuandao acknowledged with a nod. "Young Master Li, haha, I know where to find someone who specializes in making signboards," interjected Zhou Quantu, who had suddenly appeared. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's need, he quickly added, "The signboards they produce are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also completed with remarkable speed. One can be ready in just half a day, ensuring it won't delay your grand opening." "That sounds excellent," Li Yuandao replied with a slight smile, retrieving 10 mid-grade martial pills from his storage and handing them to Zhou Quantu. "This amount should suffice for your signboard. You may keep the remainder." "Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you," Zhou Quantu exclaimed joyfully, his smile stretching from ear to ear at the sight of the 10 martial pills. "This is a windfall. A beautiful signboard will only cost 1 mid-grade martial pill, and the rest is all mine. As for the name of the signboard, Let it be Dao Qi Battle Talisman Store, Li Yuandao remarked with a glimmer in his eyes, addressing Zhou Quantu. The term Dao Qi aptly reflects Li Yuandao's fervent passion for martial arts, making it a fitting choice for a name at this moment. Very well, very well. Zhou Qiantong, filled with excitement, dashed off with the money. Linger, please tidy up here. I shall accompany Yuanzong to procure some ink jade and inquire about the current prices of battle talismans, Li Yuandao said with a faint smile, leading Li Yuanzong towards the Wanli Chamber of Commerce. Brother Yuandao, do we not need to wear cloaks this time? Li Yuanzong asked, blinking at the two-story building labeled Wanli Chamber of Commerce. Last time, that Wu Daozi nearly recognized us. No need. Li Yuandao waved his hand, explaining to his brother. We are not here to sell battle talismans today. We merely intend to purchase some ink jade and gather information on the prices of various talismans. With that, the two brothers strode confidently inside, exuding the air of young masters from a wealthy household. Gentlemen, my name is Yinner, and I am a sales assistant here. May I inquire what you wish to procure from our establishment? Upon entering, one of the many female attendants approached them with a gentle smile. Addressing Li Yuandao and his companion, Li Yuandao cast a subtle glance at the woman named Yinner. She donned a flowing red robe. Her long hair elegantly coiled atop her head, and her figure was gracefully curvaceous. Although she did not possess the enchanting beauty that could make fish sink or birds alight, nor the captivating charm that could eclipse the moon or shy the flowers, she was undeniably a beauty in her own right. Moreover, under the scrutiny of Li Yuandao's spiritual perception, the cultivation of this Yinner appeared shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring her true essence. Yet, her aura unmistakably signified a practitioner of the mystical arts. She was likely not an ordinary person. I am here to procure some items, Li Yuandao thought, narrowing his eyes and adopting an air of haughty sophistication, effectively concealing his true intentions. What sort of items does the esteemed gentleman seek? Our establishment offers a comprehensive range, from martial skills and magical artifacts to elixirs and battle talismans. There is nothing you cannot acquire here, only that which you may not conceive of. The standard quality of the explosive elemental talisman was priced at 50 mid-grade martial elixirs for one, while the superior quality was 60 for one. Upon hearing Yinner's explanation, Li Yuandao nodded. Indeed, this Wanjing commerce is remarkably lucrative. A single superior quality explosive elemental talisman yields a profit equivalent to 10 martial elixirs. It appears my decision to establish my own shop was indeed prudent. This is the pricing for low-tier battle talismans. You may peruse at your leisure. Just as Li Yuandao was about to inquire about the prices of other talismans, Yinner seemed to intuit his thoughts and retrieved a jade tube from beside her, presenting it to him. Thank you, Miss Yinner, Li Yuandao said as he accepted the jade tube, his gaze lingering on the exposed skin of her arm, his eyes narrowing slightly. The arms are exquisitely fair and smooth, with fingers adorned by long, beautiful nails. It is evident that they have been well cared for, untouched by any laborious tasks, a feat unattainable by an ordinary shop assistant. However, Li Yuandao only lingered for a brief moment, for he could not allow himself to gaze at another's hands indefinitely, lest he be perceived as a lecher. 50 jade talismans, 15 sound talismans, 30 earth escape talismans. Li Yuandao was astonished as he examined the descriptions inscribed on the jade tube. It appeared that battle talismans were not limited to merely the violent Yuan talisman, but encompassed a variety of talismans, each serving distinct purposes, with differing costs in terms of time and energy. Yet, the price of the violent Yuan talisman remained notably higher. How about it, young Master Li? Are you interested in purchasing some? Yinner inquired, her phoenix-like eyes fixed upon him. Li Yuandao took note of the prices within, feeling he had fulfilled the purpose of his visit, and smiled broadly. Aside from the violent Yuan talisman, I shall take one of each. What? Just one of each? Yinner felt a wave of dizziness. Considering the young master's distinguished appearance and eloquence, she had anticipated him to purchase dozens. But it turned out he only desired one of each. Young master, there are 5 types of battle talismans, totaling 150 medium-grade martial elixirs. Shortly thereafter, Yenner presented all the battle talismans to Li Yuandao. He nodded, handed her 150 martial elixirs, and then collected the battle talismans, preparing to take his leave. "Wait a moment, my lord," said Yenji, presenting a purple card from her sleeve. "Here is a card for you from our humble shop. With this card, you can enjoy numerous privileges and discounts for any future transactions." She handed the exquisite card, shimmering in hues of purple and gold, to Li Yuandao with a gentle smile. Her instincts, honed over many years, suggested that Li Yuandao was far from ordinary. The card, crafted with meticulous precision, bore the inscription WNL, signifying its exceptional status. Li Yuandao accepted the card with a slight smile and stepped outside, intrigued. Yenji watched his receding figure, a hint of amusement gracing her lips. "Miss, there are only 10 of these purple gold cards. Why did you give one to him?" inquired a burly attendant, perplexed. Many powerful factions in the prefecture are eager to acquire such a card. Is it not excessive to grant it to someone who merely purchased a handful of battle talismans? Yenji smiled again. "Find out which family's young master he is." "Brother Yuandao, I didn't realize there were so many types of battle talismans," remarked Li Yuandao, blinking in surprise as they exited the WNL Commerce Guild. "I thought only the Baoyuan talisman existed." "Indeed, I just discovered this myself," Li Yuandao replied, narrowing his eyes. "I shall return this afternoon to procure some ink jade, and tomorrow our Dao Qi Talisman shop will officially open." Chapter 23. The Dao Qi Talisman shop as day transitioned into night. Time flew by, marking the end of yet another day. At this moment, dawn has just broken, and the streets of Jiangju are not yet bustling with pedestrians. However, the scene in Yongjin Alley is entirely different. Hey, did you know? A talisman shop has opened in Yongjin Alley. Of course I know. I heard people talking about it yesterday. They say it offers all kinds of talismans, and the prices are even cheaper than those at the Wanli Trading Company. I just had breakfast and came to take a look. The shop seems to be named Dao Qi Talisman Shop. Now, even ordinary folks like us can afford talismans, which we could never purchase at the Wanli Trading Company. Yet, there are only 3 talisman masters in Jiangju. I wonder which prominent figure has chosen to open a shop in the market. I heard this talisman master is from outside and not from Jiangju. At this moment, Yongjin Alley can truly be described as teeming with people, far more prosperous than usual, with most flocking here for what they call the Dao Qi Talisman Shop. "Young master, there are so many people outside, and it seems they are all here for our shop," said Qianling, gazing at the crowd outside with a hint of excitement in her expression. "Haha, it seems that Scarface's promotion has been quite effective," Li Yuandao remarked, narrowing his eyes with a smile. "I was initially worried that our shop, having just opened, would not attract many visitors in such a short time. But I did not expect such a turnout. In Jiangju, there are inherently few talisman masters, and the demand for talismans is substantial. Thus, after Scarface announced our shop's opening yesterday, everyone began to flock to us." Qian Linger chuckled softly and explained to Li Yuan. "Linger, open the door. Welcome our guests." Li Yuan smiled gently at Qian Ling. Upon hearing this, Qian Ling nodded eagerly and swiftly opened the grand door. "Excuse me, young lady, do you sell battle talismans here?" A burly man inquired from outside the entrance. Although he had received some information, he remained somewhat uncertain. Qian Linger, he pointed to a large plaque above the door and smiled lightly. "Look, it is inscribed there. We have an abundance of low-tier battle talismans, and our prices are even more favorable than those of the Wanli Trading Company. Indeed, you do sell battle talismans. I thought it was merely a gimmick," exclaimed the man. I want to buy." In an instant, a throng of people surged forward. "Please, no pushing. Everyone line up and take your time. We have plenty in stock." Qian Linger directed the crowd as they entered the shop one by one. "Wow, you even have the Violent Yuan talisman. How much is it?" The burly man, being the first to step inside, was taken aback by the array of talismans displayed on the shelves and asked Qian Linger. "The ordinary quality ones are 45 pieces for one, while the superior quality ones are 55 pieces for one," Qian Linger explained with a smile, gesturing towards the shelves. "The prices are all listed there." Meanwhile, Li Yuan observed the scene with a gentle smile, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed the sea of people. Fortunately, I refined a surplus last night and even brought out some stock. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough to sell this morning. Yesterday afternoon, after procuring some ink jade, Li Yuandao commenced the crafting of battle talismans. As for talismans such as the Jade Shield Talisman, Sound Retention Talisman, and Earth Escape Talisman, he systematically deciphered their intricacies. With the aid of the Tao Enlightenment Spirit, he gradually disassembled various types of battle talismans, subsequently delving into their core to scrutinize their workings. Under the formidable decomposition abilities of the Tao Enlightenment Spirit, Li Yuandao acquired mastery over all categories of low-tier battle talismans. Indeed, the essence of transformation remains fundamentally unchanged. These other types of battle talismans share a commonality. They all encompass three essential stages: battle embryo, elemental fusion, and sealing jade. The variance in their functionalities arises primarily from the battle embryo and elemental fusion stages. The first stage, battle embryo, delineates the classification of talismans. To forge a violent elemental talisman, one must infuse it with explosive combat techniques and intents. Conversely, to create a Jade Shield Talisman, defensive combat techniques and intents must be integrated. The second stage, elemental fusion, also exhibits distinctions. The requisite amount of elemental energy varies across different talisman types. For instance, the Sound Retention Talisman necessitates significantly less elemental energy. However, the third stage, Sealing Jade, remains consistent without any discrepancies. After expending an entire day and night, Li Yuandao successfully produced 10 superior quality violent elemental talismans, 10 ordinary quality Jade Shield Talismans, along with several Sound Retention Talismans and Earth Escape Talismans, among others. Combined with the talismans he had previously amassed, Li Yuandao displayed over 50 talismans, which he believed would suffice for sale over the course of 2 days. Furthermore, during the day, he continued to craft additional talismans, thereby optimizing his production and consumption strategy. However, fate seemed to have played a small trick on him. In less than 2 hours, Qian Linger rushed over, panting, to Li Yuandao, who was engrossed in crafting battle talismans, calling out, "Young master, young master." What is it?" Li Yuandao squinted slightly, having just completed a battle talisman, and inquired of Qian Linger, "Is it that we cannot sell them?" "Cannot sell them?" Qian Linger waved her hand, bursting into laughter. "Not at all. Our battle talismans are completely sold out." "What? Sold out?" Li Yuandao's eyes widened in surprise at this news. Indeed, the reputation of Qingzhou Prefecture is well-deserved. If this were Fenglin City, these talismans would have taken quite some time to sell. Yet here they are gone in just 2 hours. Yes. Our prices are lower than those of the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, which is why so many people are buying, Qian Linger said, taking a sip of water, slightly fatigued. "Young master, there are still many people outside. They also wish to purchase battle talismans. What shall we do?" Li Yuandao's features contorted slightly as he waved his hand at Qian Linger, saying, "Enough. I cannot produce any more today. Let us close for the day and inform them to return tomorrow." "Understood, young master. I shall go at once." After hearing Li Yuandao's words, Qian Linger nodded and quickly made her way to the entrance. "Miss Linger, are there any battle talismans left?" "Yes, we wish to buy battle talismans." At the entrance, many people were still lined up, and upon seeing Qian Linger emerge, they eagerly inquired, "Dear friends, I apologize. Our shop's battle talismans are all sold out. Please return tomorrow morning to purchase," Qian Linger replied, shaking her head to the crowd. "Alas, has it vanished so swiftly? I truly envy those who managed to acquire it. Had I known, I would have arrived earlier. It is all my wife's fault for delaying me. Tomorrow morning, after breakfast, I shall join the queue. I shall forego my meal to stand in line." Upon hearing this news, those at the entrance couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Sighing softly as they dispersed, Qian Linger closed the door and retreated inside, her mind racing with calculations. Good heavens, what a fortune! Holding a jade storage, Qian Linger approached Li Yuandao, joyfully exclaiming, "My lord, Today we sold a total of 20 pieces of superb quality Baoyuan talismans, 10 jade shield talismans, as well as 20 other types including sound-receiving and earth-escaping talismans, yielding an income of over 1,800 mid-grade martial elixirs. All the martial elixirs are here. Please, my lord, take a look. With a beaming smile, Qianlinger presented the storage jade, exclaiming, "In my lifetime, I've never seen so much money." Upon hearing the figure of over 1,800 mid-grade martial elixirs, Li Yuandang's features twitched in astonishment. "Brother Yuandao, we have struck gold. After deducting the 50 pieces of ink jade, we have made a profit of over 1,300 mid-grade martial elixirs. This surpasses all our family's wealth." At that moment, Li Yuandang felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Who would dare to label Brother Yuandao as worthless now? The earnings of a single day could obliterate any faction in Maple Forest Town. What kind of worthless individual could achieve such greatness? Li Yuandang was somewhat exhilarated. Although the Li family was prominent, they could not produce such a sum. Why am I not also a talisman master? Li Yuandao shook his head, his expression tranquil. This sum represents the proceeds from 50 battle talismans, and from this point forward, we cannot conduct sales in such a manner. Setting aside the offense to other forces within the Qingzhou prefecture, I simply cannot bear it. I can refine 10 explosive talismans each day, of which 5 will be allocated to the esteemed Tianjue. The remaining 5 may be sold, yet they cannot be solely of this type. Thus, each day, we may sell 2 superior quality explosive talismans, 1 jade shield talisman, 1 sound transmission talisman, and 1 earth escape talisman. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, contemplatively stroking his chin. In this scenario, we could potentially sell approximately 200 medium-quality martial elixirs daily. After deducting expenses, our profit would hover around 150 elixirs. Regardless, the crafting of battle talismans is secondary. Our primary objective remains the enhancement of our own cultivation. Without such growth, no amount of wealth bears any significance. He recalled the words of Steward Li Hai, gaining insight from them. In the future, we shall allocate 30 martial elixirs daily for our own cultivation. Reserve 50 for the family, and keep the remaining 70 to acquire various elixirs or martial techniques and treasures. High-quality elixirs and martial artifacts possess significant value, and our earnings hardly amount to anything substantial. Thus, we must not allow ourselves to become complacent. Li Yuandao squinted slightly, imparting his wisdom to Li Yuandao. "Brother Yuandao, I understand." Li Yuandao nodded, attentively absorbing every word spoken by Li Yuandao. "Moreover, we must exercise discretion. There are still numerous forces within the Jiangsu prefecture awaiting our understanding. Our actions today will undoubtedly attract the attention of certain factions." Li Yuandao sighed. "I shall instruct Scar to disseminate the news that henceforth we shall sell only 5 battle talismans each day, with a balanced variety." Li Yuandong nodded, comprehending his brother's words. "Wait, Yuandong, we must carry this whenever we venture out." Li Yuandao squinted slightly, producing a black cloak from his storage jade. "This cloak can obscure our appearances and cultivation levels. It is certain that some individuals will seek us out, so we must keep our identities concealed. Furthermore, we must not divulge that we hail from the Li family of Maple Forest City, for doing so would undoubtedly bring calamity upon the Li family." Chapter 24. The invitations from the 3 families at the Wanli Merchants Association in the second-floor president's chamber. There was a palpable buzz of activity. Several elderly gentlemen sat nearby, their brows furrowed as they engaged in discussion with a woman. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the woman was none other than Yenner, the enchanting beauty whom Li Yuandao had encountered a few days prior. Additionally, Master Wu Daozi stood beside her. "Miss, have you heard the news about the opening of the Talismans of the Path store at Yongzhen Workshop yesterday?" One of the aged gentlemen, clad in a black robe adorned with the symbols of Yin and Yang, inquired of Yenner. The elderly man, with a youthful visage yet hair as white as snow, bore many wrinkles upon his face. However, his skin possessed an astonishing pallor, and his aged eyes, though not entirely clear, hinted at a glimmer of astuteness. Furthermore, the aura surrounding him was reminiscent of a towering mountain, majestic and imposing. The Grand Elder remarked that this matter was likely known even to the inhabitants of the entire Qingzhou prefecture. Thus, how could Yin'er remain unaware? Yin'er narrowed her eyes, revealing a spark of brilliance. The Dao Qi Battle Talisman shop opened its doors just yesterday and sold over 50 battle talismans on its first day, among which more than 20 were of the superlative quality. The Baoyuan talismans, priced slightly lower than those of our Wanli commerce. Consequently, within a mere 2 hours, they were all sold out, leading to a significant decline of 60% in our talisman business. The Grand Elder nodded, inquiring of Yin'er. Might I ask how the young lady intends to address this situation? I have yet to devise a strategy. Yin'er shook her head and turned to the silent Wu Daozi beside her. Master Wu, do you have any insights to share? Wu Daozi, upon hearing her, nodded and retrieved a Baoyuan talisman from his hand. This talisman is exquisitely crafted, demonstrating skilled workmanship. Moreover, the yuan force stored within is robust, meeting the standards of a low-tier mid-grade talisman. From this perspective, the craftsman behind its creation must, like myself, be an intermediate talisman master. A collective gasp resonated among the crowd upon hearing this. In the city of Qingzhou, there are only 3 mid-tier battle talismans masters, one of whom is Master Wu, while the other 2 are affiliated with the Golden Buddha sect and the Azure Sparrow sect respectively. It raises the question of where this newcomer has emerged from. Yin'er squinted her eyes in confusion and remarked, moreover, as far as I know, those 2 are preoccupied with their own sects and would not venture out to establish a shop. Indeed, the Golden Buddha sect and the Azure Sparrow sect have been embroiled in frequent conflicts lately, leaving their talisman masters engrossed in the creation of violent talismans. With little inclination to venture out, Wu Daozi pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Could it be an outsider? Yes, it must be an external talisman master. I recall now. His eyes widened in realization. There was indeed a talisman master who attempted to sell violent talismans to me last time, and I exchanged a few words with him. What was his cultivation level and age? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder hurriedly inquired. Wu Daozi shook his head. At that time, he was cloaked, so I could not discern his age or level of cultivation. However, I did notice that he had a mysterious master behind him. What? The Grand Elder's composure faltered. He has a master as well. One talisman master is already quite formidable. The fact that he has a mentor suggests that they must be collaborating in the creation of these talismans. The Grand Elder deduced, if that is the case, won't our business in battle talismans at the Wanli Chamber of Commerce be entirely overshadowed by him? After listening to their conversation, Yin'er interjected. According to today's scouts, the Dao Qi talisman shop is selling only 5 talismans today, and the supply of violent talismans is limited as well. Moreover, he seemingly only purchases low-tier battle talismans, with no mid-tier ones available for sale. Thus, our direct conflicts with him have been rather minimal. Yin'er shook her head, remarking, furthermore, we should not provoke them lightly, for battle talisman masters are exceedingly formidable, especially considering there are 2 of them. As long as they do not infringe upon our fundamental interests, there is no necessity for us to take action against them. Upon hearing Yin'er's analysis, the others nodded in agreement, finding her reasoning quite sound. On this day, the business at the Dao Qi Battle Talisman shop remained bustling. Although everyone was aware of the news that only 5 battle talismans would be sold each day henceforth, the fervor continued unabated. After all, these prices were still considerably lower than those of the Wanli Chamber of Commerce and other establishments. Dear customer, the battle talismans for today have been completely sold out. If you wish to purchase some, please return tomorrow. Qianlinger cheerfully addressed the gentleman before her. After hearing Li Yuandao's words the previous day, Qianlinger had instructed Scar to announce the new policy of selling only 5 battle talismans each day, resulting in a long queue forming early that morning, leading to the swift depletion of stock. I'm afraid that is not possible, Qianlinger responded, shaking her head. The young master has instructed that he must not be disturbed. If you have any matters to discuss, please convey them to me, and I shall relay your message. I demand to see that battle talisman master. The man's countenance darkened further upon being denied, his voice icy as he proclaimed, I have urgent business with him, and it must be addressed now." Startled by the man's intensity, Qian Linger could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Who dares to intrude upon my establishment?" Hearing the voice behind him, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and swiftly charged forward, channeling his energy into his dantian. He infused his right palm with vital force and struck down towards the man with great force. The man, noticing this, narrowed his eyes and countered with a punch aimed at Li Yuandao's palm. The two forces collided, resulting in a tremendous sound as their energies clashed. Both Li Yuandao and the man were jolted back by the residual force, each taking a step back, neither gaining the upper hand. "Who might you be?" Li Yuandao inquired, squinting at the man before him, feeling a slight twinge of pain in his palm, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. Could it be that this man's cultivation surpasses his own? "I am unaware," the man replied, "but the young master has requested me to convey a message to you." Li Yulin shook his head, producing an invitation and handing it to Li Yuandao. "The time is set for tomorrow evening. I hope you will grace us with your presence. I shall take my leave now." Li Yuandao accepted the invitation, nodding thoughtfully. "What does the Golden Vajra sect desire from me? Are they attempting to recruit me?" He mused, considering that in the entire Qingzhou prefecture, there were only 3 battle talisman masters, and the sudden emergence of a 4th would undoubtedly attract attention. He could simply feign ignorance when the time came. As Li Yuandao pondered, he heard a hurried voice calling, "Brother Yuandao, Brother Yuandao." It was Li Yuanzong, rushing towards him. "Today, I visited the Wanli Commercial Association to procure ink jade, and I happened to encounter Sister Yenner. She handed me an invitation and asked me to deliver it to you, inviting you to a banquet." Li Yuanzong produced another invitation, presenting it to Li Yuandao. Another invitation? Li Yuandao found himself somewhat astonished. How did the young lady Yenner discern that I am the elusive talisman master behind the Dao Qi talisman shop? Quite remarkable indeed. He unfolded the invitation and observed the elegant script that read, "A few days ago, upon our first encounter, I, Yenner, sense that you are truly extraordinary. Thus, I committed your visage to memory. Today, I humbly invite you to gather with me on the 3rd floor of the Wanli Commercial Association as a gesture of my hospitality." Li Yuanzong nodded in understanding, acknowledging his brother's prowess. "Indeed, elder brother, you are impressive. Haha, the Wanli Commercial Association is no ordinary establishment. Although it refrains from meddling in the trivial affairs of Qingzhou Prefecture, it does not imply weakness. On the contrary, their secrecy suggests a formidable strength, perhaps even surpassing that of the King Kong sect and the Qingke sect." Li Yuandao squinted thoughtfully, contemplating. With invitations from both the Wanli Commercial Association and the King Kong sect received, it is likely that the Qingke sect's invitation will arrive shortly as well. "By the way, elder brother, I acquired a mask at a trading venue," Li Yuanzong remarked, his eyes alight with recognition as he began rummaging through his storage jade. Since he had earned money from selling talismans, Li Yuandao had also procured several pieces of storage jade for his brother and the young lady Ling, to facilitate the storage of various items. "What sort of mask?" Li Yuandao inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. "It is this one." Li Yuanzong produced a long object resembling a human face from his hand and explained to Li Yuandao, "Brother Yuandao, this is the item. It can be placed on the face and seamlessly blend with the skin, thus relieving us from the need to wear cloaks all day to conceal our identities." "Is it truly that miraculous?" Li Yuandao, intrigued by his words, carefully donned one of the masks. He sensed a gentle energy emanating from the mask as it adhered to his face. It was neither uncomfortable nor suffocating, and instead, it bestowed a refreshing sensation, allowing him to breathe freely. "Young master, you have truly transformed," Qian Linger exclaimed, her eyes widening as she pointed at Li Yuandao's face. Following her gaze, she observed that his features had altered significantly after wearing the mask. His originally delicate visage now appeared somewhat aged, resembling that of a man in his 30s or 40s, with a hint of gray at the temples. If Li Yuandao's grandfather, Li Hanyun, were to see him, he might not recognize his own grandson. What more could be said of Yuan Zhan, who had only encountered him a few times? After glancing at a bronze mirror, Li Yuandao nodded in satisfaction, the essence of his power altering his vocal cords to emit a voice tinged with a sense of weariness. Not bad, not bad. Chapter 25. The Allure of Yinner Indeed. This cost me 100 martial pills, Li Yuanzong replied, blinking mischievously and grinning. He scratched the back of his head with a hint of shyness, clearly pleased to receive Li Yuandao's admiration. Li Yuandao nodded thoughtfully. With this mask, he no longer had to worry about being recognized, allowing him to navigate the streets of Qizhou Prefecture with ease and confidence. Yet, who exactly was Yinner? Li Yuandao squinted, pondering as he wiped his mouth. He recalled the elegant and untainted demeanor she exhibited during their first encounter at the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, coupled with her mysterious and profound cultivation. Now, Li Yuandao found her even more inscrutable. Linger, what do you think of the strength of the Wanli Chamber of Commerce? He inquired of Qian Linger, believing that as a local, she might possess some insights. Master may inquire about the Wanli Chamber? Qian Linger blinked, contemplating briefly, her eyes revealing a hint of reverence. The Wanli Chamber had existed in Qingzhou Prefecture for an indeterminate number of years, but Linger knew it to be exceptionally formidable, with branches established nationwide, albeit shrouded in secrecy, engaging solely in commerce. Beyond that, she was unaware of any further details. After listening to Qian Linger's explanation, Li Yuandao nodded slightly, choosing not to dwell on such matters any longer. It seemed that the truth of the situation would unveil itself tonight. With time still on his side, he hastened to forge some battle talismans, for now that he had opened a shop, he needed to reserve 5 talismans daily for the elder Tianjua, while also crafting 5 for sale and finding time for cultivation. Now, it appeared he would also have to carve out time this evening to attend a banquet at the Wanli Chamber of Commerce. In bygone times, at this hour, the Wanli Chamber of Commerce would have been closed, devoid of any human presence. Yet now, it exudes a lively and prosperous atmosphere. The 3-story building is ablaze with light, and although modest in height, it possesses a unique charm against the backdrop of the night, exuding an antiquated elegance. Do you know? Today, the Wanli Chamber of Commerce has laid out a grand banquet, inviting the prominent forces of Qingzhou Prefecture to partake. At this moment, the youthful talents and distinguished figures of our Qingzhou Prefecture have all gathered here. Of course, I am aware of this. Yet I am uncertain as to the purpose of the banquet. I have heard that the young lady of the house is also in attendance. It appears that the gathering is to discuss an expedition into the moonlit forest scheduled for a month hence. The specifics remain unknown to us, as only those of great stature are privy to such information. The crowd around is pointing and whispering about the Wanli Chamber, engaged in animated discussions. It seems I am not the only one summoned here. Li Yuandao, overhearing the chatter, narrowed his eyes, pondering the matter. What is this expedition to the moonlit forest? How come I have not heard of it? Well, I shall discover the truth upon entering. With this thought, Li Yuandao strode purposefully toward the chamber's entrance. Esteemed guest, may I kindly request your invitation? As Li Yuandao reached the threshold, 2 attendants stationed at the door barred his path, addressing him courteously, clad in identical attire. Their demeanor was neither servile nor arrogant, displaying a uniformity that suggested rigorous training. They emanated a formidable presence, likely possessing the cultivation of a first-tier warrior. Li Yuandao squinted, gazing at the 2 attendants, and internally marveled. Truly, the Wanli Chamber of Commerce is a grand establishment. It is astonishing that even the 2 attendants possess such remarkable prowess. In Fenglan City, they would undoubtedly be regarded as top-tier experts. It is noteworthy that even the steward, Li Hai, is merely at the first level of a warrior, yet commands the respect of the entire town. However, at this moment, they are merely gatekeeping attendants, highlighting the exceptional nature of the Wanli Merchants Association. After presenting the invitation bestowed by Miss Yinner, Li Yuandao proceeded inside. Following Li Yuandao's gaze, one could see that the already exquisitely adorned Wanli Merchants Association appeared even more resplendent. The interior gleamed as if coated in a waxy sheen, and numerous exquisite artifacts were displayed around: East Sea pearls, West Mountain herbs, Northern frontier whips, Southern origin treasures. An abundance of curiosities from all corners of the world could be found here. Although Li Yuandao had never beheld the grandeur of a royal palace, he felt this place could scarcely be distinguished from the legendary imperial abode. Inside the association, many individuals were present, primarily young talents and notable figures from Qingzhou Prefecture, engaging in merriment, conversing, and contemplating their paths. They seemed to be well acquainted with one another, effortlessly mingling and pursuing their own interests. In contrast, Li Yuandao, being a newcomer, knew no one in this gathering, rendering him awkwardly out of place. He quickly sought refuge in a chair, feeling uncomfortable. Perhaps sensing the monotony or feeling the passage of time slipping away, after a while of sitting unnoticed, Li Yuandao retrieved a piece of ink jade from his storage and began to forge a battle talisman. Time for Li Yuandao seemed utterly insufficient. Every minute, he wished to divide into halves for use. Thus, amidst the monotony, he began the crafting of battle talismans. With his energy concentrated in the dantian, he steadied his breath and commenced the meticulous process, fully immersing his mind and spirit into the endeavor. The Fury Talisman was perfected under his skilled hands, of superlative quality. Yet he had yet to refine the Jade Shield Talisman to such heights. Li Yuandao held the obsidian jade thoughtfully, gradually infusing his defensive martial techniques and insights into it. True defense, he mused, involves gathering vital force to form a protective shield that disperses incoming power and threats swiftly across a wider area, embodying the very essence of defensive barriers. With closed eyes, Li Yuandao sensed the transformation of his intent, delicately channeling his consciousness into the talisman. Cautiously, he melded the vital essence and sealed it within the jade. Success! Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a pristine, jade-like jade shield talisman in his hand. A flicker of joy gracing his features as he realized he had finally crafted the superlative quality talisman. The craftsmanship of the young master in creating battle talismans was truly awe-inspiring. With mere concentration of his spirit, he could forge a jade shield talisman of exceptional quality. What a remarkable feat! Who is it? Li Yuandao, having devoted his entire consciousness to the crafting process, had been unaware of his surroundings. Thus, upon hearing the voice, he felt a tinge of curiosity. It is I, Yenner. At that juncture, Yenner gracefully emerged from behind Li Yuandao, bestowing upon him a subtle smile, feigning a delicate pique, yet reminiscent of the yearning of a lover long separated. Has my lord forgotten Yenner, perchance? She was adorned in a provocative ensemble, a form-fitting cheongsam that sculpted her already curvaceous figure into near perfection, revealing a tantalizing expanse of alabaster skin at her décolletage. Her raven tresses cascaded freely, draping over her fragrant shoulders, while her lips, painted with a seductive rouge, amplified her allure to its zenith. A veritable enchantress. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed slightly. Despite his vaunted Taoist fortitude, he found himself somewhat discomposed by the spectacle, mindful of his own uninitiated state. Indeed, it is the fair Yenner, he blurted out, seemingly against his will. A moment later, however, a frown furrowed his brow. Disaster. He was wearing a mask, and according to reason, this should be his first encounter with her. How had he let such a slip escape his lips? His features contorted subtly as he gazed at Yenner, perceiving a newfound depth of cunning. Such profound guile. With a delicate hand covering her cherry lips, Yenner chuckled at Li Yuandao's predicament, leaning forward with an enticing air. So it truly is my lord. Yenner merely hazarded a guess, but it seems my intuition did not betray me. Rest assured, my lord, your secret shall remain inviolate with me. It shall be a pact between us. Yenner punctuated her words with a gentle smile, casting a playful wink in Li Yuandao's direction. Li Yuandao nodded, his composure faltering as he gazed at Yenner before him, his heart rate accelerating precipitously. Yenner's forward inclination had diminished the distance between them from over 2 zhang to a mere palm's breadth. The delicate fragrance emanating from Yenner gently wafted into Li Yuandao's nostrils, while her posture unveiled a tantalizing glimpse of her bosom, fully reflected in Li Yuandao's eyes. 2 alabaster mounts, slightly compressed, revealed a lengthy cleavage, seemingly beckoning Li Yuandao to delve into its depths. He averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight any longer. Hee. I didn't expect the young master to be so youthful, yet capable of crafting such high-quality battle talismans. Truly, you are a prodigy, Yenner remarked. Picking up the talisman Li Yuandao had just completed from the table and scrutinizing it with meticulous care. You flatter me, Miss Yenner. Compared to Master Wu, I am far inferior, Li Yuandao replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. My skills are merely at the nascent stage. The young master is too modest. With your expertise, you could effortlessly join any faction within this humble Qingzhou prefecture and enjoy the utmost preferential treatment, Yenner responded with a subtle smile, her fox-like eyes twinkling mischievously. I wonder if the young master has any inclination to join our Wanli Commerce Guild? As Yenner uttered these words, she leaned forward once more, reducing the distance between them to less than half a palm's length. Li Yuandao could distinctly hear Yenner's rhythmic breathing, a sound imbued with an enchanting quality that seemed to effortlessly guide him into a state of drowsy reverie. He bit the tip of his tongue, barely managing to steady his mind. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he inhaled deeply, casting a gaze at Yenner that grew increasingly inscrutable. Who exactly was this woman? With just a few words, she had ensnared him in her web. Had his resolve been less steadfast, he might have unwittingly acquiesced. Shaking his head, Li Yuandao firmly declined, stating, I have no intention of aligning myself with any faction. Having uttered these words, he rose from his seat, creating a slight distance between himself and Yenner. He could not guarantee that he would evade her charm a second time. Nonetheless, it was as it should be. Each person has their own aspirations. Since the young master sought a life of carefree ease, the young lady should not impede him. Yenner smiled once more, playfully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Seemingly unperturbed by Li Yuandao's rejection, she gently remarked, we can still be friends. Upon hearing this, Li Yuandao nodded, feeling a surge of goodwill toward her. Had Yenner been overly insistent, he might have turned away in disdain, severing all ties and marking her as a future adversary. However, her openness delighted him, making the prospect of friendship with such a captivating woman exceedingly appealing. Just then, two young men approached from the side, greeting Yenner with cheerful smiles. Before them stood two gentlemen clad in elegant white robes, exuding an air of nobility and possessing strikingly handsome features, their very presence radiating a formidable aura. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his heart racing, for one of these individuals was none other than Yuan Zhan, who had previously conspired to take his life in Fenglin City, only to be thwarted by the intervention of the venerable Tianjue elder. Chapter 26. Conflict encountering Yuan Zhan once more stirred a tumult of emotions within Li Yuandao. He harbored no animosity towards this man, yet his life had been threatened following the death of Qin Heng, with Yuan Zhan relentlessly pursuing him. Had it not been for Tianjue elder's timely assistance on that fateful day, he would have surely perished at Yuan Zhan's hands. Hence, the sight of him now incited a profound fury within Li Yuandao, almost compelling him to retrieve several explosive talismans from his storage jade and obliterate this scoundrel. Despite these turbulent feelings, Li Yuandao maintained a composed demeanor, donning a mask that altered his appearance, ensuring that Yuan Zhan would likely fail to recognize him, thus refraining from any hasty actions. Ah, it is indeed young Master Yuan, along with young Master Zhang, Yenner remarked with a slight smile upon spotting the two. While she held a deep-seated disdain for Yuan Zhan, she acknowledged that the King Kong sect was a premier force within the Qingzhou prefecture, and his father, Yuan Badian, ranked among the top 3 strongest individuals in the region. Although she felt no fear towards him, she understood the necessity of avoiding unnecessary enmity. Such privileges were unfamiliar to her. Yuan Zhan, clearly displeased, remained unaware that the esteemed Li Yuandao was the proprietor of the Daoqi Battle Talisman shop, as well as the talented talisman master behind it. Yenner smiled gently, gesturing towards Li Yuandao as she introduced him. Oh, so you are the renowned talisman master? Upon hearing Yenner's words, Zhang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of insight. He inclined his head respectfully to Li Yuandao, saying, I am Zhang Tianyu from Qingzhou Prefecture, and I have long admired the illustrious name of young Master Li. Just call me Li Daoyuan, Li Yuandao replied, narrowing his eyes slightly as he returned the gesture. He uttered a fictitious name, for he could not divulge his true identity so casually. Thus, he interchanged the characters Yuan and Dao, while simultaneously developing a favorable impression of Zhang Tianyu. Despite his noble lineage and formidable prowess, Zhang's aura was even more potent than that of Yuan Zhan, exuding the strength of a sixth-tier warrior, 3 tiers above Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao contemplated in silence, realizing that even if he unleashed his full power, he might not stand a chance against Zhang Tianyu. Escaping unscathed would be a fortunate outcome. Merely a shopkeeper, he mused. The quality of the battle talismans he produces pales in comparison to those of our Golden Diamond sect. The general's mansion of Brother Zhang is not devoid of talisman masters. Yuan Zhan, overhearing Zhang Tianyu's commendation of Li Yuandao, felt an increased sense of irritation. Although he had previously extended an invitation to Li Yuandao, hoping to recruit him into his faction, he now perceived a closeness between Li Yuandao and Yener. Out of selfishness, Yuan Zhan promptly categorized Li Yuandao as an adversary. Li Yuandao chose to disregard Yuan Zhan's jibes, smiling faintly. He discerned the underlying dynamics, realizing that Yuan Zhan was likely enamored with Yener, leading to the previous misunderstanding. Initially, Li Yuandao considered clarifying the situation, but upon hearing Yuan Zhan's mockery, he decided against it. Yuan Zhan, your words are rather audacious, are they not? What do you mean by merely opening a shop? Young Master Li is, after all, the 4th-ranked battle talisman master of our Qingzhou prefecture. Yener, feeling somewhat displeased, spoke up on behalf of Li Yuandao. I find his talisman forging skills to be quite mediocre. Our esteemed master Song Tianqing from the Golden Vajra sect surpasses him by leaps and bounds. He is hardly worthy of the title of battle talisman master. Upon hearing Yener defend Li Yuandao, Yuan Zhan's displeasure intensified, his fists clenched tightly, making an unsettling cracking sound. If I, a young master of considerable standing, cannot win Yener's favor, how can a mere impoverished wandering cultivator like you dare to presume? Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his composure slightly faltering upon Yuan Zhan's words, and retorted softly, "Oh, if you claim I am unworthy to be called a battle talisman master, then what of your Golden Vajra sect's master? Outrageous." Yuan Zhan's eyes widened in disbelief. A wave of his martial prowess at the 5th level surged toward Li Yuandao, his voice tinged with irritation. Our master Song Tianqing is already an intermediate battle talisman master, far beyond your comparison. After making this statement, Yuan Zhan felt a surge of satisfaction. After all, a lowly battle talisman master could hardly possess any significant cultivation. Surely, under the pressure of his spiritual might, Li Yuandao would crumble to the ground. Yener witnessed this scene unfold, her heart fluttering with concern for Li Yuandao. Yuan Zhan had already reached the 5th level of martial prowess. Could Li Yuandao withstand such force? Should she intervene? In a moment of hesitation, Li Yuandao merely smiled faintly, gesturing for Yener to refrain from any action. Yener, puzzled, wondered where he found such confidence. Yet deep within, she harbored a flicker of anticipation. What could a battle talisman master possibly do to resist Yuan Zhan's overwhelming presence? Li Yuandao remained neither humble nor arrogant, facing the shockwave of Yuan Zhan's consciousness with unwavering courage. Although Yuan Zhan's cultivation surpassed his by 2 levels, Li Yuandao possessed the extraordinary Dao enlightenment soul, rendering his own consciousness incomparable to that of ordinary cultivators. The intensity of his consciousness was even slightly greater than that of a 4th-level warrior, coupled with the heightened consciousness generated during his daytime talisman crafting. Li Yuandao did not claim to be on equal footing with Yuan Zhan in combat, yet he could effortlessly counter Yuan Zhan's consciousness attacks. With a subtle smile and a peculiar curve at the corner of his mouth, Li Yuandao faced the encroaching consciousness surrounding him. He summoned a vast reservoir of consciousness from his Dao enlightenment, abruptly opening his eyes. A unique manifestation of consciousness exclusive to Li Yuandao surged forth from his being, transforming into a colossal, invisible fist that struck toward the consciousness unleashed by Yuan Zhan. "Brother Yuan, you seem a bit unwell," Li Yuandao remarked with a faint smile. Observing Yuan Zhan. Due to the injuries inflicted upon his consciousness, Yuan Zhan had indirectly sustained some damage, his internal energy roiling chaotically, and his complexion pale. Humph. What are you so pleased about? Yuan Zhan snorted coldly, calling out to an elderly man conversing nearby, Uncle Song, Uncle Song. Upon hearing Yuan Zhan's summons, the battle talisman master, named Song Tianqing, approached. Appearing to be around 50 years old, he sported a long, thin mustache at the corner of his mouth. His beady, rat-like eyes fixated greedily on Yinner's chest, and he was on the verge of drooling, his hunched back appearing even more pronounced in the moment. Li Yuandao shook his head, pondering how such a person could possibly be a master of battle talismans. Yuan Zhan, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat embarrassed but disregarded his feelings entirely, pointing an accusatory finger at Li Yuandao and exclaiming, "Tell me, do you dare to compare your battle talismans with Master Zhang's? I am eager to see whether you genuinely possess skill or are merely a charlatan. Young master, if we are to compare our talisman crafting, I, Song, am famously known as the demonic hand talisman king. Who would dare to compete with me?" Song Tianqing's eyes darted mischievously, displaying an air of cunning, as he pounded his chest with utmost confidence. To the unknowing observer, Song Tianqing might have seemed a sage of profound wisdom, and his proclamations were anything but subtle. However, Yinner could not suppress her laughter upon hearing his words. The demonic hand talisman king? What nonsense! How can a mid-tier battle talisman master dare to claim the title of talisman king? It's truly the height of absurdity. Master Wu Daizi, also a mid-tier talisman master, is on the verge of advancing to high tier. Yet he does not presume to call himself a talisman king, merely considering himself a novice. Yet here stands Song Tianqing, boldly declaring himself king. He must be the only one in the entire great Zhou kingdom with such audacity. Li Yuandao, however, remained unaware of all this. One could only wonder how Song Tianqing would react if he were to learn that Li was merely 17 years old. "Young man, have you truly thought this through? You wish to challenge me?" The disdain in Song Tianqing's eyes was palpable. He doubted that this youth, younger than himself, could possibly measure up. "You speak too much nonsense." Li Yuandao showed no signs of yielding to Song Tianqing's bravado, responding with equal fervor. "Very well, let us craft a fierce Yuan talisman. Let us see whose power is greater. If anyone loses, they shall kneel and call the other grandfather 3 times. Song Tianqing declared fiercely, yet secretly delighted within. Due to the recent conflicts between the King Kong sect and the Qin sect, at the behest of the sect leader, he had been diligently crafting the violent elemental talisman daily, mastering its creation to the point of proficiency. Hence, he could assert this with confidence. Li Yuandao nodded in agreement. For the violent elemental talisman was indeed his forte. He was uncertain about his abilities with other talismans, yet he readily accepted the challenge. "Hey, young lad. I am eager to see how you will call me grandfather 3 times. Yuan Zhan laughed heartily, seemingly confident in Song Tianqing's talisman-making skills. He already envisioned Li Yuandao kneeling in submission, with Yinner gazing at him in admiration. This thought only fueled Yuan Zhan's arrogance further. "Master Li, do not acquiesce too readily. Song Tianqing has been a mid-tier talisman master for quite some time, and the violent elemental talisman is his specialty. Although you possess extraordinary talent, I must advise caution." Yinner interjected, shaking her head in concern for Li Yuandao. While she acknowledged his prowess, she recognized that Song Tianqing had over a decade more experience, and seasoned practitioners are often the most formidable opponents. Indeed, if you are hesitant, I, Zhang Tianyu, can also assist in deflecting this challenge for you, Zhang Tianyu added. Echoing Yinner's sentiments, Li Yuandao shook his head with a slight smile, exuding confidence. He appreciated their good intentions. Both Yinner and Zhang Tianyu had only increased his favor in their eyes. "Then let us commence." Li Yuandao and Song Tianqing each held a pristine piece of engaging in a conversation. In the 27th chapter, astonishing all, the two seized the and simultaneously proceeded. Li Yuandao, gripping the, narrowed his eyes and began to ponder. According to traditional methods of refinement, he knew he could not compete with Song Tianqing, who was undoubtedly of a higher caliber. Consequently, the potency of the violent elemental talisman he produced would certainly surpass his own. Faced with this reality, innovation was his only recourse. Suddenly, Li Yuandao's eyes widened as he recalled the experience of crafting the Jade Shield Talisman. The reason he succeeded in creating a talisman of extraordinary quality lay in his grasp of the underlying intricacies and the requisite state of mind. Upon reflection, was the violent elemental talisman not akin to this process? Under conventional crafting methods, one merely needed to infuse the essence of attack and elemental force into the talisman. Subsequently, under the impetus of one's consciousness, the elemental force would detonate, influenced by the essence of the attack, thus unleashing a violent explosion. However, departing from convention required a different approach right from the initial stage of combat seed. Instead of merely injecting a standard attack essence, one ought to infuse diverse martial techniques and even cultivation methods. With this realization, Li Yuandao felt a sudden clarity as the surroundings began to recede. As if he had stepped into another realm. In less than a breath's time, he found himself standing in a boundless expanse, beneath a lofty sky and atop an infinite ground. Above him, the sun, moon, and stars converged, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Upon the vast expanse of the earth, myriad grasses and beings converged to cultivate their spiritual essence, emanating an overwhelming surge of vitality. At this moment, Li Yuandao grasps the primordial energy forged from the sun, moon, and stars, gradually channeling it into the fertile ground beneath. The boundless land transforms into a colossal black jade, while the celestial bodies serve as the immense source of energy. And Li Yuandao endeavors to unify both elements into a singular entity. Conversely, within the chambers of the Wanli Merchant Association, a starkly different scene unfolds. The violent primordial talisman crafted by Song Tianqing nears completion, yet Li Gongzi remains motionless, his eyes shut tight. Yener gazes at Li Yuandao, who holds the black jade in one hand, his brows furrowed and his demeanor unyielding. How can he still be unmoving after nearly half an hour? Surely, he is intimidated. He doesn't even dare to make a move. Ha! Yuanzhan cackles, pointing at Li Yuandao with unabashed mockery. You all should just wait until this lad calls me grandfather 3 times. Yuanzhan is elated, as if victory is already within his grasp, reveling in his triumph. Ah, what is this? At this moment, Wu Daozi unexpectedly approaches, his gaze fixed upon the steadfastly closed eyes of Li Yuandao. And he can't help but exclaim in astonishment. Master Wu, what troubles you? Yener, taken aback by his reaction, wonders aloud. Wu Daozi is known for his composed demeanor. It is unlike him to exhibit such a loss of composure. Is this the state of enlightenment? Many years ago, when I first became a battle talisman master, a great master once advised me, stating that only those with extraordinary opportunities and innate qualities could reach the state of enlightenment during talisman crafting. And those talisman masters who attain such enlightenment invariably stand at the pinnacle of the great Zhou dynasty. Wu Daozi's eyes widened in disbelief. Yet memories from years past compelled him to accept the reality. Indeed, this was the moment of enlightenment. Amidst his musings, Wu Daozi felt an unexpected thrill. Is it truly so remarkable? Yener, upon hearing Wu Daozi's explanation, gaped in astonishment at Li Yuandao, her voice barely a whisper. Perhaps he is the one our Yun clan has been seeking. Humph, could it be so mystical? Master Wu may have become bewildered from excessive talisman crafting. This lad is merely frightened. Yuanzhan scoffed, revealing his disdain for Wu Daozi's words, yet a flicker of unease lingered within him. Suddenly, Li Yuandao opened his eyes. In the depths of his dark orbs, something stirred. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be myriad celestial bodies or the vast expanse of existence, or perhaps a piece of ink jade. In an instant, Li Yuandao regained his composure, contemplating the ink jade in his grasp. Without warning, he moved. Grasping the ink jade tightly in his left hand, he summoned his spiritual energy with his right, channeling it into the stone. My intent is my obsession. During those 3 years of folly, I never wavered. My heart cannot be confined by the heavens, nor can it be shackled by the earth. My Tao heart is my obsession. My will is also my resolve to kill. I shall cease violence with violence. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them, but should one transgress against me, I shall retaliate. My Tao heart is my resolve to kill. My will is also my battle spirit. Fearless and resolute. Even if my opponent is formidable, I shall fight with all my might. In this world, nothing instills fear within me. My heart is resolute in battle. With a thunderous roar, Li Yuandao summoned forth a myriad of scenes within his mind, the unwavering dedication he had shown during his arduous training, the ruthless ferocity with which he had slain Qin Heng, and the indomitable spirit that once dared him to stake his life against Yuan Zhonggu's peak power. The primordial energy in his hands surged forth as these three thoughts converged into the unassuming piece of black jade. The steps of combat embryo, fusion of essence, and sealing of jade were executed with remarkable finesse, completed in a single breath. Had it truly been achieved? So swiftly. Not even 30 breaths had passed. Was this an act of defiance against the heavens? I find myself questioning whether he is indeed a low-tier battle talisman master. Such a feat is beyond the abilities of even a high-tier master. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished by this display. Such speed was unparalleled within the confines of Qingzhou Prefecture. What use is such swiftness? Let us judge the outcome based on its power. Yuan Zhan scoffed, somewhat disdainful. He had initially believed that Li Yuandao would be too intimidated to act, yet here he was, completing the creation with such alacrity. However, on his side, Song Tianqing had also finished, rendering their efforts evenly matched in terms of time. Fear not, young master, for the violent essence talisman I Song have concocted this time is nothing short of extraordinary. Its quality rivals that of mid-tier battle talismans, and this young man will surely be defeated. Song Tianqing chuckled, producing a gleaming violent essence talisman from his hands, brimming with confidence. Since both parties have successfully crafted their talismans, let us invite Master Wu to assess their merits. Yenner smiled softly, beckoning for Wu Daozi to step forward. Upon hearing the name, the crowd held no objections. After all, Wu Daozi was undeniably the foremost talisman master in Qizhou. Some speculated that he could even forge battle talismans of high-tier quality. Wu Daozi nodded, stepping forward to examine the talismans crafted by the two individuals with great scrutiny. At first glance, Song Tianqing's violent elemental talisman appeared round and radiant, exuding a vibrant sheen, and under the probing of divine consciousness, it revealed immense elemental power. In contrast, the talisman created by young Master Li was dull in color, lacking the brilliance of Song Tianqing's, and similarly, it exhibited a significantly lesser amount of elemental energy under scrutiny. Wu Daozi observed intently, providing continuous analysis to the gathered crowd while subtly shaking his head. Could it be that Li Daoyuan had not yet entered the realm of enlightenment? The differences in the violent elemental talismans were glaringly evident. Was it possible he had misjudged? Could it truly be that young Master Li had lost so easily? Yenner furrowed her brows, feeling a tinge of disappointment, as she had anticipated some remarkable skill from young Master Li. Haha, Li, why not hurry and call me grandfather? Qin Heng, brimming with excitement, seized the moment, demanding that Li Yuandao fulfill his promise before Wu Daozi could announce the results. Wait a moment, Li Yuandao interjected suddenly, his eyes narrowing slightly as he spoke softly. Master Wu cannot rely solely on sight. Some things cannot be discerned by the eyes alone. What? This audacious fellow dares to challenge Master Wu's authority. It was utterly outrageous. Master Wu was, without a doubt, the unparalleled leader among the talisman masters of Qingzhou. And yet he spoke with such insolence. The surrounding crowd was taken aback by Li Yuandao's words, for the stature of Wu Daozi in their hearts was undeniably solid. Naturally, they had consistently denied any dissent towards him. Well, let us heed young Master Li's counsel, they murmured. Wu Daozi, however, paid no heed to the crowd's astonishment and nodded affirmatively. Let us test the might of these two battle talismans. With that, he led everyone outside the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, for the potential devastation of the violent Yuan talisman was considerable. Detonating it within the confines of the chamber could lead to unforeseen damages. Upon reaching an open area, Wu Daozi nodded once more and cast the violet Yuan talisman crafted by Song Tianqing. Under the subtle manipulation of his consciousness, the talisman erupted with a thunderous sound that reverberated, causing discomfort to the ears of the onlookers. Indeed, the power of this talisman was comparable to a full-force strike from a second-tier warrior, rendering it truly exceptional. Wu Daozi acknowledged its might with a nod of approval. Offering commendation, Song Tianqing, upon receiving such praise, felt a swell of pride. This talisman was undoubtedly his most successful creation, and its inaugural demonstration brought him considerable honor. Yuan Zhan let out a hearty laugh, as if victory was already assured, and his gaze towards Yen'er shifted, suggesting a burgeoning sense of submission. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Song Tianqing for the formidable talisman he had forged. As for Li Yuandao, he had long been relegated to the background. Yet, Li Yuandao remained unperturbed, his eyes slightly narrowed, observing the spectacle with a calm demeanor, leaving those unaware to assume he had no connection to the unfolding events. Subsequently, Wu Daozi hurled away Li Yuandao's explosive talisman with great force. With a mere thought, he commanded the talisman to detonate. As the talisman erupted, a thunderous sound akin to tumultuous waves crashing upon the earth surged forth. The winds swept fiercely, asserting their dominance over the heavens. The onlookers felt their ears succumb to deafness, their cochleas throbbing as if they might burst, resonating with a persistent hum. In contrast, the exploding talisman resembled the fury of 100 lions and the trumpeting of 100 elephants. In that moment, the very heavens trembled, and all fell into silence. The shockwave surged forth, the void quaked, and the world lost its color. Everything within a Tinzhong radius was reduced to mere flatness by the force of the impact. Astonishment, daze, and disbelief gripped the spectators. Could this truly be the might of the violent element talisman? This single blow would likely be insurmountable even for half of the fourth-tier martial artists. Was this truly defying the heavens? In an instant, awe filled the air. Chapter 28. The Moonlit Forest. What a spectacle! Little did they know. Who could be deemed the victor here? Li Yuandao squinted slightly, gazing at the aftermath wrought by the violent element talisman with a hint of surprise. Though he had anticipated the talisman's extraordinary power, he had not expected it to be so formidable. Its might seemed to rival a full-force strike from a fourth-tier martial artist. If he could forge several such violent element talismans, could he not obliterate Yuan Zhan in an instant? Yet, contemplating this, Li Yuandao shook his head. Despite the tremendous power of this talisman, its creation was not easily attainable. He could manage to forge but one a day at most. How could this be possible? This cannot possibly be the violent Yuan talisman. The violent Yuan talisman does not possess such formidable power. This is inconceivable. Song Tianqing fervently shook his head, desperately attempting to convey that all of this was a fabrication, for the impact was simply overwhelming. If one were to forge a sufficient number of such violent Yuan talismans, could it not obliterate even the mightiest of martial masters? Yun Zhongyan blinked, her thoughts racing through her mind, constantly contemplating and deducing. She sincerely clasped her hands and inquired of Li Yuan, "May I ask, esteemed young Master Li, does this violent Yuan talisman incorporate multiple realms of understanding?" A single violent Yuan talisman is fundamentally unremarkable. However, its potency is contingent upon the density and strength of the infused elemental energy, as well as the realms of understanding it embodies. The level of elemental energy possessed by a battle talisman master is generally comparable. Thus, the determining factor of its might lies in these realms of understanding. Wu Daozi pondered deeply. In that fleeting moment when the violent Yuan talisman detonated, he had observed it most clearly and was closest to it. In that instant, he witnessed the immense shockwave unleashed by the talisman, revealing that it had surpassed the capabilities of low-tier battle talismans, approaching the power of high-tier talismans. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's candid declaration, Wu Daozi inhaled sharply, his features subtly contorting with a hint of embarrassment. He waved his hand dismissively, his expression suffused with respect. "Young Master Li, please refrain from addressing me as master. I dare not accept such a title. To be frank, I am on the verge of advancing to a high-level talisman master. yet I can barely grasp 2 realms of essence. Your skills in talisman crafting are certainly on par with mine, Wu Daozi earnestly proclaimed, devoid of any pretense. Previously, he had regarded Li Yuandao with a certain admiration solely because he was a talisman master, and while he held him in esteem, it was from a position of superiority. Now, however, he viewed Li Yuandao as an equal, believing that they were nearly indistinguishable in capability, perhaps even surpassing him in terms of comprehension of the essence. Upon reaching the status of a high-level talisman master, Wu Daozi came to understand the significance of essence. For a high-level talisman master to aspire to further breakthroughs, reaching the Earth tier, or even the legendary Heaven tier, one must possess an ample understanding of essence to facilitate such advancements. What? Master Wu actually claims that Li Daoyuan's talisman crafting skills are comparable to his own? I never anticipated that Li Yuandao would be so formidable. I had assumed his prowess was merely a stroke of luck. Truly, the genuine article does not reveal itself, while the facade often obscures the truth. Just before this, Yuan Zhan even asserted that young Master Li was unworthy of being a talisman master. It seems he was merely seeking self-deception. Upon hearing Wu Daozi's sincere remarks, the onlookers were filled with profound admiration, their gazes toward Li Yuandao transforming into something altogether different. At this moment, Yuan Zhan found himself utterly dumbfounded. Upon hearing Wu Daozi's words, his heart sank completely. The scornful accusations and ridicule from the crowd only exacerbated his profound embarrassment, making him wish he could vanish into a hole. It was all your fault. Your abysmal talisman crafting skills have rendered my efforts in vain. Yuan Zhan cast a malevolent glance at Song Tianqing, seemingly blaming him for the entire debacle. Wasn't it you who urged me to provoke him? Song Tianqing lowered his head, feeling a twinge of shame. Had he known that Li Yuandao's talisman crafting skills were so formidable, he would never have sought him out. Regardless of the consequences. The artistry. After years of honing my battle talismans, I have yet to infuse even 2, yet Li Yuandao effortlessly channeled 3 at once. This is truly beyond reason. Master Li, I had faith in your capabilities, Yun Zona said, offering a captivating smile and a nod of appreciation. Although she had confidence in Li Yuandao, she was taken aback by the magnitude of his prowess, prompting her to reevaluate her previous judgments. Internally, she felt a surge of delight. It was fortunate that she had not antagonized such a formidable individual and had instead garnered his favor. The thought of that precious purple gold VIP card indeed seemed well worth it. To earn a smile from a beauty, brotherly, you are truly exceptional. And I am in deep admiration. Zhang Tianyu, witnessing this scene, burst into hearty laughter. How could he not comprehend Yun Zhongyan'er's sentiments? He, too, resonated with her praise. Such an impressive figure must be reported to his father without delay. After all, a golden dragon cannot remain a mere creature of the pond. When the rain comes, it transforms. The future potential of his heights is certainly incomparable to his present state. Yuan Zhan, how about it? I have one, haven't I? Li Yuandao remarked with a subtle smile, his eyes narrowing slightly as he gazed at Yuan Zhan. At this moment, the way Li Yuandao looked at Yuan Zhan had inexplicably become somewhat agreeable. Had it not been for Yuan Zhan's insistence on comparing their talisman crafting, he would never have entered that peculiar realm. Without stepping into that strange world, how could he have forged such a formidable and piercing Baoyuan talisman? Moreover, as Li Yuandao contemplated, he realized that he would certainly reserve some of the future conceptual Baoyuan talismans for Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng, ensuring they would always remain formidable. All of this, indeed, was thanks to Yuan Zhan, and the thought of it made Li Yuandao smile even more radiant. Why yes, Yuan Zhan sighed, slowly uttering the words. It was not appropriate to speak in front of so many onlookers. Did we not have an agreement? The loser must call the winner grandfather 3 times. I wonder if young Master Yuan still remembers? Li Yuandao said with a slight squint, addressing Yuan Zhan softly. You are going too far. Do you truly wish for me to call you grandfather 3 times? Yuan Zhan exclaimed, his eyes widening with indignation. Though the initial agreement had been made, The thought of calling Li Yuandao grandfather before such a crowd was utterly intolerable. Furthermore, Yuanzhan doubted that Li Yuandao would actually expect him to comply. As the heir of the Golden Vajra sect, he believed Li Yuandao would understand the gravity of the situation, hence his defiant words. "Well then, will you call or not?" Li Yuandao replied with a faint smile, completely unfazed by Yuanzhan's threats, engaging in a spirited verbal duel. "Although the Golden Door is formidable, I am not easily bullied. If necessary, I shall unleash a battle talisman to severely incapacitate them and then escape with my brother. Hee, young Master Li. I shall consider this a favor for the time being." I believe that young Master Yuan did not intend for things to escalate like this. After all, we all reside within the same prefecture of Qingzhou, and it would not bode well for us to maintain a strained relationship. At this moment, Yunzong Yin'er stepped forward, smiling at Li Yuandao. Observing this, Li Yuandao pondered. It seemed that compelling Yuanzhan to call him grandfather thrice was unlikely, and even if he did, it would only serve to exacerbate the tension. Both he and his brother are in Qingzhou, and as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Furthermore, I am not even a strong dragon, so it is wiser not to let matters become so rigid. Wu Daozi nodded in agreement. A true gentleman is capable of both yielding and standing firm. Although Li Yuandao excels in crafting battle talismans, his influence remains tenuous. Alone, he is certainly no match for the Golden Door. Rather than engaging in a bitter conflict with Yuanzhan, it is wiser to let this matter pass. For as the saying goes, where there are green mountains, one need not worry about firewood. It is not wise for a practitioner of the Tao to be excessively rigid. One must learn to be adaptable and astute. I am grateful for young Master Li's respect towards Yin'er. She now owes him a favor. Yunzong Yin'er unveiled a captivating smile, her eyes shimmering like water as she gazed at Li Yuandao. This smile seemed to possess a certain enchantment, sweeping away any displeasure in Li Yuandao's heart. "Thank you, Lady Yin'er." Yuanzhan expressed his gratitude towards Yunzong Yin'er with a slight bow of his hands. He remained uncertain whether Li Yuandao would truly fulfill his promise if Yunzong Yin'er did not intervene. Yet, the malevolent glint in Li Yuandao's gaze filled him with an overwhelming sense of indignation. I shall seize an opportunity to annihilate you and witness how much of your bravado remains. What of battle-ruined masters and their profound realms? In this world, strength speaks louder than words. Alas, amidst the commotion caused by the two young masters, Yin'er nearly overlooked announcing a matter of utmost importance. The crowd was filled with confusion, yet a flicker of reverence illuminated their eyes upon the mention of Tianyu Prefecture. Although Qingzhou Prefecture dwarfed Fenglin City in size, it was merely a modest prefectural city within the vast Tianyu Prefecture. The disparity between everything in Qingzhou Prefecture and the grandeur of Tianyu Prefecture was immense. The latter was a flourishing gathering place for cultivators, rich in spiritual energy, and rumored to harbor unparalleled martial kings. This allure drew cultivators from all corners to pay their respects. Thus, any cultivator of notable prowess would make their way to Tianyu Prefecture, with Qingzhou Prefecture being no exception. The Haoyue Forest lay strategically between Qingzhou Prefecture and Tianyu Prefecture, serving as a vital passage for those journeying to the latter. This expansive forest connected several prefectural cities, extending over 10,000 miles, abundant with various precious treasures of heaven and earth, brimming with spiritual power, and dotted with numerous ancient burial sites. It was undeniably a treasure trove, an ideal locale for adventurers seeking to hone their skills. Yet within it lies a realm dominated by demonic beasts, steeped in bloodshed and cruelty. Here, one finds an abundance of demonic creatures equivalent to human martial artists, with warriors of various ranks in plentiful supply. Delving deeper, one can even encounter beasts of the master level. Moreover, whispers abound that in the innermost depths of the moonlit forest resides an unparalleled, legendary demon of the Grandmaster tier. These beings possess the power to scorch the heavens and boil the seas, capable of uprooting mountains, and they can transform into human forms, awakening their intellect. Even formidable masters like the elder Tianju dare not venture carelessly into the heart of this perilous place. Thus, When Yunzong Yenner mentioned the moonlit forest, the assembled crowd listened intently. Chapter 29. The Tomb of the Martial King. Upon hearing the words of the crowd, Li Yuandao began to grasp certain aspects. Yet the more he understood, the more perplexed he became. Why, at this moment, did Yunzong Yenner choose to speak of this place? Observing the reactions of those below, Yunzong Yenner nodded, continuing, "All are aware that long ago, many prominent figures perished within this moonlit forest. Over the years, several ruins have been discovered, and individuals of exceptional fortune have gained irreversible benefits through serendipitous encounters." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. Although they had not directly partaken in such fortunes, they had certainly heard tales. In Tianyu County, numerous talented youths, during their trials, unexpectedly acquired inheritances, obtaining remarkable treasures or astonishing techniques that allowed them to ascend to extraordinary heights. However, how does this relate to Yunzong Yenner's discourse? Li Yuandao squinted his eyes, thoughtfully stroking his chin. To be candid, not long ago, I stumbled upon some intriguing news. A month prior, a group of cultivators ventured into the Haoyue Forest within Tianyu County and discovered a complete tomb of a martial king. Yunzong Yenner, perhaps sensing the astonishment in the crowd, softly interjected, "A complete martial king tomb. Good heavens! If one were to obtain the legacy from the martial king's tomb, would it not pave the way to unimaginable benefits? Who could be so fortunate as to possess such remarkable luck? Ah, truly incomparable." The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, expressing their astonishment and engaging in animated discussions. They had internally extended their best wishes to the entire group of cultivators who had discovered the tomb. With the treasures found within the martial king tomb, even a fool could ascend to the realm of a master. One could only imagine who would dare to provoke you within Qinzhou Prefecture. Li Yuandao himself broke into a cold sweat. The treasures contained within the martial king tomb must be beyond measure. The most formidable cultivator he had ever encountered was the elder Tianjue, who was merely at the threshold of Master's realm, by no means a true master. Yet here it was, the discovery of a tomb belonging to a martial king, a truly fortuitous opportunity. The legacies, techniques, artifacts, and elixirs housed there could easily surpass a year's worth of his talisman sales. He chuckled, ready to share another piece of good news. Yunzong Yen gazed at the expressions of those around her, evidently pleased, akin to a skilled angler gradually luring forth their curiosity. With a flourish, she revealed that a group of cultivators, upon discovering this site, yearned to venture within in search of treasure. However, the complete opening of the illustrious tomb of the martial king had yet to transpire. Thus this party of cultivators refrained from entry. They must await the 8th day of the 8th month, a mere 20 days hence, and due to certain restrictions within the tomb, only those below the rank of martial master would be permitted to enter. Subsequently, for reasons unknown, this news reached the ears of the young lady. Aware that such a revelation could not be hoarded for herself, she chose to share it with all. With that, Yunzong Yen offered a subtle smile, her sparkling eyes glimmering like those of a cunning little fox. "Surely, I must not have misheard. The tomb of the martial king remains unexplored, and we have been privileged to receive such news? Strike me, and let me ascertain if I am dreaming. By heavens, I must seize this opportunity. If I could unearth even a fraction of its treasures, I would stride through Qinzhou Prefecture with unassailable confidence. It feels as though the tomb of the martial king is destined for me, and no wonder there was a wisp of smoke rising from my family grave last night." Upon hearing this sensational revelation, the hearts of the crowd raced with exhilaration, nearly halting in their fervor. Their spirits surged with anticipation, envisioning themselves standing triumphantly atop the heads of all, within the tomb of the martial king, claiming its astonishing legacy or countless treasures and elixirs. Ultimately, they would stand at the pinnacle of Qizhou Prefecture and even Tianyu County. Although the Moonlight Forest is teeming with countless monstrous beasts, the age-old truth remains that humans perish for wealth and birds for food. Beneath the allure of immense profit, few heed the lurking perils. Upon hearing this news, Li Yuandao was initially taken aback, yet gradually regained his composure. If the treasures within the martial king's tomb are indeed so precious, why would that group of cultivators disseminate the information? Shouldn't they have confided in their own sect and ventured forth in secrecy? Furthermore, why did Yunzong Yenner choose to share this news with everyone after learning of it? Why not savor the opportunity alone? While treasures are undeniably valuable, caution is paramount. Yunzong Yenner regarded the crowd with a hint of disdain. The lofty ambition coupled with a fragile mindset is a grave taboo among cultivators. To be so easily unsettled by an unknown martial king's tomb raises questions about one's ability to transcend personal limitations and pursue the ethereal path of immortality. Shaking her head, she sighed. How could treasures be so easily obtained? If they were, they would not have trickled down to this humble Qizhou prefecture. As her gaze casually swept the area, it halted upon Li Yuandao. Unlike the others, whose eyes gleamed with fervor, he appeared lost in contemplation, seemingly oblivious to the news. Observing this, Yunzong Yenner nodded. Such a state of mind is indeed what a cultivator should aspire to. Otherwise, no matter how high one's cultivation, it is futile. An unstable heart will ultimately succumb to its inner demons. History is replete with such cautionary tales. Miss Yenner, I have a question. Since this tomb of the martial king is so precious, why would you choose to share this information with us instead of claiming the treasures for yourself? Suddenly, amidst the collective reverie, Zhang Tianyu posed this inquiry. With narrowed eyes, Yenner from the Clouds sect appeared somewhat taken aback. Realizing that it was not only Li Yuandao who possessed such a resolute heart, but Zhang Tianyu as well. Indeed, if it were so valuable, how could news of it possibly emerge from Tianyu County? A tomb of martial king caliber would compel any force within Tianyu County to act with full vigor. Could it be that Miss Yenner intends to make a fool of us? If so, we would have been elated for no reason at all. Upon hearing Zhang Tianyu's words, the others awakened from their daydreams, contemplating this painfully pragmatic question. Although they held considerable sway within the Chengzhou prefecture, regarded as figures of prominence. What significance did that hold in Tianyu County? First, the martial king tomb is shrouded in certain restrictions, permitting only martial artists of a lower tier to approach, thereby excluding the elder generations of major forces from participation. Second, it is well known that each year, a massive beast tide occurs within the moonlit forest during this event. All the beasts therein form formidable packs, ruthlessly slaughtering any entities or human cultivators they encounter. Lastly, the commotion stirred by the martial king tomb has been exceedingly pronounced, alerting even neighboring counties. Hence, we in Tianyu County cannot afford to lag behind. Would it not be a laughingstock if the tomb were claimed by another county right at our doorstep? Thus, the various factions within Tianyu County have issued orders to notify all the cities, even though everyone is aware that the survival rate amidst the beast horde is nearly non-existent. And despite the understanding that one may be just an ordinary individual in this vast sea of humanity, and knowing all too well the perils that lie within the tomb of the martial king, no one is so easily inclined to relinquish their ambitions. Each person clings to a singular belief that their fortune is sufficient, that they can follow others to the end, attain the elusive legacy of the martial king, and return in triumph. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, weighing the pros and cons embedded in Yunzong Yenner's words, and bowed his head in contemplation. Having already incurred enmity with Gu Feng Yuanzhan, he constantly faced the threat of retaliation. Under normal circumstances, it would be utterly impossible to contend with them. At this moment, the tomb of the martial king may present an opportunity. Perhaps he would perish there, or perhaps he would leave empty-handed. Yet he must muster the courage to strive and pursue. Engaging with other young talents in mutual cultivation and experience would also expedite his growth. With this thought, Li Yuandao nodded resolutely. He must venture to the tomb of the martial king 20 days hence. Observing this scene, Yunzong Yenner seemed quite pleased, offering a gentle smile. It appeared she had already anticipated such a scenario and waved her hand, declaring, "The tomb of the martial king is indeed a tremendous opportunity that must not be missed. Will young Master Li also attend?" After everyone had departed, Yunzong Yenner inquired with a subtle smile. Today, upon witnessing Li Yuandao's violent Yuan Talisman, Yunzong Yin'er re-evaluated him anew. She believed that if Li Yuandao accompanied her, their chances of success would undoubtedly increase. With a few violent Yuan talismans deployed, who could possibly escape unscathed? Her younger brother. Li Yuanzong expressed a desire to accompany Li Yuandao as well. However, Li Yuandao deemed the venture too perilous and felt his brother's cultivation was insufficient. Thus he declined the request. Seated nearby, Li Yuandao retrieved a long spear, entirely cloaked in black, from his storage jade. With narrowed eyes, he contemplated this weapon. The spear, shrouded in darkness, emanated a faint aura of foreboding. It was an artifact Li Yuandao had previously acquired from Qin Heng's storage jade. Although its rank remained unknown, Li Yuandao surmised it was anything but ordinary. Having resolved to venture to the martial king's tomb in 15 days, Li Yuandao acknowledged his current weakness in cultivation, realizing he could not elevate his powers significantly in such a short time. Therefore, he resolved to rely on other strengths, such as techniques, magical artifacts, and even battle talismans. Regarding battle talismans, he had begun to formulate a plan. The emergence of the violent Yuan talisman seemed to illuminate a new path for him. Despite the limitation of crafting only one talisman per day, he could produce 15 in total over the next 15 days. Should he unleash all 15 violent Yuan talismans simultaneously, they would possess the power to obliterate any martial cultivator, even severely wound those at the 9th level of martial prowess. Alas, if only he possessed a spear technique. It appeared he would need to visit the Wanli Merchant Association tomorrow to procure a manual on spear techniques. Otherwise, the weapon's potential would remain untapped. Upon contemplating this, Li Yuandao shook his head. How could one effortlessly acquire the appropriate marksmanship? Oh, young Master Li, why do you wield a firearm? The essence of the spear lies in swiftness, ferocity, and an aesthetic flourish in its handling. Hence, many young ladies are enamored with the spear, which is why Li Yuandao made such a remark. Not quite, Qianlinger countered, shaking her head. After a moment's thought, she addressed Li Yuandao. To speak candidly, young Master Li, my ancestors also produced a master-level warrior. Li Yuandao was taken aback, realizing that Miss Linger's lineage was indeed of such esteemed stature. He shook his head, feeling a tinge of regret for Qianlinger, once a family of cultivators, now reduced to such circumstances. By the way, young Master Li, my esteemed ancestor, the spearman, left behind a manual of spear techniques. I shall seek it out for you, as it may prove beneficial. Qianlinger tapped her forehead, as if struck by inspiration, and swiftly ascended the stairs in search of it. A legacy of spear techniques? Li Yuandao was momentarily taken aback. Soon, Qianlinger returned, clutching a jade tube, her countenance brimming with excitement. Young Master Li, I have found it. Upon hearing her, Li Yuandao looked up to see that the jade tube in Qianlinger's hand was exquisitely crafted, exuding an aura of mystery. Perhaps due to the passage of time, the tube was dust-laden. As she spoke, Qianlinger gently wiped away the dust before presenting it to Li Yuandao. This is the spear technique left by my ancestor, which accompanied him throughout his life. Due to the limitations of our cultivation over the past few generations, neither my father nor I have been able to examine it. Li Yuandao nodded slightly and accepted the offering, yet within, he was profoundly astonished. How could a technique accompanying a master of such caliber be anything ordinary? It must undoubtedly be of the earth level. This thought further ignited his excitement as his consciousness surged, delving into the jade tube. As for the restrictions within the tube, Li Yuandao paid them no heed. Possessing a divine soul capable of enlightenment, how could he not breach a mere minor barrier? As anticipated, it took but a breath's time for his consciousness to penetrate within. A killing lance. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed as he pondered, his features subtly contorting. Initially, he had presumed this to be a formidable, world-renowned technique. However, upon entering, the first sight that greeted him bore this name, leaving him rather disheartened. A killing lance. The very sound of it seemed rather ominous. What kind of unparalleled technique would bear such a name? Contemplating this, Li Yuandao's features twisted further, even casting doubt on whether this jade tube had been swapped. Fate, it seemed, was playing a small jest upon him. In the next moment, Li Yuandao's gaze tightened, as if he perceived something profound. He seemed to have entered a realm where towering mountains stretched endlessly for thousands of miles. A figure stood atop the highest peak. Not particularly grand in stature, yet he seemed capable of supporting the heavens themselves. His heart was not expansive, yet it appeared capable of embracing all things. The individual's age and cultivation were indiscernible, but merely through a single, penetrating gaze, Li Yuandao felt an overwhelming aura akin to a colossal mountain, suffocating him. It was infused with an overwhelming sense of murderous intent, as if risking life itself in a gamble. A palpable aura of murderous intent enveloped the heavens and streamed across the earth, staining the pristine sky a deep crimson and rendering the verdant landscape devoid of color. Countless demonic beasts bowed their heads in trepidation, with even the weaker ones succumbing to gruesome fates, their vital essence spilling forth as their demonic cores shattered. By killing to quell further violence, the adversaries were struck with paralyzing fear, their fighting spirit extinguished, and a lasting dread of him instilled within their souls. After witnessing this harrowing spectacle, Li Yuandao underwent a profound transformation. If he were once an ordinary practitioner, he now stood as a commanding general leading a million-strong army. A veritable god of slaughter. Before him, all things quaked in reverence, compelled to worship and eternally fear him. Releasing the jade tube, Li Yuandao surged forth, brandishing his spear with a swift motion. As he channeled his vital energy, the spear emitted an unparalleled brilliance, as if it sought to illuminate the oppressive darkness of the land. His eyes glowed with a striking crimson hue, infusing the very air around him with an aura of death. With a thrust as fierce as a dragon strike, a seemingly simple blow unleashed an indescribable force. However, the expenditure of vital energy was considerable. With this singular attack, he had depleted nearly 1/10 of his reserves. This meant that he could execute such a strike only 10 times before exhausting his power entirely. "My lord, are you unharmed?" Qianlinger and her brother Li Yuanzong rushed out, their faces etched with concern as they inquired about Li Yuandao's well-being. "I am unscathed, though I must express my gratitude to Miss Linger for this spear technique. Were it to be sold, I dare say it could fetch a price of 10,000 mid-grade martial pills." Li Yuandao pondered momentarily, then candidly addressed Qianlinger. "I believe it is quite inappropriate to simply accept the remarkable gun techniques of Miss Linger without due compensation. I am willing to offer 50,000 medium-grade martial pills as a token of my gratitude. Although Miss Lingo has not explicitly asked for any form of payment, I cannot shake off the feeling of indebtedness. The lethality of this gun is extraordinary. If it were to be auctioned at the Wanli Merchant Association, even the most formidable of elders would find themselves in dire straits. It seems rather unjust to receive such a gift without any acknowledgement." Chapter 31. Departure to the moonlit forest. "My dear sir, your words are truly disheartening for me," Qianlinger replied, waving her hand lightly and offering a gentle smile to Li Yuandao. "How could I possibly desire such wealth from you? Were it not for your valiant rescue from the clutches of that scarred man, I might have resorted to taking my own life to preserve my virtue. Now, I reside contentedly within your establishment, living a fulfilling life. All of this is thanks to your kindness. Without you, I would not be where I am today. I hold deep gratitude towards you and have always regarded you as a brother. It saddens me to think you would wish to barter with me, for such a notion has left my heart feeling rather cold." As she spoke, her delicate teeth pressed against her fragrant lips, and her eyes shimmered like two radiant pearls, blinking with an enchanting sparkle. Indeed, had Li Yuandao not intervened to rescue Qianlinger from the clutches of Scarface that day, it is certain that, given her temperament, Qianlinger would have perished for the sake of her virtue. Now, living under Li Yuandao's care, Qianlinger experiences a profound sense of happiness. Unburdened by the fears of bullying or the uncertainties of her next meal, as if she has finally found a home. "Miss Linger, I beg your pardon. I was remiss in not considering your feelings," Li Yuandao said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he shook his head. He noticed a change in Qianlinger before him. She was gentle, perceptive, and empathetic, always attentive to the needs of her two brothers. Initially, he had intended to express his gratitude for her remarkable marksmanship, but he realized he had overlooked the fact that she never regarded him as a stranger. As he gazed upon her graceful visage, a smile crept across Li Yuandao's face. He could see the sincerity in Qian Linger's eyes, a genuine affection devoid of pretense. Perhaps it was only in this moment that Li Yuandao felt a complete sense of relief in his heart. Rest assured, my dear Linger, from this day forth, I, Li Yuandao, shall ensure you endure no further grievances, he declared, each word resonating with conviction. Did you hear that? What was that sound just now? Could it be that a warrior of the 5th tier is engaged in combat? The commotion is formidable. It seems there is no one within the confines of Qingzhou capable of causing such a ruckus. Within the Wanli Commerce Guild, Yun Zhongyan's eyes narrowed sharply as her body turned towards the source of the sound. Although Li Yuandao's shop is somewhat distant from here, it cannot hinder the transmission of sound. Moreover, Yun Zhongyan keenly sensed a chilling aura of malevolence in the air, a palpable killing intent that swept across the heavens and stained the earth with blood. Her delicate face bore a serious expression as she pondered deeply. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, Yun Zhongyan appeared astonished and incredulous. Could it be that the source of this ominous energy was indeed that Li Yuandao? The thought made her involuntarily gasp. Such a devastating strike would be nearly impossible for her to replicate, especially with the terrifying aura it encompassed. As she contemplated Li Yuandao's somewhat refined visage, her curiosity towards him only intensified. A mere teenager of merely 15 years, capable not only of crafting battle talismans of profound intent, but also unleashing such fearsome power, truly a remarkable prodigy. This was becoming increasingly intriguing. She was eager to witness whether he could secure a place among the elite in the martial king's tomb, standing against the world's finest. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing a peculiar curve, as this scene unfolded in the minds of numerous factions and families. After all, the commotion stirred up by Li Yuandao was overwhelmingly significant. The sky-high killing intent sent shivers down the spines of many, and the thunderous sound jolted people from their slumber. Speculations arose regarding the identity of the master behind such a formidable strike. Yet, no one anticipated the presence of Li Yuandao, for he appeared rather unremarkable. The passage of time in the realm of cultivation is timeless, existing only in fleeting moments of bewilderment. Before one can grasp that ephemeral instant, time has already left them far behind. The span of 15 days swiftly elapsed. On this day, the atmosphere within Qingzhou Prefecture seemed both lively and tranquil. Yet the expressions of the people betrayed a distinct sentiment. Li Yuandao was no exception. He stood alongside his brother, Li Yuanzong, amidst a grove of trees. Suddenly, Li Yuanzong let out a fierce shout, his hands curling slightly to resemble sharp claws. His body arched like a bow, and he lunged towards Li Yuandao with great speed. The surge of vital energy rendered his claws even more menacing, slicing through the air with a whisper, as if determined to obliterate everything in their path. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, unperturbed by the oncoming assault. With a deft sidestep, he evaded the strike, then gripped Li Yuanzong's claws with a hold as firm as steel, forcefully pressing downward. The immense strength seemed as though it would bury Li Yuanzong entirely within the earth. Startled, Li Yuanzong struggled to shake off the attack, darting backward like a slippery eel. However, Li Yuandao was not inclined to allow him to escape entirely. He crouched low, spreading his right leg, and executed a sweeping kick with resolute precision. The fierce onslaught sent Li Yuanzong crashing to the ground, as effortlessly as autumn leaves swept away by the wind, showcasing an undeniable display of power. "Your movements are still too sluggish," Li Yuandao remarked, shaking his head as he pulled his brother from the ground, sharing his assessment. "My Vidra claw is virtually unmatched among peers, yet it appears utterly ineffective against you." Li Yuanzong grimaced in pain, rising to voice his thoughts. "Do not let pride cloud your judgment. Remember that there are always greater powers beyond our own. This expedition could indeed be fraught with peril. Nevertheless, despite the imminent dangers, Li Yuandao resolved to proceed. For as a cultivator, lacking the courage to face such challenges would preclude him from earning the respect of others, resisting the heavenly mandate, or pursuing the elusive realm of immortality. This endeavor was not only for the sake of the Li family, but also for his own aspirations. Furthermore, Li Yuandao had prepared over 40 high-quality violent yuan talismans and jade shield talismans to bolster his chances of success. It could be said that he was investing all his resources and skills into this venture. Following his impressive display at the trading hall, nearly everyone in Qingzhou remembered both his visage and name, prompting the two attendants at the gate to hastily part the curtains as he approached the trading hall. Upon entering, Li Yuandao surveyed the interior, where approximately 20 individuals had already gathered, all young luminaries from Qingzhou. Even the least accomplished among them stood at the warrior level, while the most formidable included Yuan Zhan of the Diamond Gate, Zhang Tianyu of the General's Mansion, and Li Yuandao, the chief disciple of the Qin sect. They exuded an overwhelming aura, and judging by the richness of their elemental energy, they all appeared to be at the 5th or 6th tier of warrior level. In contrast, Yunzong Yener, Li Yuandao, remained an enigma, her cultivation shrouded in an impenetrable mist that revealed nothing to the observer. Upon the arrival of Li Yuandao, the crowd's attention was piqued. This dark horse had become a familiar name, having concocted the violent Yuan Talisman, a creation rivaling the 4th tier of warrior level, which had bested the battle talisman master Song Tianqing of the Diamond Gate. Moreover, he had fearlessly confronted Yuan Zhan, compelling him to uphold his promises, though it was ultimately Yunzong Yener who intervened to diffuse the tension between the two. In an instant, Li Yuandao became the focal point of research among the prominent powers of Qizhou. Yet they were thwarted in their attempts to uncover the true identity of this enigmatic battle talisman master. Meanwhile, Yuan Zhan's expression darkened upon seeing Li Yuandao, his gaze laced with animosity. Although Li Yuandao had not compelled Yuan Zhan to call him grandfather thrice under the influence of Yunzong Yener, the incident had left him deeply embarrassed, subject to whispers and discussions wherever he went. As the young master of the Diamond Gate, he had never endured such humiliation, and resentment towards Li Yuandao festered within him, fueling his desire to eliminate him upon entering the martial king's tomb to alleviate his grievances. Yet, Li Yuandao was not oblivious to Yuan Zhan's thoughts. He merely smiled faintly and chose to disregard them. A mind lacking stability, unable to even control one's own expressions. How can such a person aspire to greatness? Ah, young Master Li, you have finally arrived. Yinji was beginning to think you would not come. Upon seeing Li Yuandao enter, Yunzong Yinji approached him, greeting him warmly. Li Yuandao smiled faintly and nodded in acknowledgement. Following her gaze, he observed Yinji's attire for the day, perhaps chosen in anticipation of an imminent journey. Unlike her usual fitted qipao, today she donned a loose-fitting white robe, yet it did nothing to obscure her figure. Her bosom stood prominent, akin to towering peaks, captivating the heart. Her long, flowing hair was simply fastened with a jade hairpin, and her breathtakingly beautiful visage radiated a unique allure, enchanting all who beheld her. Since Miss Yinji has extended an invitation, it would be remiss of me to decline, Li Yuandao remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly. He then glanced at Yuan Zhan, adding, "Furthermore, I am not one to speak without intention." Upon hearing Li Yuandao's words, Yuan Zhan could no longer maintain his composure. His resentment towards Li Yuandao intensified, his hands trembling uncontrollably with fury. Were it not for the presence of others, he might have charged forward to exact his wrath upon Li Yuandao. Chapter 32. The Strength of Yunzong Yinji. Haha. Young Master Yuan Zhan need not be so agitated. I am not referring to you, Li Yuandao quipped. Upon witnessing such results, Li Yuandao nodded in acknowledgement. As if he had anticipated this all along, he addressed Yuan Zhan, who appeared innocent to those unaware of the underlying tensions. Yuan Zhan, upon hearing these words, was filled with rage, feeling as though his lungs would burst, his teeth grinding audibly in frustration. Since we are all gathered here, let us set forth, Yunzong Yener remarked with a gentle smile, disregarding Yuan Zhan's murderous glare as she spoke to the assembly. To obtain the inheritance of the martial king, to be renowned throughout the ages, to compete with the world's finest, to stand at the pinnacle of martial arts, or to remain mediocre and obscure, content in anonymity. All hinges upon this moment. Yunzong Yener's eyes tightened with fervor as she passionately addressed the crowd. Renowned throughout the ages, the pinnacle of martial arts. Renowned throughout the ages, the pinnacle of martial arts. Upon hearing Yunzong Yenner's fervent declarations, the audience was stirred, their blood boiling with excitement, as if they could already see the gates of the martial king's tomb swinging open, waiting for them to claim their destiny. Each individual displayed an insatiable desire in their eyes. Li Yuandao, too, felt a ripple of emotion within him as he listened to Yunzong Yenner's words. Competing with the world's elite, standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Was this not the very pursuit of his life? His gaze narrowed as he looked at Yunzong Yenner, her aura becoming increasingly enigmatic. He wondered what revelations awaited them within the martial king's tomb. After delivering such stirring rhetoric, Li Yuandao joined the others in departing from the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, making their way towards the moonlit forest. After approximately an hour had passed, the group stepped beyond the boundaries of Qingzhou Prefecture, arriving at the outskirts of the moonlit forest. Before them lay a desolate expanse devoid of human presence, dominated by towering trees that stretched endlessly, their gnarled forms twisting through the landscape. As they ventured deeper, the foliage grew so dense that it obscured the sky, blocking out every ray of sunlight, casting an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. Everyone, pay attention. We are about to enter the moonlit forest, which is no longer our territory. Remain vigilant and keep a watchful eye for any lurking beasts. Yunzong Yen reminded the group as they crossed the threshold into the forest. Li Yuandao squinted, surveying the ominous expanse ahead. Having left the confines of Qingzhou Prefecture, they had now truly entered the realm of the moonlit forest. Before Li Yuandao, a grand stone tablet loomed, inscribed with the words Moonlit Forest in an ancient, ornate script. The characters were bold and vigorous, akin to a lion's fierce roar or the cutting edge of a sharp sword, evoking the formidable presence of countless wild beasts charging forth, sweeping away all in their path. This striking inscription struck a chord deep within the hearts of onlookers, instilling a profound sense of trepidation. Upon closer examination, the four characters seemed to encapsulate various profound meanings, an aura of lethality, a whisper of death, and a vibrant pulse of life, inviting the beholder to perceive and understand much more than mere words. Such powerful characters could only be the work of an unparalleled master. Li Yuandao, stroking his chin, couldn't help but exclaim. Upon witnessing this stone tablet, it was as if he had encountered the malevolent dangers of the moonlit forest, which spoke volumes of the profound cultivation of its master. Surely, even a grandmaster would not possess such formidable presence. This tablet was rumored to be left behind by an unparalleled cultivator from our Qingzhou Prefecture a millennium ago, standing tall and unyielding for 1,000 years, embodying various artistic realms that evoke differing sentiments with each gaze. Yunzong Yenner, perhaps noticing Li Yuandao's expression, began to elaborate. She too had been struck by similar sentiments upon her first encounter with the monument. What level of cultivation could one attain to achieve such a feat? A grandmaster? A martial king? At the very least, a grandmaster would not wield such divine abilities. After hearing Yunzong Yenner's insights, Li Yuandao nodded in agreement. The adage "there are always greater beings beyond" held true. One can never predict what formidable presence may emerge in the next moment. After observing for a while longer, Li Yuandao once again followed the group forward. Although the others had set out 5 days prior, this did not imply an abundance of time. In the perilous moonlit forest, no one knew what dangers awaited them. Thus, hastening their journey was the wisest choice. Along the way, the group divided into several small teams, each selecting trusted companions to accompany them. Consequently, they quietly trailed behind the 3 individuals. "Humph, cowards, just follow in my wake." As Li Yuandao trailed behind him, Yuanzhan couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh, mocking, "Aren't you usually quite formidable? What is the use of crafting those violent essence talismans? It seems you're just another meat bun, relying on this young master for protection when it counts." Li Yuandao merely smiled faintly, completely unfazed by Yuanzhan's taunts, his expression remaining placid, revealing no hint of disturbance. At this moment, he simply lowered his head, clutching a piece of ink jade in his hand, diligently forging battle talismans as he walked. He found more satisfaction in crafting the violent essence talismans than engaging in a war of words. Thus, he felt a surge of contentment as he dashed forward, seemingly eager to demonstrate his prowess to everyone present. Be cautious. Suddenly, Yenner of the Cloud sect and Zhang Tianyu both shouted at Yuanzhan, who had strayed from the group. Fear not, this young master shall protect you. Yuanzhan laughed, believing their cries only emphasized their distance from him, which delighted him further. He quickly extended his spiritual sense forward, and upon doing so, he was struck with terror. To his horror, he discerned, just beyond a towering tree some 5 paces ahead, a baboon, towering over a man, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. This is a frenzied ape. Yuanzhan's eyes narrowed in dread, his expression twisted in terror. The rampaging ape is a rather common beast within the moonlit forest. This creature possesses immense strength and exceptional innate talent, boasting the prowess of a 5th-layer warrior from birth. Upon reaching adulthood, it can unleash the might of a 5th-layer swordsman. Coupled with its colossal brute force, even a 6th-layer warrior would hesitate to engage it lightly. Typically, these beasts inhabit the depths of the moonlit forest, yet for reasons unknown. It now finds itself on the outskirts, merely 50 paces away from me. Had it not been for Yunzong Yenner's timely warning, I might have unwittingly collided with it. One swipe of its hand could spell my doom. Contemplating this, Yuanzhan shuddered and hastily halted his advance, retreating to the rear of the group. Perhaps sensing Yuanzhan's movement, the rampaging ape sprang into action. It let out an enraged roar, baring its fearsome teeth and emitting a piercing sound as it lunged toward Yuanzhan. In an instant, Yuanzhan was taken aback. He had not anticipated the creature's swiftness and its ability to detect him so quickly. Although Yuanzhan had halted and begun to retreat, he remained the closest to the rampaging ape. Thus, Yunzong Yenner and Zhang Tianyu had no time to shield him from this impending strike. Yet, true to his lineage as the young master of the Diamond sect, Yuanzhan rapidly composed himself amidst the panic. He drew a long sword from his storage jade and positioned it defensively across his chest, preparing to withstand the onslaught of the rampaging ape. In the blink of an eye, the ferocious creature barreled toward him, its bloodthirsty nature driving it into a frenzy, and it unleashed a powerful punch that collided with the blade resting against Yuanzhan's chest. The onslaught from the ferocious ape was so overwhelming that even Yuanzhan struggled to withstand it, let alone in a state of unpreparedness. In a single strike, the sword in Yuanzhan's grasp seemed on the verge of shattering, violently flung from his hold as an internal surge of energy erupted, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. At that very moment, Yunzong Yenner and others rushed forward. Yunbo sword technique. Zhang Tianyu sprinted ahead, brandishing his long sword as he shouted defiantly, undaunted by the fierce beast before him. The raging ape, infuriated by its previous failure, pounded its chest in anger, growing even more formidable. Upon noticing Zhang Tianyu approaching, it was consumed by wrath, launching a powerful punch towards him. With its right hand sweeping through the air, it conjured countless sword lights that tore through the void, producing a symphony of sword cries, akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, fierce and swift. When the sword met the fist, a thunderous sound reverberated, shaking the ground and echoing like a bell. Although Zhang Tianyu's swordplay was remarkably sharp, it was ultimately no match for the ape's raw ferocity, resulting in a stalemate where neither could gain the upper hand. Both combatants retreated a step, equally matched in their clash. Witnessing such a spectacle, the onlookers grew increasingly anxious. In their eyes, Zhang Tianyu represented the pinnacle of strength, and to see him unable to budge the ferocious ape even slightly filled them with trepidation. They exchanged glances, hesitating to advance even a single step. Li Yuandao shook his head, gripping his spear tightly, ready to charge into the fray. At that moment, Li Yuandao beheld Yunzong Yenner brandishing a long, jade-green brush, boldly advancing towards the rampaging ape. With a simple yet resolute gesture, she aimed directly at the creature's head. Under the impetus of her inner strength, the brush radiated a brilliant light, exuding an ancient yet suffocating aura, reminiscent of a fierce lightning strike hurtling towards the wild beast. The immense shockwave of her power surged forth, causing even the very air to tremble, infused with waves of righteous energy cascading downwards. In an instant, the rampaging ape, caught entirely off guard, was struck squarely on its massive forehead by this formidable attack. With a resounding crack, the creature's skull shattered, blood and flesh splattering across the ground. A collective gasp escaped the onlookers as they witnessed this spectacle. How could a single stroke obliterate a beast of such formidable prowess? One at the 6th level of martial cultivation? At that moment, the crowd regarded Yunzong Yin'er with a mix of awe and disbelief, pondering the nature of her extraordinary technique. Li Yuandao, too, felt his eyes narrow in astonishment. Despite the forehead being the ape's weakest point, it was still a ferocious beast of considerable strength. How could she dispatch it so effortlessly? Were he to confront the rampaging ape alone? He firmly believed that without the aid of battle talismans, it would require a tremendous cost to slay such a creature. A far cry from the ease with which Yunzong Yin'er had done so. What level of cultivation did she possess? Li Yuandao suppressed the shock within him and gazed at Yunzong Yin'er, who must be at least a 7th-tier warrior, perhaps even an 8th-tier warrior. Chapter 33, Blood Spirit Herb. There is no need for astonishment. It was merely a fortunate coincidence that I managed to defeat him with a single strike, she explained with a subtle smile, putting away the mysterious brush, as if she had anticipated the astonished expressions of the crowd. Fortunate coincidence? Li Yuandao replied with a slight smile, pondering that if her assertion were indeed true, Yuan Zhan would not have suffered such a loss. Simultaneously, he reassessed Yunzong Yin'er in his mind. Previously, she had merely appeared to him as a beautiful woman with remarkable competence and formidable backing. However, she now left him with a renewed impression. Among the younger generation in Qingzhou Prefecture, Yunzong Yin'er undoubtedly stood at the pinnacle, and she could even be regarded as a prominent figure in Tianyu County. The crowd shared similar thoughts, their gazes toward Yunzong Yin'er shifting to one of reverence, respect, and admiration. She smiled subtly, seemingly aware of the outcome in her heart and quite satisfied with it. She understood that these individuals were the talented youth within Qingzhou Prefecture, none of whom would willingly submit to a leader. If that were the case, they would remain disorganized and would never reach the final destination of the Martial King's tomb. A furious ape's demon core could typically fetch around 100 medium-grade martial pills, while cores of even higher grades could command exponentially greater prices. Let us proceed, she urged. This time, we must be vigilant and ensure we do not stray from the group. After several hours of travel, we shall pause to rest. After completing their tasks, Yunzong Yin'er addressed the group. Upon witnessing her formidable prowess, the others readily complied with her directives, their previous levity dissipating into an atmosphere of tension. This was merely the initial stage of their journey into the Haoyue Forest, yet they had already encountered such formidable beasts. It was uncertain what fiercer creatures lay ahead. Yuan Zhan, are you able to continue? Yunzong Yin'er inquired, noticing Yuan Zhan, who was clutching his chest in apparent pain. Yuan Zhan waved his hand dismissively and, leaning on his sword, rose to his feet. It's nothing but a superficial injury, not worthy of concern. Let us proceed. Acknowledging his words, Yunzong Yin'er nodded and led the group onward at a swift pace. Following this encounter, the group displayed a newfound synchrony, both in their movements and thoughts. Notably, Qin Heng refrained from venturing ahead alone again. He remained unaware of the potential severity of future beast encounters and the dwindling fortune that might not protect him from peril. Under the vigilant observation of Yunlan Yin'er and Zhang Tianyu, the group skillfully evaded several beasts, steering clear of the previous encounters. The hour grows late. The sky is darkening. We shall halt our journey for the night, Yunzong Yin'er announced, gesturing to the gathering twilight. At last, a respite. I am utterly exhausted, she exclaimed. Indeed, indeed. However, everyone must refrain from wandering about, for the surrounding area is rife with monstrous beasts. It is imperative to remain in pairs here, Yunzong Yin'er reiterated. Ordinary individuals may not be aware that only under the cloak of night do these creatures reign supreme. These beasts are drawn to darkness and shun the light of day. Hence, they seldom appear during daylight hours, emerging primarily at night to hunt. Moreover, It is during the nocturnal hours that swarms of these beasts are likely to roam. Imagine, a single frenzied ape is formidable enough. What if there were 10, 100, or even 1,000? Surely, even the mightiest masters would flee in terror. Thus, the nights within the moonlit forest are indeed the most fearsome. This is precisely why Yunzong Yin'er urged everyone to make camp once more. Li Yuandao nodded in agreement and settled down. Although a day's journey posed little challenge for him, he still felt a tinge of fatigue. Sitting cross-legged, he began to regulate his breath and enter a meditative state. Following the assault by the frenzied ape, Li Yuandao felt an acute awareness of his own limitations. The deeper they ventured, the stronger the beasts became. Therefore, he could not afford to miss this opportunity for cultivation, seizing every fleeting moment to enhance his skills. After the disturbance was heard, Yunzong Yin'er dispatched personnel to the Eternal Truth Workshop for verification. Reports from the scouts confirmed that the noise originated from the Eternal Truth Workshop, specifically at the entrance of the path-obsessed Battle Talisman shop. Thus, Yunzong Yin'er became even more certain that the astonishing strike was indeed executed by Li Yuandao. Truly, nothing escapes the discerning eyes of Miss Yin'er. Listening to the words of Yunzong Yin'er, Li Yuandao was taken aback, marveling at her remarkable abilities. Truly a force to be reckoned with. Might young Master Li accompany Yin'er for a stroll? Yunzong Yin'er inquired with a subtle smile, her eyes sparkling with an irresistible allure. Of course, Li Yuandao nodded in agreement. With that, the two rose and walked away together, a scene entirely witnessed by Yuanzhan. Infuriated, upon witnessing this moment, Yuanzhan's anger ignited. Ever since he had witnessed Yunzong Yin'er's prowess earlier that day, his admiration for her had only intensified, leading him to fantasize about marrying her, thereby gaining control over the Wanli Chamber of Commerce and eliminating various factions within Qingzhou Prefecture, ultimately dominating the region. At this moment, Yuanzhan had planned to seek a romantic pursuit under the cover of night, even preparing flowers for the occasion. Yet, he now beheld Yunzong Yin'er and Li Yuandao engaged in laughter and conversation, making their way towards a secluded area devoid of onlookers. This sight filled Yuanzhan with fury. The vibrant roses he had meticulously prepared were now crushed in his grip, his teeth grinding in frustration. How could it be that I, Yuanzhan, of such noble lineage, am overshadowed by that mere battle symbol master? Why can she not see my worth? Yuanzhan seethed, a menacing glare in his eyes. Daring to take what belongs to me. Who do you think you are? Suddenly, Yuanzhan seemed to recall something. Gazing at the gradually receding figures of the two with a murmured phrase, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, and a peculiar curvature forming at the corners of his mouth. Then, you shall perish. Chapter 34. The ambush. The night, illuminated by the twinkling stars, appeared enchanting. The moon hung in a sly crescent, reminiscent of a lover's blush. Coupled with the fireflies that danced across the landscape, everything seemed so romantically picturesque. Yet, this was merely a fade. At this moment, Yunzong Yin'er and Li Yuandao strolled together, and upon witnessing such a scene, Yunzong Yin'er felt a wave of joy. She gently closed her eyes and opened her arms, as if embracing something ethereal. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering on Yunzong Yin'er's captivating visage, lost in contemplation. Perhaps at this moment, she truly resembled a delicate woman. A stark contrast to the formidable figure capable of vanquishing the raging ape that had once astounded the masses. What is Miss Yin'er embracing? Li Yuandao inquired, his curiosity piqued by her demeanor. Caught off guard by Yunzong Yin'er's display, he pondered the authenticity of her emotions. Indeed, this reflected a woman's true inner world. The notion of slaying and cultivating was but a means to achieve tranquility and strength, after all. Yet, Li Yuandao felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words of gratitude, his fingers ruffling his hair, betraying a hint of bashfulness. It's nothing, really. Upon witnessing Li Yuandao's demeanor, Yunzong Yin couldn't help but chuckle, pointing at him and exclaiming, "So you can be shy too." Li Yuandao's features contorted slightly, realizing that he typically maintained a stern expression, seldom smiling. Yet here he was, feeling bashful. Just as he was about to articulate a response, a sudden roar of a demonic beast echoed from a distance. Is that the roar of a demonic beast? Yunzongyan, having heard the sound as well, immediately became alert, her gaze sharp as she peered into the distance. Nodding, Li Yuandao's consciousness surged forth, probing ahead. Relying solely on eyesight at night was unwise, as true vision for a cultivator lies within their consciousness. It is indeed a demonic beast. I sense a formidable aura. Li Yuandao furrowed his brow and hastily cautioned Yunzongyan. We must retreat quickly, having experienced the peril of the violent ape earlier that day. Li Yuandao was acutely aware of the dangers lurking within the moonlit forest, especially at night, when demonic beasts roam freely, often in greater numbers, with stronger cultivation, and more ferocious natures. However, it was already too late. A resounding crash echoed as the ground trembled, and two colossal demonic beasts appeared before them with lightning speed, blocking their path. A horned lizard and a violet gold bear. Li Yuandao's features twisted again, his eyes narrowing in apprehension as he regarded the two imposing creatures, each towering over 2 meters in length or height, their intimidating presence unmistakable. Moreover, the malevolent aura emanating from the two beasts was exceptionally formidable. The horned lizard, while somewhat manageable, possessed a cultivation level equivalent to that of a 6th-tier warrior. Its long tongue incessantly flicked in and out of its grotesque mouth, while its serpentine eyes fixated on Li Yuandao and his companion, darting about restlessly. In stark contrast, the golden-purple bear was a daunting presence, towering over 2 zhang, akin to a small mountain. The malevolent energy it exuded was overwhelmingly dense. Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, fixated intently on the two, revealing razor-sharp teeth that added to its ominous and terrifying demeanor. Li Yuandao surmised that the bear's strength was likely on par with an 8th-tier warrior. At this moment, he felt that facing a single beast would be manageable. With the extraordinary prowess of Yunzongyan coupled with his own abilities, they could dispatch any one of them. Even the golden-purple bear, which he believed would not be a match for their combined strength. However, the arrival of both beasts altered the dynamics of the encounter. Even if Yunzongyan were extraordinary, it would be impossible for her to contend with 2 formidable foes simultaneously. What to do? Retreating was no longer an option, and seeking assistance was futile. Should he resort to the violent Yuan talisman to obliterate them? In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Li Yuandao's mind, yet none were embraced. Given this predicament, the only recourse was to engage in battle. Yuner, can you hold your ground against the golden-purple bear? He inquired. Do not worry. I shall keep the horned lizard occupied. Have faith in me, Yuner. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, fully aware that if he allowed Yunzongyan to cover his escape, she would undoubtedly face the ferocious assault of 2 monstrous beasts, resulting in severe injury. Thus, he decisively addressed her, is it possible? Hearing this, Yunzongyan was taken aback, for Li Yuandao's cultivation was merely at the 3rd level of a warrior, a staggering 3 tiers below her. A hint of derision flickered in her gaze as the horned lizard suddenly moved, swinging its massive tail toward Li Yuandao. The tremendous force sliced through the air with a piercing sound, shocking the senses. What immense strength! Li Yuandao squinted, gritting his teeth as he swiftly twisted his body, narrowly evading the lizard's strike, though he was momentarily stunned by the sheer ferocity of the blow. Killing spear! He shouted fiercely, unleashing his most formidable martial technique. The disparity in cultivation between him and the horned lizard was vast. As he channeled his energy, Li Yuandao's body trembled, and an overwhelming aura of slaughter enveloped him. His crimson eyes flared open, and he lunged forward, thrusting his spear with all his might into the horned lizard's body. The spear erupted in brilliant light, illuminating the darkness for a fleeting moment. This thrust represented the pinnacle of Li Yuandao's power, embodying the intensity and ferocity of an attack comparable to that of a 5th-level warrior. At this very moment, an overwhelming aura of lethal intent seemed to solidify into a tangible form, permeating the air. With this thrust, the surrounding atmosphere was violently disturbed, causing the air to ripple. The gun emitted a sharp, piercing sound, while shockwaves surged forth, shaking the earth. The horned lizard, sensing the peril of this strike, let out a furious roar, swaying its massive forehead to reveal its razor-sharp teeth as it lunged forward to bite. When the two forces collided, a jarring noise echoed, and the immense energy unleashed from both was explosive. Astonishingly, the horned lizard managed to clamp down fiercely on Li Yuandao's gun muzzle with its sharp fangs, preventing it from penetrating even the slightest bit. Subsequently, as the explosive force of their clash reverberated, both were thrust backward, retreating several paces. Feeling the persistent tingling and weakness in his right hand, Li Yuandao couldn't help but gasp. Such a strike could severely injure even a warrior of the 5th level. Yet it was astonishingly thwarted at this moment. The first thrust utilized 30% of his inner energy. The second thrust drew upon the remaining 50%. The third thrust unleashed the entirety of his remaining energy. This sequence, known as the Three Blossoms, represented Li Yuandao's final and most formidable strike. After executing this climactic maneuver, he felt his body tense and his limbs grow feeble, as though weighed down by lead, prompting him to hastily consume several small recovery pills. Yet, the power unleashed by the Three Blossoms did not disappoint him. Transformed into 100 shimmering spears, they resembled 1,000,000 bloodthirsty warriors, magnificent and formidable. With a piercing cry, they surged forth like a chilling gale summoned from the depths of hell, instilling terror in the hearts of all. They relentlessly pierced towards the unicorn lizard. In that moment, it seemed as though the very heavens and earth trembled wherever the rays of light passed. All living beings were stained with a crimson hue. Even the air was not spared. In an instant, the world changed its colors, and all creatures quaked in fear. The unicorn lizard had no chance to evade, as it was entirely impaled by these 100 ruthless spirits. Countless wounds gushed forth with blood, its meridians shattered. After this devastating blow, the unicorn lizard exhibited no signs of life, its flesh rendered almost unrecognizable by the overwhelming aura of death. Witnessing this, Li Yuandao finally drew a deep breath, collapsing onto the ground, his chest rising and falling heavily. Indeed, this strike wielded immense power, comparable to the full force attack of a 6th level warrior. Even a 7th level expert would have to tread carefully. However, the price paid was equally colossal. At this moment, Li Yuandao's dantian held not a trace of vital energy. His entire body's meridians lay utterly depleted, and even the long spear became a burden for him to lift. Chapter 35, The Ambush, Part 2. What? That unicorn lizard has actually been slain by Li Yuandao. The commotion he caused was tremendous. Even Yun Zhongyan, who was engaged in combat with the golden beast bear nearby, took notice of the strike. At that moment, Yun Zhongyan was astonished to witness the lifeless unicorn lizard alongside the utterly unscathed Li Yuandao. She could scarcely fathom that Li Yuandao had managed to slay the unicorn lizard without sustaining any injuries himself. Was such an accomplishment truly within the capabilities of a mere 3rd-tier warrior? Initially, Yun Zhongyan had intended for Li Yuandao to lure out the unicorn lizard while she dealt with the purple golden beast bear, planning to assist him afterward. In fact, she had been worried that Li Yuandao might perish at the hands of the unicorn lizard. Yet, to her utter surprise, the outcome had been entirely different. Not only had he survived, but he had also vanquished the creature. It was likely that even the talented youths of Qingzhou, such as Zhang Tianyu or Yuan Zhan, would find such a feat unattainable. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the purple golden beast bear seemed to seize the opportunity, letting out a furious roar before swiping a massive paw at Yun Zhongyan. The beast was incensed. Typically, it would dispatch humans with ease, consuming them in an instant. Yet, this human woman had managed to stand her ground against it, displaying a prowess that even edged beyond its own. This realization irked the bloodthirsty beast, and witnessing Yun Zhongyan's momentary stupor, it mistakenly interpreted her hesitation as disdain for engaging in combat. With a thunderous roar, it lunged forward. Yun Zhongyan felt a sudden jolt of alarm. She had been so preoccupied with contemplating Li Yuandao's previous maneuver that she had neglected the imminent threat posed by the purple golden beast bear. Now, as she turned her gaze, She realized that the beast's paw was already upon her, leaving her with no chance to evade. As the hand was about to descend upon her face, the thought that she might not only survive but also lose her beauty filled Yunzong with despair. She envisioned how the perception of others would shift once she was disfigured by the golden-purple beast bear, transforming into disdain. The alluring charm she once took pride in would lose its efficacy, leaving her to wonder if future suitors would merely avert their eyes from her. In that moment, she contemplated that it might be preferable to embrace death than to endure such a fate. Slowly, she closed her eyes, surrendering completely, for one as ethereal as she. Accepting such a reality seemed utterly impossible. Yet, fate appeared to play a whimsical trick on her. At that very instant, the golden-purple beast bear let out a piercing cry of agony, a sound that resonated as if etched into its very soul, causing it to suffer immensely. In that fleeting moment, Li Yuandao suddenly recalled the concept of a spiritual attack. Though he had lost his elemental power, his immense spiritual awareness remained intact. He immediately concentrated his spirit to forge a sharp sword, which he thrust forcefully into the bear's mind. Thus, the current predicament unfolded. Had he relied on elemental force, even at the peak of his power, he would have struggled to inflict any harm upon the formidable golden-purple beast bear. However, the nature of a spiritual attack differed vastly. While the beast possessed a robust physique and profound cultivation, its spiritual strength was notably frail. The spiritual capacity of the golden-purple beast bear, which had reached the 8th level of martial prowess, was akin to that of a 4th-level warrior. Consequently, it stood no chance against Li Yuandao, who had attained an enlightened state of spiritual awareness, especially when caught off guard, leading to its immediate downfall. Upon witnessing this, Yunzong felt a resurgence of confidence. With a firm grip on her elongated brush, she thrust it fiercely towards the purple-gold beast bear. Radiant Light Strike. It was the same technique she had employed against the rampaging ape, her most formidable move. As her immense spiritual energy surged, the brush seemed to transform into a vivid black dragon. The scales, glimmering ominously, emanated an overwhelming aura, coalescing into a singular entity that, in an instant, soared towards the head of the purple-gold beast bear. The black dragon shrieked and roared, akin to a vengeful Shura, lunging at its prey with a chilling ferocity. Meanwhile, the purple-gold beast bear, already disoriented from Li Yuandao's mental assault, was rendered incapable of fleeing or defending itself, succumbing to Yunzong's fierce onslaught in a flash. Blood splattered across 3 paces, leading to its immediate demise. Even upon witnessing Li Yuandao's prowess for the second time, one could not help but marvel. This woman's strike was undeniably formidable. If one were to face her without battle talismans, victory would be utterly elusive. Are you all right? After vanquishing the purple-gold beast bear, Yunzong felt a sense of relief wash over her, gradually sinking to the ground, gasping for breath. This battle had been perilously intense. She chastised herself for her carelessness. Had it not been for Li Yuandao's timely intervention, she might have met her end here. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. The fierce confrontation with the purple-gold beast bear had drained all of her spiritual energy, leaving her with a twitching sensation in her dantian. She consumed an extraordinary elixir and turned toward Li Yuandao. Yunzong articulated her perspective with reason. Despite the perilous nature of this battle, she had yet to witness Li Yuandao employing his profound violent Yuan talisman. It stands to reason that, had he possessed 10 of such talismans, he could have effortlessly reduced the purple-gold beast bear to mere fragments. Alas, he chose to rely solely on his own abilities in combat. My dear Yenner, do you not find this suspicious? Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed as he contemplated the events of the evening. Why was it that upon our arrival, my spiritual sense detected no beast within several miles? Yet scarcely a moment after we paused here, 2 beasts approached us with such deliberate intent. One must acknowledge that while the noses of these beasts are remarkably acute, they cannot be that astute. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's musings, Yunzong seemed to grasp the underlying implications. After a moment of contemplation, she softly remarked, "Could it be that someone is orchestrating these beasts to assault us?" This thought caused her to frown, and she felt a growing certainty. Indeed, I share a similar intuition. With this realization, Yunzong Yin'er rose, scanning the surroundings as if in search of something. Subsequently, Li Yuandao also proceeded toward the direction from whence the two beasts approached. After walking approximately 100 paces, Li Yuandao suddenly perceived a peculiar scent in the air. Following the scent, Li Yuandao took a few steps forward, narrowing his eyes as he contemplated the object perched high upon the large tree before him. At about half a foot from the trunk, he discerned a patch of dark green, faintly emanating a fishy odor. Rubbing it between his fingers, Li Yuandao inhaled deeply and exclaimed, "This is Haoyue Cordata." What? Haoyue Cordata? Upon hearing Li Yuandao's declaration, Yunzong Yin'er was momentarily taken aback and hurried over for a closer inspection. Her features contorted slightly as her chest heaved in indignation. Haoyue Cordata is a relatively common herb, named for its ability to release a fishy scent when crushed, thus attracting various beasts. While it possesses modest utility, its primary function is to lure creatures, making it a favored tool among wandering cultivators for hunting. Yet, who would place it here to ensnare beasts? This area is teeming with formidable monsters, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary wanderers. Thus, upon discovering the Haoyue Cordata, both concluded that someone must have deliberately intended to harm them by laying this trap to entice the beasts into attacking Li Yuandao and Yunzong Yin'er. But who could possibly be aware of their movements? Surely, only someone from the Qingshou prefecture, who had accompanied them, would know. How despicable! This young lady had granted them such a significant opportunity, and yet someone sought to betray her. It is well known that during the night in the Haoyue Forest, attracting hordes of fierce beasts is a distinct possibility. Just imagine hundreds or even thousands of beasts charging towards her and Li Yuandao. Would they not be utterly devoured? At the same time, Li Yuandao was filled with an intense fury. Those who sought his life were invariably sentenced to death in the recesses of his mind. He pondered briefly, who could this person be? Surely, he had not offended anyone in Qingzhou Prefecture. Could it be? The image of Yuan Zhan suddenly flashed in Li Yuandao's mind. Could it possibly be him? Their enmity ran deep. Li Yuandao had humiliated him at the Wanli Chamber of Commerce, and today he had further embarrassed him. After reflecting, it seemed that Yuan Zhan was indeed the only person he had wronged in this Qizhou prefecture. Chapter 36. The Great Demon of Martial Masters, the Black Dragon Bull. Upon witnessing the scene before them, both cried out in alarm, a sense of impending crisis instantaneously dawning in their eyes. Following their gaze, they beheld a figure towering approximately 30 feet high, resembling a small mountain, with a head like that of a dragon, the body of a bear, and the limbs of a horse. The mere aura emanating from it rendered the two breathless. It was over. It was truly the Black Dragon Bull. As if fate itself sought to extinguish them, Yunzong Yin'er gazed helplessly at the colossal beast before her and uttered, "This Black Dragon Bull is a dominant force in the Haoyue Forest, possessing a trace of dragon blood. Upon reaching adulthood, it often attains the realm of martial masters, endowed with formidable abilities that instill terror in those who hear of it." Though the creature standing before Li Yuandao and herself may not possess the cultivation of a martial master, it still boasted the strength of a ninth-tier warrior. Even at her peak, Yin'er might not have triumphed over such a beast, let alone in her current state, with her inner energy depleted. Initially, it seemed that matters would conclude here, but alas, a more formidable foe emerged, plunging the two into despair. "Run!" Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed as he seized Yunzong Yin'er and dashed backward. Though he did not believe he could defeat this creature, he had to strive for a slender thread of survival. If he did not create a sufficient distance, the violent Yuan Talisman would be rendered ineffective, endangering both of them. Without hesitation, he pulled Yunzong Yin'er and sprinted away. Under the overwhelming sense of crisis, they ran with remarkable speed, akin to a cheetah, agile and decisive. The Black Dragon Ox, witnessing their flight, became agitated and roared fiercely, charging after them. Clearly, it did not anticipate that these two insignificant beings would dare to flee before it. Despite its massive size, the Black Dragon Ox possessed remarkable agility, surpassing their speed. Instead of taking time to navigate around the trees in its path, it barreled through them, enhancing its velocity. Conversely, due to the depletion of their yuan power, Li Yuandao and his companion gradually slowed down. As the beast closed in on them, Li Yuandao's heart raced with anxiety. How could it be moving so swiftly? Resolutely, he pulled out all 15 violent yuan talismans from his pocket, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to the black dragon ox. Li Yuandao clenched his teeth tightly, his grip firm on the 15 explosive talismans, awaiting the opportune moment to deliver a fatal blow to the black dragon bull. He was determined not to let his negligence allow the beast to evade him, for this was his singular chance. Gradually, the black dragon bull drew closer, and both men could seemingly hear the creature's massive, labored breaths. The explosive talismans in his hand quivered slightly, ready to be hurled at the beast. Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed from afar. In the next instant, a winged silver wolf, roughly the same size as the black dragon bull, soared into view. The wolf radiated a dazzling silver light, its enormous wings shimmering, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. At that moment, the once arrogant black dragon bull trembled at the sight of the winged silver wolf, its confidence waning as it began to retreat, a profound sense of danger permeating the air. A martial master beast. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed in apprehension as he gazed at the winged silver wolf, which seemed to distort in form under its gaze, invoking a primal terror that resonated deep within his soul. It was evident that this beast had attained the realm of a martial master. This was the end. The end indeed. Li Yuandao shook his head slightly. Although his 15 violent origin talismans could undoubtedly slay the peak warrior black dragon bull, there was no hope of defeating the winged silver wolf. Not only was its speed formidable, but its physique also possessed remarkable endurance. At best, he could inflict severe injury upon it, but ultimately, he would meet the same grim fate. As for escaping, such thoughts were futile. In this moment, despair began to creep into Li Yuandao's heart. Was he truly destined to perish here? His eyes narrowed, filled with an unwillingness to accept this fate. Nevertheless, he clutched the violent origin talismans tightly, resolved that if he were to die, he would take at least one with him. Regrettably, the winged silver wolf seemed indifferent to Li Yuandao's plight. It merely cast a fleeting glance at the black dragon bull. With a slight movement of its wings, it surged forward, covering several dozen feet in an instant, appearing beside the black dragon bull. With a resounding howl, the winged silver wolf clamped its jaws around the black dragon bull and violently flung it away. The sound of crashing trees echoed as the black dragon bull was hurled into the distance, crashing to the ground, unable to rise again. It seemed the black dragon bull had no chance to resist. In the blink of an eye, the winged silver wolf extinguished all its vitality. What an astonishingly powerful winged silver wolf. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed further at this sight, his heart twisting with dread. To slay a peak warrior black dragon bull in a single blow, what level of cultivation was required for such a feat? After dispatching the black dragon bull, the winged silver wolf turned its gaze toward Li Yuandao and his companion. Upon witnessing such a scene, the hearts of Li Yuandao and his companion tightened once more. Was the two-winged silver wolf finally poised to strike at them? The battle talisman in their grasp felt ever more constricting. Suddenly, in a moment of tension, Li Yuandao inadvertently tossed a piece of ink jade, mistaking it for the violent yuan talisman. Oh no. Realizing his blunder, his eyes narrowed in distress. How could he be so careless? What should he do now? Hastily, he rummaged through the ink jade to retrieve the actual violent yuan talisman and prepared to throw it once more. The two-winged silver wolf, intrigued by the ink jade, sniffed delicately and gradually approached, seemingly curious about the object cast forth by the human. Li Yuandao and Yun Zhongyaner were momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. What was happening? Did it intend to consume the ink jade? Although puzzled, Li Yuandao, seeing the wolf's fascination, quickly retrieved several more pieces of ink jade from his storage and threw them towards the creature. Who knew whether the silver wolf might become enraged by his sluggish movements and turn on him? As Li Yuandao tossed out additional pieces of ink jade, the two-winged silver wolf appeared to brighten, eagerly gulping down the offerings with a contented expression. At that moment, The wolf's gaze towards Li Yuandao shifted. The initial ferocity had gradually transformed into a hint of dependence. Indeed, it was dependence, as it took a few steps closer to Li Yuandao. He witnessed this transformation with elation. The two-winged silver wolf had developed a taste for ink jade and, astonishingly, a sense of reliance on him. It appears that he will no longer harm himself or Yunzong. He tossed a few pieces towards the two-winged silver wolf, inquiring playfully, "Do you enjoy consuming ink jade? I have plenty to offer." The wolf responded with eager enthusiasm, lowering its head to savor the delicacies. As it feasted, it emitted sounds reminiscent of human speech, exclaiming, "Delicious." Li Yuandao was taken aback by this revelation. However, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. A beast of the martial master level would possess some degree of intelligence, and it was not uncommon for them to mimic human speech. "As long as you don't consider us a meal, I shall ensure you are well fed," he remarked with a gentle smile directed at the two-winged silver wolf. Contemplating further, Li Yuandao recognized the wolf's preference for ink jade stemmed from its inherent qualities. Ink jade, a spiritual stone within the realm of cultivation, possessed a certain aura of spiritual power and emitted a faint scent of ink, which likely appealed to the beast's palate. Just as one accustomed to a carnivorous diet might indulge in vegetables, it seemed harmless to offer some to the wolf since it posed no threat to him. After all, he carried over 100 pieces, more than enough to sustain the creature, and perhaps even forge a friendship. Chapter 37. The martial master's little brother. After consuming a considerable amount of ink jade, the two-winged silver wolf let out a satisfied sound. Lifting its head to gaze at Li Yuandao, nuzzling him with affection, its eyes radiated a gentle aura, devoid of any previous ferocity. "Would you like to eat more?" Li Yuandao asked, his heart lightened by the sight. He symbolically retrieved a substantial quantity from his storage, gesturing towards the wolf. Upon witnessing such an abundance of black jade, the silver-winged wolf could not contain its salivation and approached Li Yuandao. At that moment, it harbored no animosity towards him, and thus, Li Yuandao felt no fear as the creature drew near. Perhaps intrigued by the wolf's shimmering silver fur, Li Yuandao boldly extended his hand to touch it. However, Yunzong felt an overwhelming sense of fear. In her mind, demonic beasts were cunning, ferocious, and bloodthirsty. Consequently, she felt her heart race as she cautioned, "Young Master Li, be careful." Li Yuandao offered a gentle smile, reassuring her, "It's fine. I can sense that it bears no ill will towards me." Indeed, the silver-winged wolf did not shy away but allowed Li Yuandao's hand to rest upon its head, emitting a soft, low sound of contentment. "Do you still wish to eat black jade?" Li Yuandao inquired. Feeling the genuine softness beneath his palm, his apprehension gradually easing. He had his concerns, prompting this cautious approach. The silver-winged wolf eagerly nodded in affirmation. "Then follow me, and I assure you, there will be plenty of black jade for you to enjoy," Li Yuandao declared. Leaving Yunzong in a state of astonishment. "Demonic beasts cannot be easily deceived," she remarked with a slight smile, indicating that she found Li Yuandao's words rather impractical. To her, this action rendered him somewhat naive. Although the beast may relish black jade, it was not foolish enough to associate with someone merely for a few pieces of it. Upon hearing this, the silver-winged wolf was momentarily taken aback. After a brief contemplation, it nodded towards Li Yuandao, extending its massive head in his direction, its crimson tongue affectionately licking Li Yuandao's face. How could this be possible? This was a beast of martial master caliber. How could it be so easily subdued? Yunzong was visibly distressed, struggling to accept this astonishing reality. First, a black dragon bull, and now a silver-winged wolf. Just when she thought they were on the brink of death, this silver-winged wolf had developed a fondness for Li Yuandao's obsidian jade. It was one thing to indulge in its preferences, but to become Li Yuandao's companion in such a bewildering manner was beyond her comprehension. As the two prepared to rise and depart, the little wolf suddenly barked at Li Yuandao before scampering beneath him. With a playful tilt of its head, it offered to carry both Li Yuandao and Yunzong on its back. "Little wolf, are you offering to take us with you?" Li Yuandao exclaimed with delight upon witnessing this. He had experienced the little wolf's swiftness firsthand. It could cover considerable distance in the blink of an eye. The silver-winged wolf clan possessed an inherent mastery over the principles of wind, making it the sovereign of the skies in the moonlit forest. Given that both he and Yunzong Yenner were nearly depleted of their vital energy, allowing the little wolf to bear them on their journey was indeed a splendid choice. "Your little companion is quite impressive," Yunzong Yenner remarked with a subtle smile, unable to contain her admiration. Alas, it was a pity that such beauty as Yunzong Yenner's countenance was wasted. Her figure was captivating, and Li Yuandao had intended to savor it thoroughly. Unfortunately, fate had denied him that opportunity, and he could only lament the loss. Amidst the camp where many lingered, Yuan Zhan cast a cold smile towards the horizon, a glint of ferocity flickering in his eyes, as if he found great pleasure in the moment. "Brother Yuan, have you seen young Master Li or Miss Yen?" "We haven't spotted them all night," inquired Zhang Tianyu, approaching Yuan Zhan with a sigh of concern. "I truly worry for their safety." "Oh, it is you, Brother Zhang," Yuan Zhan replied, concealing his previous demeanor and adopting an innocuous smile. "I have not seen them either." "Very well, I shall inquire with others." As for the remaining treasures of jade after the two were consumed, he could retrieve them at dawn. At that time, whether it be the explosive Yuan symbol or any treasures belonging to Yenner of the Cloud sect, they would all ultimately belong to him. This thought brought forth a hearty laugh from Yuan Zhan, dispelling the shadows that had clouded his mind. "Humph, daring to oppose me. Do they not consider how many lives they possess?" The more he pondered, the more his spirits lifted. He retrieved a flask of exquisite wine from his storage and indulged in its delightful essence. Suddenly, an eerie howl of a wolf echoed from the distance. The howl resonated powerfully, carrying with it an overwhelming presence. Moreover, within that chilling cry, the crowd discerned a noble tone, reminiscent of a wolf king commanding a legion of beasts. As the sound reached the ears of the assembled, it struck them like a thunderclap, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. In the next instant, a distinct sound of rushing wind pierced the air, leaving them paralyzed with fear. What creature could it be? The Wolf King, perhaps? Such an imposing presence must surely belong to the Wolf King. Alas, even the mere sound of that roar has left my mind in disarray. What level of cultivation could possess such power? It must be a formidable beast of the martial master rank. What? A martial master beast? With Miss Yenner absent, how could we possibly contend with it? I believe it is best for us to make a hasty retreat. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of anxious discussions, none of them able to muster any thoughts of battle. A deep, resonant howl echoed once more, clearer and more distinct this time, indicating that the creature was drawing closer. Indeed, amidst a swirling gust of wind, a towering silver wolf with magnificent wings suddenly materialized before the onlookers. This is a martial master beast. Upon witnessing the colossal silver wolf, the crowd felt as though they were gazing upon the specter of death itself, their eyes wide with terror and their hearts racing. Even Yuan Zhan, typically unflappable, began to retreat slowly, fearful of attracting the attention of this formidable creature. "Little wolf, cease frightening them." Just as the crowd contemplated fleeing, two figures suddenly leapt down from the silver wolf. Perhaps due to the darkness of the night, the onlookers could not discern their features. Notably, one of the figures, somewhat slender, reached out to touch the martial master beast. Goodness, this beast has a master? What level of prowess must that entail? Upon witnessing such a multitude, despair enveloped them even further, their hearts silently beseeching that this formidable figure would deem them unworthy of execution. At that moment, Yuan Zhan found himself momentarily stunned. Lowering his head to ponder, the voice he had just heard, how remarkably akin it was to Li Yuandao? Impossible. Yuan Zhan shook his head, forcefully dispelling the thought from his mind. Li Yuandao had likely perished long ago, and moreover, how could he possess such extraordinary prowess to command a formidable demon of martial prowess as a subordinate? Zhang Tianyu and the others had also, to some extent, recognized the voice, though uncertainty lingered. They ventured to inquire, "Is it young Master Li?" "What are you talking about, Brother Zhang? How could that fellow with the surname Li possess such formidable capabilities?" Yuan Zhan, clearly displeased, coldly scoffed at Zhang Tianyu, contemplating how a mere warrior of the third tier could possibly be worthy of a martial demon. Surely, this individual must be a distinguished master from a prominent sect, Yuan Zhan thought. Yet, fate appeared to play a subtle jest upon him. In the next moment, the little wolf and Li Yuandao approached the crowd, smiling, "Brother Zhang. It is I, do not be afraid." Indeed, it is truly brotherly. As the two gradually drew closer, the crowd finally discerned their features, revealing none other than Yunzong's Yinner and Li Yuandao. "It's all right now, it's all right." The crowd collectively exhaled, their racing hearts finally beginning to calm. How can this be? They should have perished long ago. Witnessing this scene, Yuan Zhan felt as though he were ensnared in a mirage, standing there in stunned disbelief. The role of the fishy herb in the moonlit forest is far from trivial. These two should have long since perished. Yet here they are before me, accompanied by a formidable martial master demon. What is the meaning of this? Hee, why does Brother Yuan appear rather displeased? Li Yuandao squinted slightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as he gazed at Yuan Zhan. At this moment, Li Yuandao felt increasingly certain that something was amiss with Yuan Zhan. Otherwise, how could he exhibit such peculiar behavior? As he pondered this, Yunzong Yinner shook her head and smiled, saying, "Young Master Zhang, please do not say such things. How could a mere girl like me possess such grand capabilities?" Yinner blinked innocently, offering an awkward smile as she pointed at Li Yuandao beside her. "This is a martial master demon, a subordinate of young Master Li." "What? A subordinate of young Master Li?" The moment those words fell, it was as if a colossal bomb had detonated amidst the crowd, sending ripples of shock and disbelief through them. There was a moment of stunned silence, as everyone questioned whether their ears had deceived them. How could they have heard such a thing? Chapter 38. A stunning entrance, a mere battle talisman master, without any background, sustaining himself through a small shop, and possessing modest cultivation. Although his crafted explosive talisman was remarkable, it paled in comparison to the prowess of Yuan Zhan and his ilk. For such a loose cultivator, it was nearly impossible for the crowd to associate him with a martial master demon, especially considering what Yinner had just claimed, that he was indeed a subordinate. "Miss Yinner, we did not miss here, did we? This martial master demon is truly Brother Li's subordinate?" At this moment, Zhang Tianyu felt a slight dizziness in his head. Initially, a formidable martial artist demon had emerged, terrifying him and his companions. Then, Yunzong Yinner unexpectedly claimed that this great demon was a subordinate of Li Yuandao. Although he held Li Yuandao in high regard, his respect was solely based on the latter's ability to forge powerful battle talismans. In terms of prowess, Zhang believed himself to be superior, which left him momentarily hesitant. "Little wolf, you must not be rude." Li Yuandao gently admonished the creature upon noticing its behavior. Upon hearing the reprimand, Little Wolf lowered its head like a child, ceasing to exert pressure on the crowd. Witnessing this scene, everyone realized the truth of Yunzong Yinner's words. The Grand Master Demon was indeed Li Yuandao's subordinate, and remarkably obedient at that. Rubbing his eyes, Yuan Zhan struggled to maintain his composure. What was happening here? He chuckled, realizing that Li Yuandao had concealed such depth. Compared to the prominent figures within the Great Zhou dynasty's prefectural government, Li Yuandao's hidden capabilities were quite astonishing. Observing this, Zhang Tianyu no longer harbored doubts and smiled at Li Yuandao. If it weren't for the collective strength of their group, how could one possibly have such a grand undertaking as taking a martial artist demon as a subordinate? Even the enigmatic Yunzong Yinner might find such a feat beyond her reach. It seemed evident that this was the work of certain influential factions within the prefecture, who would certainly not indulge in such privileges lightly. Hearing this, Li Yuandao simply smiled, neither refuting nor affirming the statement. Li Yuandao understood that these young aristocrats, accustomed to their own arrogance, regarded themselves as paramount amongst all. Consequently, he had often been overlooked, but this situation served to instill a sense of caution in others, thereby safeguarding him from any underhanded schemes. The absence of his rebuttal led the onlookers to conclude that he was indeed a scion of a formidable power. Each of them felt fortunate that their interactions with Li Yuandao had been amicable. and they began to contemplate how best to cultivate a favorable relationship with him in the future. Conversely, Yuanzhan found himself in a most unfortunate predicament. Faced with the realization of Li Yuandao's substantial backing, he lamented, had he known of such influence, he would never have dared to provoke him. Yet, a fierce resolve ignited within Yuanzhan, and his gaze towards Li Yuandao was tinged with a burgeoning malice. It seemed that Li Yuandao had become aware of his intentions. Thus, Yuanzhan contemplated a more drastic course of action, waiting until they exited the martial king's tomb to summon his father to eliminate Li Yuandao. After all, as the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Who would ever know who had committed the deed? Once he possessed the secrets to controlling that formidable martial beast, he could easily acquire a martial enforcer without consequence. This thought brought a sinister smile to Yuanzhan's lips, which did not escape Li Yuandao's notice. As the winds of fate churned, Li Yuandao recognized that Yuanzhan's deadly intentions were once again laid bare. With no further reservations, he resolved that the day they entered the martial king's tomb would also mark Yuanzhan's demise. Li Yuandao contemplated thus. In that moment, both individuals were engaged in their own calculations, pondering who among them was the mantis and who was the cicada, leaving us in ignorance. After attending to several matters, Li Yuandao settled quietly to the side, entering a meditative state, indifferent to the throng around him. As day transitioned to night, when the first rays of sunlight graced the land of the moonlit forest, the second day arrived. Perhaps due to the heightened vigilance of the crowd or the presence of the little wolf, they encountered no further assaults from monstrous beasts. On the evening of the third day, they arrived at the innermost depths of the moonlit forest, the very site of the martial king's tomb. Li Gongzi. Look at the crowd. It is so lively. Yun Zhongyaner, leading the way, remarked to Li Yuandao as she gazed at the bustling throng ahead, reminiscent of a marketplace. Li Yuandao nodded, his eyes narrowing slightly as he surveyed the scene, marveling once more at the allure of the martial king's tomb. Its magnetism was undeniably potent, far exceeding Li Yuandao's expectations. At that moment, people from various regions converged here, gathering in unison. From a distance, the crowd resembled undulating waves, with no end in sight. Li Yuandao estimated that the number of individuals present was at least 1,000, each possessing formidable prowess, with the weakest at the first level of martial warriors, and the strongest reaching the 7th or even 8th level. Suddenly, a piercing bird call resonated from the sky, akin to a stone cast into water, stirring ripples among the crowd, creating an atmosphere of great excitement. Then, a firebird of approximately 40 feet in size descended amidst a tempest, provoking a chorus of gasps from the crowd. This firebird evidently possessed the prowess of a martial master and was said to carry within its veins a trace of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix, rendering it extraordinarily noble and unattainable for mere mortals. In the next moment, a graceful figure leapt from the firebird, capturing the attention of all present. The young woman, seemingly around 19 or 20 years of age, arrived swathed in a flowing black robe, her proud bosom remarkably prominent, with 3,000 strands of hair cascading freely behind her. Her skin was as pure and white as that of an infant, and her eyes seemed to harbor the myriad emotions of the world, ensnaring the gaze of onlookers and rendering them spellbound. It could be said that she rivaled the beauty of Yun Zhongyaner, and although her aura was subtly restrained, her profound cultivation was not difficult to discern. Sister Wanxiao truly possesses remarkable speed, leaving me, her younger sister, far behind. Just as the crowd marveled, another enchanting figure descended from the sky, this time riding upon a rare double-headed crane. The double-headed crane, with each elevation and cultivation allowing the growth of another head, was rumored to reach a formidable state capable of effortlessly dispatching a martial king at 9 heads. Though the likelihood of such an occurrence was negligible, it remained a basic divine beast of celestial origin. This indicated the formidable background of the individual, clad in white, though lacking the previous woman's captivating allure. This figure exuded an ethereal grace and charm, her beauty and stature rivaling that of her predecessor, marking her as another unparalleled beauty. Lo and behold, it is the immortal Nalan Bippo and the sorceress Li Yuandao. The two individuals are the foremost disciples of the Nine Immortals sect and the Heavenly Demon sect, respectively, representing the pinnacle of excellence in Tianyu County. However, due to the rivalry between their sects, they are irreconcilable foes. Indeed, within the confines of the martial king's tomb, it is certain that there will be a contention for a singular position between the two. Observing them, the crowd could only shake their heads in resignation, their gaze filled with longing yet tinged with the realization that such celestial beings were beyond their reach. Yet, it appears that this spectacle is far from over. Suddenly, the previously tranquil sky erupted once more. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Juyo tiger descended from the heavens, letting out a fierce bellow that reverberated through the assembly below. The roar echoed like a tempest, sending shivers down the spines of all present. This Juyo tiger is indeed a formidable beast of the martial master rank. As the onlookers beheld the figure atop the tiger, adorned with a feathered crown and clad in a resplendent yellow robe, they were captivated by his commanding presence. He stood tall, exuding an air of nobility, with a striking visage and thin lips, his entire being resonating with potent energy. Coupled with the majestic Juyo tiger, he emanated an unparalleled charisma that ensnared the attention of every cultivator in the vicinity. It was none other than Huang Puyun-su, a figure of immense prowess. And the fact that he was drawn to the martial king's tomb was indeed astonishing. Witnessing this scene, Yunzong Yen'er let out a sigh. Are these three individuals truly as formidable as they appear? Li Yuandao, gazing at the striking trio, was momentarily taken aback and turned to Yunzong Yen'er with a query. Not only is she formidable, but the woman clad in white, named Nalan Bippo, serves as the chief disciple of the Jiuxian sect, one of the two prominent sects in Tianyu County. At merely 19 years of age, she has already attained the pinnacle of warrior status, with the breakthrough to martial master imminent. In contrast, the woman adorned in black, known as Li Yuandao, stands as the chief disciple of the Tianma sect, which stands shoulder to shoulder with the Jiuxian sect, her prowess equally matching that of Nalan Bippo, both being at the zenith of warrior rank. Yunzong Yen'er sighed and cast a glance at the man in yellow, remarking on the remarkable presence of Huang Puyun-kai, whose father is the prince of Tianyu County and a member of the royal family of the Great Zhou dynasty. His cultivation even surpasses that of the two women, highlighting the extraordinary caliber of warriors drawn to this site of the martial king's tomb. Li Yuandao, upon hearing this, was also somewhat astonished, his gaze towards the trio imbued with a sense of helplessness. The distinction of training within a grand sect is palpable. It is not merely their impressive entrance or the formidable demon mounts they command, but their cultivation levels tower over his own. In a direct confrontation, Li Yuandao would surely find himself outmatched by all three. Chapter 39, The Beast Hordes. Even you, Brother Yunkai, have been captivated. It appears that this martial king's tomb holds no place for young maidens. Upon witnessing the arrival of Huang Puyun-kai, the enchanting Li Yuandao approached him, teasingly engaging in banter. Haha, Miss Yuandao, your cultivation is exceptional. How could Yunkai ever hope to contend with you? Besides, is it not true that Miss Bippo is also present? Huang Puyun-kai responded with a hearty laugh, one hand resting casually behind his back as he gazed over at Nalan Bippo. Despite his appearance as a paragon of virtue, his gaze betrays a rather unrefined nature, fixated on the bosoms of the two women, his eyes darting around the prominently elevated regions as if seeking to uncover some hidden truth. The young prince, Yunsu, is clearly jesting. Baibo does not possess the same level of skill and prowess as him. Yen'er, too, longs for her sister. Yet she must heed the commands of the elders within her family. Thus, she ventured to Qingzhou Prefecture. Yunzong Yen'er approached with a gentle smile, remarking, "It has been several months since we last met, Sister Yuandao. You have grown even more beautiful. Yet you, dear Yen'er, remain more charming," replied Li Yuandao, her heart lifted by the compliment. She then glanced at Li Yuandao, who stood beside Yunzong Yen'er, inquiring, who might this young gentleman be? "Oh, this is young Master Li, a good friend of Yen'er," Yunzong Yen'er explained. "I see. A friend of Yen'er is indeed a friend of mine. I am Li Yuandao," she said, nodding at Li Yuandao. Although Li Yuandao's appearance was quite decent, to Li Yuanxia, his cultivation seemed rather feeble, and his attire lacked opulence. Nonetheless, for the sake of Yunzong Yan'er, she graciously addressed him. Sister Yan'er, your brother has missed you dearly. Suddenly, the imperial figure clad in a regal yellow robe, Prince Yunsu, strode over, greeting Yunzong Yan'er. Young Prince Yunsu, I trust you are well. Yunzong Yan'er appeared somewhat averse to Prince Yunsu, her tone lacking warmth. Haha, I heard from father that you visited Qingzhou Prefecture. I was contemplating vacating the General's residence there for you, dear Yan'er. Huang Puyunzi chuckled, exuding an air of grandeur as if to flaunt his authority to those around him. A mere general, easily dispatched. His gaze wandered indecorously over the form of Yunzong Yan'er, revealing a somewhat libertine disposition. The young prince's intentions were understood by Yan'er, yet she gently declined his offer, remarking that she already had her own residence within the Qingzhou Prefecture and did not require his assistance. Very well, Huang Puyunzi replied, nodding slightly. He then turned his attention to Li Yuandao, standing beside Yan'er, and inquired, Ah, Sister Yan'er, is this your servant? His expression toward Li Yuandao was laced with disdain. No, Yan'er replied, her brows knitting together as she retorted, clearly displeased with his words. This is a friend of mine. Your judgment seems rather poor, Sister Yan'er, to associate with such insignificant creatures. Huang Puyunzi scoffed, his contempt palpable. He continued, Is this lowly insect worthy of your friendship? You, young prince, please mind your words. This is my affair, and it does not concern you. Yan'er's anger flared, her tone firm as her gaze toward Huang Puyunzi grew increasingly hostile. How is it that you would dare to quarrel with me over such a trivial matter? Prince Yunce of the royal family remarked with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Li Yuandao was consumed with rage. Trivial matter? Trivial matter? How could this young prince, believing himself to be of noble lineage and possessing profound mastery, so brazenly refer to him as insignificant? Even if you are of royal blood, even if your skills are unparalleled, and even if your connections are vast, I, Li Yuandao, am not one to be easily bullied. In this moment of fury, Li Yuandao clenched his teeth tightly. He was tempted to unleash the full force of his explosive origin talisman from his storage jade to obliterate this prince who had insulted him. Yet, amidst the rising tide of anger, a flicker of clarity emerged. Reason prevailed over his heated emotions. Should he strike down the young prince in front of so many witnesses, it would undoubtedly bring catastrophic repercussions upon the Li family. No one, not even the venerable elder Tianjue, could save him from such a fate. If he truly wished to eliminate him, it would require a more opportune moment. With this thought, Li Yuandao managed to calm the tumultuous waves within his heart, maintaining an impassive expression and uttering not a word. A mere insect is still but an insect. Observing Li Yuandao's apparent weakness, Prince Yunce felt a surge of satisfaction. His heart lightened further. He cast a glance at Li Yuandao. Had he dared to retort, he would have met with immediate annihilation, which would have been a disservice to him. Let us depart. Seeing Li Yuandao in such distress, Yunzongyan gently took his arm and led him away. My dearly, do not take it to heart. Prince Yunce is simply of that temperament. Do not stoop to his level. Despite her deep-seated aversion towards Li Yuandao, Yunzongyan still endeavored to dissuade him, recognizing that he was indeed no match for the formidable Huang Puyunzi. Engaging in a confrontation could very well lead to his utter annihilation. Li Yuandao nodded in agreement, dismissing Huang Puyunzi's taunts, and settled down to immerse himself in quiet meditation. Upon arriving at this place, he became acutely aware of his own insignificance, realizing that he was arguably among the weakest here. Even a minor prince dared to insult him in such a manner, and all around him, others regarded him with condescension. If he did not assert himself, how could he hope to change his circumstances? Thus, every fleeting moment was seized by Li Yuandao. As time passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the assembly of individuals either rested or partook in a feast. At this juncture, Huang Puyunzi, along with Li Yuanxia, Nalan Bibo, and several other charismatic figures, congregated, indulging in delectable dishes and idle chatter. with Yuanzhongyaner among them. The gathering of such illustrious personalities naturally drew the attention and speculation of the onlookers. However, on this seemingly tranquil evening, the heavens appeared to conspire against them. Just as the revelry reached its zenith, a cataclysmic sound erupted. Suddenly, the sky roared like thunder, followed by a chillingly daunting voice that reverberated through the air, unmistakably emanating from an exceptionally ferocious beast. In an instant, after this terrifying cry, thousands of other beasts joined in a cacophony of roars. A thunderous roar resonated as if countless bolts of lightning had struck, causing a painful reverberation in the ears of the crowd, while the mist in the air seemed to dissipate in its wake. Ultimately, the sound of countless hooves pounding the ground, akin to a mighty army, followed suit. The spectators were left in awe by this extraordinary phenomenon. Huang Pu Yunkai and the others quickly sprang to their feet, leaping atop a grand tree to gaze into the distance. What they beheld was startling. Following their line of sight, one could see a multitude of ferocious beasts surging forth from afar, a dark mass of thousands rushing towards their camp. The crimson eyes of these creatures glowed ominously in the night, reminiscent of vengeful specters, instilling a sense of dread. The sheer force of this horde was formidable enough to annihilate even a master-level warrior. Furthermore, these beasts were predominantly martial practitioners, with the weakest among them possessing martial skills, while the stronger ones were akin to seasoned warriors, numbering in the countless. More alarmingly, at the center of this throng, 6 colossal beasts stood, illuminated as if by the glow of surrounding stars, exuding an overwhelming pressure, poised to lead the charge against the crowd, martial master-level demonic beasts. This was a calamity. A horde of beasts. Witnessing such a scene, even Huang Pu Yukai was taken aback, trembling in fear. Chapter 40. The God of Slaughter. 6 martial master-level demonic beasts. Upon witnessing this, the crowd furrowed their brows in unison, fully aware that the 6 formidable demon warriors were the orchestrators of the beast horde. To survive this onslaught, they must eliminate these 6, thus rendering the chaos leaderless and allowing for their retreat. However, there appeared to be an unusual number of these demon warriors this time, as typically such hordes were commanded by 3 or 4, yet now they faced a full 6, plunging the crowd into deep contemplation. Aside from the sorceress Li Yuandao, the celestial maiden Nalan Bibo, and the royal prince Yunce who possessed a combat beast, there was also a chief disciple from the Heavenly Sword sect who had brought along a warrior pet. Nevertheless, it was still insufficient. Hence, Prince Yunce expressed his concern. I fear the 4 of us cannot withstand 2 demon warriors. After a brief hesitation, someone ventured to speak, acknowledging that although the 8 present were all prominent figures from Tianyu County with profound cultivation, they would undoubtedly struggle against 2 of these demon warriors. This left the assembly once again in a state of contemplation. What shall we do? Should we flee? If so, we would miss the royal tomb. Suddenly, amidst the gloom, Yuanzhongyaner interjected. Wait, there is one person who possesses a warrior pet. This revelation invigorated the crowd, yet they were still rife with questions. Who? They inquired, eager yet puzzled. Aside from Prince Yunce and his companions, which other prominent disciple has come here that we were unaware of? Indeed, who is this person? The sorceress Li Yuandao echoed, her curiosity piqued. Li Gongzi, Yenna replied softly. Which Li Gongzi? He is my friend. Upon hearing the crowd's astonishment, Yuanzhongyaner candidly expressed her thoughts. What? How can this be possible? The shock was palpable, an overwhelming sensation that engulfed the room. At that moment, both Li Yuandao and Huang Pu Yukai found themselves in a tumult of emotions, particularly Huang Pu Yukai, whose face contorted slightly in disbelief. At such a critical juncture, Sister Yenner, you still find time for jest? How could a mere ant of a person possess a martial master battle pet? It's utterly ridiculous. Indeed. How could such a trivial being have a martial master battle pet? As this thought crossed their minds, the expressions of the crowd darkened. Could it be that Yuanzhongyaner was mocking them? Seeing the situation unfold, Yuanzhongyaner sighed and pointed towards Li Yuandao, who was seated atop a small wolf. At this moment, Li Yuandao had also taken note of the approaching beast horde, his expression turning grave. This was the first time he had encountered such a large-scale beast group, and in the interest of safety, he promptly summoned the small wolf to his side. Following Yunzong Yenner's gaze, the crowd turned to look, and there stood a towering silver wolf with magnificent wings, its countenance fierce and exuding an unmistakable aura of ferocity. The silver sheen that enveloped it radiated an air of nobility, suggesting it was superior to their own battle pets. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the silver wolf bore an uncanny resemblance to Li Yuandao. The sight left everyone momentarily speechless. What is happening? How is it possible that he possesses a martial master battle pet? Could he perhaps be a direct descendant of a prestigious family? At this moment, the expression of Emperor Pu Yukai was slightly distorted, with dark lines etched upon his features, reflecting his unpredictable mood. Perhaps sensing the disdain Emperor Pu Yukai held for Li Yuandao, the young wolf was incensed, unleashing a fierce roar directed at him. This cry, though not thunderous, sliced through the silence like a streak of lightning, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of a beast king that instilled fear and reverence, pressing toward the divine platform. In response to this roar, it seemed as if all beasts were compelled to bow in submission. Even Emperor Pu Yunsai's noble nether tiger lowered its massive head, unwilling to challenge the young wolf in the slightest. What a waste! Witnessing his battle companion's submission, Emperor Pu Yunsai's expression grew grim, his features contorting slightly, while his heart was filled with profound astonishment. This creature, who typically displayed no fear even towards the elders of his clan and regarded ordinary martial masters with utter disdain, had now bowed before the battle pet of an insignificant ant. What heights had this ant's battle pet achieved? Nayland Bibo and others observed this scene with keen eyes, their perceptions of Li Yuandao undergoing a significant reevaluation. I may have underestimated him. He truly possesses some intrigue. Li Yuanxia smiled gently, revealing a captivating smile that could enchant all, fixating on the figure that was not particularly tall. At this moment, she felt that Li Yuandao appeared somewhat different. I wonder if the young prince has come to believe? Yunzong Yenner inquired, her tone tinged with exasperation. Well, believe it. Let one of the martial masters face him head-on. Huang Pu Yunsi spoke helplessly, and then led the group into battle. Yunzong Yenner conveyed all the events to Li Yuandao. Although Li Yuandao was somewhat reluctant, he nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity for his own sake. In an instant, everyone summoned their most powerful artifacts, charging forth under the leadership of the eight. The powerful talismans rained down upon the endless horde of beasts as if they were of no cost. They understood that failure to fight with all their might would not only deny them the opportunity of reaching the martial king's tomb, but could also cost them their lives. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, grasping a spear, seated upon a small wolf, and abruptly lunged towards a formidable beast in the distance. Suddenly, a three-layered tiger-headed beast charged towards him, its massive and grotesque jaws seemingly intent on tearing him to shreds. Kill! Li Yuandao, undaunted, thrust the spear forward, akin to a dragon piercing the flowers, aiming straight for the beast's neck. The immense force seemed to stir the very fabric of the air. The sound of the piercing wind narrating Li Yuandao's unparalleled swiftness. With a hiss, the tiger-headed beast, unable to evade, was punctured by Li Yuandao, creating a gaping hole the width of an arm in its neck, silencing it forever. As he withdrew the spear, a jet of warm blood erupted, splattering onto Li Yuandao, starkly contrasting against his pale robe. Just as he was about to wipe it away, the blood suddenly stirred, transforming into a dense stream of vital energy that surged into his body, not only replenishing the energy expended in his attack, but also slightly enhancing his dantian. This was indeed a treasure. With a delicate taste of the few droplets of blood that had splattered onto his face, a fiercer crimson hue deepened within Li Yuandao's eyes. Perhaps invigorated by the essence of the blood, Li Yuandao now appeared even more battle-crazed, emitting a low roar as he surged forward. Fearless and undaunted, he sought to quell the violence with more violence, to slaughter his adversaries until they trembled, to obliterate their will to fight, to instill in them an eternal dread. At this moment, Li Yuandao genuinely grasped the true essence of the murderous spear, undergoing a complete transformation. The murderous aura emanating from his being intensified, almost materializing into a tangible form. The very air crackled with an overwhelming homicidal intent. This aura swept across the firmament and surged through the earth, tinging the pristine sky with a scarlet hue and draining the vibrant green from the land. Through the act of killing, he sought to end all killing, compelling everything in his path to tremble, to prostrate, and to forever cower in fear. From the very outset, Li Yuandao unleashed the full potential of the murderous spear, transforming into an unparalleled assassin, wielding his spear with deadly precision, slaying gods and demons alike. The tidal wave of demonic beasts instinctively rallied before the grand martial master demon, roaring and snapping, hurling themselves at Li Yuandao like moths to a flame. In this critical juncture, the murderous spear truly revealed its power. With each maneuver, each thrust of the spear, a torrent of blood erupted. Li Yuandao's eyes glowed with a feral, crimson intensity, and his once white robe was now stained a deep crimson by the blood, resembling that of a peerless slayer. Whether the blood belonged to his enemies or himself, however, remained indiscernible. The nature of the monstrous beasts is one of bloodlust. Although they are aware of Li Yuandao's formidable strength, they surge forward like moths drawn to a flame, relentlessly charging ahead. Before long, with the assistance of the little wolf, Li Yuandao carved a bloody path through the seemingly endless horde of beasts. Countless monsters fell before his gun, and at this moment, Li Yuandao felt a burgeoning energy within his dantian, as if he were on the brink of a breakthrough. The mighty beast master, noticing the havoc Li Yuandao wreaked upon its kin, could no longer tolerate the sight. With a furious roar, it charged directly at him. Li Yuandao squinted at the approaching beast, licking his lips in anticipation. What a colossal creature! The beast barreling towards him was a purple gold bear, towering around 4 to 5 zhong, exuding an aura of ferocity and bloodthirst. Its approach sent tremors through the earth. Upon witnessing the ostentatious display of the purple gold bear, the little wolf could no longer remain composed. As a dominant force of the moonlit forest, the little wolf possessed formidable strength, bolstered by a trace of the ancient 9 nether silver wolf lineage. Its prowess was evident from its previous strike that felled the black dragon bull in an instant. Such a feat was not something an ordinary beastmaster could hope to rival. With a resounding howl that echoed like a declaration of war, the little wolf confronted the purple gold bear. Li Yuandao, observing the fierce determination reflected in the little wolf's deep blue eyes, sensed the brewing storm within and felt a decisive resolve taking shape. With a sudden leap backward, Li Yuandao entrusted the purple gold beast bear to the little wolf. He pondered that, given his own cultivation level was no match for the creature, allowing the little wolf to engage it was indeed a wise choice. Moreover, Li Yuandao was confident that, based on its aura, the little wolf was undoubtedly superior to the purple gold beast bear. Thus, he felt assured in letting the little wolf battle alone. Upon witnessing Li Yuandao retreat from the battlefield, the little wolf was filled with exuberance, charging fiercely toward the purple gold beast bear. In response, the bear, infuriated, swung its arms, as thick as tree trunks, aiming to strike the little wolf. When the two collided, a tremendous sound erupted, sending shockwaves through the air, causing clouds to churn and the earth to tremble. In this encounter, both beasts seemed to hold their own. Although the purple gold beast bear was not as skilled as the little wolf, its raw strength allowed it to maintain a position of resilience. The little wolf, witnessing this, became even more exhilarated, baring its razor-sharp teeth reminiscent of a legendary silver wolf emerging from the depths of hell, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it charged once more. Chapter 41. The Tomb Awakens, Part 1. Despite the chaos, the living were filled with a profound excitement, seemingly grateful for their survival amidst the beastly assault the previous night. Indeed, it was a terrifying spectacle. I had never encountered such a multitude of demonic beasts, overwhelming in number, with ordinary ones alone numbering around 10,000. Moreover, I heard whispers that among them were 6 formidable martial artists, Had it not been for the valiant efforts of Prince Huang Puyun and his companions, we would likely have met our demise long ago. Indeed, indeed. Those 6 formidable demon warriors are truly fearsome, slaying without a moment's hesitation, effortlessly devouring their foes. It is utterly terrifying. However, I have also heard that it was not solely the princely efforts of His Highness Huang Puyun Su and his companions that contributed to their success. There was a cultivator by the name of Li Yuandao, who boldly faced a great demon alongside his martial pets, single-handedly intercepting one. Had he not stepped forward, it is likely that His Highness Huang Puyun Su and his companions would have struggled to withstand the assault. What? Such a terrifying figure? If what you say is true, does that not imply that his cultivation is nearly on par with that of His Highness Huang Puyun Su and the others? It is truly embarrassing that we remain unaware of such an extraordinary individual. Who could that cultivator possibly be? Following the beast horde's attack last night, everyone shared a profound sense of having been reborn, recounting the events of the ordeal to one another. The focal point of their discussions was the young cultivator clad in white, now stained crimson with blood. His heroic deeds were fervently recounted as they tended to their wounds or shared meals. At this moment, that cultivator had unwittingly risen to prominence due to his actions the previous night, thrust into the limelight alongside His Highness Huang Puyun Su and Li Yuandao. Even they engaged in discussions about him, expressing their admiration and speculating whether he might be a hidden scion of a great family or perhaps a wandering master of profound cultivation. Yet, unbeknownst to them, that individual was none other than Li Yuandao, who seemed as insignificant as an ant in their eyes. Where is young Master Li? After the retreat of the beast horde, the group took a moment to account for their numbers. Yunzong Yin'er meticulously counted all the cultivators who had come from Qingzhou Prefecture, as they were indeed her responsibility. Upon completing the count, a sigh escaped her lips. Following the attack from the previous night, only 6 of the 23 cultivators who had arrived from Qingzhou remained, Yuan Zhan, Zhang Tianyu, and Lu Yidao among them. Notably absent was Li Yuandao, which troubled her. Have any of you seen young Master Li? An ominous feeling began to take root in her heart. Despite Li Yuandao's formidable battle talisman, she could not shake the fear that he might have encountered misfortune, especially considering he had faced a formidable martial artist demon. She quickly turned to Zhang Tianyu and the others for answers. I haven't seen Brother Li since this morning, Zhang Tianyu replied, waving his hand dismissively. I bet that kid is dead. With his low cultivation level, he must have been devoured by a beast. Yuan Zhan, taking delight in this speculation, scoffed to himself, feeling a sense of grim satisfaction. I will go find him. Young Master Li is surely unharmed, Yunzong Yin'er declared resolutely, rising to her feet and preparing to depart. Although she understood that searching for him was fraught with danger, given that the beasts might not have completely retreated, her conviction only grew stronger. If she had not urged him to confront that martial artist demon, he would not be in peril now. With a swift motion, she transformed into a whirlwind, racing forward with determination. Although the nocturnal carnage had ceased and the bestial horde had dispersed, the sunlight cast upon the land possessed a deceptive mildness, as if to veil the preceding night's frenzy. Only the lingering scars upon the earth bore witness to the terror that had transpired. Across the terrain lay scattered the remains of both monstrous beasts and human combatants, evoking the image of a veritable inferno. Some corpses remained whole, while others were reduced to mere fragments, dismembered limbs, or severed heads, stretching out for more than 10 miles, a scene of utter horror. Blood flowed like rivulets, staining the earth a crimson hue, and the verdant trees and vibrant flora were all uniformly cloaked in the scarlet of gore, inspiring revulsion and trepidation. They seemed to whisper tales of the events that had unfolded during the night. Proceeding onward, a modest cavern came into view. Yet, this grotto appeared markedly different from the preceding scenery, not in its beauty or verdant allure, but rather in its intensified sanguinary horror. Here, blood seemed capable of coalescing into rivulets, and the carcasses of beasts were piled high like hillocks, an abhorrent sight. No living creature dared approach this cavern. Upon peering within, a figure was discerned, seated in meditation. Though not of imposing stature, the figure possessed an erect spine and an aura as sharp as a drawn rapier, poised to pierce the very heavens. Upon closer inspection, the figure clad in a flowing crimson robe exuded an aura of formidable killing intent. Indeed, this individual was none other than the missing Li Yuandao. Following the conclusion of the battle, Li Yuandao retreated to this location for seclusion. After a night of fierce combat, the essence of the slain beasts had filled his dantian to the brim with primordial energy, causing his aura to radiate outward. Consequently, Li Yuandao found it necessary to take his leave and enter into isolation. The surging primordial energy within his dantian was already bubbling restlessly, and before he could summon it, it began to condense on its own. In a brief moment, a soft ping resonated from within his dantian. Subsequently, an uncontrollable surge of primordial energy burst forth, causing everything in the vicinity to tremble. In an instant, Li Yuandao's eyes flew open, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. At that very moment, an unparalleled killing intent surged forth, extending into the heavens and spreading outward, causing all living beings within several dozen feet to quiver, bowing their heads and tucking their tails in fear, hesitant to make any sudden movements. This lethal martial technique was indeed formidable. After a night of slaughter, the transformed primordial energy had completely filled his dantian, and with the time he had previously accumulated, he had ascended to the 5th level of warrior status. Li Yuandao rose to his feet, feeling the tumultuous primordial energy coursing through him. With a proud stance and uplifted head, he could not help but reflect. Such a large-scale beast horde is a rare occurrence, and encountering it twice in a year would be considered fortunate. Henceforth, he could no longer rely on this method to gain strength. Contemplating these matters, Li Yuandao gently shook his head, yet he felt an immense sense of contentment. Presently, his overall strength could be estimated to be around the 7th level of a warrior, which constituted a significant advancement. However, in comparison to the likes of Emperor Pu Yukai and others, he still fell short. After his advancement, Li Yuandao conducted a thorough evaluation of his abilities, arriving at a rather genuine conclusion. Of course, he did not include the Meihua Sennonger, the exploding Yuan Talisman, in this assessment, as they could not be counted among his strength. Having changed his attire, Li Yuandao gazed thoughtfully at the dark-hued spear in his hand. The spear's potency evidently surpassed his expectations, seemingly reaching a superior grade. During the fray with the beast horde last night, it had become Li Yuandao's indispensable ally. Without it, his prowess would not have been so formidable. Although the spear appeared akin to a mere charred stick, Li Yuandao understood that its potential power was likely comparable to the treasured artifacts wielded by Emperor Pu Yunkai and the sorceress Li Wanxia. At this moment, the time for the opening of the martial king's tomb drew ever closer, and it seemed that perhaps tonight he would be able to enter and seek his fortune. Meanwhile, the little wolf lived up to Li Yuandao's expectations, having slain the formidable beast master last night, and now standing vigilantly by his side. With a powerful flap of its wings, the little wolf soared into the sky, sweeping through the clouds. Gazing down at the vast and ever-changing landscape, Li Yuandao exuded an aura reminiscent of an immortal. Aloft in the sky, Li Yuandao glanced downward, his eyes narrowing as if catching sight of something. Promptly, he urged Little Wolf to descend with haste. From Li Yuandao's vantage point, 2 immense demonic beasts were clearly visible, menacingly obstructing a graceful figure, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor. The figure was none other than Yunzong Yenner. Damn it, 2 flame lions at the 8th level of martial warriors. Yunzong Yenner muttered, her delicate brows furrowing as she beheld the 2 beasts, her features contorting slightly. She had come in search of Li Yuandao, only to be confronted by these 2 formidable creatures. Under normal circumstances, she might have been incensed and swiftly dispatched any ordinary demonic beasts. But this situation was proving to be more challenging. Her adversaries were 2 flame lions at the 8th level of martial warriors. Although their cultivation was not superior to hers individually, their combined strength surpassed Yunzong Yenner's. Furthermore, her lack of desire to engage in combat, coupled with the significant depletion of her vital energy and stamina from the previous night, had left her unable to mount a counterattack. The two demonic beasts grew increasingly vigorous and ferocious as the battle wore on, relentlessly pressing their assault. Yuanzhong found herself in a precarious predicament, teetering on the brink of being devoured. With a resounding roar, the two beasts, sensing Yuanzhong's waning strength, launched a coordinated attack, lunging at her with their gaping, grotesque maws, as if intent on tearing her asunder. Is this the end? Overwhelmed by the dire circumstances, Yuanzhong felt a sense of resignation washing over her. She knew that she could not withstand the beast's desperate assault. As Yuanzhong gently closed her eyes, awaiting the arrival of death, she thought of the audacity of the fiend that dared to take a life. Such a creature could not be spared. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and Li Yuandao, along with the little wolf, descended, thrusting a spear forward to completely counter the assault. Young Master Li. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Yuanzhong abruptly opened her eyes, gazing in bewilderment and excitement at the figure standing before her. You truly are resilient, she chided with a smile, noticing the evident change in his aura, indicating a significant enhancement in his cultivation. Meanwhile, the two blazing lions, having failed in their initial strike, launched another attack against Li Yuandao. Observing this, the little wolf, incensed that these beasts dared to assault its master, charged forward fiercely, eliminating both threats without hesitation. Chapter 42. The Tomb Unveiled, Part 2. According to the spies from my royal residence, the tomb of the martial king shall be opened tonight. Emperor Pu Yunsai's face was alight with excitement and greed as he gazed at the unfolding spectacle before him. Before the crowd, several dozen yards away, an ancient and mysterious colossal palace began to emerge slowly from the earth, capturing the attention of all present. With greedy eyes, they beheld the palace, which was as grand as a city, majestic and magnificent. The yellowed bricks whispered tales of its long-standing history and enigma. In that instant, with the emergence of the palace, it seemed as though everyone had forgotten to breathe, gazing upward in awe. Indeed, this was the tomb of the martial king. Legends spoke of countless elixirs, magical artifacts, and martial techniques hidden within this sacred site, not to mention the enigmatic legacy of the martial king's heart. Furthermore, these treasures were remnants from the ancient past, far surpassing anything of the present. Whoever could acquire these precious items would not merely ascend to greatness, but could soar above the masses with ease. It is worth noting that the martial king's heart encapsulates the essence of a mighty warrior's life force at the moment of their transcendence, significantly enhancing one's cultivation and increasing the chances of breaking through from the master realm to the martial king level. To put it boldly, if one could obtain the mysterious legacy of the martial king's heart within that tomb, the once unattainable realm of the martial king would become within reach, especially for those endowed with sufficient talent. The master realm would then be merely a step away. The enchantress, Li Yuandao, furrowed her delicate brows as she scanned the crowd, seemingly unable to locate Yuanzhong, which left her somewhat perplexed. Indeed, where could Sister Yen'er be? Naylan Bipao echoed her concern. It is said that Yen'er has gone in search of that insignificant little ant from yesterday. I truly cannot comprehend what is so remarkable about that little creature. It is merely a martial artist with a battle pet. If it even belongs to him at all, perhaps it was just a chance encounter. I suspect that fellow has long since met his demise. Otherwise, how could he still be unaccounted for? Huang Pu Yuansu shrugged his sleeves and let out a disdainful snort, his face betraying a complete lack of respect. What a pity for Sister Yen'er. She is about to miss this monumental opportunity. How could a corpse possibly find anything? After saying this, he erupted into laughter, seemingly reveling in his own satisfaction. He had long harbored a dislike for Li Yuandao, and now that the beast had devoured him, it seemed fitting. Alas, what a shame. Upon hearing this, the two women could not help but shake their heads, lamenting the fate of Yuanzhong. Was it truly worth it over such a lowly creature? Seeing their reactions only fueled Huang Pu Yuansu's excitement. The absence of a rival was indeed splendid, for he would not have to contend with anyone else. Gazing at the gradually rising Wu Wang tomb, a cold smile crept across his face. as if contemplating how to be the first to enter and subsequently keep everyone else at bay. However, fate seemed to play a small trick on him. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed from the heavens, creating ripples akin to a stone plunging into water. Oh no, could it be another beast? That sound is terrifying. If it's anything like last night, I won't dare to enter the Wu Wang tomb. I'd rather flee. But wait, it wasn't a horde of beasts. There were two figures above. One seemed to be Yunzong Yener, and the other, the infamous red robe killer from the previous night. Yes, I recognize him. There's no mistake, it is indeed he. The red robe killer? So it was him. I had assumed it was a pack of beasts. How impressive. To possess a martial artist's battle pet and be accompanied by a beauty. What a flamboyant display. How I wish I could be like that. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, discussions erupted, particularly after it was confirmed that the individual was none other than the scarlet-robed assassin from the previous night, which elevated the atmosphere to its zenith. Even the likes of Huang Pu Yunkai were captivated by this exceptionally flamboyant figure, speculating on the identity of such a person capable of such grand gestures. As the distance closed, Huang Pu Yunkai finally discerned the appearance of the individual. Was this not the insignificant ant? Leaping down from the small wolf, Li Yuandao gazed ahead and sighed, relieved that he had not arrived too late. After dispatching the two obstructive beasts, the small wolf had swiftly brought Li Yuandao and his companion to this location, leading to the earlier scene. Sister Yener, you have arrived. I was just worrying about you, said Li Yuanxia with a gentle smile, addressing Yunzong Yener. It was evident that Li Yuandao's striking entrance prompted her to reassess him. You are still alive? Huang Pu Yunsai's features contorted slightly, his expression shifting between gloom and brightness as he regarded Li Yuandao, seemingly incredulous. How could such an insignificant being warrant such a flamboyant entrance? Surely, it was a privilege reserved for himself alone. Yet, Li Yuandao remained undaunted, although he felt uncertain about surpassing Huang Pu Yunkai in this advancement. He was confident that displaying those explosive elemental talismans would render Huang Pu Yunkai unable to act arrogantly. The young prince truly believed himself to be of significance. Intimidating him was certainly within the realm of possibility. Just as these thoughts crossed Li Yuandao's mind, the world around them suddenly trembled. Suddenly, an overwhelming tremor coursed through the very fabric of the earth, as if the mountains and rivers were on the verge of reversing their flow. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the entire expanse dimmed, as creatures within a radius of several miles bowed in submission, quaking with trepidation. Following their gaze, the grand sepulchre of the martial king finally revealed itself, emanating an aura both ancient and enigmatic. The sepulchre of the martial king had been unveiled. Witnessing this spectacle, a shiver ran through the crowd, their eyes betraying an unmistakable glint of avarice. Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Once within the sepulchre, should I catch sight of you, I shall ensure your utter annihilation. Observing the covetous glances of the onlookers, Emperor Pu Yunce felt his composure wane. He realized that engaging in combat with Li Yuandao at this juncture would mean forfeiting the opportunity to enter the sepulchre. With a cold huff, he issued a stern warning. Yet, Li Yuandao merely scoffed, indifferent to the threat. Though you, Emperor Pu Yunce, may be formidable, do not mistake me, Li Yuandao, for an easy target. In the next moment, the grand gates of the sepulchre suddenly swung open, releasing an ancient essence that wafted gently into the nostrils of the gathered crowd. Li Yuandao inhaled deeply, a look of delight gracing his countenance. This sepulchre of the martial king is truly wondrous. The vitality within so potent that it promises a cultivation rate double that of the present. However, such musings were fleeting. Who would be foolish enough to abandon treasures in pursuit of mere cultivation? In this moment, although the tomb had been opened, the crowd found themselves exchanging hesitant glances, none daring to be the first to take the plunge. The atmosphere was thick with trepidation, as the unknown dangers lurking within remained a formidable mystery. A palpable stillness engulfed the scene, as everyone awaited the first brave soul to venture forth. With a scoff, the royal prince declared that if none dared to step forward, he would assume the role of the pioneer. He would carry forward the legacy of the martial king. As Prince Huang Puyun seized the moment, he could no longer contain his impatience. With the ferocity of a wild beast, he leaped towards the tomb of the martial king. Being of royal lineage and possessing profound cultivation, he felt little fear, determined to seize the advantage of time. "I shall see for myself." With a hearty laugh, the sorceress Li Yuandao followed suit, sprinting after him. Witnessing this audacious act, the crowd's envy surged, and like a swarm of bees, they rushed into the enigmatic tomb. Chapter 43. The Three Trials of the Tomb. Once the crowd entered the ancient tomb, Li Yuandao sprang into action. Due to the restrictions on cultivation within the tomb, his companion, the little wolf, was unable to accompany him. After issuing some instructions, Li Yuandao plunged into the depths of the ancient crypt. As he entered, ripples began to disturb the void, and the grand entrance of the tomb sealed shut behind him. With his entire being now within, the space underwent significant transformation. As Li Yuandao stepped forward, his eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the surroundings. Following his gaze, one could distinctly observe that the resplendent moonlight forest had vanished. Before him lay what appeared to be a vast expanse of uncharted territory, boundless and tranquil. The entire void was imbued with an ancient and enigmatic aura, as if recounting tales of its illustrious past. At this moment, within a space spanning nearly 1,000 miles, Li Yuandao found himself utterly alone. The other cultivators who had accompanied him now conspicuously absent. The stillness of the void exuded an air of solemnity, even tinged with a hint of dread. Had all the cultivators been dispersed by the ancient tomb? Yet, Li Yuandao remained unperturbed, his eyes narrowing as he pondered the situation. It did not take long for him to arrive at a conclusion. He surmised that the entire tomb had indeed scattered all the incoming cultivators, rendering them invisible to one another, thus preventing any possibility of assistance or collusion. Pondering this revelation, Li Yuandao could not help but express his admiration for the tomb's master. Had it not been for such a mechanism, individuals like Huang Puyun and others might have exploited their connections to secure the tomb's legacy with ease, thereby creating an unfair advantage. While he contemplated the origins of this tomb, a voice suddenly resonated beside him. "Welcome, dear friends, to my resting place. You have brought new life to this old man who has lain in slumber for many years." The voice seemed to emanate from the depths of eternity, exuding an aura of age, solemnity, and grandeur. Moreover, as it spoke, the elemental forces of the universe appeared to subtly withdraw, as if reluctant to challenge its presence. Such a simple utterance seemed to resonate within Li Yuandao, as if a thunderous bolt had surged past him, sending tremors through his very soul. A martial king. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of a martial king's might, where a single phrase bore the weight of boundless celestial pressure. A phenomenon only achievable after one has truly grasped their own Tao. With just a word, one could harness the elemental energies of the universe for personal gain or vanquish foes. Contemplating this, Li Yuandao's heart surged with fervor. This was the essence of true power. Since one could arrive, it must be fate. The old man had prepared a gift for those destined to receive it. However, this final offering was singular, reserved for the fortunate. To attain it, the old man had devised 3 trials. Those who could overcome these 3 challenges would be granted his ultimate gift, marking the culmination of his efforts to bolster humanity's cultivators. As he pondered, that voice resounded once more. 3 trials? Upon hearing this, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and nodded subtly. It appeared that to acquire the inheritance, one must navigate the 3 trials left by the tomb's master. This meant that Huang Puyun and his companions would face the same fate. He mused silently on what those 3 trials could entail. Meanwhile, the master of the tomb seemed to have heard Li Yuandao's thoughts and elucidated. The first trial is to challenge one's own limits. Our lineage of cultivators is one that defies the heavens, seizing destiny and contending with the cosmos for creation. Thus, the first trial I have set forth is to confront one's own limits. For this endeavor, I have prepared 100 automatons, each possessing power equivalent to that of a challenger realm cultivator. Upon successfully overcoming this trial, one may proceed into the inner sanctum of the mausoleum and seize a portion of its treasures. Thus spoke the master of the mausoleum, his voice seemingly transformed. As he uttered these words, Li Yuandao distinctly perceived a surge of majestic aura, stirring the very depths of one's being. Observing this, Li Yuandao nodded in agreement with the Mausoleum Master's assertion. Is it not the essence of the cultivator's path to constantly transcend one's limitations, to contend with the heavens, with humanity, and with the forces of creation? It is precisely through this indomitable spirit that humanity has surpassed other species, such as the demonic beasts, and ascended to become the dominant power in this world. He wondered about the nature of these automatons. Suddenly, subtle undulations rippled through the void. Subsequently, before Li Yuandao, a dense array of Vajra automatons materialized. Li Yuandao squinted, his features contorting slightly as he gazed upon these constructs. Each automaton emanated a bronze hue, its expression devoid of emotion, its body rigid. They stood there, unmoving, yet their cultivation was not to be underestimated. Matching Li Yuandao's own at the 5th level of the warrior realm. Such extravagance. A single automaton of this caliber could fetch 10,000 mid-grade martial pills. Yet here they were, seemingly without limit. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Yuandao could not help but marvel at the Mausoleum Master's munificence. At the same time, he regarded the automatons with trepidation, fearing a sudden, overwhelming assault. However, such a scenario was unlikely, for if they were to attack in unison, even a martial grandmaster would surely perish. As anticipated, moments later, a puppet at the forefront sprang into action, charging fiercely towards Li Yuandao, while the others remained motionless and expressionless. Suddenly, the puppet leapt, its right hand clenched into a fist, delivering a powerful strike akin to Mount Tai pressing down aimed directly at Li Yuandao's head. The immense force seemed to make even the air tremble, the sound of its swift descent echoing like a chilling wind from the depths of hell. Yet, Li Yuandao stood undaunted, swiftly evading to the rear. The puppet's fist, as large as a sandbag, crashed down onto the ground like a hammer, producing a deafening roar, but it failed to strike Li Yuandao. Such formidable strength. This blow could rival the pinnacle of a 5th-tier warrior. Observing this, Li Yuandao smiled faintly, advancing the black spear in his grasp. Akin to a dragon emerging from the sea, both agile and powerful. With a surge of elemental energy, the black spear pierced the puppet's chest, embedding itself 3 inches deep. Then, Li Yuandao abruptly withdrew the spear and executed a sweeping kick, hoping to topple the puppet in its moment of pain. However, the puppet seemed entirely unperturbed by the strike. What would incapacitate an ordinary person appeared to have no effect whatsoever, failing to diminish its combat prowess. It launched another reckless assault towards Li Yuandao. Infuriating. Faced with this human-machine hybrid, Li Yuandao found himself in a considerable quandary, as it seemed that no matter where he struck, he could inflict no fatal harm. At this rate, even 10 such adversaries could prove to be his undoing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuandao gazed at the puppet's head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he traced a peculiar arc in the air. Though you are but a puppet, impervious to pain in your limbs, your head remains the epicenter of control for your entire being. I wonder, can you still function with your head shattered? With this thought, Li Yuandao crouched low, narrowly evading the puppet's strike. He then propelled himself upwards in a vigorous leap, soaring a zhang in height, as if a carp ascending a waterfall. Wielding the black demon, he thrust it with full force towards the puppet's head. The strike carried such immense power that it seemed to rend the very air, and with astonishing speed, the spear found its mark with unerring accuracy. A monumental burst of yuan power erupted upon the puppet's head, instantly obliterating it. As Li Yuandao had surmised, without its head, the puppet was rendered immobile, collapsing to the ground like a discarded heap of scrap metal, devoid of any capacity for action. Elated by this outcome, Li Yuandao realized that while the puppets initially appeared formidable, once their patterns were deciphered, they were not so insurmountable after all. His yuan power, exceptional among his peers, granted him a significant advantage. In terms of combat prowess, Li Yuandao possessed a level of strength comparable to that of a 7th-level warrior. Consequently, he found himself in a much more advantageous position than others when facing these puppets, which could only exert the power of a 5th-level warrior. As the first puppet met its demise, the second stirred to life, confirming Li Yuandao's conjecture that the 100 puppets would not engage simultaneously, but rather employ a strategy of attrition, attacking one at a time. With the experience of his first encounter, Li Yuandao approached this challenge with considerably more ease. After executing 10 strikes, he successfully brought down the second puppet. In this manner, within less than half a day, Li Yuandao had dispatched 60 of these puppets, leaving just over 40 remaining. However, a dilemma soon arose. Despite Li Yuandao's formidable abilities, which typically allowed him to eliminate one puppet after a mere dozen moves, the prolonged engagement began to deplete his vital energy. By the time he faced the 82nd puppet, he had lost the advantage he once held, finding himself in a defensive position instead. Seeing this, Li Yuandao felt a surge of anxiety, yet he was at a loss for solutions. After all, replenishing his vital energy was no simple task. Although he continuously consumed medicinal pills to restore his depleted energy, the recovery was insufficient compared to the expenditure. Gradually, by the time he confronted the 85th puppet, even his defenses faltered, and his body bore numerous injuries. In that moment, Li Yuandao comprehended why the tomb's master described this trial as a test of one's limits. It was an incessant strain on his very essence. Ultimately, after employing 20 explosive vitality talismans, he managed to complete this trial. Collapsing onto the ground, Li Yuandao gasped for breath, his body trembling uncontrollably. The relentless exertion had drained all vital energy from his meridians, rendering him unable to even access his storage jade. Congratulations, young friend, on conquering the first challenge, pushing your limits. You have become the third cultivator to pass this trial. Now, I shall unlock the entrance to the tomb, granting you the opportunity to delve within and uncover your fortune. Before long, the voice of the tomb's master resonated once more in Li Yuandao's ears. The third one. To think that there are still 2 others ahead of me. It is indeed daunting. Li Yuandao was taken aback by this revelation. He had believed himself to possess an undeniable advantage in this phase, only to discover that 2 others had outpaced him in their progress. It was hard to fathom, truly. There are always greater talents beyond one's own, and genius abounds in every corner of the world. Before Li Yuandao could contemplate further, the void trembled once again, exerting a powerful force that drew him in. Succumbing to this immense pull, Li Yuandao was propelled into the depths of the tomb. Upon his entrance, this force flung him to the ground. Suddenly, he perceived a sound. Raising his gaze, his eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld something truly remarkable. Chapter 44. Who Dares to Contest? Part 1. The Pill River. Li Yuandao squinted, finding it difficult to maintain his composure. Before him lay a pool approximately 20 yards wide and 30 yards long, filled with a liquid that was none other than the Pill River, composed of countless martial pills. Indeed, it was a river formed from hundreds of thousands, even millions, of mid-grade and high-grade martial pills, lying serenely like an ordinary river. What an extravagant display! Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes slightly, his nose delicately inhaling the surrounding air. In that fleeting moment, he sensed an unexpected vitality blossoming within his withered dantian. A clear indication of the profound concentration of elemental energy in this realm, approximately 3 times denser than that outside, rendering it a veritable paradise of cultivation. Eagerly, Li Yuandao contemplated entering a meditative state to absorb this abundant energy. Just then, the voice of the tomb's master resonated once more. I trust my young friend has discerned this opportunity, which I have prepared for the top 10 who successfully navigate the initial challenge. Those who rank among the first 10 in speed during this trial shall receive a month's worth of cultivation benefits prepared by me along the Dan River, potentially multiplying their training speed. However, those who do not make the top 10 will have to cultivate externally. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuandao's composure faltered once again. He realized that the top 10 competitors would be rewarded with an extraordinary chance to gain the Tomb Master's legacy of cultivation benefits beside the Dan River. This was an unparalleled opportunity. Cultivating outside the Dan River would yield a tripled training speed. What then could be expected within its depths? 5-fold, perhaps 6-fold? Moreover, the Tomb Master had mentioned that such advantages would last for over a month, a truly remarkable prospect. With this revelation, Li Yuandao lifted his gaze toward the Dan River. Before him lay 10 distinct platforms, each radiating a gentle glow, as if the dense elemental energy of the surrounding world were on the verge of taking form. Upon encountering such a scene, Li Yuandao was overwhelmed with joy, and in an instant, he hastened his steps, swiftly making his way to one of the cultivation platforms. At this moment, he also took note of everything occurring on the other platforms. He observed that both Emperor Pu Yukai and the sorceress Li Yuandao were seated in meditation on 2 separate platforms. According to the master of the tomb, he was the 3rd individual to arrive, while the previous 2 were indeed these 2. Li Yuandao contemplated upon seeing them. These 2 were undeniably remarkable. Let us first discuss Emperor Pu Yukai. Although he was somewhat lascivious and possessed a rather irritable temperament, one could not deny that his innate talent was extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have reached the pinnacle of martial prowess at such a young age, merely a step away from becoming a formidable martial master. As for Li Yuandao, Li Yuandao considered her even more exceptional. The aura emanating from her seemed to surpass that of Emperor Pu Yukai, and her resolve was steadfast, unwavering, and composed, marking her as a potential candidate for the great path. However, do you believe this grants you the merit to be compared with this king? Were it not for your insufficient cultivation, the puppets you encountered in the initial trial must have been of a low caliber. Otherwise, you would not have been able to enter. You would have likely been crushed long before. With that said, Emperor Pu Yukai let out a hearty laugh, his eyes brimming with disdain. He believed that Li Yuandao's rapid entry was merely a stroke of luck, devoid of any substantial value. Yet, Li Yuandao merely shook his head, somewhat dismissive of these remarks. Although Emperor Pu Yukai was of royal lineage, he was excessively arrogant, and it was only a matter of time before he would be consumed by his own inner demons. Were it not for the fact that I am currently in seclusion and possess no inclination to harm you, you would have long since met your demise. Emperor Pu Yuansi scoffed with disdain, yet chose to close his eyes once more, deeming such insignificant insects unworthy of his effort. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao exhaled a soft sigh. If Emperor Pu Yuansi truly intended to attack, he would find himself utterly powerless. After all, he had exhausted all his means during the first trial and could no longer produce anything that would instill fear in Emperor Pu Yuansi. Paying no heed to him, Li Yuandao settled himself upon the cultivation platform. No sooner had he seated himself than he found himself astonished by a remarkable sensation. Indeed, the elemental energy in this realm was denser than that outside, purer and more magnificent. The cultivation platform beneath him appeared to be imbued with some form of array. Merely sitting there, he felt the elemental energy of heaven and earth instinctively gravitating toward him, a marvel to behold. Li Yuandao mused that a single day of cultivation here would equate to 5 days in the outer world, yielding a 5-fold acceleration. Thus, a month spent in this place would be tantamount to 5 months of cultivation beyond. What a tremendous opportunity it was. Contemplating this, Li Yuandao felt a twinge of envy towards those prominent disciples. He had heard that within the great Zhou dynasty, there existed a pill river situated in the royal palace's rear courtyard. Surely, the young princes and princesses who cultivated there were well accustomed to such an environment. Alas, it was beyond comparison. Li Yuandao shook his head, choosing not to dwell on his thoughts. Everything possesses duality. Where there are benefits, there inevitably exist drawbacks. His diligent cultivation was undoubtedly commendable. However, relying solely on innate talent, coupled with profound cunning, could, to some extent, affect one's state of mind. Without a heart that dares to venture, to confront, and to strive, how could one ascend to new heights? It is only through relentless self-discipline amidst adversity and challenges that one can achieve enduring success. Moments later, the ethereal maiden Nalan Bibo entered alongside Yun Zhongyaner, claiming 2 seats. Subsequently, the 2 disciples of Zhoutian's sect, the brothers Qiu Jie and Qiu Jisong, also made their entrance. Song Yuandao from Wulong Academy, along with 2 other disciples from prominent sects, arrived as scheduled, securing their place on the cultivation platform. As time passed, all cultivators eventually gathered within. After the initial trial, which tested their limits, the 200 cultivators who had entered were now reduced to just over 150. This stark reduction revealed that more than 50 cultivators had perished during the first trial. However, this did not diminish their fervent yearning for the treasures within the tomb of the martial king. Should they succeed in acquiring riches, their achievements would surely surpass their current standing. As cultivators, they must be prepared for the possibility of demise at any moment. After all, to contend with the heavens and rival humanity is no small feat at first. The gathering felt rather pleasant, a serene space for meditation and cultivation. Yet, as more individuals joined, they began to sense an underlying issue. In the midst of the Dan River, the cultivation platform emanated a denser and more refined essence of the world's primordial energy. Human desires are often insatiable. Thus, upon witnessing such a marvel, envy flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. However, they hesitated to advance. For those who secured a position among the top 10 in the first trial were not mere trifles. They were either individuals of considerable familial power or those endowed with profound innate talent, making them formidable opponents. Consequently, the crowd found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Yet, as fate would have it, when one door closes, another often opens. At that moment of collective despondency, a spark illuminated their gazes. They had spotted Li Yuandao. Positioned at the center, a whirlpool of thoughts surged within their minds, and their eyes glimmered with fervor. The cultivators on the other platforms were formidable warriors. At levels 8, or even peak martial arts, boasting colossal backing, forces far beyond their reckoning. Thus, Li Yuandao appeared as the last morsel of bread among them. A mere warrior of level 5, devoid of any supporting power, he was indeed a tempting prize. At that instant, the avarice reflected in the eyes of the crowd as they beheld Li Yuandao was unabashed, as though they believed such a chance was destined for them alone. Huh, Li Daoyuan, is it truly you? Finding you has proven quite the challenge. Among the throng, Yuan Zhan was unmistakably present, his gaze fixed on Li Yuandao. Brimming with excitement, "Heh, you've chosen to stray where heaven offers a path, and now you'll face my retribution." Upon entering the moonlit forest, Yuan Zhan had already established an unresolved enmity with Li Yuandao, a conflict that had progressively intensified. At this moment, upon discovering the absence of the cultivation platform, Yuan Zhan was exceedingly irate. Yet, his anger was swiftly replaced by elation as he beheld Li Yuandao. Truly, fortune favored him, Yuan Zhan mused. He contemplated that this occasion presented not only the opportunity to cast Li Yuandao off the cultivation platform for his own amusement, but also the chance to eliminate him altogether, achieving two objectives in one stroke. Thus, Yuan Zhan brandished his long sword, approaching Li Yuandao with a sly smile. "Li Yuandao, what a remarkable coincidence. I never anticipated encountering you here, truly fortuitous." Pointing towards the group behind him, Yuan Zhan's smile took on a sinister edge. "Brotherly, as far as I am aware. Your current predicament is rather dire. Since you are also a member of my Qingzhou prefecture, I, Yuan Zhan, shall extend a favor to you. Step down from this cultivation platform and allow me to take your place, and I shall defend you against these individuals." With that, Yuan Zhan caressed the sharp blade of his sword, his intentions cloaked in ambiguity, yet his words conveyed an unmistakable depth of meaning. Hearing Yuan Zhan's declaration, Li Yuandao opened his eyes slightly, narrowing them in contemplation. In truth, Li Yuandao had long been cognizant of the unrest among the crowd. Aware that they perceived him as an easy target to be manipulated at will, they had likely set their sights on his cultivation platform. Li Yuandao awaited the first individual bold enough to provoke him, ready to deliver a formidable counterattack, thereby issuing a warning to all present. "I am not a soft persimmon that anyone can mold at will." The appearance of Yuan Zhan seems to provide the opportunity one have been lacking. "What if I refuse?" Li Yuandao smiled faintly, a peculiar arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Yuan Zhan had just recently advanced to the 6th level of martial artist, making him a perfect target for me to hone my skills. "Dare you to refuse? If you won't, come and take it by force. Why speak so nobly?" Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed slightly as he jested at Yuan Zhan. "Very well, Li Yuandao, since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for being merciless. Prepare to fight." Hearing Li Yuandao's blatant disregard for his pride, Yuanzhan felt a surge of anger. Did this insignificant insect truly consider himself a notable figure? At this moment, with your battle pet absent, let us see how arrogant you can be. Yuanzhan contemplated that, relying on his 6th-level martial artist prowess, along with his magical treasures, he could easily bring Li Yuandao to his knees with a single strike, thereby establishing his fame. With a furious shout, Yuanzhan gripped his long sword and charged towards Li Yuandao with swift strides. His wrist flicked rapidly in the air, transforming into dozens of sharp sword lights, each aimed at Li Yuandao from various angles. The sword lights shone brilliantly in midair, illuminating the otherwise dim royal tomb with an ethereal glow. The fierce onslaught reverberated through the air, as the turbulent energy shook the atmosphere, howling like vengeful spirits rushing towards Li Yuandao. From the very beginning, Yuanzhan unleashed his strongest attack. He thought to himself, since Li Yuandao disregards me so, I shall ensure that he suffers a crushing defeat. Yuanzhan truly exhibits remarkable prowess. With his cultivation at the 6th level of a warrior, he is capable of delivering such an astonishing strike, indicative of an extraordinary talent. It is likely that Li Daoyuan would struggle to withstand even a single blow from him. Alas, it seems this training platform shall inevitably belong to Yuanzhan. The multitude of cultivators below cannot help but express their admiration for Yuanzhan's attack, while their gazes towards Li Yuandao reflect a hint of sympathy. Having completed this display, Yuanzhan smiled lightly, as if victory were already assured, even going so far as to playfully blow on the long sword in his grasp. Yet, to Li Yuandao, all of this appeared rather ludicrous. A month prior, such a maneuver from Yuanzhan might have posed a challenge, but now it seemed utterly absurd. How could Li Yuandao, who himself has attained the 5th level of warrior, be intimidated by him? As Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, he regarded the incoming ferocious strike with unwavering calm. Gripping the black spear, he suddenly swung it through the air. The killing spear. Although Yuanzhan did not warrant Li Yuandao's full attention, he unleashed the killing spear nonetheless, aiming to instill awe among the onlookers. With the infusion of his vital energy, the black spear surged forth with enhanced speed and power, producing a resonant hum that echoed across the heavens, reminiscent of a black dragon preparing to emerge. As the spear shot forward, it possessed a majestic aura akin to the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, stirring the hearts of all who beheld it. Subsequently, the black spear transformed into a sleek black dragon, darting forward with astonishing ferocity. The rapidity of the strike was so astonishing that onlookers could scarcely discern its execution. Yet the power it encapsulated was undeniably palpable, accompanied by a resounding force akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames. It emanated an explosive magnitude that was truly breathtaking. The howling sound reverberated like thunderclaps, echoing in the ears of the spectators, leaving their hearts suspended in anticipation. The immense force seemed to rend the very fabric of the void, unleashing a tempestuous wave that rendered the surroundings devoid of color. When confronting the first individual bold enough to attack him, Li Yuandao typically held nothing back. This strike, sharp as a pair of scissors, severed Yuanzhan's offensive completely, overwhelming and astonishing in its might. It represented Li Yuandao's full power, containing a reservoir of energy far surpassing that of Yuanzhan. Consequently, the very air around them trembled in response to this singular blow. The ground within a radius of several dozen feet was flattened by the tremendous shockwave. While the previously tranquil Dan River surged violently, its waves crashing in an audacious display of power, as if celebrating Li Yuandao's prowess. The residual force propelled Yuanzhan backwards by several dozen feet, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning, as if he had aged a decade in that fleeting moment. How could this be? How could I possibly lose to a worthless insect like you? At that moment, Yuanzhan found it unbearable to accept that someone he deemed insignificant could incapacitate him so thoroughly, leaving him utterly defenseless. The sheer might of that strike was terrifying. Shock, astonishment, and disbelief enveloped the scene. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd was taken aback, astonished that a formidable warrior at the 6th tier could be so easily vanquished in a single blow, utterly crushed. In that fleeting moment, Many felt as though their eyesight had betrayed them. Could this truly be the might wielded by a practitioner of the 5th tier? It was utterly terrifying. Just moments ago, Li Yuan's strike seemed to embody the full power of a 7th tier warrior, rendering Yuanzhan utterly helpless. Indeed, it appeared that even a typical 8th tier warrior would find themselves outmatched by Li Yuan. The sheer terror of it all was palpable. In my estimation, Li Yuan is merely a notch weaker than the likes of Huang Puyun and others, who would dare to compete for dominance now. As for myself, I certainly would not. My own prowess is scarcely superior to that of Yuanzhan, and the outcome would be no different. Witnessing this spectacle, the crowd's apprehensions regarding Li Yuan dissipated. Who would dare to provoke such a formidable being? Who would still come forth? Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, summoning the murderous intent within him. In an instant, an overwhelming aura of death emanated from his being. This killing intent swept across the heavens, quaking the earth, and staining the very air a deep crimson. At that moment, Li Yuan's gaze was filled with an endless scarlet, exuding a sense of bloodshed and dread. Grasping his spear, he stood resolutely, his straightened spine akin to a drawn sword, as if it could pierce the heavens themselves. Fearless and undaunted, he contended for glory against the sky. The aura of lethal intent emanating from him rendered him akin to a deity of death, slaying gods upon sight and vanquishing demons upon encounter. With each act of violence, he instilled terror in his enemies, leaving them in a state of utter disarray. Was he not the infamous red-robed god of slaughter from that fateful day? How surprising it was to discover that he was indeed the same individual. Thank heavens I refrained from recklessly challenging him earlier. I had witnessed his prowess firsthand, effortlessly dispatching demonic beasts with a single strike. I estimate that the number of creatures he felled on that day must have been in the hundreds. Who would dare provoke such a figure? TSK. It is evident to me that he is destined to occupy a prominent position in the realm of martial kings. Observing Li Yuandao in this state, the crowd's memories resurfaced, their faces reflecting shock and disbelief. They had not anticipated that this cultivator was the very red-robed god of slaughter. And yet only moments ago, they had contemplated challenging him for dominance. How utterly absurd. Who would dare approach him now? Li Yuandao himself was quite pleased with this outcome. Raising his black magic finger and bellowing at the crowd, resembling a formidable war deity. At this moment, Li Yuandao's understanding of power ascended to an entirely new plane. Without strength, one is merely seen as a soft target, easily oppressed by others. Indeed, power is a remarkable asset. Consequently, Li Yuandao devoted himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation, recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Thus, a month passed in its entirety. Gradually opening his eyes, Li Yuandao clenched his fists, excitement radiating from his countenance. Throughout this month of arduous training, he had made significant progress, advancing to the 6th level of the warrior realm. Thus, the second trial left by the old man shall commence as scheduled. We, the cultivators, battle against the heavens, the earth, and ourselves. Even if a cultivator possesses exceptional cultivation or innate talent, without a stable state of mind, achieving great feats becomes an arduous task, ultimately leading to one's demise by their own hand. Hence, the second trial left by the old man is the heart demon knot. Upon completion of this challenge, one may enter the old man's alchemical chamber and freely take from the countless elixirs he has stored. The master of the tomb continues to introduce his legacy to the crowd, his voice brimming with an indomitable spirit. Although this master has long since perished thousands of years ago, his presence remains undiminished. It is evident that he was once a formidable warrior in ancient times. The mention of the alchemical chamber ignites a spark of excitement among the crowd, revealing their unmasked greed within their eyes. A chamber belonging to a king of warriors must house an abundance of precious elixirs. Surely, acquiring even a few could elevate one to an extraordinary height. Thus, Li Yuandao feels a surge of exhilaration. These elixirs are indispensable for a cultivator's advancement. However, such precious elixirs are typically exorbitantly priced, and Li Yuandao could scarcely afford even a handful. Yet, if he could procure some of the Master's elixirs from this chamber, it would be an unparalleled delight. As for the heart demon not mentioned by the Master, The crowd pays it no heed when faced with immense profit. Who would concern themselves with the dangers that precede it? They may face death, but if they can persevere until the end, their names would undoubtedly resonate throughout the Tianyu County, standing shoulder to shoulder with the world's greatest talents. As he pondered, the familiar force once again drew Li Yuandao into its embrace. Chapter 46. The Trial of the Heart Demon. Slowly opening his eyes, the blinding light caused a profound pain within Li Yuandao's gaze. He squinted hard, and after a moment, his eyes finally adjusted to the brilliance. Where am I? Glancing around, Li Yuandao, still squinting, found himself increasingly bewildered. He lay upon a vibrant expanse of earth, adorned with lush grasses and a myriad of colorful flowers. This only deepened his confusion as he stroked his chin and contemplated. Was he not at the site of the martial king's tomb? How had he arrived here? And furthermore, I have shrunk. Yuandao, Yuandao. Suddenly, a woman's voice, sweet and melodious, broke through his thoughts. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes. How enchanting that voice was, radiating boundless maternal love and an ocean-like embrace. In the next moment, a face he had longed to dream of materialized before him. Mother, mother. At that instant, Li Yuandao was utterly unmoored, his expression a tapestry of shock, disbelief, and astonishment. Even in that fleeting moment, he began to question the reliability of his own vision. Indeed, this woman was none other than his mother, Lu Yi. Yet, she had perished alongside his father in an accident during his childhood. How could he possibly see her again now? Mother, are you not already deceased? And, am I not in the tomb of the martial king? Li Yuandao's features contorted slightly, and he felt as though his mind was insufficient to comprehend the situation. At that moment, he found himself utterly bewildered. Though it was hard to believe, the woman standing before him was indeed his mother, Lu Yi, the familiar cascade of 3,000 silken strands. The gentle smile he had long dreamt of. How could he possibly mistake her? Moreover, she had just called him Yuandao. Was she not his mother? Yuandao, what are you saying? I can't understand a single word, he thought. Lu Yi smiled softly, caressing Li Yuandao's chubby cheeks with a tender expression. My dear Yuandao, why did you fall asleep while I brought you out to play? And for so long, too. Look, you've even drooled a bit. Tell mommy, what sweet dreams were you having? Did you sneak some candy? She gently wiped Li Yuandao's small face with her sleeve, her touch so delicate and careful. As if afraid to hurt him, Li Yuandao remained increasingly perplexed, his eyes glazed and features slightly distorted. Suddenly, a monumental thought struck him. Am I dreaming? Furthermore, the atmosphere within the family appeared to be one of tranquility and harmony. As time passed, Li Yuandao's younger brother, Li Yuanzong, was born, and it was discovered that he possessed remarkable talent for cultivation. As Li Yuandao embarked upon his cultivation journey, he displayed an astonishing talent, effortlessly mastering even the most challenging techniques and martial arts. Gradually, he earned the title of a young genius in Maple Forest City, much to the pride and delight of his mother, Lu Yi, and father. Li Yuandao slowly embraced this newfound reality. The sun remained the same sun, rising in the east and setting in the west. The earth continued to be the vast, boundless expanse it always was. Meanwhile, in the deepest recesses of the martial king's tomb, a faint stir disrupted millennia of silence, akin to a stone cast into water, sending ripples across the stillness. Alas, has the child failed to succeed? Suddenly, an ancient figure materialized in the void. This apparition seemed both real and illusory, as if it existed yet did not. However, it was evident that the figure was exceedingly frail, its body almost transparent, with a long beard that appeared to flutter in the wind, and a weathered face etched with the passage of time. Yet, despite its frailty, the presence of this figure was overwhelming. One felt as though they were confronted by an imposing mountain, struggling to breathe under its weight. At that moment, the figure seemed somewhat disheartened. Was the final wish left by the master destined to be shattered in such a manner? Shaking its head, the figure seemed to recall the past, and in that instant, its form transformed, exuding an aura of dominion that pressed down relentlessly upon all, regardless of the circumstances. I still believe in the predictions of the esteemed master. His lineage will undoubtedly reclaim its rightful place upon this continent. That figure nodded, eyes filled with resolve. as he extended a finger towards the void, transforming it into a gentle breeze that swept into the distance. This, it seems, is the final act I can perform. With a sigh, that figure appeared to have grown considerably weaker and older after completing this task, his form becoming increasingly frail and translucent, as if a mere breath of wind could easily carry him away. In the realm of cultivation, time is but an illusion, and a decade slipped by in the blink of an eye. During these 10 years, Li Yuandao appeared to be filled with joy and excitement, as if he had become the illegitimate child of the heavens, with fortune smiling upon him at every turn. To Li Yuandao, the phrases "everything goes smoothly" and "all wishes fulfilled," though often seen as mere flattery or blessings by others, were undeniably crafted for him. Endowed with extraordinary talent, Li Yuandao effortlessly mastered any technique or martial art, earning him the title of Little Genius in Fenglin City. Subsequently, ordinary skills and martial arts no longer captured his attention. His family presented him with the dragon control technique, a cultivation method that had never been successfully practiced by anyone before, intending to humble him and instill a sense of modesty. However, to their astonishment, Li Yuandao succeeded in mastering this previously unattainable dragon control technique. With astonishing talent and relentless effort, Li Yuandao reached the pinnacle of martial prowess after a decade, becoming an extraordinary figure rarely seen in Fenglin City over the past century. Qin Heng dared not challenge Li Yuandao in the slightest. Subsequently, Li Yuandao departed from Fenglin City, venturing into the wider world. Armed with abundant resources, the Li family boasted dozens of martial practitioners, and they successfully advanced to the realm of martial masters, dominating the entirety of Fenglin City. Even certain factions from Qingzhou Prefecture and Tianyu County hesitated to provoke the Li family. Li Yuandao's mother, Lu Yi, and his father were immensely proud of him. "Yuandao, I have prepared a bowl of millennium ginseng soup for you. Drink it while it's hot," Lu Yi said as she entered Li Yuandao's training chamber, her face radiating warmth as she held out the bowl of soup. "Yuandao, you have achieved so much. Why do you still work so hard? You deserve some personal time." With that, Lu Yi placed the bowl of ginseng soup in front of her son. Smiling gently at him, Li Yuandao slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips as he accepted the bowl of soup from his mother, a look of contentment illuminating his expression. "Mother, I understand. Once I reach the realm of Martial King, I will dedicate my time entirely to you and father," he added with a reassuring tone. "Take your time drinking. There's no one here to compete with you." Lu Yi gently wiped the ginseng soup that trickled from Li Yuandao's lips, a faint smile gracing her face. "Hee hee, you little rascal," she remarked. Li Yuandao responded with a chuckle, savoring the warmth of maternal affection that enveloped him. After all these years, his mother had always been there, caring for him with unwavering devotion. It was a comforting sensation. Yet, he couldn't help but feel the pressure of her relentless matchmaking, especially since he had just turned 19. "There's still one more bowl. If this isn't enough, I'll make you another," Lu Yi said, her joy evident as she handed him another bowl. Grasping the steaming ginseng soup, Li Yuandao smiled gently, preparing to drink it all in one go. However, in the next moment, a sudden gust of refreshing wind swept towards him. This breeze was remarkably cool, brushing against his face with an almost chilling sensation, penetrating deeply into his heart, accompanied by the faint echoes of monks softly chanting scriptures in his ears. Then, Li Yuandao's body abruptly stiffened, and his smile froze in place. In that fleeting instant, he felt as if the breeze was penetrating directly into his consciousness, plunging him into a frigid abyss, causing his blood to run cold. Yet, within this piercing chill, his mind became astonishingly clear. The wind seemed to act like a hand, awakening memories that had lain dormant for a decade. Yuanzhan, Qingzhou Prefecture, Yunzong Yenner, Huangpu Yunsu, Little Wolf, and the tomb of the Martial King. Familiar silhouettes, long forgotten, gradually resurfaced in Li Yuandao's mind, each word and action appearing with remarkable clarity and vividness. Chapter 47. The Conundrum of Yuanfu. Something was amiss. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, his features contorted in confusion, and his gaze towards Lu Yi was filled with indifference. It It was all wrong, far too wrong. Everything seemed out of place. From Li Yuandao's previously smooth journey to the fates of his parents, it was all disconcertingly off. Such occurrences were implausible. His parents had long since passed, and he had been in a stupor for 3 years. This situation could only be a figment of his imagination, amidst the memories conjured by a gentle breeze. The last words of the tomb's master rang abruptly in Li Yuandao's ears, the trial of the heart's demon. Thus, everything, including his mother, was a fabrication, a product of his own psyche. With this realization, Li Yuandao's features twisted even further. Yuandao, why then do you apologize to me? Lu Yi inquired, a faint smile gracing her lips, her expression one of perplexity. Because, Li Yuandao pondered momentarily before narrowing his eyes and softly declaring, because you are not real. You are not my mother. She has been gone for ages. His countenance dimmed with a melancholic hue as he added, although I cherish all of this, and I yearn for it to be true, the feeling of having parents is delightful, and I wish I could live this way forever. Suddenly, a chilling laughter escaped from Lu Yi's lips, and she deftly evaded Li Yuandao's attack. In an instant, a dense shroud of black mist enveloped Lu Yi, transforming her. Her visage abruptly morphed into that of Li Yuandao, albeit cloaked in darkness. The demon had initially intended for you to languish and perish slowly within this illusion, yet alas, you have awakened, leaving me no choice but to eliminate you and seize your corporeal form for myself. The dark Li Yuandao chuckled sinisterly, his words dripping with confidence. Huh, what a farce! Li Yuandao bellowed, bursting into laughter as he pointed at the shadowy doppelganger that mirrored his own form, his derision palpable. What is it that amuses you? The dark Li Yuandao queried, clearly perplexed. He could not fathom why Li Yuandao exhibited no fear and even found humor in his presence. I am laughing at you, Li Yuandao replied with another chuckle, his eyes narrowing playfully. Do you not find yourself amusing? As a mere figment of my own psyche. You audaciously claim you will slay me. Does that not strike you as absurd? You believe a fleeting thought can extinguish my existence. Do you not see the comedy in that? Even a domesticated beast knows to protect its master. Yet you, Li Yuandao's laughter grew even more radiant. Master? Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a title? The shadowy Li Yuandao's expression darkened, a cold smile gracing his lips. Do you think yourself so noble? During those 3 years of your folly, were you aware of how many mocked and derided you? When Qin Heng lost his combat prowess, why did you not afford him a fair chance, instead opting to end his life? In the moment when you confronted Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng from the Wulong Academy after vanquishing Qin Heng, were you aware of the profound fear that gripped you, causing your body to tremble? Furthermore, when you faced Huang Pu Yunsu, did you realize that you were merely a minuscule ant in his eyes, capable of being extinguished with a mere flick of his hand? The heart demon, Li Yuandao, bore an indescribable mockery in his gaze as he leveled 3 piercing remarks at Li Yuandao. Thus, you are merely a despicable, treacherous, and vile creature. As he uttered these words, the heart demon appeared increasingly exhilarated, and the darkness within his eyes deepened. Were it me, I would harness my strength to annihilate all those who mocked and struck me during my foolish days. Moreover, I would diligently cultivate to eliminate Yuan Zhan and Gu Feng, even confronting Huang Pu Yunsu, unlike you, who wallows in weakness and impotence. Therefore, I am the true Li Yuandao. Accept me and allow me to become the authentic you, to achieve the heights you are incapable of reaching. Only by merging with me can this Li Yuandao be the genuine Li Yuandao. At that moment, Yuan Zhan and Huang Pu Yunsu shall become mere phantoms beneath my blade. The heart demon, Li Yuandao, spoke candidly, seeking to plunge Li Yuandao into an abyss from which there was no return, and with just a few words, stirred tumultuous emotions within him. Is it truly so? Li Yuandao found himself somewhat perplexed by the heart demon's words, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated all his past actions. Perhaps I, like the inner demon, am somewhat feeble and inept, yet all my actions are such that I do not regret them. Though I cannot profess to have accomplished many righteous deeds, I have certainly committed few errors. Indeed, you may be right. I might truly possess a certain fragility. However, there is one aspect in which I surpass you. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and, with a faint smile, mused upon this thought. What do you possess that is superior to me? He contemplated, his eyes narrowing further. Exuding an aura of indomitable spirit. Perhaps it is precisely this quality that has led to your downfall. With a decisive step forward, Li Yuandao grasped the black magic spear. Directing it at the inner demon, Li Yuandao, you are formidable, constantly exploiting my psychological vulnerabilities in an effort to merge our essences. Yet, I shall forever remain myself. And you shall never be. With this conviction, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and thrust the spear violently towards the head of the inner demon. The inner demon, witnessing this, was thrown into a panic and cried out, I shall not perish. I shall not perish. I will undoubtedly re-emerge, accompanying your ascension. As the spear descended, the inner demon dissipated like mist. I trust that my young friend has successfully navigated this trial of the inner demon. He has come to recognize the formidable nature of this adversary. Although it may seem devoid of power, its effects are indeed boundless. Therefore, one must always maintain an extraordinary heart amidst the mundane. Congratulations to this young friend for achieving first place in this trial of the inner demon. First place comes with its own rewards. First place? Rewards? Upon hearing this, Li Yuandao felt a sense of elation. Despite the numerous tribulations he faced during the trial of the heart's demons, he had astonishingly secured first place. It seemed that the likes of Huang Puyun and others had yet to complete their challenges. However, Li Yuandao soon regained his composure. He understood that had it not been for that mysterious, refreshing breeze awakening him, he might have remained ensnared within the clutches of his inner demons. Yet, he found himself pondering the nature of the reward the owner of the tomb had mentioned. As if anticipating Li Yuandao's curiosity, the tomb's master elaborated, a steadfast heart is indeed beneficial for cultivation, and for a battle talisman master, it is even more remarkable. Hence, I shall bestow upon you a method for crafting a battle talisman. Whether you can make use of it remains uncertain. I wish you good fortune. Li Yuandao's excitement surged upon hearing the tomb owner's words. A battle talisman? Wasn't he a talisman master? The master was gifting him a method to forge a battle talisman. It was almost too incredible to believe. Just as he was lost in thought, a radiant light suddenly flickered into existence from the void. Subsequently, the space around him began to ripple as though a stone had been cast into still water, creating waves and ripples. A luminous orb gradually floated into Li Yuandao's hand. As he grasped the orb, Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes and hastily probed it with his consciousness, eager to uncover its secrets. Although he was a battle talisman master, his repertoire of skills was quite limited, and he had not had much exposure to specialized talisman crafting. The only instance he had encountered such knowledge was when the steward Li Hai had given him a manuscript during his time at the Li family. However, the letter was ultimately penned by a master of the realm, and the techniques of the predecessor in crafting talismans were not particularly advanced. Which is why Li Yuandao felt such excitement. The confinement talisman? Li Yuandao squinted slightly as he gazed at the three prominent characters inscribed on the jade tube. Feeling a tinge of confusion, he initially assumed that the jade tube contained information about an aggressive battle talisman, akin to the explosive Yuan talisman, which he had grown somewhat indifferent to, as he had already attained a similar level of prowess. Thus, he was more inclined to acquire a talisman with offensive capabilities. However, this notion left him somewhat disheartened. As his consciousness further delved into the matter, he fully comprehended the function of this battle talisman. The so-called confinement talisman was crafted by infusing one's own intent and Yuan power to create a talisman capable of temporarily ensnaring an adversary. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, contemplating thoughtfully. Although this was not an offensive talisman, it nonetheless offered him considerable benefits. Just imagine, once perfected, he could hurl the confinement talisman at an enemy in a desperate situation, thereby gaining precious moments to escape. With this thought in mind, Li Yuandao's brow gradually relaxed, and he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps the confinement talisman was not as ineffectual as he had initially presumed, since there was still time. And while others had yet to emerge from the second trial, the heart demon tribulation, he decided to attempt crafting one himself. With a faint smile, Li Yuandao picked up a piece of ink jade and began to manufacture the talisman according to the instructions inscribed on the jade tube. Attack is defense, and defense is attack. The so-called confining element is a subtle transformation of the essence of attack, resulting in a lasting state of defense, thus achieving the utility of confining element. Upon comprehending this, Li Yuandao pondered momentarily, and in the next instant, his fingers moved slightly, directing a point of inked jade downward. With the detailed records contained within this jade tube, Li Yuandao completed the task with remarkable ease, akin to the flow of water and clouds. As this was Li Yuandao's inaugural attempt at refinement, he infused only two essences. The first was the essence of attack, and the second, the essence of persistence. By harnessing the essence of attack, he secured a proactive position, enabling him to lead others by the nose. With the essence of persistence, the power of the battle talisman could be sustained for a longer duration. Consequently, after an hour, Li Yuandao successfully completed the crafting of this confining talisman. He wondered what kind of realms of cultivators this confining talisman could ensnare. With narrowed eyes, Li Yuandao contemplated the talisman in his hand. According to the inscriptions on the jade tube, infusing these two essences would allow it to confine a 7th-level warrior for half an hour, while it could ensnare a peak warrior for several hours. As for the power unleashed by more than two essences, it would be even more formidable, though Li Yuandao had yet to master such complexities. Although this may appear impressive, Li Yuandao is acutely aware that the creation of this Shenyuan talisman is no simple feat. While the process itself was relatively smooth and enjoyable, the expenditure of mental energy was immense. Upon completing the talisman, Li Yuandao found himself utterly exhausted. According to his calculations, the energy consumed in crafting this Shenyuan talisman was roughly equivalent to that required for 3 Yuan talismans of intent. Thus, it is evident that Li Yuandao would need 3 days to forge such a talisman, making it rather impractical. With his legs crossed, Li Yuandao commenced his cultivation. The significant depletion of his primordial energy from creating the Shenyuan talisman necessitated a period of recuperation. Chapter 48. The King of Martial Arts Alchemy Chamber barely settled into his meditative state. A familiar voice suddenly reached Li Yuandao's ears. He opened his eyes and glanced around, his pupils narrowing in surprise as if he had uncovered something significant. Following his gaze, he discovered that the source of the voice was none other than Emperor Puyunsu. At this moment, the emperor wore a cunning smile. Having just emerged from the heart demon tribulation, though his condition appeared rather poor, his complexion waning. However, upon spotting Li Yuandao, he seemed taken aback, a mixture of astonishment and disbelief washing over him. Having suffered considerable setbacks during the heart demon tribulation, Emperor Puyunsu had relied on a precious artifact bestowed by his father to survive. Thus, he was astonished to find that Li Yuandao had completed his trials even earlier than he had. Could this be mere coincidence? No, this is undoubtedly not an accident. This young man possesses some skill. Huang Puyunsu instantly comprehended this. His gaze towards Li Yuandao now altered. Li Yuandao's third-place ranking in the initial trial could be dismissed as chance or mere coincidence, but this instance could hardly be attributed to either. Intriguing, he mused. A sardonic smile adorned Huang Puyunsu's countenance, his intentions transparent. He cast a scornful glance at Li Yuandao, uttering, however, individuals such as yourself often meet an untimely demise. Evidently, Huang Puyunsu was devising a scheme, his apprehension stirred by Li Yuandao's display. Aware of the existing friction between them, he reasoned that preemptive action, such as eliminating Li Yuandao, would be prudent. Li Yuandao, acutely aware of Huang Puyunsu's intentions, recoiled slightly, his eyes filled with trepidation. He recognized that even at his peak, he would be no match for Huang Puyunsu, let alone in his current weakened state. He subtly arched his back, vigilantly observing Huang Puyunsu. At this moment, Li Yuandao resembled a hunting leopard, his entire being exuding an aura of explosive potential, poised to flee at the slightest provocation. Brandishing his longsword, Huang Puyunsu's smile deepened with malevolence. He seemed to envision Li Yuandao's imminent demise at his hands. Advancing further, he prepared to deliver a fatal thrust. Suddenly, Huang Puyun surged forward, his longsword hurtling towards Li Yuandao with the velocity of a bullet. An astonishing velocity cleaved through the air, emitting a haunting whoosh reminiscent of a death knell echoing from the depths of the underworld, sending chills racing down one's spine. The immense force seemed to rend the very fabric of the void, saturating the atmosphere with a tremendous energy that caused the surrounding air to thrum violently. What a formidable technique! Li Yuandao furrowed his brow upon witnessing such prowess. Indeed, Huang Puyunkai was no ordinary adversary, capable of unleashing such a fierce assault. Summoning the black demon, Li Yuandao prepared to evade, suddenly leaping away. He had no confidence in enduring another strike of that magnitude. Heh, I knew you would flee. Behold my treasure, gravitational peak. Huang Puyunkai grinned, revealing a peculiar arc at the corner of his mouth. He then retrieved from his storage jade a diminutive mountain resembling a toy and hurled it towards Li Yuandao. However, this seemingly trivial mountain was anything but simple. Once liberated from Huang Puyunkai's grasp, it instantly expanded to dozens of yards in height. Hovering just 3 feet above Li Yuandao's head rather than crashing down upon him. Just as Li Yuandao hesitated, the mountain exhibited its formidable power. He felt as though it were compressing down upon him with a weight of several thousand pounds, rendering his body immobile and making each breath a laborious task, let alone executing a sudden escape. Now, my lord, let us see where you intend to run. Huang Puyunkai chuckled, as if everything lay firmly within his control. Without a moment's hesitation, the long sword wielded by Huang Puyun lunged forward, coming perilously close to Li Yuandao. In that instant, even the sound of the blade slicing through the air was distinctly audible to Li Yuandao. Is this how it ends? Observing this perilous situation, Li Yuandao shook his head in resignation. Having just overcome the tribulation of his inner demons, was fate now intent on extinguishing his life? Such thoughts filled him with an overwhelming sense of bitterness. In the blink of an eye, the blade pierced through the void, aiming directly for Li Yuandao. Yet, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A sharp clang resonated as the sword's tip met an invisible barrier, preventing it from making contact with Li Yuandao's body in the slightest. Huang Puyun's fierce strike merely sent ripples through the air, akin to a stone cast into water. No matter how forcefully he exerted himself, he was unable to breach Li Yuandao's defenses. What is happening? Panic set in for Huang Puyun, his features contorting with frustration. He had anticipated that this strike would finally rid him of the loathed figure of Li Yuandao, yet the blade refused to penetrate. I am not dead. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao found himself momentarily bewildered by the unfolding scene. Squinting as he contemplated the situation, it appeared that this land possessed some form of restriction, preventing fellow practitioners from inflicting harm upon one another, thus thwarting Huang Puyun's recent attempt. Upon contemplating this, Li Yuandao became increasingly certain. For only a formidable warrior of the martial king level could effortlessly erect a barrier capable of withstanding a full-force strike from the peak martial artist, Huang Puyun. Once I emerge from this predicament, I shall ensure your utter destruction. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's scornful remarks, Huang Puyun's countenance twisted in fury. At that moment, the more he gazed upon Li Yuandao, the more irksome he became, yet he found himself powerless, reduced to grinding his teeth in frustration. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao paid no further heed to Huang Puyun, immersing himself in meditation. As time progressed, others began to emerge from the second trial, the trial of the heart's demon. Following this trial, the number of cultivators present dwindled from over 150 to around 100, with more than 50 having perished. Yet, such losses did little to diminish their greed. Rather, it intensified it. The saying, "Men die for wealth, birds perish for food," resonated profoundly with Li Yuandao in that moment. As the impatience of the gathered crowd grew palpable, the master of the tomb reappeared. Congratulations, young friends, on successfully overcoming the second trial, the trial of the heart's demon. I shall grant you an opportunity to enter my alchemical chamber, where you will find all the elixirs I have amassed over my lifetime. Serving as a form of compensation for your efforts, he proclaimed. The prospect of a martial king's alchemical chamber. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the crowd blazed with a crimson fervor. Li Yuandao, too, was no exception. How could a martial king's chamber lack wondrous elixirs? However, even an abundance would not suffice for the multitude to share. Li Yuandao pondered over the situation, feeling somewhat troubled. Let me seize your elixir. However, Huang Puyan's could no longer remain still. With a hearty laugh, he swiftly propelled himself forward into the void, clearly intent on being the first to claim the prize. At that moment, every fraction of time was invaluable. Each passing second could mean acquiring more elixirs, thus elevating one's achievements. Witnessing Huang Puyan's fervor, Li Yuandao too felt a surge of urgency. He was acutely aware of Huang Puyan's speed and realized he could not possibly keep up. What if these elixirs were to be left solely for him? Would he then leave empty-handed? Chapter 49. Sole Sovereignty of the Alchemical Chamber. In a fleeting moment, myriad thoughts raced through Li Yuandao's mind, yet each was swiftly dismissed. As he gazed at the increasingly distant figure of Huang Puyan's, a sudden inspiration struck him. The confinement talisman. He quickly retrieved the talisman he had previously crafted from his robes and hurled it towards Huang Puyan's with remarkable swiftness, driven by his elemental force. The confinement talisman adhered to Huang Puyan's path like a sticky plaster and suddenly manifested into a colossal barrier, obstructing his advance. Huang Puyan's was momentarily taken aback, hesitating as he attempted to comprehend this unforeseen obstacle. He wondered if it was perhaps a relic left by the master of the mausoleum. Given the earlier events, he dared not act recklessly. Upon witnessing such a scene, Li Yuandao offered a faint smile, a peculiar arc forming at the corner of his mouth. Subsequently, he propelled himself forward with a vigorous leap. "Young prince, allow me to take the lead," Li Yuandao remarked, his eyes narrowing as he mockingly addressed Emperor Puyansu. Before deftly maneuvering past him, "What is happening?" inquired the young sorceress Li Yuandao as she approached Emperor Puyansu, her brow furrowed in concern. "That fellow appears to have set up a formation capable of obstructing our entry into the alchemy chamber." Clenching his teeth tightly, Emperor Puyansu thrust his sword repeatedly against the barrier, yet each attempt sank into the void, utterly ineffective. "Damn it! If we continue to waste time like this, all the treasures within the alchemy chamber will be seized by that scoundrel. What shall we do then?" At that moment, Li Yuandao began to comprehend the situation more clearly, her thoughts drifting toward Li Yuandao. Although he seemed to possess low cultivation, his combat prowess was undeniably formidable, and he bore numerous mystical artifacts. It was quite perplexing to unravel his true nature. From their initial encounter to her eventual discovery of his formidable battle pet, and witnessing him dominate the crowd at the Danha, culminating in his current confinement of Emperor Puyansu, it was evident that he was no ordinary adversary. Enough talk, everyone. Let us unite and break through this barrier swiftly, lest all the treasures within the alchemy chamber fall into the hands of that rascal. With a commanding shout, Huang Puyansu addressed the crowd, fully aware that relying solely on his own strength would scarcely suffice to breach the barrier within half an hour. However, a concerted effort from the entire assembly would yield a different outcome. Upon hearing Huang Puyansu's call, the others nodded in agreement, exchanging pleasantries regarding Li Yuandao's parents, and rushed forward, unleashing their most powerful attacks against the barrier. Who among them did not yearn to swiftly shatter this accursed obstruction and gain entry into the alchemical chamber? United in their assault, the collective force of their strikes produced remarkable results. The barrier seemed to tremble under the immense power, momentarily becoming translucent, clearly indicating that it could not withstand much longer. Meanwhile, let us turn our attention to Li Yuandao, who, at the very instant he cast the Shenyuan Talisman, had already departed from this space. Following the passage, he found himself in an entirely different void. The fragrance that enveloped him was utterly enchanting. As Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed in delight, he was greeted by an alluring aroma, none other than the scent of aged elixirs. He understood that, akin to fine wine, the longer medicinal concoctions were allowed to mature, the more they absorbed the essence of the heavens and earth, thus enhancing their potency. Indeed, this was especially true in this instance. As he ventured further, his expectations were confirmed. Before him loomed a grand banner emblazoned with the words, Eternal Alchemical Chamber. Li Yuandao's eyes glimmered, and a smile graced his lips. The font possesses a robust vigor, each stroke and line revealing that even the primordial forces of heaven and earth seem to yield to its presence. Thus, it becomes evident that this work originates from the hands of a formidable martial king, for only such a master possesses their own path and comprehends their unique domain. Consequently, this alchemical chamber must be exceptional. With this thought in mind, Li Yuandao suddenly pushed open the door. In the next moment, he was utterly stunned. His features contorted as he gazed blankly at the scene before him. Following the direction of his gaze, we can distinctly observe that this eternal alchemical chamber resembles a grand hall, filled to the brim with cabinets. Within those cabinets lay an array of fragrant and precious elixirs. So much abundance. Truly, heaven's assistance is upon me. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed, his nose gently inhaling the overwhelming aroma of the elixirs as he felt a slight dizziness. The onset of happiness was almost too rapid. The labels on the cabinets read, Third Turn Minor Elixir, Third Turn Spirit Refining Elixir, Third Turn Spirit Capturing Elixir, Third Turn Luminous Elixir, and so forth. Li Yuandao gazed at each label in disbelief, his eyes widening with astonishment. He understood that the quality of elixirs ranges from 1 to 9 turns, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest, typically. The elixirs he consumed were merely of the 2nd turn, while those partaken by the likes of Emperor Puyu Kai and the sorceress Li Yuanxia were only of the 3rd turn, and exceedingly rare at that. Yet here, all the elixirs were of the 3rd turn. Moreover, their quantity was in the thousands, countless beyond measure. What a grand display of generosity! The master of this tomb truly is remarkable to possess such an immense collection of elixirs. Li Yuandao squinted his eyes, gazing at the elixirs with unbridled delight. Each of these potions could fetch hundreds of mid-grade martial arts pills in the outside world. With a slight sniff, he hesitated no longer and began to fill his storage jade with the precious concoctions. Undaunted, he continued his task. Within this tomb, fighting was prohibited, and he harbored no fear of the ill intentions held by Huang, Pu Yunkai, and others. Damn it, I shall ruin you. As he pondered, Li Yuandao heard Huang Pu Yunsai's furious shout, brimming with rage as he reprimanded the potion-collecting Li Yuandao. Huang Pu Yunkai had noticed that many of the elixirs in the cabinets had vanished, and he surmised that Li Yuandao was the culprit, prompting him to issue such threats in hopes of recovering the stolen treasures. Yours? How shameless you are, young prince. These are treasures without an owner, meant for the fortunate. So how can they belong to you? Li Yuandao, with a slight squint, retorted sharply to Huang Pu Yunsai's claims, offering no mercy in his mockery. Meanwhile, as he spoke, his hands did not falter, continuing to deposit the elixirs into his storage jade. In no time, he managed to gather about 1/10 of the haul, further depleting the stock of potions. Witnessing this, Huang Pu Yunsai's anger escalated into a furious embarrassment. His fingers clenched tightly, emitting cracking sounds, and his gaze toward Li Yuandao was filled with an irrepressible hatred. Disregarding Li Yuandao, Huang Pu Yunsai turned his attention to the array of elixirs before him. He understood that if he continued to engage Li Yuandao in conversation, these precious herbs would vanish. The others, having entered the alchemy chamber, had not closed their eyes even once, utterly captivated by the immense wealth contained within. Initially, they refrained from taking action, wary of becoming mere scapegoats for Huang Pu Yunsai's wrath. Thus, upon witnessing his initiative, they eagerly seized their share. In no time, the elixirs had been completely divided among them. Young Master Li, you truly perplex me, remarked Yun Zhongyan, who approached Li Yuandao with a subtle smile. To single-handedly thwart the multitude, monopolize the treasures within this chamber, and then overpower Huang Pu Yunsai. What a remarkable feat indeed. Unbeknownst to her, upon entering the alchemy chamber, Yun Zhongyan had been momentarily taken aback. She was astonished to behold such a bounty of elixirs. After assessing the tension between Li Yuandao and Huang Pu Yunsai, She managed to acquire about 1/10 of the elixirs, which was a commendable achievement among the crowd, even rivaling that of the young prince Huang Puyunsu. However, Li Yuandao had secured an astonishing 50 to 60%. This staggering amount could easily exceed tens of thousands. If consumed solely by himself, it could sustain him for decades. Hee, Miss Yenner, you flatter me. It is merely due to my fortunate circumstances. Were it not for the prohibitions against combat within this royal warrior's tomb, I would not be so confrontational with His Majesty Huang Puyunsu. Li Yuandao smiled subtly and spoke candidly. If the restrictions on fighting did not exist, he would certainly not display such flamboyance. In terms of strength, he acknowledged that he was indeed inferior to Huang Puyunsu. This Master Li is truly formidable, overshadowing even Huang Puyunsu. I dare say there are few in Tianyu County who would dare challenge him. At that moment, the enchantress Li Yuandao approached, engaging Li Yuandao in conversation. She had observed his various actions and believed him to be an individual of immense potential. With a gentle smile, Li Yuandao continued, "However, as a friend, I must caution you. Huang Puyunsu is not to be trifled with. Although he cannot engage you here in the royal warrior's tomb, do exercise caution after we leave this place." Grateful for Miss Li's warning, Li Yuandao nodded, feeling an increased affinity for the enchanting Li Yuandao, who, of noble birth, had offered him unsolicited advice. Such a friend is truly worthy of deeper acquaintance. Just as their conversation unfolded, the voice of the tomb's master echoed once more. "I wonder how you all find the elixirs I have prepared for you. These are of no use to me, and I would be delighted if they bring you some fortuitous opportunities. Since you, my young friends, have successfully completed the second challenge, the trial of inner demons, I shall now unveil the third and final challenge, the discourse on the Tao. Upon the completion of this trial, you shall gain unfettered access to the innermost depths of the tomb." Chapter 50. Discourse on the Tao. Discourse on the Tao. Upon hearing the tomb's master utter these words, Li Yuandao felt a twinge of confusion. Initially, he had anticipated that the third challenge would present a perilous realm akin to the previous two. Yet it appeared to be merely a discussion on the Tao. However, how could one determine victory in such a discourse? This left Li Yuandao in a state of perplexity. As cultivators, we embark on a path that defies the heavens. To defy the heavens means to comprehend various paths and grasp the essence of all existence. Only then can one attain the pinnacle and achieve greatness. In this discourse, I shall pose to you 10 inquiries regarding diverse Taoist arts. The first 10 young friends to complete this will be rewarded with a high-level martial technique. Where the earlier one finishes, the greater the selection of choices available. As if sensing the crowd's bewilderment, the tomb's master continued at a leisurely pace. High-level martial techniques? Upon hearing this promised reward, Li Yuandao could hardly contain his excitement. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, even within the realms of Qingzhou and Tianyu County, and within his only family, there exists only one intermediate-level martial technique. Thus, Li Yuandao's most formidable skill, the dragon-seizing hand, is merely of intermediate rank. The prospect of such a reward ignited a flicker of exhilaration within him. Li Yuandao pondered that if he could obtain a high-level martial technique, his combat strength would surely increase by at least 20%. In that case, even when facing Yunzong Yenner, he would have the confidence to engage in battle. The words of the master of the mausoleum ignited the fighting spirit of the others as well. They were all distinguished youths from Tianyu County, having been well-versed in the classics and profound principles since childhood. Thus, they felt an overwhelming sense of assurance regarding this challenge. As they contemplated, the surrounding space suddenly shifted, the heavens and earth in a dance of transformation. In the next moment, they found themselves in an entirely different scene. An infinite sky loomed above, vast and desolate, with a chaotic array of stars. The ground beneath was lush and verdant, yet it bore an air of disappointment. Beyond these two elements, there was nothing else. It felt somewhat barren, eerily quiet, and melancholic. The group stood resolutely in the same position, unlike in the previous two trials where they were scattered. Haha, Brother Yuan. This time we finally have a chance to showcase our skills. What principles have we not heard of? What doctrines are we unaware of? Indeed, I believe this challenge is tailored for us. As distinguished youths, how could we not grasp such principles? It seems that this high-level martial technique is ours for the taking. Hee. I initially thought this journey to the martial king's tomb would yield nothing for me, but it appears there are indeed treasures to be claimed. The group laughed together, each boasting in delight. They perceived this discourse as merely a contest of the knowledge inscribed in books. These were lessons they had been compelled to learn since their youth. Thus, they brimmed with confidence, dismissing all else. Convinced that mastering advanced martial techniques would be as effortless as grasping something from their own pockets. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. His features slightly contorted in distress. Although he possessed a commendable talent, he had little inclination towards scholarly pursuits, devoting himself entirely to the study of martial arts instead, which had earned him the title of young prodigy in the city of Maple Forest. After finally settling down to study, he had been rendered foolish for 3 years due to the influence of his enlightenment, leading him to neglect books ever since. Li Yuandao believed those texts to be utterly devoid of value, preferring to immerse himself in martial techniques instead. However, he never anticipated that the master of the tomb would deem this knowledge necessary. Did this mean that advanced martial skills were beyond his reach? With a slight shake of his head, Li Yuandao's features twisted in dismay. Is young Master Li truly incapable? Remarked Yuan Zhan, who had noticed Li Yuandao's lamentations and seized the opportunity to mock him mercilessly. At that moment, Yuan Zhan felt a sense of satisfaction. Ever since entering the martial king's tomb, Li Yuandao had consistently overshadowed him and had even suffered injuries at the Dan River, becoming the subject of ridicule among their peers. Thus, Yuan Zhan's resentment had grown, but he lamented his own inadequacy. Yet, in this moment, he had discovered a glimmer of hope, having identified Li Yuandao's weakness. Thus he taunted, "So, young Master Li is unfamiliar with the Tao." His voice rose, as if he wished to announce this revelation to all present. Indeed, upon hearing Yuan Zhan's words, the crowd turned their gaze towards Li Yuandao, their disdain unmistakable. The looks exchanged were laden with scorn. Could someone like him truly be a cultivator? It seemed that Li Yuandao had merely relied on luck to pass the previous trials. With narrowed eyes, Li Yuandao regarded the crowd and Yuan Zhan, maintaining his composure as he sat cross-legged, choosing to disregard them. Engaging in futile arguments held no merit. Moments later, the sky underwent a sudden transformation. The once azure heavens darkened ominously as heavy black clouds rolled in. A series of thunderous roars erupted from within, sweeping across the sky like a colossal black dragon, shrieking and howling as it descended upon the assembly, instilling a sense of dread. With a resounding crash, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a wrist, flashed forth, hurtling down towards the crowd like a vengeful spirit, exuding an aura of terror that sent shivers down the spine. It was feared that even a peak warrior like Huang Piyun would suffer grievously if struck by such a celestial bolt, let alone the other cultivators present. Witnessing this, the onlookers were paralyzed with fright, shouting in panic as they scrambled to evade the impending strike. The thunderclap resounded violently upon impact, reverberating painfully through their ears as if they might burst. The ground where the lightning struck was left with a massive crater, approximately 3 yards in diameter, while the surrounding flora was utterly obliterated by the immense energy, leaving behind twisted trenches as wide as an arm, stretching out for dozens of yards. Such terrifying power. At this very moment, the once light-hearted and leisurely atmosphere among the crowd has vanished. Their eyes now reflect an overwhelming sense of dread. Had it not been for their fortunate instincts to evade swiftly, they would surely have met their demise. Just when everyone believed this perilous situation was drawing to a close, fate seemed to play an enormous trick on them. A thunderous roar echoed once again, and the sky was illuminated by several more bolts of ferocious lightning, identical to those that had come before, perhaps even more formidable. The lightning surged forth, howling as it hurtled towards the crowd. "What is the way?" Suddenly, the voice of the tomb's master resounded once more. However, this time, the voice lacked the previous warmth and serenity. It resonated with the same ferocity as the heavenly thunder, imbued with authority, solemnity, an undeniable gravitas. Under the weight of this voice, the bolts of lightning appeared even more savage and robust. Even the primordial energies of the heavens and earth seemed to simmer. It was as if this voice embodied the very essence of the celestial order. What is the way? The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless, exchanging glances filled with terror. What is the way? What is the way? There was nothing written in the texts. Those who had boasted earlier now wore expressions of despair, their features contorted in anguish as they gazed at the increasingly ominous lightning above. They had initially thought this trial would be simple, yet it proved to be exceedingly daunting. Even figures such as Huang Puyun and Su began to feel restless. Although the lightning might not claim their lives, it would surely leave them battered. In an instant, everyone's minds became chaotic. What is the Tao? Li Yuandao squinted slightly, gazing fearlessly at the thundering storm above, seemingly lost in thought. Below him, he contemplated the ground beneath his feet. The Tao is a substance, yet this substance remains invisible, intangible, inaudible, and cannot be aptly articulated through language. As the text states, the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao. The first Tao refers to the concept itself, while the second denotes the act of description. This implies that if the Tao can be clearly articulated, it is not the true Tao. The essence of the Tao is elusive and indistinct. In its obscurity, there lies a semblance. In its indistinctness, there exists substance. This phrase emphasizes that the Tao is indeed a substance, albeit one that is unseen, unheard, and untouchable, termed the formless form, suggesting that it is shape without shape. Although the Tao is imperceptible, it undeniably exists. Its invisibility, inaudibility, and intangibility do not negate its reality. For instance, air, though unseen, unheard, and untouchable, undeniably exists. Li Yuandao squinted again, as the approaching thunder drew closer, and his eyes sparkled with newfound understanding. Suddenly, he raised his gaze and spoke. The Tao is unseen and untouchable, yet it can also be perceived and grasped. The Tao encompasses all things, and all things are manifestations of the Tao. Extending his arm, Li Yuandao pointed to the earth. This grass embodies the Tao. This flower also represents the Tao. This vast land is, indeed, the Tao. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuandao's eyes sparkled with enlightenment. This air, too, is the Tao. Yet, the menacing storm clouds above continued to rumble ominously, racing towards him. Stepping forward, Li Yuandao suddenly gestured towards the tempestuous sky, his aura radiating like a rainbow. You are also the Tao. This space is the Tao. All beings in the universe are likewise the Tao. The essence of whether one perceives the Tao lies within one's heart. The question of what the Tao is depends on your recognition of it. With his hands clasped behind his back, Li Yuandao exuded an overwhelming presence, reminiscent of a sovereign ruling over all, fearless in the face of adversity. Narrowing his gaze at the approaching storm, he smiled faintly. If I do not regard you as mere lightning, but as the Tao, then you are no longer mere lightning, and your threat dissipates. With a thunderous roar, the bolt of lightning struck down from above Li Yuandao's head, echoing with an astonishing sound. Just when the onlookers believed Li Yuandao had perished, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The lightning appeared to possess no destructive force, as if it were but an illusion. Though it descended upon him, it left him unscathed. Meanwhile, the ominous clouds in the sky began to dissipate, revealing a clear blue expanse. Li Yuandao exhaled deeply, for in that fleeting moment when the lightning passed, he had felt a pang of fear. He was uncertain whether the thunderous event was indeed real, yet he bravely decided to take a chance. And as fate would have it, he was right. The Tao is the essence of all things, and all things are the Tao. If you perceive it as the Tao, then it is the Tao. If you do not recognize it as such, then it ceases to be the Tao. This, indeed, encapsulates the very nature of the Tao. However, the discourse on the Tao did not conclude so simply. What is life and death? In the next moment, the indifferent words of the master of the tomb echoed once more. With this utterance, the myriad entities of the earth withered into a desolate yellow. It seemed as if the vibrant flora had instantaneously lost their vitality, becoming dull and lifeless. At that moment, the onlookers felt a palpable aging wash over them. Furthermore, As time progressed, they gradually succumbed to the ravages of age. Observing closely, Li Yuandao's beard grew rapidly, gradually turning white, while his posture began to stoop. The other practitioners experienced a similar fate, as if they were all destined to wither away into the embrace of death. I believe you are alive, thus you are alive. I believe you are dead, thus you are dead. Suddenly, one of the practitioners imitated Li Yuandao's previous tone, shouting towards the heavens. Alas, there was no alteration. Time continued its relentless march, and he aged inexorably. Li Yuandao squinted slightly and shook his head. He took a step forward, exuding an imposing presence. From white-haired and stooped, he transformed into a figure of youthful vigor with dark hair. Excellent. What a profound truth that life is death, and death is life. Indeed, indeed. The voice of the master of the tomb resonated through the sky once more, yet this time, it bore no trace of cold indifference or sternness, but rather an exuberance. A sense of admiration and a heartfelt exclamation. Congratulations to this young friend for successfully engaging in a philosophical debate. Suddenly, the void trembled and emitted a force that drew the still-dazed Li Yuandao into its depths. I have previously stated that the first individual to succeed in the debate may select from the 10 advanced martial techniques I have prepared. Now, you may commence your selection. Following this, the void trembled once more. The surrounding scenery transformed anew. This time, it manifested within a grand hall. The hall was resplendent in golden hues, adorned with opulent decorations, exuding an ethereal aura, truly a celestial abode. Suspended in midair within this heavenly sanctuary, 10 luminous jade tubes floated gracefully. Each tube emanated a potent and enigmatic ancient essence, and merely their presence stirred profound emotions within Li Yuandao. The first technique, dual solar manifestation, is an offensive martial skill. Upon mastery, it allows the practitioner to split into 2 phantoms during an attack, enabling a dual strike. Grasping a jade tube, Li Yuandao began to examine it. A dual strike? Li Yuandao nodded, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. The ability to conjure an illusion in the heat of battle offers immense advantages, not only thwarting the enemy's comprehensive defenses but also disorienting their focus and footing, while simultaneously safeguarding one's own safety. However, should one divide into 2 figures for the assault, the overall attack power would inevitably diminish. Li Yuandao squinted slightly and shook his head. His cultivation was still quite weak, and the attacks he could unleash were rather meager. Thus, he required a martial skill capable of delivering a formidable strike. Although Kaiyang Shuangyi was indeed impressive, it significantly diminished his attack power, making it an unsuitable choice for him. The Demon Sound technique, a skill of spiritual consciousness attack, would allow one to harness their spiritual essence to launch a soul assault once mastered. Li Yuandao picked up this technique, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, suggesting his keen interest. Perhaps it was due to his enlightened soul or his identity as a battle talisman master that his spiritual consciousness was far more potent than that of his peers at the same level. Consequently, spiritual consciousness became one of Li Yuandao's strengths. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare in the outside world, even absent from the Li family's arsenal. Therefore, Li Yuandao found himself in dire need of this type of martial skill. He recalled the perilous encounter on his way to the Haoyue Forest when he had been schemed against. Had he not resorted to a soul attack in a moment of urgency to save Yunzonyaner, both their fates would have likely been sealed. This underscored the potency of spiritual attacks, which could often catch opponents off guard and yield unexpected results. Yet, what if the adversary possessed formidable spiritual consciousness themselves, or had magical artifacts that countered his own? The failure to incapacitate the enemy could result in a counterattack on his own consciousness, leading to dire consequences, possibly even reducing him to a state of madness. This was akin to a desperate gamble, a risk Li Yuandao was unwilling to take, and thus he set the technique aside. Thus, Li Yuandao meticulously perused the 10 advanced martial arts techniques, ultimately selecting 3 that particularly captivated him. The first technique, Wave Step, is a speed-oriented skill. Upon successful mastery, it can enhance one's speed by 1 to 2-fold, and during an explosive burst, the acceleration could be even greater. Li Yuandao found this skill especially appealing, as it would yield remarkable results in critical moments of pursuit. allowing him to distance himself from his assailants and facilitating his escape, a technique indispensable for a wandering cultivator like him. The second technique, Frenzied Ape Transformation, is a transformation attack skill. Upon achieving mastery, one can metamorphose into a ferocious ape, significantly increasing one's size by 2 to 3 times, thereby amplifying one's strength immensely. Li Yuandao was quite fond of this technique as well, contemplating that if he could fully cultivate Frenzied Ape Transformation, his power could potentially double. The third technique, Demonic Dragon Palm, represents a pure physical attack martial art, comprising 13 successive strikes. This technique operates on the principle of cumulative power, the more strikes executed, the greater the force, albeit with increasing difficulty. As Li Yuandao contemplated these 3 advanced martial arts techniques before him, he felt a twinge of frustration. All were his favorites and precisely what he lacked. It would be splendid to acquire them all. Alas, the master of the tomb had decreed that he could only select one. Thus, Li Yuandao must discern which technique is most suited to him. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, gazing at the waveless steppe. Although this martial technique is indeed formidable, capable of ensuring one's escape in critical moments, it becomes futile when faced with an insurmountable disparity in cultivation levels. It can be deemed somewhat superfluous. As for the Mad Ape Transformation, while it significantly enhances one's power, the resultant increase in strength comes at the cost of reduced speed. Furthermore, the transformation consumes a substantial amount of primordial energy. It is akin to a drug, and without adequate primordial energy to sustain it, one would lose all combat effectiveness. Chapter 52. Identity exposed. Li Yuandao squinted slightly, his gaze lingering on the other jade tubes with an air of reluctance. He was in dire need of those martial techniques. If he were able to acquire all 3, his strength could potentially elevate by 3 or 4 levels, a remarkable breakthrough indeed. Alas, he could only choose one. Nonetheless, he felt a sense of satisfaction as he held the demonic dragon palm in his hands. The power of this combined technique is the most formidable among its peers, though it is notoriously difficult to master, which deters many from selecting it. After all, spending excessive time on a single martial technique can severely hamper one's cultivation progress and resource allocation, posing a fatal risk. However, with the advantage of his enlightened spirit, Li Yuandao's comprehension far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, granting him a significant edge in learning new skills and techniques. Thus, he need not concern himself with the aforementioned dilemmas. Crossing his legs in a meditative posture, Li Yuandao sat in tranquil contemplation, gazing thoughtfully at the introduction within the jade tube. Li Yuandao mused that since the other cultivators had yet to depart from the 3rd stage, discussion of the Tao, there remained ample time. Thus, it would be prudent to utilize this opportunity to diligently practice the demonic dragon palm in preparation for unforeseen circumstances. Calmly regulating his breath, Li Yuandao adjusted his inhalation to a steady rhythm. He first placed his hands gently upon his knees, and then he subtly infused his palms with primordial energy, one hand embodying yin and the other yang. The harmonious union of these opposing forces constituted the first palm technique. With narrowed eyes, Li Yuandao focused on the jade tube's description as his hands came together in a prayer position. The introduction indicated that the essence of the first palm technique involved the separation of the primordial energy within the body, meaning that the energy emanating from the dantian would not converge into a single palm, but rather be distributed between both hands. Subsequently, the objective was to seamlessly merge the energies from these 2 palms into a singular force. Before the palms could fully unite, the 2 types of energy began to repel each other like opposing magnets. A force seemed intent on pushing Li Yuandao's hands apart, making the fusion arduous. "Come together," Li Yuandao exclaimed, intensifying the effort in both palms, pressing them together with determination. Under his urging, the distance between his hands diminished gradually, while the primordial energy radiated a brilliant glow, fiercely resisting his efforts. At last, after Li Yuandao persevered for several moments, his palms finally converged completely. In the fleeting moment when his palms came together, Li Yuandao suddenly sensed that the 2 forces coursing through his hands were boiling like water in a pot. First, the energy surged from his palms, and then it flowed through his meridians from his entire being, converging towards his dantian. More alarming was the fact that this peculiar force seemed to possess a contagious quality, causing the energies within his body to boil as well wherever it traveled. In no time, this force reached the center of Li Yuandao's energy, his dantian. Faced with such a phenomenon, Li Yuandao was struck with bewilderment. What was happening? His brow furrowed. The changes within his body caught him off guard. Although he had never encountered this technique before, he was not a fool. He understood that while the strange energy infecting the forces in his meridians and limbs could potentially dissipate during battle, enhancing his offensive capabilities, allowing this bizarre energy to merge with his dantian would yield disastrous consequences. If the entirety of his internal energy were to become this boiling force, he would be utterly incapable of controlling it given his current cultivation level. The outcome could only be catastrophic. Either his dantian would shatter, or he would become a mere marionette, stripped of the authority over his own body. Both scenarios were utterly unacceptable to Li Yuandao, thus causing him to panic. After years of cultivating in the realm of immortality, this was the first time he felt such trepidation. Li Yuandao had no choice but to channel his vital energy to firmly block off his limbs and meridians, striving to prevent that peculiar force from infiltrating his dantian. However, sealing off the intricate pathways of his body was no trivial task. Once he succeeded, a painful sensation surged through him, as if his very essence were on the verge of exploding from within the meridians. Furthermore, that strange force emitted symptoms contrary to his own, creating a boiling sensation that left him with a prickling numbness, akin to countless ants gnawing at his insides. This interplay of icy and fiery sensations, of pain and itchiness, contorted Li Yuandao's visage into a grimace, with serpentine veins rising ominously across his body, a sight both fearsome and terrifying. What to do? Despair began to creep into Li Yuandao's heart. He wished to expel the enigmatic force through a counterattack, yet it eluded his control, rendering him powerless to act. At this juncture, severing his own hands seemed the only recourse to prevent the mysterious energy from further corrupting his entire vital essence. Yet, the notion of becoming a cripple was one he could not bear. What meaning would life hold without hands? He resolved to remain steadfast, to temper his spirit, to refine his understanding of the Tao and transform it into his own power. In this moment of utmost urgency, the voice of the tomb's master reverberated through the realm once more. This time, however, it was unlike any prior encounter. The master's address was singularly directed at Li Yuandao, rather than addressing the other cultivators. In stillness, one cultivates the spiritual platform and restrains the heart's desires. One refines the essence of the Tao and transforms it for personal use. Upon hearing the words of the master of the tomb, Li Yuandao squinted thoughtfully. He believed that with the master's level of cultivation, he would not stoop to harming him. Perhaps it was due to the pressing urgency that, upon witnessing the mysterious primordial energy converging into his dantian, Li Yuandao became utterly flustered. His thoughts were in disarray, and even his breath became chaotic. Steadying his erratic breath, Li Yuandao adjusted himself with a calm demeanor. Remarkably, it proved effective. Li Yuandao exclaimed in delight, his joy palpable. Once he had stabilized his tumultuous breath and spiritual platform, the speed and force of the mysterious primordial energy's assault indeed diminished slightly. Although it was but a mere trace, Li Yuandao was immensely pleased. After all, he had finally discovered a viable method, averting the drastic measure of severing his own hands to resolve the issue. He pondered the meaning of refining the essence of the Tao. Could it be that one uses the realm of intent to influence that mysterious primordial energy? Li Yuandao squinted again, contemplating the master of the tomb's second statement, feeling somewhat perplexed. Regardless, he resolved to experiment with the realm of intent. Thus, he decided to invoke the spirit of battle. Nodding to himself, he suddenly summoned the intent from his spiritual platform. Currently, Li Yuandao possessed but a limited understanding of the realms, only 4 in total. The first was the spirit of battle. This was the realm he wielded most adeptly. The essence of battle is an unmatched will to fight. In the face of adversaries stronger than oneself, one remains undaunted and confronts challenges head-on. The second form is the intent to kill. This is an essence learned by Li Yuandao from the killing gun. The so-called intent to kill signifies the ability to cease killing through killing itself, instilling terror in the adversaries, causing them to flee at the mere sight of him, and stripping them of any confidence to confront him. The third form is the intent to persevere. This steadfast essence was gleaned from the scornful gazes and disdain of others during Li Yuandao's 3 foolish years. The essence of perseverance embodies the courage to persist relentlessly, regardless of the challenges ahead or the sacrifices required, reflecting a resolute spirit. The fourth form is the intent to defend. This signifies a defensive posture, wherein one conceals oneself in extraordinary circumstances, seeking breakthroughs amidst defense and exploiting the opponent's vulnerabilities, thereby achieving a counteroffensive effect. Among these 4 essences, Li Yuandao finds himself most powerful and adept in the intent to battle and the intent to kill. However, utilizing the killing gun leaves him slightly disoriented, reaching a state akin to a killing deity, which is certainly not conducive to his cultivation. In contrast, the intent to battle is different. Thus, he now harnesses this intent. With a subtle shift of consciousness, an unparalleled battle intent emanates from within Li Yuandao's being. Although this battle intent is invisible and intangible, it undeniably exists, as evidenced by the way the elemental forces in the air seem to retreat upon the emergence of his formidable battle intent. This martial spirit is the most refined and powerful existence. At this moment, Li Yuandao stands like a sword poised to be unsheathed. His spine is straight as the blade itself, as if he could pierce the heavens. Under the impetus of this unparalleled martial spirit, it collides with the mysterious primordial energy. Upon their encounter, rather than igniting fierce sparks as one might expect, they engage in mutual resistance before gradually merging. As time progresses, the amalgamated primordial energy increases, still pulsating with that earlier fervor, yet Li Yuandao now possesses control over it. Witnessing this, a renewed sense of hope ignites within him. Suddenly, the void trembles violently, rippling in response. Subsequently, figures materialize in the space surrounding Li Yuandao, evidently having emerged from the third trial, the discourse of Tao. At this juncture, the cultivators, once brimming with vigor upon their arrival at the tomb of the martial king, now display signs of exhaustion, their initial sharpness considerably dulled. They have been thoroughly tested and are on the brink of collapse due to the trials, originally numbering over 1,000. Many have perished due to the beast horde and the 3 trials, leaving merely 70 or so, a stark elimination of nearly 90%. At this very moment, the cultivators appeared somewhat disheartened. In the 3rd trial, they had barely managed to pass, nearly losing their lives in the process. Consequently, they had settled onto the ground, closing their eyes to rejuvenate, all the while yearning for the day they could finally emerge. Ah, is that not Li Yuandao? In a corner of the crowd, Yuan Zhan, looking rather disheveled, suddenly caught sight of Li Yuandao ahead. Supporting his chin, Yuan Zhan gazed at Li Yuandao, hesitating momentarily. After the conclusion of the 3rd trial, the top 10 had already entered another realm to receive advanced martial techniques, leading Yuan Zhan to ponder Li Yuandao as standing. Before long, a surge of joy filled Yuan Zhan's heart. He surmised that Li Yuandao had not secured a place among the top 10. Otherwise, how could he still be here in this void alongside him? Surely, his rank must be mediocre. Furthermore, under Yuan Zhan's scrutiny, he observed that Li Yuandao's condition seemed rather peculiar. Li Yuandao was seated cross-legged, his expression contorted, as if he were undergoing some critical moment. This realization only heightened Yuan Zhan's excitement. He hastened a few steps forward, approaching Li Yuandao, ready to delve deeper into his situation. Just as he was about to speak, Yuan Zhan's eyes suddenly narrowed, as if he had uncovered something significant. Beneath the roiling primordial energy, the mask that Li Yuandao's sect had procured for him began to alter under the force of the energy, gradually becoming deformed before finally slipping entirely from his face. Yuan Zhan furrowed his brows tightly, his eyes widening in disbelief. As the mask fell from Li Yuandao's face, it revealed his delicate features. Staring at that exceedingly familiar visage, Yuan Zhan found it difficult to believe. He is Li Yuandao. the very individual who had slain Qin Heng within Fenglin City. At this moment, the scene of the life-and-death battle between Qin Heng and Li Yuandao resurfaced vividly in Yuan Zhan's mind. Ever since that day, Yuan Zhan had been relentlessly seeking Li Yuandao, yearning to eliminate him to curry favor with the esteemed Elder Gu Feng of the Wulong Academy, thereby obliterating the Qinke sect in one fell swoop. However, since that day, Li Yuandao had seemingly evaporated from the face of the earth, and despite Yuan Zhan's tireless efforts and unparalleled access to information, he could not uncover a single trace of Li Yuandao. Nevertheless, Yuan Zhan had not yielded, for this was his sole opportunity to ally with Wulong Academy. Upon achieving this task, the elders within the Jinggang sect would undoubtedly grant him unanimous consent to inherit Yuan Baishan's legacy and ascend as the new leader of the Jinggang sect. Yet later, upon receiving news from Yunzong Yenner regarding the Martial King's tomb, he had set aside his pursuit of Li Yuandao. It was then that he encountered the Talisman master Li Daoyuan, who opposed Yuan Zhan at every turn and even outmatched him within the confines of the Martial King's tomb. Little did Yuan Zhan anticipate that this Li Daoyuan was, in fact, Li Yuandao. At this moment, Yuan Zhan could hardly comprehend the transformation. The once insignificant ant from Fenglin City, whom he could easily have dispatched, now exhibited such formidable prowess. In the Dan River of the Martial King's tomb, he had even suffered severe injury from a single strike. This seemed rather implausible. I truly feel foolish. Li Daoyuan and Li Yuandao are, in fact, the same person. Yuan Zhan furrowed his brow, gazing at Li Yuandao, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Under ordinary circumstances, even if Yuan Zhan were aware that Li Daoyuan was indeed Li Yuandao, he would have been powerless against him. After all, the current Li Yuandao was no longer the insignificant entity he once was in Maple Forest City. Now, a single strike from Li Yuandao could severely wound Yuan Zhan. Thus, it would be unwise for Yuan Zhan to provoke him, even if he had the audacity to do so. The only course of action would be to feign ignorance and, upon exiting the Martial King's tomb, rally the forces of the Diamond Sect to eliminate Li Yuandao. However, the circumstances had shifted dramatically at this moment. Li Yuandao was engrossed in a crucial period of seclusion, utterly incapable of diverting his consciousness to attend to external matters. To attempt multitasking could jeopardize his hard-won results, and the risk of falling into madness would be far more consequential. Thus, this presented Yuan Zhan with the opportune moment, one that could not be squandered. Moreover, he had keenly observed Li Yuandao's flamboyant behavior in the medicinal chamber and was acutely aware of the vast quantity of elixirs Li Yuandao possessed. If he could eliminate Li Yuandao now, would not those countless potions then belong to him? A slight smirk graced his lips as he reveled in this thought. Li Yuandao, you shall ultimately meet your demise at my hands. With renewed confidence, Yuan Zhan quickened his pace, drawing his long sword from the storage jade, channeling his full essence, and charged toward Li Yuandao with a decisive strike. The blade of Yuan Zhan's sword shimmered with a chilling light, casting an eerie glow upon Li Yuandao's visage, rendering it ominously spectral. Empowered by the surge of primordial energy, the sword resonated with a haunting melody, akin to a death knell reverberating from the depths of the netherworld. It evoked a sensation akin to being ensconced in a frigid abyss, causing the very blood within one's veins to turn to ice. Meanwhile, Li Yuandao remained contorted in a grotesque grimace, utterly oblivious to the lethal blade hovering barely a yard above him, let alone any thoughts of defense or retreat. Yuan Zhan, witnessing this, could not suppress a sinister smirk, envisioning Li Yuandao's demise at his hands, followed by the acquisition of all the precious elixirs that adorned his person, thus achieving renown in Tianyu. Alas, fate seemed poised to play a cruel jest. Just as Yuan Zhan was on the brink of triumph, a figure suddenly leapt from the distance, intercepting his fierce strike with a decisive sweep of the hand. The clash of the two forces produced a thunderous resonance that reverberated through the crowd, leaving their ears ringing. Yuan Zhan, incensed by the disruption of his impending victory, felt a surge of indignation and fury. He raised his head in a sudden flare of anger, eager to discern the audacious soul who dared to thwart his assault. Li Yuandao? A frown creased Yuan Zhan's brow as he beheld the familiar figure before him. His rage mingled with profound confusion. His small eyes darted restlessly in their sockets. How could it be him? Did he share some connection with Li Yuandao? Li Yuandao, what do you mean by daring to rescue someone under my sword, Yuan Zhan? Li Yuandao smiled faintly, his words eliciting a hint of disdain from Yuan Zhan. Indeed. He was the esteemed disciple of the Qin Heng sect, Li Yuandao, who had ventured into the tomb of the martial king alongside Yunzong Yenner and others from the Qingzhou prefecture. After completing the third trial, Li Yuandao contemplated sitting down to meditate and cultivate his skills. He harbored a certain admiration for Li Daoyuan. Typically, the cultivators from Qingzhou prefecture were insignificant in Tianyou County. Yet Li Daoyuan had repeatedly achieved remarkable feats within the tomb of the martial king, facing the prominent figures of Tianyou County without trepidation. When Li Yuandao observed Yuan Zhan approaching Li Yuandao, he thought little of it, merely assuming that Yuan Zhan was infatuated with the numerous elixirs obtained by Li Yuandao in the alchemy chamber. Although Li Yuandao held a considerable fondness for Li Yuandao, he would not confront Yuan Zhan over such matters, for it would inevitably involve the Qin Heng sect as well. It was worth noting that recent tensions had arisen between the Jingang sect and the Qin Heng sect, and as the senior disciple, Li Yuandao could not recklessly provoke conflict, lest he tear apart the fragile facade of both sections. Just as Li Yuandao was about to turn away, a fleeting glance revealed something unexpected. He discovered that Li Daoyuan was wearing a mask, and beneath that mask lay the very visage of the battle talisman master from Fenglan City, whom the elder Tianjue had previously informed him was saved. Li Yuandao. Remember the words of the venerable elder Tiansu, who once resolutely severed ties with both the Jingang sect and the Wulong Academy's Gu Feng to rescue Li Yuandao, drawn by his immense potential. He even instructed his disciples, including Li Yuandao, to extend their utmost care towards Li Yuandao and to protect him when necessary. Reflecting on this, Li Yuandao realized that Yuan Zhan had also come to understand this matter, and thus intended to assassinate Li Yuandao during his critical period of seclusion. Consequently, Li Yuandao took action, leading to the current predicament. Yuan Zhan, must I seek your permission to save anyone? Li Yuandao remarked with a subtle smile, laced with sarcasm directed at Yuan Zhan. Li Yuandao, I advise you not to act foolishly. Are you not concerned that your actions may plunge your Qin Heng sect into irretrievable chaos? Do you not fear the repercussions from our Jingang sect? Yuan Zhan's brow furrowed as he continuously threatened Li Yuandao. He understood that Li Yuandao was nearly his equal in cultivation and strength, and engaging him in battle would jeopardize the optimal moment to eliminate Li Yuandao. Therefore, he wielded the formidable presence of the Jingang sect to intimidate Li Yuandao. Upon hearing Yuan Zhan's words, Li Yuandao fell into contemplation. Though Elder Tiansu had commanded the protection of Li Yuandao, confronting the Jingang sect would hardly be a prudent choice. What should he do? At this moment, Li Yuandao found himself in a quandary, for as the foremost disciple of the Qin Heng sect, he had to consider the interests of his sect. Now is the time. Upon encountering Li Yuandao, a moment of hesitation enveloped him. Yuan Zhan let out a sinister smile and abruptly produced a detonation talisman from his storage jade, hurling it towards the meditative Li Yuandao. Yuan Zhan had never intended to persuade Li Yuandao to abandon his resistance with mere words. Instead, he sought to exploit this moment to obliterate Li Yuandao with the talisman, thereby rendering the situation moot. How despicable! Yuan Zhan, you wretched scoundrel! Witnessing this, Li Yuandao felt a surge of anger, lamenting his own carelessness. With a fierce shout, he brandished his great sword and charged towards the detonation talisman, determined to intercept it before it reached Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao, your opponent is me. Yuan Zhan's malevolent grin deepened as he lunged forward, his longsword slicing through the air, aimed directly at Li Yuandao's waist. In response, Li Yuandao swiftly raised his great sword to shield himself, protecting his midsection from Yuan Zhan's strike. The clash of the swords resonated with a sharp sound. Though the potent surge of elemental energy did not severely injure Li Yuandao, it unleashed explosive force upon contact, sending him sprawling backward. After stumbling back several paces, Li Yuandao's brow furrowed, his expression contorted with rage. Though he had sustained no injuries, he had been thrust far away, losing the opportune moment to neutralize the detonation talisman. What a predicament! What shall I do now? Grasping his broadsword with both hands, Li Yuandao's countenance shifted between light and darkness, inwardly castigating himself severely. Had it not been for his lapse, Yuanzhan would not have seized the opportunity to hurl the exploding essence talisman at Li Yuandao. Li Yuandao gritted his teeth, averting his gaze from Li Yuandao, and glared malevolently at the smug Yuanzhan. Young Master Li, it is my fault for failing to protect you adequately. However, I shall avenge you. In Li Yuandao's estimation, Li Yuandao was still in secluded cultivation, utterly defenseless. The detonation of the exploding essence talisman would undoubtedly result in his demise, perhaps even a gruesome one. Thus, he could only vent his rage and seek revenge upon Yuanzhan. Li Yuandao lamented, observing the exploding essence talisman drawing ever closer to Li Yuandao. Yuanzhan was ecstatic. He eagerly awaited the moment when the talisman was within striking distance to detonate it, ensuring Li Yuandao's utter annihilation. At that instant, Yuanzhan was at his most jubilant, seemingly envisioning the ghastly aftermath of Li Yuandao's demise. However, fate appeared to play a trick on him. Just as Qin Heng was about to detonate the talisman, Li Yuandao, whose eyes had been shut, seemed to stir. Chapter 54. The mantis stalks the cicada, his body as impregnable as a fortress. Li Yuandao opened his eyes, gazing unflinchingly at the exploding essence talisman hurtling towards him. His eyes narrowed slightly, showing no fear. He glanced at Yuanzhan and Li Yuandao, and then at the mask lying on the ground. Li Yuandao seemed to comprehend the situation. Although Li Yuandao could not perceive the external world while subduing the mysterious primordial force, he remained acutely aware of his surroundings. Consequently, he hastily completed the fusion before finally opening his eyes. With his palms pressed together, he suddenly moved his hands, directing a powerful strike towards the incoming explosive Yuan talisman. The force of this strike was nearly beyond description. In the instant his palms departed, an extraordinary brilliance erupted, illuminating even the dimly lit Wu Wang tomb with a radiant glow. The immense energy seemed to rend the very fabric of space, the sound of rushing air akin to the wails of vengeful spirits urging him onward. Yuanzhan, sensing the impending danger, disregarded the optimal distance for detonation and urgently shouted, "Explode!" At the moment of contact with the explosive Yuan talisman, Li Yuandao's strike sliced through the unleashed power as if it were a sharp pair of scissors, severing all its force. Subsequently, that enigmatic radiance entirely consumed the energy emanating from the explosive Yuan talisman. Indeed, it was a consumption, without any forewarning or grandeur. It simply engulfed everything. Following this, his strike resounded thunderously upon the ground, echoing like a series of violent thunderclaps, instilling a sense of dread in all who heard it. The might of a single palm. Terrifyingly profound. Astonishment, bewilderment, incredulity, beyond belief. At this moment, both Yuanzhan and Li Yuandao felt as though their vision had betrayed them. Rubbing their eyes, they turned their gaze towards the open ground. This is astonishing. Yuanzhan's features contorted, as if they were about to twist into a knot, accompanied by involuntary spasms and tremors. He had anticipated that under the close-range explosion of this exploding Yuan talisman, Li Yuandao would either perish or at the very least suffer grievous injuries. After all, the proximity was alarmingly close. However, to Yuanzhan's utter disbelief, Li Yuandao's attack managed to entirely devour the explosive force unleashed by his exploding Yuan talisman, leaving not a trace behind. Not even a hair on Li Yuandao was disturbed. While Yuanzhan could accept this notion, he was utterly unprepared for the fact that Li Yuandao's assault, having consumed the exploding Yuan talisman, had not yet reached its conclusion. Instead, it left behind a terrifying scar on the ground, 2 yards deep and extending several yards in length. Yuanzhan pondered that the power generated by Li Yuandao's palm could rival even the casual strikes of an 8th-tier warrior, albeit merely a casual strike. It was more than capable of overwhelming any lower-tier cultivator. He had initially thought that his own strike could muster the strength akin to that of the dragon capture hand. Yet he was taken aback to discover that it was even sharper than the dragon capture hand, rivaling the potency of Li Yuandao's Plum Blossom 3 echoes derived from his killing spear. This revelation left Li Yuandao feeling somewhat elated. However, Li Yuandao was also aware that the force behind this strike was derived from the mysterious energy within him, which had been cultivated over a prolonged period. The subsequent techniques lacked such ferocity. Without the aid of that enigmatic primordial force, it would have been utterly impossible to unleash such a flamboyant blow. Nevertheless, Li Yuandao contemplated that, while the future techniques may not possess the same sharpness, they could still unleash a strike equivalent to the full power of a 6th-tier warrior. Furthermore, this was merely the strength of a single palm strike. After all, the demon dragon palm constitutes a cumulative attack. The essence of a cumulative attack lies in the sequential layering of strikes, where the more techniques accumulated, the greater the resultant power. This was merely the strength of one palm, hence the weakest potency. Only through repetition and accumulation could immense power be generated. In Li Yuandao's estimation, if he could cultivate the demon dragon palm to the point of executing 8 strikes in one breath, he would be capable of delivering a blow equivalent to the full force of an 8th-tier warrior. However, as it stood, he could only manage to accumulate 3 strikes. Although he was uncertain about the magnitude of power these 3 strikes could unleash, Li Yuandao speculated that they would certainly rival the force of a 7th-tier warrior. Thus, he felt considerably exhilarated. "Yuanzhan, do you now recognize who I am?" Li Yuandao inquired with a slight smile, his eyes narrowing as he gazed at the dazed Yuanzhan. This time, Li Yuandao was indeed filled with murderous intent. It was one thing for Yuanzhan to repeatedly oppose him, but now he had actually discovered Li Yuandao's true identity. Such a situation left no room for mercy. Otherwise, it could implicate the Li family or even Li Yuanzhong. Yuanzhan's features contorted slightly as he looked at Li Yuandao, completely devoid of the imposing aura he once possessed. Previously, he had the advantage of both cultivation and lineage to overshadow Li Yuandao, yet now he found himself utterly lacking in both. His cultivation fell woefully short, a chasm of disparity separating them, and in the depths of the martial king's tomb, his noble heritage proved utterly inconsequential. At this moment, Yuanzhan felt utterly despondent. His gaze upon Li Yuandao filled with trepidation, as if he feared that a single misstep could provoke Li Yuandao's wrath and result in his instant demise. He had no confidence in his ability to survive the previous strike. "Young Master Li, please do not misunderstand. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I vow to follow you to the ends of the earth. That Qin Heng has long been a thorn in my side. If it pleases you, I shall eliminate him without hesitation. Should you find my actions unsatisfactory, I will rally the Iron Fist sect to eradicate the Qin family. I implore you, young Master Li, to overlook my transgressions and spare my life." Qin Heng's eyes flickered as he trembled before Li Yuan. To sacrifice oneself within the martial king's tomb would serve to cultivate goodwill. Subsequently, upon exiting the tomb, the Vajra sect could be employed to eliminate Li Yuandao. Oaths and fraternal bonds are inconsequential. In Yuanzhan's view, self-preservation is paramount. "Young Master Li, I implore you not to place your trust in Yuanzhan. The Vajra sect is notorious for its perfidy. Young Master Li must not believe him." Witnessing Li Yuandao's apparent interest in Yuanzhan's words, Lu Yidao grew anxious. He was intimately familiar with Yuanzhan's duplicity, a man whose character was the epitome of treachery and unscrupulousness. How could such a deceitful and malevolent individual be expected to honor his promises? "Lu Yidao, cease your slander. I have reformed and am now loyal to Brother Li. I would not hesitate to lay down my life for him." Yuanzhan retorted hastily, feigning righteousness. "Is that so? You would not hesitate to die for me?" Li Yuandao inquired with amusement, a faint smile playing on his lips. "And no, brother, I would not hesitate to die for you," Yuanzhan stammered, genuinely fearful that Li Yuandao might take him up on his offer. "But I trust that brother would not wish for my demise, correct?" Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed as he pondered, a flicker of murderous intent flashing within their depths. "I regret to inform you that I genuinely desire your death." With that, Li Yuandao took a step forward, brandishing the black demon spear, and advanced towards Yuanzhan. What promises can a man like Li Yuandao ever trust? He believes that if Yuanzhan were to perish, all troubles would vanish. Chapter 55. A Hidden Threat. What? Upon hearing Li Yuandao's words, Yuanzhan found himself unable to remain composed, his brow furrowed in distress. Yuanzhan could hardly fathom that Li Yuandao had been toying with him all along. It was evident that Li Yuandao had disregarded his words entirely. Meanwhile, he naively assumed that Li Yuandao had taken his declarations to heart and had even uttered such an oath. Now, it seemed that Li Yuandao was genuinely willing to see him perish. What could he do about it? Truly, it was the height of absurdity. Masterly, no, brotherly. You cannot truly wish for my demise, can you? At that moment, Yuanzhan clung to a shred of hope. Believing that Li Yuandao would not so readily condemn him to death, he reasoned that the terms he had proposed to Li Yuandao were sufficiently enticing. There was no way Li Yuandao would refuse his proposition. Indeed, I shall let you meet your end. Did you not claim that I would not hesitate to send you to your doom? Very well, I shall make it so. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed slightly as he offered a sardonic smile to Yuanzhan, gradually advancing towards him step by step. Witnessing Li Yuandao approach with measured strides, Yuanzhan was engulfed by terror. In terms of cultivation, he stood no chance against Li Yuandao, especially with Li Yuandao by his side. His prospects for victory had all but vanished. At this moment, every step taken by Li Yuandao seemed to tread upon the very heart of Yuanzhan, akin to the ominous calls for life from the depths of the underworld, causing Yuanzhan's already racing heart to feel as though it might shatter at any instant. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, the Golden Buddhist sect will undoubtedly annihilate your Li family. Yuanzhan, in a state of utter panic, implored as he observed Li Yuandao drawing nearer, desperately invoking the might of the Golden Buddhist sect as a threat. He was convinced that Li Yuandao would surely yield, that he would not dare to take his life. Alas, Yuanzhan appeared to have miscalculated. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, dismissing Yuanzhan's words with a scoff. His expression as cold as ice, his gaze fierce and predatory, reminiscent of a hawk fixating on its prey. He spoke each word with chilling clarity. If I were to slay you here, who would ever know? Li Yuandao harbored an intense disdain for those who threatened him, especially those who dared to threaten his family. Yuanzhan's words only served to ignite a deeper fury within him. This man simply could not be spared. With a swift motion, Li Yuandao advanced a few steps toward Yuanzhan, raising the black demon spear and sweeping it downward, suddenly thrusting it toward Yuanzhan. The power embodied in this strike was monumental, piercing through the very fabric of the air like a sharp blade. The whistling sound of the spear slicing through the void seemed to herald the final moments of Yuanzhan's existence. Under the full force of a warrior's sixth-layer strike, the air surged violently, and the primordial energy shattered. Like a dragon emerging from the sea, it surged towards Yuanzhan's head. Given the circumstances, it seemed inevitable that Yuanzhan was destined to meet his end here, at this moment. Even Yuanzhan closed his eyes, filled with reluctance, yet utterly powerless. In the face of Li Yuandao's ferocious thrust, Yuanzhan had no room for resistance. Akin to a lamb exposed beneath the jaws of a lion, death appeared to be an inescapable fate. Regrettably, it seemed that in his past life, Yuanzhan had some clandestine connection with the goddess of fate. Just as Li Yuandao's strike was about to land, the void suddenly trembled violently and transformed into an immense force, drawing everyone into its depths. The old man had already activated the entirety of his tomb's domain, awaiting the fortunate among the young friends to claim the final creation. The voice of the tomb's master bore a hint of satisfaction, seemingly pleased with those who had persevered to the end, yet he chose to say no more. Li Yuandao squinted thoughtfully, realizing that the earlier chaos was not an intentional act to rescue Yuanzhan, but rather a consequence of the transformations after the 3 trials. The tomb's master had mentioned that all prohibitions within the tomb had been lifted, thus removing any restrictions. The earlier suction was merely the opening of another realm. Yuanzhan truly was remarkably fortunate. Li Yuandao shook his head and sighed softly, feeling a flicker of admiration for Yuanzhan. Initially, Yuanzhan had no hope of evading Li Yuandao's strike, and death seemed inevitable. Yet, by a stroke of extraordinary fortune, Yuanzhan had stumbled upon another void unleashed by the master of the tomb. Were it not for such improbable luck, he would have surely met his demise by now. Despite this, Li Yuandao's murderous intent remained unabated. In fact, it morphed into a subtle concern. Yuanzhan had become aware of Li Daoyuan's true identity as Li Yuandao, and their enmity within the martial king's tomb was now a palpable threat. Once Yuanzhan emerged from this tomb, he was likely to take action. Contemplating this, Li Yuandao realized he must eliminate Yuanzhan before their expedition concluded to safeguard his own identity and protect the Li family from potential repercussions, particularly given the formidable power of the Vajra sect. For the moment, he decided to set aside thoughts of Yuanzhan, as pressing troubles loomed before him. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed. He had just heard from the master of the tomb that the martial king's tomb had been fully opened, devoid of any restrictions. Although the initial 3 trials were arduous and had granted some opportunities to all, including Li Yuandao himself, he understood that the true opportunities lay ahead. Legends spoke of the heart of the martial king and other treasures yet to be uncovered, and the master of the tomb had mentioned that the final opportunities awaited those destined to find them. Thus, Li Yuandao believed that Huang Puyun and others were also aware of this news. Undoubtedly, they were tirelessly searching for it. After all, the heart of the martial king was exceedingly precious, coveted even by formidable masters. Had it not been for the restrictions surrounding the martial king's tomb, Li Yuandao was confident that even venerable figures like the elder Tianjue would have ventured to investigate. Contemplating this, Li Yuandao decided to set aside matters regarding Yuanzhan and prioritize the search for the heart of the martial king. He could not allow this immense opportunity to be seized by others. With a swift motion, Li Yuandao surged forward. Time in the realm of cultivation is elusive. 10 days swiftly passed. Within one of the many spaces of the martial king's tomb, Li Yuandao walked with a somber expression, contemplating whether he should abandon his search. Perhaps the vastness of the tomb's space contributed to his failure to encounter Yuanzhan, and the presence of other cultivators was notably scarce. Over the course of 10 days, Li Yuandao had nearly explored the entirety of the martial king's tomb. Although he had made some discoveries, they paled in comparison to the renown of the martial king. At that moment, a peculiar fragrance suddenly wafted into Li Yuandao's nostrils. His eyes brightened slightly as he followed the scent, the brilliance within them growing ever more radiant. Judging by the aroma, Li Yuandao surmised that it must be a rare treasure or a significant entity emerging into existence, certainly not a mundane item. Indeed, it was bound to be an extraordinary opportunity. After a brief respite, Li Yuandao arrived at a cavern suffused with a violet luminescence, a place he had never visited before. With a sense of wonder and trepidation, he cautiously ventured deeper into the cave, raising his gaze to behold the wonders within, his eyes igniting with an uncontainable brilliance. In the depths of the cavern lay a thunderous pool, spanning several feet, upon which thrived a rare purple plant. Adorned with 2 fruits, one azure and the other violet, each the size of a fist, emanating an enticing aroma. The thunder fruit. Li Yuandao's breath quickened as the knowledge of these extraordinary fruits flashed through his mind. In the realm of heaven and earth, there existed the thunder fruit. Nurtured by the thunderous pool, a rarity encountered once in a century, guarded by thunderous beasts, devouring it would refine the body and fortify the spirit. With his eyes tinged red, Li Yuandao stifled his inner avarice, concealing his presence in the shadows of the cave, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. These thunder fruits were indeed invaluable treasures of nature, capable not only of refining one's corporeal form, but also of strengthening the soul. Truly a rare gem of the earthly realm that Li Yuandao could not afford to overlook. Should he miss this chance, it would likely be a lifetime before he encountered such a marvel again. Observing the situation, it was evident that the thunder fruits were on the verge of ripening, and given his current cultivation, he was no match for the guardian thunder beast, even if he were to enlist the aid of others, such as Huang Puyun and his companions. They too would be outmatched in a one-on-one confrontation with such a formidable beast. Thus, Li Yuandao recognized the necessity of leveraging the strength of others. The thunder beasts within the martial king's tomb were likely of a cultivation level comparable to that of a martial master, and he harbored no illusions about his ability to seize such treasures from the jaws of a martial master beast. Undoubtedly, the alluring fragrance of the mature thunderfruit will undoubtedly attract the likes of Emperor Pu Yunce and others, who serve as Li Yuandao's most excellent free enforcers. However, unbeknownst to Li Yuandao, as he concealed himself within the cave, a stone upon the cliff trembled slightly before succumbing to silence. Time gradually passed. Slowly, individuals began to discover this cave, and as time flowed on, the cavern swelled with an increasing number of people. Notable figures such as Yunzong Yener and the enchantress Li Yuanxiao were conspicuously present, clearly drawn in by the enticing aroma of the thunderfruit. To think, it is indeed the thunderfruit. Who would have imagined such a treasure could be found at the end of the martial king's tomb? What a fortuitous encounter. A grand opportunity. Indeed, this thunderfruit surpasses anything I acquired in previous days by a considerable margin. I dare assert that should I procure this thunderfruit, my strength would inevitably enhance by at least 20%, though this expedition to the martial king's tomb has left me rather displeased. The prospect of obtaining the thunderfruit would make it all worthwhile. The greed in the eyes of the crowd was unmistakably laid bare as they beheld the thunderfruit. Despite the peril they faced that nearly cost them their lives within the martial king's tomb, the allure of such an opportunity rendered them willing to disregard all else. For this was the very essence of their purpose in venturing to the martial king's tomb. Li Yuandao gazed at the throng, his features contorting slightly. He had not anticipated that this thunderfruit would attract so many. It appeared that everyone present in the martial king's tomb had indeed gathered. Yuanzhan. Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, suddenly spotting an exceedingly familiar figure amidst the crowd. At that moment, Yuanzhan was also drawn in by the allure of the thunderfruit. However, his gaze incessantly surveyed the surroundings, perhaps wary of the presence of Li Yuandao. During their last encounter, Yuanzhan had believed he would meet his demise, but unexpectedly, the master of the tomb had intervened, fortuitously intercepting Li Yuandao's lethal strike, allowing him to survive until now. Li Yuandao squinted, contemplating the silhouette of Yuanzhan, his heart surging with tumultuous emotions. Although he yearned to rush forth and rend Yuanzhan into fragments, erasing his existence from this world forever, he restrained himself. For if he were to charge in recklessly, he could indeed eliminate Yuanzhan, yet it would also unveil his own location, jeopardizing his chance to secure the thunderfruit. Thus, Li Yuandao resolved to grant Yuanzhan a few more days of life, intending to eliminate him after obtaining the coveted fruit. Upon reflecting on this, Li Yuandao nodded subtly, yet a trace of confusion lingered. For amidst the throng, he had not discerned the presence of the Emperor Pu Yunsu. Logically, such a commotion should have attracted his attention. Why had he not appeared? Li Yuandao pondered, sensing that the situation was undoubtedly more intricate than it seemed. Look, the thunderfruit is ripening. Act now. Until the purple plant began to wither, some could no longer contain their impulses. Upon witnessing this scene, the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats, their eyes reddening, as they surged towards the dual lightning fruits. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted. However, they were merely the clam and the snipe, while the true fisherman remained unknown. Suddenly, a figure could no longer restrain himself. With a powerful push off the ground, a young cultivator clad in green, his eyes glinting with avarice, lunged towards the aromatic fruits with both hands. Given the swiftness of his movement, it seemed likely he could seize the two extraordinary fruits in an instant. This cultivator hailed from a prominent family in Tianyu County. Though lacking the formidable backing of individuals like Huang Puyun and Su, he was nonetheless a talented scion, having reached the 7th level of martial prowess. At that moment, Zhang Tian observed that the dual lightning fruits had ripened, and thus he could no longer bear to wait. He made his move, intent on snatching this treasure from the crowd. Zhang Tian, what do you intend to do? A cold voice emanated from the lips of a middle-aged man. He swiftly transformed into a streak of light, blocking Zhang Tian's path. His eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, betrayed an unmasked killing intent. Following this, His hand slightly opened, and a poisoned arrow shot forth from his sleeve, striking Zhang Tian's outstretched arm. Chapter 56. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Unaware of the aureole behind. Part 3. Zhang Tian gazed at his discolored arm, his expression morphing into a terrifying grimace. He had not anticipated that Li Wu would strike him with such ferocity. If this injury went untreated, it would likely render his arm useless. Yet, at this juncture, surrender was not an option he could entertain. Upon reflecting on the irrevocable loss of his hand, Zhang Tian's eyes brimmed with unbridled hatred. Reminiscent of a beast poised to unleash its pent-up fury. A piercing wail erupted from his lips, resonating with profound elemental power, reverberating into the void. This reverberation caused a tremor in the hearts of all present, as if the very fabric of the cosmos had been rent asunder by his anguished cry. The sound, akin to a death knell emanating from the depths of the underworld, surged forth, striking directly at the spirit and leaving all in a state of disarray. Under the weight of this cacophony, numerous individuals of lesser cultivation than Zhang Tian expelled blood, clearly grievously wounded, yet consumed by the prospect of the thunder fruit. They paid little heed to their injuries, their gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the thunder pool. For the chance to obtain the thunder fruit, they deemed any suffering, even tenfold, a worthy price to pay. Unexpectedly, following Zhang Tian's anguished wail, a figure surged toward the thunder pool with remarkable speed, clad in a flowing white robe. His long hair danced in the wind, and a sly smile, tinged with malice, graced his face. This individual, Qin Heng, was a disciple of a significant power within Tianyu County, possessing a cultivation level equal to Zhang Tian's, at the 8th tier of the martial artist realm. Seizing the opportunity presented by Zhang Tian's cry, he darted forward with reckless abandon, casting a scornful glance at the approaching crowd behind him. Qin Heng summoned a talisman from his sleeve, which emanated a faint blue glow, transforming into a turtle shell-like shield that he positioned defensively at his back. As the crowd witnessed the actions of the Qin Heng sword, a sudden realization dawned upon them. They hastily summoned various magical artifacts, unleashing them upon the Qin Heng sword with reckless abandon. In that fleeting moment, a kaleidoscope of vibrant weapons and techniques coalesced into a resplendent arc, which, despite its dazzling appearance, emanated an overwhelming force. After all, the formidable individuals present had launched their onslaught simultaneously, rendering their combined might formidable. Even if the Emperor Pu Yuansu were present, he would likely find himself gravely injured. Yet, with its shell as unyielding as a turtle's, the Qin Heng sword managed to withstand the entirety of the assault momentarily. The onlookers were taken aback by this scene, while the Qin Heng sword's defenses were indeed impressive. Comparable to high-tier artifacts, the ability to endure the full brunt of their collective attack was astonishing. Although the Qin Heng sword was no ordinary treasure, under the relentless barrage, its protective shell began to tremble precariously, as if on the verge of shattering. Closer, closer. The eyes of the Qin Heng sword fixed intently, gleaming with an insatiable greed as it beheld the two thunder fruit before it, its heart roaring with fervor. However, at this moment, many powerful beings were also shifting their gazes, contemplating the fruits that were about to fall into the Qin Heng sword's grasp. If they could not possess them, then neither should anyone else, they thought. Qin Heng sword, you are courting death. A voice, cold and laden with fury, resonated from behind the Qin Heng sword, followed by an overwhelming aura that soared into the heavens. In earlier times, the sorceress Li Yuandao and her companions, including Nalan Bibo, observed the unfolding events in silence. Although they were eager to intervene, their esteemed identities restrained them. Thus, they remained spectators, biding their time for the opportune moment. Yet, as anticipation grew unbearable, they realized that further delay would result in their chance being usurped by others. At that moment, Li Yuandao, with a graceful motion of her delicate hand, produced a luminous jade tube from the void. Upon its emergence, the very fabric of the surrounding space seemed to ripple, as if cowed by the presence of this artifact. It was none other than the super-explosive talisman. Li Yuandao's eyes narrowed in astonishment at the sight of Li Yuandao unveiling this powerful item. He was well aware of the significance of the super explosive talisman, which represented an advanced version of the standard explosive talisman, a creation possible only by high-ranking talisman makers. The destructive potential of the super explosive talisman surpassed that of Li Yuandao's own conceptual explosive talisman, and according to rumors, its might could rival the full force of a peak martial artist. Furthermore, the super explosive talisman is lauded for its convenience and speed, rendering it more formidable than a peak martial cultivator overall. The terrifying power of the super explosive talisman, coupled with the exceedingly rare materials required for its creation, has led to its astronomical price. Even if Li Yuandao were to expend his entire family's fortune, he would be unable to procure a single piece. Such items are exceedingly scarce even in the esteemed Tianyu County. When this formidable super explosive talisman is unleashed, even a peak warrior would suffer grievous injuries, let alone the merely 8th-tier warrior, Qin Heng, who would surely be unable to defend against it. To the astonishment of all, the sorceress Li Yuandao has produced such a rare treasure, captivating the attention of everyone present. Witnessing her wield such a remarkable artifact, Li Yuandao could not help but feel a surge of admiration for her. Indeed, she is a leading figure in Tianyu County, demonstrating extraordinary prowess. With a resounding boom, the super explosive talisman detonated under Li Yuandao's command, unleashing a cataclysmic sound akin to thunderclaps reverberating through the air, causing a sharp pain in the ears of those present, as if their very eardrums were about to shatter. In an instant, the void trembled, and the elemental energy surged forth. The tremendous force shook the fragile cave, threatening to collapse it entirely. Beneath the explosive force of the super explosive talisman, the protective shell of Qin Heng finally succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Within less than the span of a breath, it shattered into countless pieces, scattering into the void like fragile plastic. The severely wounded Qin Heng coughed up blood, his vitality dwindling. Evidently, despite the shielding provided by his tortoiseshell artifact against the brunt of the supercharged explosive talisman, Qin Heng sustained considerable trauma from the impact. His consciousness was somewhat clouded, and his body was riddled with injuries. A multitude of wounds, both long and short, covered his back, appearing as though they would tear him asunder. Moreover, the internal injuries he suffered were not insignificant. The immense explosion had slightly displaced his internal organs. Currently, Qin Heng's internal energy surged violently, hovering erratically, placing him on the precipice of death. Should he fail to cease and commence healing, he was likely to perish. Almost within reach, Qin Heng forcibly suppressed the roiling energy within his body, gazing with a hint of satisfaction at the Thunder Dragon twin fruits. Now less than 2 zhang away, with these fruits in his possession, neither the martial peak enchantress Li Yuandao, nor the celestial Realmbreaker, nor even the young prince Huangpu Yunce would stand a chance against him. Finally, with elation in his eyes, Qin Heng beheld the fruit within arm's reach. He opened his mouth, poised to devour it in one gulp. Behind him, the enchantress Li Yuandao, Realmbreaker, and even Zhang Tian and the others wore icy expressions. They glared coldly at Qin Heng, their entire beings surging with energy, martial techniques, and magical artifacts at the ready. It seemed that even if Qin Heng managed to obtain the Thunder Dragon twin fruits, they had no intention of letting him escape. The Thunder Fruit has yet to be fully digested, and perhaps there is still time for the old Zhang to extract it before his muscles cramp and his skin breaks, a sentiment shared by all present. Undoubtedly, it is also the unvoiced thought lurking within Li Yuandao's heart. In this moment, how could Li Yuandao not be exhilarated? He stands with hands clenched tightly, his body arched forward like a poised leopard, contemplating that if the Qin sword truly secures the Thunder Fruit, he will be the first to seize it before anyone else can act. Suddenly, a crisp sound pierced the air, reminiscent of a stone dropping into water or a fish leaping from a pond. Just as the tip of the Qin sword was about to make contact with the Thunder Fruit, the thunder pool erupted violently. Amidst the surging thunder, an extraordinary beast burst forth from the storm. The earth trembled and dust flew wildly. With the emergence of this creature, the entire cave reverberated with a deafening roar. Its eyes, cold as frost, were cloaked in a veil of purple lightning, obscuring its form from view. Yet the ominous aura emanating from it caused the onlookers to furrow their brows. This was a formidable beast, a guardian of the thunderfruit. Chapter 57. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Unbeknownst to the Oriole, Part 4. This beast is indeed the protector of the thunderfruit, having remained in silent vigil for over a century. Today, at last, the thunderfruit has ripened, rousing it from slumber, eager to consume the fruit it has awaited for so long. However, upon opening its eyes, it surprisingly beheld a band of human cultivators gazing greedily at the thunderous dual fruits it had long safeguarded. This alone was enough to stir its disdain, rendering the thought of annihilating those feeble beings utterly unappealing. Thus, it chose to remain hidden, silently biding its time. Yet, in the next moment, an even more infuriating occurrence transpired. It witnessed the curved sword, Qin Heng, soaring towards the very fruit it had devoted a century to protect, mouth agape, intent on devouring it whole. This was an affront it could scarcely endure, prompting it to rise abruptly. With a fierce roar, it unleashed a torrent of thunder, aimed directly at the countenance of the detestable Qin Heng's sword. The thunderbolt descended with the ferocity of a divine being, wild and formidable, emanating an irresistible force. Under the onslaught of this tempestuous lightning, Qin Heng felt as though it were on the brink of asphyxiation, its breath constricted. Gazing upon the impending thunder, despair enveloped Qin Heng. Already grievously wounded, it found itself utterly incapable of contending with this malevolent force, with not even a sliver of an escape opportunity. Indeed, as the thunderbolt made contact with Qin Heng, it erupted with the intensity of a volcanic explosion, unleashing its full might. The void trembled, and the air surged. The raging lightning, akin to flames from the heavens, obliterated Qin Heng's form in an instant. Moments later, the formidable warrior, Qin Heng, who had attained the 8th level of martial arts, dissipated from this realm, leaving not a single word in its wake. Astonishment, stupefaction, disbelief. Amidst the flickering flames and crackling energy, it appeared to the onlookers that their vision had faltered. This fearsome beast was truly terrifying, far surpassing their wildest imaginations. With a single breath, it had dispatched the formidable Qin Hengjian, exhibiting a sharpness, elegance, and flamboyance that left them in awe. They were convinced that had the roles been reversed, their fate would not have been any more fortunate than that of Qin Hengjian. They too would have met an untimely end. After the beast's thunderous roar obliterated Qin Hengjian, it seemed to have vented its pent-up fury. Now standing proudly and issuing a warning to the crowd, reminiscent of a deity descending from the heavens. Li Yuandao squinted slightly, his features appearing somewhat contorted. He observed this scene with keen awareness, profoundly shaken by the beast's might. The prowess of Qin Hengjian was not dissimilar to his own. In contemplating a confrontation with this creature left Li Yuandao with the grim realization that he too would likely be swiftly vanquished. As for the dual thunderous fruits, they were merely a fleeting dream. As the mist cleared, the crowd erupted into a cacophony. In the presence of this monstrous entity, not a single soul dared to make a move, not even the formidable sorceress Li Yuandao and other powerful beings, who refrained from even a whisper for fear of incurring the wrath of this ferocious creature and inviting calamity. At this moment, the spectators could finally discern the beast's visage. It stood colossal, approximately 3 to 4 zhang in height, its body akin to that of a tiger, yet its head reminiscent of a lion. Its entire form radiated a striking purple hue, crackling with strands of fearsome lightning that lent it an air of undeniable grandeur. Moreover, upon the head of the fierce beast rested a long, prominent horn, making it particularly conspicuous. Li Yuandao pondered. This beast might indeed be the fabled Thunderlight Beast. Should the Thunderlight Beast choose to do so, it could effortlessly slay anyone among the crowd. Yet, the Thunderlight Beast seemed indifferent to the onlookers. Its violet lightning eyes glinting with a human-like excitement, fixated upon the gradually withering thunderfruit, its body radiating an even more dazzling brilliance. It was evident that the Thunderlight Beast could hardly resist the temptation of devouring that thunderfruit. Witnessing this, the crowd grew increasingly anxious. Although none could contend with the Thunderlight Beast, They were certainly displeased at the thought of it seizing their precious treasure. At last, the enchanting sorceress Li Yuandao could no longer remain passive and called out to the assembly, despite the formidable nature of the Thunderlight beast. As the leading figure of Tianyu County, it would be unwise to relinquish such an opportunity without a fight. Upon hearing Li Yuandao's voice, the crowd felt a surge of hope, their gazes swiftly converging upon her, as if they had anticipated her words, displaying less excitement and hesitation than before. The Thunderlight beast was indeed formidable, possessing the cultivation level of a martial master. In a direct confrontation, none could stand against it. Not even the likes of Prince Huang Puyun. Thus, we must unite our strengths to collectively vanquish this Thunderlight beast. Li Yuandao squinted slightly and addressed the gathering. The power of the Thunder Beast far exceeded what Li Yuandao could comprehend. She was not mistaken. In a one-on-one confrontation, no one stood a chance against this formidable creature. Thus, unity became their only recourse. Many hands make light work. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, as if grappling with their thoughts. Eventually, one individual could no longer contain himself and inquired of Li Yuandao, "Might I ask, Miss Li, what shall be done with the thunder fruit after we have slain this beast?" This question sparked the interest of the others. Indeed, while they could band together to vanquish the Thunder Beast, the matter of the Thunder Fruit as fate remained. Even brothers keep clear accounts, let alone a group with ulterior motives. After all, once the Thunder Beast was defeated, it would naturally devolve into a contest of skill among them for the coveted prize. May the worthy prevail. Li Yuandao smiled faintly, as if she had anticipated this inquiry. Without hesitation, she elucidated her stance to the assembly. Upon hearing her words, the crowd fell into silence once more. But it was not long before they tacitly accepted Li Yuandao's proposal. With eyes gleaming with various shades of greed, they surged toward the Thunder Beast ahead. Roar! The Thunder Beast, perceiving the approaching figures as mere ants, felt its temper flare at the interference in its pursuit of treasure. Its roar resounded like thunder, sending tremors through the hearts of the gathered crowd. Emerging from the thunder pool, the beast unleashed a series of growls, seemingly issuing warnings against the encroaching throng. After all, the sheer number of individuals was overwhelming, converging from all directions towards that fabled thunder fruit. The Thunder Beast was genuinely apprehensive that someone might snatch its treasure away. With its furious roar, even the very fabric of the void trembled, causing the entire martial kingdom to shudder. Amidst this tremor, streaks of violet lightning pierced through the dim yellow void, converging above the Thunder Beast's head. In that moment, the Thunder Beast roared with even greater fervor, and with its bellow, the thunderbolts transformed into a frenzied tempest. The furious lightning caused the modest cave to tremble violently, as if it were on the brink of collapse, yet somehow managing to hold steadfast. Witnessing such a scene, the crowd was understandably terrified, having navigated through the previous trials. To perish now due to the final Thunder Beast's roar collapsing the cave would be nothing short of a monumental irony. At this juncture, even Li Yuandao could no longer contain himself, his features contorting slightly. After all, he was positioned closest to the cave, and should it indeed cave in, he would be buried within. Chapter 58. The Thunder Beast's Counterattack. Amidst the thunderous roar of the Thunder Beast, the vibrating void quaked, and it seemed the small cave could finally withstand no more. With a resounding crash, a massive boulder collapsed from one side. Fortunately, as there were few individuals nearby, no injuries were inflicted. However, the sight of such a calamity spurred urgency among the crowd. If we allow this Thunder Beast to continue its deafening cries, the cave will inevitably collapse. At this moment, everyone grew increasingly anxious. They exchanged glances, hesitant to make any sudden movements, fearing the wrath of the Thunder Beast might erupt once more. We cannot permit this creature to keep howling. Otherwise, not only will we be deprived of the Thunder Fruit, but we may also find ourselves crushed within this cavern. The sorceress Li Yuandao wore a grim expression as she gazed at the cave's impending collapse, unable to remain still. With the situation at hand, even if the Thunder Beast did not slay them, they would surely be buried alive, an outcome she could not accept. It was imperative to unite everyone's strength and swiftly vanquish the Thunder Beast to prevent it from causing further chaos and destruction. Only then would they have a chance for survival, along with the coveted Thunder Fruit. With this resolve, Li Yuandao nodded decisively and commanded, "Let us all attack together. Those who wish to live must not hold back. We must strive to eliminate this beast in the shortest time possible." With that, Li Yuandao sprang into action with unparalleled determination. Though she typically refrained from initiating confrontations, this time, she took the lead as an example for the others. A sword unleashed. With a swift motion, she summoned a long sword from the void, unleashing a tempest of primal energy that surged with immense force as she cleaved down towards the Thunder Beast. A tremendous force erupted violently from Li Yuandao's longsword, akin to a long-dormant volcano suddenly awakening in a cataclysmic explosion. It was ferocious, piercing, and overwhelmingly powerful. In that fleeting moment, the entire void quivered incessantly, as if it had been torn asunder by Li Yuandao's full-throttle strike. The elemental energy surged, and the air rippled tumultuously. At this juncture, Li Yuandao seemed to embody her enchanting yet fierce demonic essence, reminiscent of a siren emerging from the depths of the abyss. Exquisitely beautiful. Yet beneath that alluring facade lay an indomitable ferocity. This was Li Yuandao's most formidable blow. Under ordinary circumstances, she would never exhaust herself to such an extent. However, she now faced a formidable beast of martial prowess, a single strike from which could gravely wound her. Thus, she was compelled to summon her utmost spirit and strength, deploying every ounce of her skill to confront this martial-grade Thunder Beast. What an extraordinary technique! Hidden nearby, Li Yuandao was captivated by Li Yuandao's strike. Unable to suppress his admiration, he pondered that her attack could rival that of the Emperor Puyun Sil. As for himself, Li Yuandao hesitated momentarily, then with some certainty concluded that he would undoubtedly falter against such a blow, even if he exerted all his might. After all, the disparity in cultivation was insurmountable. A chasm so vast that it left Li Yuandao breathless. As the witch Li Yuandao took action, Nalan Bipo, alongside a chief disciple of the Wulong Academy, Lang Lingjian, and others, also commenced their movements. Nalan Bipo wielded a slender 3-foot sword, its brilliance evident, and the blade was infused with boundless primordial energy. In an instant, she unleashed a flurry of strikes, rendering her presence almost invisible, overshadowed only by the endless gleam of her sword. The few thrusts executed by Nalan Bipo were formidable. The delicate sword radiated a blinding light, illuminating the dark cavern as if it were day, perfectly embodying her ethereal demeanor. Moreover, the power of her strikes was extraordinary. Li Yuandao mused that Nalan Bipo could likely contend evenly with Li Yuandao, each possessing their unique strengths. Truly, she is a leading figure among the younger generation of Tianyu County. Witnessing the fierce onslaught from both, Li Yuandao sighed, feeling a sense of admiration for them, while simultaneously grappling with a profound sense of pressure. Despite their similar ages, their cultivation levels far surpassed his own. At the same time, Li Yuandao grew increasingly satisfied with his expedition to the tomb of the martial king. Had it not been for this journey, he might still be languishing in the title of young genius from Maple Forest City. Reflecting on it now, he realized how narrow-minded he had been, for in this vast world, true genius is never in short supply. There will always be others who surpass oneself. Let us speak of the formidable Cold Lingjin from the Wulong Academy. A prominent figure among the youthful elite of the Tianyu Prefecture. His prowess stands at the pinnacle of martial warriors, and he possesses a formidable battle pet, a powerful beast of martial mastery. He is undoubtedly among the Crmi de la Crmi, alongside luminaries such as the Empress Puyin strategist, Li Yuandao. Upon witnessing the confrontation initiated by Nalan Bipo and her companion, he too sprang into action. From the void, he summoned 2 obsidian hammers, and with a sudden surge, Cold Lingjin charged forth. The sheer design of those hammers suggested their considerable heft. One could surmise they would effortlessly obliterate an ordinary hill with but a single strike. Grasping the 2 formidable hammers, Cold Lingjin aimed a devastating blow at the Thunder Beast, as though he intended to reduce it to mere pulp with a single swing. The sight of such a concerted assault seemed to invigorate the others around them. Initially, many were hesitant to rush into the fray, fearing that these illustrious figures might lead them into peril. However, witnessing the trio's fervor instilled confidence within the onlookers. In their wake, other formidable warriors surged forward, their swirling essence resembling a tempest, completely engulfing the thunder beast that had leaped from the thunder pool. Li Yuandao spoke truly. Should they fail to vanquish the thunder beast swiftly, none would lay claim to the coveted thunder fruit. While the prospect of acquiring the thunder fruit remained uncertain even after defeating the beast, they were nonetheless determined to attempt it, wagering their very lives on the outcome. After all, what if fortune smiled upon them, and they secured the thunder fruit? Such a risk would be worth taking. The resounding clamor of various magical artifacts and martial techniques soared through the air, seemingly unleashed without restraint upon the thunder beast, which was left disoriented by the onslaught. After all, it was a creature of flesh and blood, fully capable of experiencing pain. With a thunderous roar, the thunder beast succumbed to fury. It could no longer endure the relentless assault from these insignificant beings, nor could it tolerate their incessant disruptions. Casting its gaze skyward, the beast unleashed a roar that seemed to channel its pinned-up rage, causing even the lightning within the thunder pool to become frenzied in response. The tumultuous bolts of lightning surged forth from the void, propelled by the beast's wrath, sweeping towards the crowd with overwhelming force. The colossal and savage lightning resembled crashing waves, beautiful yet rife with lethal menace. As the onlookers contemplated the sheer power of the lightning unleashed by the thunder beast, they discerned that its might was on par with the ferocious bolts conjured by the Tomb Master during the third challenge of the Tao discussion. Both exhibited an equally violent nature, steeped in the aura of death. The sound was akin to a torrential river in turmoil, a cacophony of chaos. At that moment, Li Yuandao perceived that the thunder beast was likely more formidable than the typical martial masters, or even her own battle pet. Her eyes gleamed with cold intensity, and a frosty demeanor enveloped her visage as she gazed at the impending deluge of lightning. With a subtle hum, she extended a finger from each hand, directing them towards the oncoming storm. Li Yuandao felt assured that her expedition to the tomb of the martial kings would not necessitate such measures, for there was no one who could pose a threat to her life, leading her to previously decline such confrontations. However, in this moment, Li Yuandao felt an overwhelming gratitude towards her master for bestowing upon her such a remarkable treasure. Had it not been for this artifact, she would likely have perished in the preceding instant. With eyes wide like those of a bull, she stepped forward decisively, grasping the two massive black iron hammers, and struck them fiercely against the relentless thunder. Under the impetus of her elemental energy, the enormous black hammers seemed to swell in size and darken in hue, resembling two pitch-black cauldrons from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the ceaseless thunder reached the vicinity of the black hammers. The furious lightning surged and roared, emanating an aura of annihilation, as if intent on melting the two iron hammers of the cold Ling sword. What kind of tactic is this? Li Yuandao narrowed his eyes, observing the scene with a hint of confusion. Could it be that the cold Ling sword aimed to dissolve her precious artifact? This seemed rather amiss. Surely the cold Ling sword would not act in such a manner. There must be something amiss. At this very moment, not only was Li Yuandao perplexed, but even Li Yuandao and the others stared in astonishment, eager to witness how the cold Ling sword would resolve this confrontation. In the next instant, the furious thunder collided with the two hammers of the cold Ling sword. Yet, at the moment of impact, there was no violent spark of collision. Instead, the raging thunder was astonishingly absorbed by the two hammers. Yet, this was not the end. Those two hammers, akin to a black hole, possessed an insatiable gravitational pull, directly consuming the raging thunder within their depths.